The Myriad Nest Mystic Realm is a medium-sized mystic realm world belonging to the 9 Provinces Federation. Within it are 7 major central base cities, and White Scale City is one of those 7 central cities. The price of land here is extremely expensive. You could say every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. But in the central area of such a city, there is an entire private villa surrounded by mountains and rivers. It's called the City Lord's Manor. And this young man is the young City Lord of White Scale City, a transmigrator to this world. In his previous life, Bizian was a soldier who sacrificed himself during a mission. But his fate was not yet sealed. His soul transmigrated to a world filled with all kinds of spirit beasts and beast tamers. Bizian was unlike other transmigrators. He didn't possess someone else's existing body. He was more like reincarnated, born into a new body, but carrying the memories of his past life. At this moment, Bizian had just finished his morning shower. Looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't help but admire himself. This life. Although he had been looking at this face for a dozen years, he had to exclaim every time, "Damn, I'm handsome." Suddenly, a portal opened in the space. From it, a creature appeared. Bizian turned his head. He didn't seem unfamiliar with this creature at all. It was a gold-rank red-eyed silver fish. The fish swam closer to Bizian. Then it said, "Showdown time for breakfast." "I know. Go down and tell Dad it'll be down after I finish washing up and tidying," Bizian replied. The fish reminded him not to keep everyone waiting too long. Then it went back into the spatial portal and disappeared. That red-eyed silver fish was a gold-rank pet. It was also the bonded spirit beast of Bizian's father. In this world, he was considered a powerhouse in his own right. He went downstairs and saw that everyone was waiting for him. The beautiful woman was his mother in this life. Next to her was his younger sister, Biziu. The grumbling man beside them was his father. And the old man with white hair and beard but a resolute expression, sitting at the head of the table, was Bai Jingsong, the city lord of White Scale City, and also Bizian's grandfather. "Grandfather, when did you get here?" Bizian asked as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Today is the annual awakening ceremony. As the city lord, I need to be there to give a speech and encourage the students. Showdown, you're also a candidate this year. You have to participate in the awakening ceremony today as well. It just so happens the 2 of us can go to the awakening hall together later." "Yes, sir," Bizian replied obediently. He had been looking forward to that ceremony for a long time. The awakening ceremony, fully named the 9 Provinces Federation's annual beast taming awakening ceremony. Every year, at this time, the Federation holds the awakening ceremony to help young people awaken their potential. Those who succeed can join a beast taming academy to learn knowledge related to beast taming. However, those who fail can only attend regular schools. That's why they say this ceremony is like the university entrance exam from his previous life. Both are crucial moments that determine one's life. Beast taming talent determines a person's status in this world. Without talent, even a passing ant wouldn't spare you a glance. But the god of transmigration had already given Bizian a cheat, telling him not to worry, because a month ago, he had already awakened an A-rank beast taming talent on his own. It was a talent called intuition. It was a spiritual type talent that granted the awakener incredible combat instincts. Sometimes, it could even perceive special premonitions and sense the thoughts of spirit beasts. This was an extraordinary beast taming talent. Its effects were also very comprehensive. Not only did it provide good intuition, but in battle, it could help one avoid harm and seek advantage. It even allowed communication with spirit beasts, which was very useful for battling and subduing them. For Bizian, the awakening ceremony no longer held much significance. That's why he was so calm and composed. His A-rank spiritual type talent was an outstanding one. To awaken it independently was by no means an easy feat. His grandfather knew this as well. Therefore, even in the origin world, Bizian would be a genius that the great clans would fight over to nurture. He didn't have the ability to do this, but his grandson could achieve it in the future. It's just that Bai Jingsong was a little worried. His grandson was still young. If he really went to that place, he was afraid he would be devoured by those old monsters, leaving not even a single bone behind. Therefore, he wanted to temper him first. so that Bai Zian could truly become a calm and steady person. As Bai Jingsong thought of this, he called out. Bai Zian, who was sipping his tea at that moment, quickly looked up. Shaolin, don't underestimate the awakening ceremony. The awakening stone used by the Nine Continents Federation is a very special top-tier treasure. There is only one of its kind in the entire Nine Continents Federation. Bai Jingsong reminded him. The awakening stone he mentioned has an extraordinary origin. When the new era had just begun, monstrous beasts flooded their world, posing a great threat to humanity. Humans were nearly driven to extinction, and in that situation, the previous generation of humans discovered this awakening stone. Then, the first beast tamers relied on it to awaken their talents. Only then could humanity survive, ushering in the age of beast tamers. You could say, this special awakening stone is the foundation of the Nine Continents Federation's beast-taming civilization. To become a beast tamer, one must go through 3 stages. Awakening a beast-taming talent, constructing a beast space, and finally, forming a contract with the first beast. Members of great clans or disciples of special sects also have geniuses who awaken early, but they still have their disciples or descendants participate in the annual awakening ceremony. The main purpose is to use the power of the awakening stone to build a beast space early. After all that explanation, Bai Jingsong concluded that the awakening stone was a good thing. Its power would be very beneficial to Bai Zian. Therefore, he had to take this awakening ceremony very seriously. And Bai Zian understood his grandfather's words, so he nodded obediently. Previously, he had always been busy studying beast-taming knowledge and awakening his talent, so he didn't know much about the awakening stone. Now that he knew how powerful it was, he would naturally seize the opportunity. A real man shouldn't let his mind wander. Taking the awakening ceremony seriously and building a beast space are the most important things. Bai Zian's father suddenly slammed the table and shouted. It startled both him and Bai Ziyu. Why are you being so fierce? His mother put her hands on her hips, chiding her husband. Seeing this, Mr. Bai immediately softened. I was just speaking a little loudly, not being fierce. After the meal ended, the private driver took Bai Jingsong and Bai Zian to the awakening plaza. Bai Jingsong told his grandson to go to the grand hall first, as he had to prepare a short speech. When Bai Zian arrived, the place was already crowded with people, and the moment he appeared, the female students' eyes lit up like stars. Young Master Bai, wait up. It's been a long time. They rushed over, making Bai Zian feel awkward. He could only scratch his head and give a wry smile. Young Master Bai, you haven't been to school for a month. You must have prepared thoroughly, right? Young Master Bai, it's only been a month, but you've gotten even more handsome. These people were all Bai Zian's schoolmates, from the academy affiliated with Whitescale City. This was the most prestigious academy in the city. Most of the students were descendants of Whitescale City's generals, children of officials, or children of wealthy families. And naturally, as the young city lord, Bai Zian was the leader of this group. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and rushed straight towards Bai Zian. And gee, it was a fatty. His belly jiggled as he ran over, shouting loudly. Bai Zian immediately dodged to the side, causing the fatty's charge to miss completely. Then, he turned back to him and continued, and gee, I haven't seen you in a month. I missed you to death. Don't you miss me? Hey, Fatty Yuan. Can you stop talking to me in that resentful tone? Outsiders who don't know any better would think we're a couple. Bai Zian said with disdain. How can you say that? We've been best friends since we were kids. You're truly blind. It's a pity for the name Yuan Patian, that such a heroic name was given to you. The two of them were indeed childhood best friends. Because of the name Yuan Patian, Bai Zian used to think he was the one playing the role of the protagonist. But as time went by, Yuan Potion's figure became rounder and rounder, and this thought was gradually dismissed. While Bai Zian was still busy lamenting Yuan Potion's previously tall and slender figure, an arrogant voice rang in his ear. Bai Zian, you haven't been to school for a month. I was starting to think you were scared. If you obediently admit defeat now, I might just let you off this time. The owner of this voice is Fong Tianyu, the daughter of Deputy City Lord Fong Yangyan. Outstanding appearance. Good abilities as well. It's just that she's too arrogant and overly competitive. The bet to see whose talent is better. During the awakening ceremony was also initiated by Fong Tianyu. Now she's acting so arrogantly again. Isn't she afraid of being embarrassed? But Bai Ziyan also felt embarrassed for her. What's this about? From the looks of it, you want to go back on your word? Fong Tianyu said arrogantly. Huh. This little phoenix. The bet is still on. I really look forward to seeing you defeated and having to fulfill the bet after losing. A month ago, Fong Tianyu had said that whoever lost would have to grant one request to the winner. But of course, that's because she thought she would never lose. As for Bai Ziyan, he was already 90% certain of winning this bet. After all, an A-rank talent is second only to an S-rank talent. And in the entire Jiuzhou Federation, it's hard to find anyone with an S-rank talent. Not to mention, the Myriad Spider Nest Mystic Realm is just a subordinate mystic realm of the Jiuzhou Federation. After Bai Ziyan left, Yuan Patian hurriedly ran after him. He cautiously reminded him to be careful because Fong Tianyu had made thorough preparations this time. He heard this from his father. It is said that the Fong family obtained a special treasure that can aid in talent awakening. That's why Fong Tianyu is so arrogant and confident. It's fine. The Fong family's background is special. They have deep roots. It's normal for them to use some special methods. Bai Ziyan replied nonchalantly. He didn't dislike, nor was he too wary of Fong Tianyu, because his intuition told him that this girl posed no threat and had no ill will towards him. She was simply a feisty young colt who just wanted to prove she was better than Bai Ziyan. Not long after, all the students gathered in the square. Bai Jingsong was on the podium. As the city lord of White Scale City, he gave them a few words of encouragement. After this speech ended, all the candidates were guided into rows and entered the awakening hall. Inside the hall was the levitating awakening stone. They were guided to their seats, sat cross-legged, and began to awaken their talents. Bai Ziyan knew what would happen next. After the Jiuzhou Federation activates the awakening stone, it will use a spatial projection method to project the power of the divine stone to all areas within the awakening hall. This is truly an astonishing miracle. At first, Bai Ziyan entered the state with the confidence of a commander. He could feel the talent energy burning inside his body. However, an anomaly occurred. As this awakening energy began to spiral out of control, Bai Ziyan felt as if he had fallen into a deep pit. His entire body was in excruciating pain. The energy spread throughout his body and rushed straight to his head. Bai Ziyan tried to control that energy. The brain is the most important part of the body. If it was damaged by the awakening energy, he might turn into an idiot. He had to exit this awakened state immediately. However, just then, the intuition talent gave Bai Ziyan a sign. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing, but a great opportunity. As an A-rank talent, it was very unlikely for intuition to give a wrong sign. It certainly wouldn't betray its master. Therefore, Bai Ziyan chose to trust it. He continued to hold on in the awakened state and tried to control that energy, until the powerful energy fluctuation from Bai Ziyan's position alarmed the ceremony supervisors. After confirming that the candidate was the city lord's grandson, they became flustered. Quickly informed both the city lord and Elder Wu. If anything happens to him, none of us can bear the consequences. This person hurriedly ran to inform Bai Jingsong that a problem had occurred with Bai Ziyan's talent awakening. Specifically, a very large eye appeared above his head. No one knew what this strange phenomenon meant. When Bai Jingsong saw that eye, his own eyes widened in astonishment. Normally, only when awakening an S-rank talent or higher would a special phenomenon occur. How could this happen when Bai Ziyan had clearly already awakened an A-rank talent? Only one explanation appeared in Bai Jingsong's mind. Could it be that his intuition talent had mutated, leaping to a higher level? Moreover, in the world of beast taming, mutated spirit beasts with special abilities or physiques would sometimes appear. And humans are also a type of creature in this world. So naturally, they can also possess the ability to mutate. Human mutations are basically mutations of their beast taming talents. However, in the history of human beast tamers who could mutate their talents were very rare, countable on one's fingers. And all of these people became legendary figures whose names were recorded for eternity. As he thought about this, Bai Jingsong was more worried than happy. If Bai Ziyan's talent was mutating, then this awakening would surely be very dangerous. Thinking of this, Bai Jingsong immediately wanted to enter the awakening hall to stop his grandson. But Elder Wu, the person in charge of this ceremony, refused. Old Bai, don't make things difficult for me. The awakening hall is under the jurisdiction of the Jiuzhou Federation. You are the city lord of White-Scale City. You are absolutely not allowed to enter. After saying that, he then comforted Bai Jingsong, saying that there were protective mechanisms from the Jiuzhou Federation inside. Bai Zian would surely be fine. What a talented young man. Truly unparalleled. Old Bai, your family is truly blessed. Elder Wu praised admiringly. But Bai Jingsong still only felt worried. At this moment, Bai Zian was still struggling with his awakening process. A line of text appeared in front of Bai Zian. The Tao has 3 branches. Heavenly, earthly, human. An unknown amount of time had passed. After seeing this line of text, Bai Zian let out a painful scream and his eyes shot open. The first thing he saw was the vast great hall. The awakening stone was still floating above his head. Bai Zian still hadn't stabilized his breathing. His mind was filled with thoughts about that line of text. Heavenly, earthly, human. This is truly insane. What was even more insane was that after that, Bai Zian received a notification saying he had obtained a mythical grade mystic-type talent called Heavenly Inside Eye, giving him extraordinary intuition and predictive abilities, able to see the beginnings of the heavenly Tao and perceive all things within a certain radius. Bai Zian was utterly shocked, so much so that he almost couldn't stand steadily. In the world of beast taming, talents are divided into a total of 9 ranks. From lowest to highest, they include F rank, SS, and the highest is SSS. A talent, SSS rank, is already the highest for a beast tamer. But now he had obtained a mythical grade talent? Bai Zian had never heard of this rank before, unless it was a rank even higher than SSS rank. Furthermore, it was a mystic-type talent. This notification seemed designed to scare him. At this moment, in the Great Hall, most of the candidates had already completed their awakening. Some were lucky enough to awaken an A-rank talent. Others were happy just to awaken a D-rank talent. Some were crying because they didn't receive an awakening notification. And all of this, Bai Zian could see clearly. So this was the effect of the Heavenly Inside Eye. If so, then he truly possessed a heaven-defying ability. Relying on it alone, the true nature of everything within a certain range could not escape his eyes. Assuming that at the start of a battle, Bai Zian knew the opponent's beast-taming talent in advance, the beast's abilities, its strengths and weaknesses, as well as what skills were needed to defeat it. Wouldn't his chances of victory be almost guaranteed then? The more Bai Zian thought about it, the more excited he became. He eagerly wanted to test his ability by checking what talents these candidates had awakened. Most of them possessed D-rank and C-rank talents. There were also some who awakened A-rank talents. It seems there are still geniuses in this generation. And then, Bai Zian suddenly remembered something. That's right. I should try checking that awakening stone. Bai Zian raised his head and stared at it intently, and the amount of information he received gave him a shock. That stone was actually a life-type spirit beast, with an SSS rank life transition talent, beginner god-grade potential, and innate skills, awakening gold quality, life deprivation, and withered wood meets spring orange quality. It was originally the seed of an ancient tree of life, but due to a lack of nutrients, it was unable to grow and fell into a state of hibernation. Bai Zian was extremely shocked. He never thought he would be able to see a legendary god-grade divine beast in this lifetime. At this moment, an announcement echoed in the Great Hall, requesting all candidates to line up according to their student ID numbers to record their awakening results. Bai Zian was still lost in thought. The awakening stone had helped countless beast tamers awaken their talents, building a prosperous era of beast taming. It was considered the foundation of the Jiuzhou Federation. Yet it turned out to be a divine beast. He wasn't sure if the Federation's leaders knew about this. If they knew, that would be good, because it would prove they already had a plan. But if they didn't know, it was hard to imagine the consequences. That awakening stone possessed 3 skills. 1 gold quality skill, which is a divine level skill, and 2 orange quality skills, which are peak level skills. If it were to break out of its hibernation and be revived, this matter would surely shake the entire Jiuzhou. It seems this beast-taming world still hides many things that are not as simple as you think. After a moment of thought, finally, it was Bai Zian's turn to be tested. He also placed his hand on the device to check the results like the others. However, the machine gave the result that Bai Zian had awakened an A-rank spiritual type talent, intuition. A-rank. Bai Zian exclaimed. My talent has obviously mutated. Perhaps that machine understood his inner thoughts. So it immediately emitted a series of error notifications. Beep beep. Unable to assess. Unable to assess. Exceeds A-rank. Exceeds assessment range. Unable to assess. The continuous beeping made both Bai Zian and the staff in charge of the test anxious, until Elder Wu appeared and looked at him with a benevolent gaze. This assessment device can only assess beast-taming talents below S-rank. It's been a long time since someone with an S-rank talent appeared in Whitescale City. It's normal for you all not to know, he said, because just now, during the process of Bai Zian awakening his talent, a phenomenon occurred, and his initial talent was already A-rank intuition. So, Elder Wu told the staff to record that Bai Zian had awakened an S-rank talent, super intuition. S-rank. That was still not enough to describe Bai Zian's talent. But he decided to just go with it. Hiding it a little would probably be better. After the announcement that Bai Zian had awakened an S-rank talent, his classmates surrounded him to congratulate him. An S-rank talent is the stuff of legends. Truly astonishing. In the future, young Master Bai will surely soar to great heights. His grandfather is a diamond-rank beast tamer, and the grandson awakens an S-rank beast-taming talent. This is truly being born a child of heaven. My luck is just a little bit better than everyone else's, haha. Bai Zian replied shyly. They're making such a fuss over just an S-rank talent. If they knew the truth that he awakened a mythical grade talent, even higher than SS rank, it would surely cause a huge shock. However, a mythical grade talent is actually outside the assessment range of the device. This can be considered a new discovery. Bai Zian left the testing area and immediately met his grandfather who was waiting for him. As soon as he saw his grandson, Bai Jingsong asked anxiously, Shaoan, how does the mutated talent feel? Is there anything abnormal? Bai Zian felt a little guilty. He lowered his head and said, Grandfather, I feel great. It's just a bit of a pity that I didn't get to use the opportunity to build a beast space. Bai Jingsong patted his shoulder. Then he gave a benevolent smile. Shaoan, what you just said is not a big deal. A talent mutating from A rank to S rank is the big deal. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Bai Jingsong also said, the City Lord's mansion's resources could help Bai Zian quickly build a beast space, so he didn't need to worry about it. Originally, Bai Zian had planned to tell his grandfather the truth that he had awakened a mythical grade talent. But right at this moment, the heavenly insight I reminded him that he could not speak of it, so Bai Zian immediately shut his mouth. It seems the matter of the mythical grade talent cannot be revealed even to family. He would have to be more cautious in the future. Bai Zian was eager to test the functions of the heavenly insight eye. First was the information scanning function. With himself as the center, he could investigate within a 10-meter radius. Anything, whether it was a person or a pet beast, could not escape Bai Zian's sight. This made him extremely excited. Once his strength leveled up, he would definitely be able to expand this investigation range. He could even investigate the entire world, and he would become an omniscient god. Thinking of this, Bai Zian felt incredibly happy. He was preparing to go with his grandfather to the lounge to relax a bit, when he suddenly saw an abnormal phenomenon. From within the awakening hall, a beam of light shot up high into the sky. Looking closely, he saw that the light was a fire phoenix spreading its wings and soaring high. Its aura was incredibly overwhelming. A phoenix? Could it be? The cry of the phoenix. The fire of the phoenix. Bai Jingsong raised his head to observe the phenomenon. Then he confirmed it was an S-rank talent phenomenon. Phoenix. And the person who could awaken this kind of ability must be a descendant of the Fong family. Bai Zian felt a little guilty. Originally, he had planned to go and show off a bit in front of Fong Tianyu. He had already imagined her embarrassed expression after being defeated. But unfortunately, both his and Fong Tianyu's results were S-rank. Although Bai Zian's true talent level was mythical grade, outsiders would see them as evenly matched. Thinking of this, Bai Zian felt unhappy. Fong Tianyu had also finished awakening. There probably wouldn't be any more exciting drama next. Bai Zian then asked his grandfather for permission to go home first. But he had only taken a few steps when Bai Jingsong called out his two trusted subordinates, Bai Ji and Bai Shi. They were a pair of very powerful twins. Bai Jingsong guessed that after his grandson awakened an S-rank talent, he would definitely be watched by many people from now on. That's why he sent Bai Ji and Bai Shu to follow him from now on, and to absolutely not let him act alone. Looking at Bai Ji and Bai Shu, the two gold-rank beast tamers in front of him, Bai Zian knew that his grandfather had already arranged everything perfectly. To be honest, he didn't like being constantly monitored like this. However, he couldn't object to Bai Jingsong's decision. Afterwards, Bai Zian's grandfather gave him a key, saying that this was the key to the treasure vault. After he returned, he was to use the spirit wall crystals inside to build his beast space. Seeing this key, Bai Zian's facial muscles finally relaxed a little. The city lord's mansion was truly wealthy. The spirit wall crystal that Bai Jingsong just mentioned was a substance that contained the power of a crystal. It was greatly beneficial for the development of a beast space. Usually, beast tamers only used this item when they were breaking through, allowing their beast space to break through to a new realm. For this reason, spirit wall crystals were extremely valuable. Normally, its price was at least 19,000 pearl coins. And despite having such an exorbitant price, many wealthy families were willing to pour out money to buy them. But they were not always available. Yet the city lord's mansion actually had such a treasure in stock. Bai Zian returned to the mansion and went straight to the treasure vault. He instructed Bai Ji and Bai Shu to stand guard outside and not let anyone disturb him. The two of them obediently followed his orders. Bai Zian inserted the key into the lock. Then, he had to go through an extremely strict iris and blood sample verification process. After it was completed, the great door was activated. The great door of the treasure vault slowly opened before him. Stored inside were items the Bai family had accumulated over hundreds of years. Anything qualified to be in here was a treasure rarely seen outside. Even a random item Bai Zian picked up was such a treasure. For example, this abyssal turtle heart core. 5 years ago, it had appeared in an auction. Many families had fought to the death to obtain it. But in the end, the Fong family auctioned it off for 150 million pearl coins. And it fell into the hands of the Bai family. Bai Zian didn't linger any longer, and immediately went to find the spirit wall crystals. They were stored in a sturdy box. For an ordinary person, having just one piece of spirit wall crystal was enough to show off to others. And yet, in that box, there were about 300 pieces. If converted to pearl coins, it would be worth up to 300 million. And there were a dozen more boxes just like this one nearby. That meant Bai Zian was standing in the middle of a mountain of money. He was really reincarnated into a great life this time. He could run backward 100 meters and still not reach the starting line. That being said, the power of a beast space and the beast tamer's own talent were definitely related to each other. To put it simply, an F-rank beast tamer only needs one spirit wall crystal to build their beast space. But for S-rank, it would require about 30 pieces. In that case, someone with a mythical grade talent like Bai Zian would probably need 200 to 300 pieces. Bai Zian had just thought of this, not even actively asking a question, when a status panel containing the information he needed quickly appeared before him. Ordinary mythical grade beast space. Cost: 333 spirit wall crystals. Reinforced mythical grade beast space. Cost: 666 spirit wall crystals. Perfect mythical grade beast space. Cost: 999 spirit wall crystals. Bai Zian couldn't contain his surprise. Could it be that as long as he had a question in his mind, the heavenly insight I would directly give him the result? This was so much better than any search engine. And the heavenly insight eye, that mythical grade talent, seemed to have many hidden functions that Bai Zian had yet to discover. Just thinking about this was enough to excite him. But for now, the most important thing was to build the beast space first. So, with the mindset of a rich kid, Bai Zian immediately chose the perfect mythical grade beast space, with a cost of 999 spirit wall crystals. While Bai Zian was busy establishing his beast space in the treasure vault at this moment, His father was overjoyed as congratulatory letters flooded their mansion. It seemed that ever since the news of Byzantine awakening and S-rank talent broke out, all the important officials and dignitaries wanted to foster a relationship with the city lord's mansion, and more specifically, with Byzantine. Yesterday, Mrs. Fong was asking if Little and has a marriage engagement yet. Huh. Byzantine's mother was also smiling so widely she couldn't close her mouth. In her eyes, Byzantine had always been a child, but it seemed that just after the awakening ceremony, in the blink of an eye, he had grown up. Speaking of which, Byzantine's father seemed anxious, because it had been a full week since he entered the treasure vault. Although he had always acted strict, he was actually very afraid that something would happen to his son. In contrast, the grandfather, Bai Jingsong, seemed very calm. Rest assured, Little ANSS rank talent is one of a kind. Building his beast space will naturally take more time and energy than others. Bai Jingsong reassured his son. But as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jingsong felt an unusual aura. It was so powerful that he had to jump to his feet. Even though he had maintained a very calm demeanor until now, Bai Jingsong knew that his grandson had successfully constructed the beast taming space. He used up 999 spirit jade crystals. Finally, he succeeded in creating a terrifyingly vast space. Even Bai Zian himself was frightened after opening his eyes to admire his beast taming space. This space is truly astonishingly large. Originally, the textbooks described it clearly, that the first beast taming space established is a white space, about 10 square meters in size. Yet Bai Zian's beast taming space looked like it could contain 1,000 of those white spaces. Moreover, it even had mountains and water. It looked no different from a normal world. At this moment, the system sent a new notification. Due to the effect of the talent, your perfect mythical grade beast taming space has gained additional effects. First, it can shorten the growth period of pets. Second, it can effectively remove the negative statuses of pets. And finally, there's a certain probability of stimulating a pet's hidden talents. Bai Zian couldn't help but exclaim, additional effects? He had heard of this concept before. But ordinary beast taming spaces wouldn't have additional effects. If they did, it would only happen under extremely special circumstances. But as for his beast taming space, it received 3 additional effects right after its creation. Moreover, each one was a heaven-defying existence. Beast taming in this world has always followed a rule. The greater a spirit beast's potential, the longer its growth cycle. Many beast tamers have exhausted themselves and died before their spirit beasts could even reach their full potential. And yet, in Bai Zian's beast taming space, spirit beasts with enormous potential could have their growth periods shortened. Just these 3 additional effects of the beast taming space were enough for him to become the strongest young beast taming genius in the history of the Federation. Next, we must talk about the effect of removing negative statuses. Normally, if in combat, a pet is controlled, poisoned, or frozen, or burned, it will lose its ability to fight. An ordinary person would spend a lot of time and effort to nurse them back to health. But for Bai Zian, he just needed to put them back into his beast taming space and release them after enough time had passed. By doing so, his pets could return to a perfect, happy state, with maximum combat power as if nothing had ever happened. Finally, the effect of stimulating hidden talents. This was the most heaven-defying additional effect. Because a spirit beast's talent is fixed from birth, only legendary top-tier treasures could strengthen or change their talents. But just with his beast taming space alone, Bai Zian could perform the function of these treasures. Moreover, it wasn't limited in the number of uses. It seems that spending 999 spirit jade crystals to build a perfect mythical grade beast taming space was an incredibly worthwhile investment. Bai Zian was extremely satisfied. On the other hand, in an ordinary family, if you asked them to let their child build a beast taming space that costs over 1 billion continental currency, they certainly wouldn't be able to afford it. Fortunately, he knew how to choose the family he was reincarnated into. Bai Zian thought to himself. Then, he opened the main door and walked out of the treasury. At this moment, the 4 members of the Bai family were all waiting outside the door. Seeing him come out, they all asked anxiously, Shaoan, how are you feeling now? You haven't eaten or drunk anything for a week. You've lost a lot of weight. Bai Zian returned to his daily life. The first thing he needed to do was to eat to make up for it. The delicacies before him, which he usually got sick of, were all welcomed by Bai Zian today. He just buried his head and ate like a hungry ghost. Bai Jingsong and his parents sat opposite, attentively watching the family's precious treasure. They waited until he was full. He then remembered something and immediately said, "Oh, right. Grandpa, I used 999 spirit jade crystals to build the beast taming space." Bai Zian's words were like a clap of thunder. 999 spirit jade crystals, worth more than 1 billion continental currency. His father seemed to be the most shocked. He had to flop down into his chair because he couldn't stand steadily. His mouth kept muttering, "Bai Zian, you really are a prodigal son." Bai Jingsong didn't act as exaggeratedly as his son, but he was indeed breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Bai family's wealth was immense. Otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to support this grandson. I didn't expect a mutated S-rank talent to consume so many spirit jade crystals, Bai Jingsong said while wiping his sweat. Bai Zian really wanted to tell him that. It was actually because his talent was mythical grade that it was so expensive, but he couldn't. So he continued to focus on his main task of eating, until his stomach couldn't hold anything more. Bai Zian finally stopped. Coincidentally, Bai Jingsong remembered another matter. Not long ago, the red-eyed goldfish, his life-bound spirit beast, had laid an egg. He advised his grandson to go take a look. If it catches your eye, you can sign a contract with this spirit beast right away. Upon hearing about the red-eyed goldfish, Bai Zian was so excited he sat up straight. But he had just eaten too much. He almost threw up his entire meal. After Bai Zian's food had settled, Bai Jingsong then led him to the spirit beast egg storage. Here, the staff worked meticulously, not daring to make a single mistake. The Bai family is a prominent family of water system beast tamers, so they place great importance on nurturing water system spirit beasts. They also have special secret methods to ensure a stable supply of water system spirit beasts. In addition, they have the necessary growth resources for them. That is why the first spirit beast of the Bai family's descendants is always a water system spirit beast. Relying on the family's abundant resources, they quickly possess enough strength to join the ranks of beast tamers. Bai Zian had long known about this egg storage, but seeing it with his own eyes, he was still dumbfounded by its massive scale. Most of the spirit beast eggs here were low-rank silver. Some could even reach the gold rank upon maturity. However, for someone like him who possessed a mythical grade talent, that was still not enough. His spirit beast had to be of the highest and best rank. That's why Bai Jingsong led him straight to the diamond rank red-eyed goldfish. Although it was called a fish, it looked just like a dragon. Bai Zian stared at the spirit beast before him. The heavenly insight eye automatically activated, providing him with complete information about this spirit beast. Its race, as mentioned, was a water system red-eyed goldfish. Realm, peak diamond rank. Talent, turbulent water flow. Aptitude is also peak diamond rank, but its origin has been damaged. This spirit beast possessed 3 skills. They were the purple quality turbulent water flow, and the blue quality water line thorn spell and surging ocean waves. Overall, it was a spirit beast with extraordinary talent. It was just a pity that its origin had been somewhat damaged. Bai Zian wondered, what on earth could have happened to injure this spirit beast's origin? Bai Jingsong waved his hand. The red-eyed goldfish immediately swam closer to him. Old friend, Little and has successfully awakened his beast taming talent. I hope you can also bring out your child. The red-eyed goldfish nodded. At this moment, Bai Zian was looking for a chance to use his heavenly insight eye to see if he could help it restore its origin. When he noticed, he saw 2 spirit beast eggs appear next to the red-eyed goldfish. On one side was a water system white scale fish egg. It possessed the A-rank talent, water flow breaker. Aptitude, low-rank diamond. Its 3 skills were the blue quality water flow breaker, along with water spear impact, and surface cannon, both of green quality. Little one, see which one you like more. Bai Jingsong urged. Bai Zian looked at the other egg. It was also a water system white scale fish. But this one was stranger, because it actually possessed 2 talents. Besides the A-rank water flow breaker, there was also the S-rank current riding Godspeed talent. Its aptitude was also a level higher than its siblings. It's a legendary grade aptitude. It had as many as 4 skills. Among them were 2 purple quality skills, water riding swiftness and water flow breaker, and 2 green quality skills, water spear impact, and surface cannon. The heavenly insight I also explained further that this creature was born with 2 talents. Because its aptitude was too high, its energy consumption was also immense, leading to a nutritional deficiency. It could be life-threatening. Xian stared at it. It's already peak legendary grade, and it was born with 2 talents. A descendant of the red-eyed goldfish is actually such a freakish creature. He didn't hesitate. He immediately chose it. But Jingsong was puzzled by this. Little one, this egg shell is withered and looks very bleak. Its life force is weak. At a glance, it clearly has a congenital defect. It might not even be able to hatch. Jingsong said in one breath, then had to apologize to his old friend, the red-eyed goldfish, for his words. Although he had said unpleasant things about its child, it was ultimately because it concerned his grandson. However, Xian still insisted on choosing the seemingly weaker egg, claiming that his intuition told him this was the most suitable partner for him. I'm afraid that in the entire Myriad Nests realm, you won't find a water system spirit beast with better aptitude than this one. Seeing his grandson's determination, Jingsong naturally didn't stop him. However, to accept one of those 2 eggs as a contracted spirit beast, you must get the consent of their mother, which is that red-eyed goldfish. Originally, Xian thought he would have to coax and please the red-eyed goldfish. But when they turned back, the grandfather and grandson saw it using its mouth to pull a scale from its own belly. Then, it attached it to the egg that Xian had chosen. Is this a gift for me? You couldn't hide your surprise, Shaolin. That's the main scale of a red-eyed goldfish. It can strengthen the origin of water-type spirit beasts. Carrying it can enhance the effectiveness of a water-type spirit beast skills by 10%. Jingsong explained. Perhaps they no longer need to ask for permission, because that scale alone was a thank-you gift from the red-eyed goldfish. Because Xian had chosen its naturally weaker spirit beast offspring, greatly increasing its chances of survival. I promise you, grandfather, I will do my best to raise it. Xian held the water-type white scale fish egg and the golden scale in his hands, speaking in a resolute tone. It was a promise to his grandfather, and also a promise to that mother red-eyed goldfish. Then, he returned to his room. He placed the white scale fish spirit beast, still in its egg, and the main scale of the red-eyed goldfish together in a clean water tank. He then added nutrient solutions from Chuan Xianhua, dragon whisker root, Jielianzi, and Lin Lu grass, Zilanyi grass, and 1 Qi Shuiren fruit and Shuepin grass, all of which were refined from high-grade medicinal ingredients. He poured it all in. This messy concoction looked no different from poison. And yet, after it acted upon the white-scale fish, it caused the frail and sickly egg to suddenly become incomparably healthy. The heavenly insight eye is truly formidable. To think it could turn the white-scale fish egg from a weak state to such a healthy and perfect one. If that's the case, Xian could now form a contract with the white-scale fish with peace of mind. He did as he thought. He quickly made this spirit beast sign a contract with him, and quickly succeeded. As soon as the contract was successfully signed, a hole was pierced through the egg, and the white-scale fish quickly emerged. A month later, Xian had been raising it in his beast-taming space. It quickly benefited from the supplementary effects, and awakened a new talent, named S-rank power of the netherworld, along with the skill nether water erosion. This spirit beast's potential also directly upgraded to mid-tier sovereign. This fish is just like its master, born with the aura of a protagonist, as just a newly born little spirit beast. The white-scale fish could already defeat a 5th-tier unranked spirit beast. Its future is incredibly bright. Xian was extremely satisfied. His white-scale fish was truly special. The other water-type spirit beasts of the same stage in his family were no longer its match. If it doesn't fight against higher-tier spirit beasts, I'm afraid it won't be able to quickly advance from the unranked to the Black Iron realm. The realms of spirit beasts are divided into unranked, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Amethyst, Sovereign, and Epic. Legendary, and the highest is divine. Unranked is the realm before a spirit beast matures. It is further divided into 9 tiers. After a spirit beast matures, it will enter the black iron rank. Only then can it consider its evolutionary path. Going out to train is a must. Thinking of this, Bai Ziyan brought out the white scale fish. Then he asked Bai Ji and Bai Shi to prepare to go with him to Bamboo Fire Street, the myriad spider world's secret realm. It has a total of 7 main cities. Under each main city, there are 7 smaller cities, surrounding the main city like satellites. The place Bai Ziyan was heading to, Bamboo Fire Street, belongs to White Scale City, one of the 7 smaller cities. There is a volcano there. Inside the volcano lives a spider-type spirit beast. It is a fire type that lives there, named the Bamboo Fire Spider. This type of spirit beast is usually at the unranked realm. A slightly better one might reach the black iron rank. It's perfectly suited for the white scale fish's training. The 3 of them went to the White Scale City high-speed rail station. Just as they were about to go through the gate, Bai Ziyan heard someone shout his name. Bai Ziyan, how dare you avoid me? I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the little phoenix of the Fong family. Bai Ziyan didn't even bother to turn around. He told her that since they both awakened an S-rank talent, it's considered a draw. So that bet is now void. However, Fong Tianwu was still fuming. That's right. We did indeed have a draw. But after the awakening hall, you left without saying goodbye. Am I not even worthy of your attention? Bai Ziyan didn't expect her to make such a big deal out of it. Fong Tianwu added that after the awakening ceremony, she had been looking for Bai Ziyan everywhere. Now, seeing him at the train station about to leave for another city, she thought he was intentionally avoiding her and became even angrier. You heartless traitor! You betrayer! Fong Tianwu yelled, making Bai Ziyan feel very awkward. What on earth is this girl talking about? Anyone who overheard would surely misunderstand and think you were playing with her feelings or something like that. You were originally planning to ignore Fong Tianwu and board the train, but she reached out her hand, wanting to pull Bai Ziyan back. Wait, hold on. If you don't hear me out today, I absolutely will not let you go. Unfortunately, before Fong Tianwu's hand could even touch the corner of Bai Ziyan's clothes, it was coldly stopped by Bai Shi. Miss Fong, please have some self-respect. Fong Tianwu was startled. She turned back to look at Bai Shi and was completely suppressed by her aura in front of a gold-rank beast tamer. Even someone like Fong Tianwu, who had just awakened an S-rank talent, was no match at all, so she embarrassedly withdrew her hand. However, she still had to state her purpose for coming this time, and for running all the way here. Fong Tianwu wanted to make another bet with Bai Ziyan. Specifically, after enrolling in the academy, she wanted their spirit beasts to fight each other. As you wish, Bai Ziyan replied casually. Then he boarded the train. Although his expression didn't show anything in particular, Bai Ziyan was actually getting fed up. This little phoenix's personality is truly detestable. If it weren't for the fact that their parents and elders were friends, he would have definitely knocked some sense into her. The station announcer made a broadcast. The train to Bamboo Fire City is now arriving. Bai Ziyan put Fong Tianwu out of his mind and focused on the matter at hand. Between the main city and the smaller cities is an extremely dangerous wilderness area. Spirit beasts are scattered everywhere there. Other than beast tamer teams going out to hunt, very few people wander alone in that wilderness. However, people always need to travel between cities. So, a special mode of transportation was created that could traverse this wilderness. It's a train modified from a spirit beast called the Thousand Ring Centipede. Its body is as hard as steel. Its defensive capabilities are extremely strong. The train's body is 100 meters long. Each carriage is converted from one of the centipede's segments. The higher the realm of the Thousand Ring Centipede, the greater the safety factor of the train converted from it. That's why the train tickets are more expensive. However, that wasn't a major problem for Bai Ziyan. Someone like him, who had successfully reincarnated as a rich young master, could afford to book an entire carriage without issue. However, he had been simple in his previous life, so he didn't need to be so ostentatious. It's just that there was one thing Bai Ziyan didn't expect. When he boarded the first-class carriage and had his ticket checked, the device announced that he only had a second-class ticket. The staff then invited Bai Ziyan to the second-class carriage behind, causing him to lose a lot of face. It seems grandfather had a hand in this. Before leaving, Bai Jingsong had reminded his grandson to live like an ordinary person while training outside, to experience more hardships. It would be best to be scammed a few times to gain some experience. But he didn't expect him to go so far as to make his grandson sit in a second-class carriage. He didn't even let Bai Ji or Bai Shi follow as bodyguards. This train carriage is really noisy. Bai Zian couldn't help but use his eye of heavenly insight. Then he discovered that the noisy group were students from Beast Taming Academy X. They were from Mineral Rock Town, which is under White Scale City's jurisdiction. He also took the opportunity to check the information on their spirit beasts. They have been enrolled for a year already, yet their spirit beasts haven't even reached the Black Iron realm. Truly pathetic. Now, Bai Zian felt even more smug. This is truly the difference between someone with an ordinary talent and an ordinary spirit beast versus a cheat-like existence like him. They're just too green. However, this thought of Bai Zian's was quickly extinguished when he discovered a female student named Su Gubai. She also possessed an S-rank talent of the mystic type. It could plunder another person's luck with a single use. Just now, Su Gubai had been sitting alone in a corner. But at this very moment, another female student walked past her. That female student was originally walking normally. When she passed by Su Gubai, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell backwards. She fell on her own. But her first reaction was to get up and curse loudly. "You jinx, why did you suddenly bump into me? Such bad luck. If something happens to me, can you even take responsibility for it?" Su Gubai seemed to be used to things like this. So even though she had done nothing wrong, she still mumbled an apology. However, seeing this, the other party shouted again. "Don't you talk to me." Bai Zian silently observed Su Gubai. This girl was like him. She also had an S-rank talent, and it was even of the mystic type. With such powerful aptitude, she probably caused a huge stir during the test. If so, why didn't Mineral Rock Town report it to White Scale City? Instead, they let someone with such high aptitude grow up in a small city, in a boorish beast taming academy like this. He felt that something about this wasn't quite right. He told himself he had to investigate this thoroughly. This centipede train runs very fast. Soon after, it entered the territory of Fire Bamboo City. The train had just stopped. When Su Gubai timidly stepped off, Bai Zian silently followed behind her, then called out, "Bai Xiao, young master, what do you need me for?" Bai Xiao appeared like a ghost behind Bai Zian. It seems, even though grandfather didn't allow the two of them to closely protect him, Bai Xiao was still arranged to observe Bai Zian from a distance. In case he needed help, help me investigate her profile thoroughly. Bai Zian jutted his chin, pointing at Su Gubai who was walking ahead. Bai Xiao, who had always maintained a cold expression, now revealed a meaningful smile. Then she asked in a low voice, "Young master, could it be that you've fallen for that girl at first sight?" Bai Zian immediately denied it, saying that she was a bit special. If he could recruit her before she grew strong, then the Bai family's strength in the future would definitely be greatly enhanced. After that, Bai Zian returned to the purpose of his visit. In the city, one could encounter fire bamboo spiders everywhere. Bai Zian immediately summoned his white-silver fish, letting it fight the swarm of spiders. Although the spiders' levels weren't very high, because there were so many of them, and each one was very ferocious, the white-silver fish took a little more time. However, the result was still the same. After just over a minute, it had destroyed 4 Tier 5 fire bamboo spiders. It was much stronger than in the training arena. Bai Zian also realized that under normal circumstances, the power of the water spear was only enough to punch a hole in the spiders' heads. But this time, the white-silver fish's attack made the spiders explode into pieces. He was very puzzled. Water flow break can increase the attack effectiveness of water-type skills. Bai Zian's talent immediately explained. He also let out a sound of understanding. "I didn't think the white-scale fish had this ability. In that case, it seems I'll have to find stronger fire bamboo spiders. Because only by fighting spirit beasts stronger than itself can it create the pressure to grow and further hone its skills. Based on level, proficiency is divided into introductory, adept, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and the highest is perfection. Currently, the white-scale fish has 5 skills. If it doesn't work hard to hone them, the skills will always remain at the lowest level. unleashing the lowest possible power. Take a swordsman's /skill, for example. A swordsman at the introductory or adept level can only cut down a bamboo tree. But after many years of accumulated practice, once the proficiency level reaches perfection, a single sword strike can split a mountain in two. This is the difference in skill proficiency levels. Different spirit beasts, even when using the same skill, can produce different effects and power. As he was lost in these thoughts, Baizian was once again surrounded by a swarm of fire bamboo spiders. And just like that, he and the white-scale fish fought here for a whole week. After this week, the white-scale fish's power had increased significantly. There were a few times it was hit by the fire bamboo spider's silk. But not only did that not put the white-scale fish at a disadvantage, it also made its attacks even more ferocious and added more damage. Baizian always carefully observed his spirit beast's fighting process. Based on the current progress, in about another week, he could get the white-scale fish to level up to tier 9. Just then, Baizhi suddenly appeared behind him, carrying a report that she and Bai Xiao had finished gathering information about Su Gubai. Su Gubai's parents passed away in a car accident when she was a child. It seems she was born to bring bad luck to all her relatives. So after that incident, no other relatives dared to adopt little Gubai. Her recently deceased parents left behind a debt. If she hadn't just awakened her talent and received protection from the Awakening Hall, she would have likely been sold off by her creditors. After entering the academy, Su Gubai also made a few new friends, but they all encountered unfortunate events. Since then, Su Gubai has been shunned and disliked. Fortunately, she is a resilient person, not easily brought down by misfortune. After school, she would work part-time jobs to cover her living expenses and save the rest to pay off her debt. Although the places where little Gubai worked would either decline or go bankrupt, Baizian fell into thought. So little Gubai's talent actually brings misfortune. However, her background is clean, and her character is resolute. She is a suitable candidate. He then asked Baizhi if anything happened on the day little Gubai awakened her talent. Baizhi nodded. Indeed, something did happen. Because on that day, Su Gubai was the last person to have her talent appraised. After she successfully awakened, the machinery immediately malfunctioned. All the staff members who were present at the time also had accidents. To avoid wasting time, they had to replace the machine to reevaluate it. Therefore, her evaluation report stated she had an F-rank talent. Only Baizian could see that it was actually S-rank. He found it more and more interesting. Xiao Gubai's talent could even affect inanimate objects. He immediately ordered Baizhi, tell someone to go to South Mineral City to settle Xiao Gubai's debt problems. Then transfer her to the Beast Taming Academy in Whitescale City. At this moment, a smile just like Baishi's appeared on Baizhi's face. She thought to herself, as expected, the young master's spring has arrived. So domineering. Directly using money to help someone transfer schools. Is this how the rich love? Baizian knew right away that Baizhi was having nonsensical thoughts again. He was just about to speak up and correct her, when he suddenly heard someone screaming. After that, they saw Xiao Gubai being chased by a bamboo fire spider. He immediately had the white-scale fish attack to save her. Seeing this situation, Baizhi immediately classified it as a hero saves the damsel situation. So she quickly disappeared, leaving the two of them some private space. Baizian sighed. She didn't even give him a chance to explain. Over there, Su Gubai had fallen sprawled on the ground. If I don't help her up, I wouldn't be much of a man. Thinking this, Baizian immediately acted. But perhaps Su Gubai was afraid her bad luck would affect him. So she struggled to get up on her own. After that, she recognized him as the person from the same train car earlier. The two greeted each other and introduced themselves. Su Gubai secretly sized him up, defeating a black iron-rank bamboo fire spider in just one move. Truly formidable. Seeing her just standing there dazed, Baizian took the initiative to start a conversation. Why are you here? Where are your classmates? Speaking of classmates, Su Gubai looked rather uncomfortable. She said that she and her classmates had just been separated because they encountered mutated bamboo fire spiders. For others, this was clearly an unlucky event. But as soon as Baizian heard this, he became so excited that he grabbed Xiao Gubai's hand, telling her to quickly lead him to that place. His action made her blush bright red from embarrassment. She quickly pulled her hand back. But it's very dangerous there. Besides, I might bring you bad luck, she said in a tiny voice. But Bai Zian didn't care about that at all. He once again grabbed Su Gubai's hand, telling her to lead him to the mutated spider, and promised that his white scale fish would broaden her horizons. He was genuinely very happy. This situation was like killing two birds with one stone. It could both let the white scale fish practice, and let Su Gubai see his powerful side, making it easier for her to submit to the Bai family. Since she left, Bai Ji had been secretly observing her young master from above. When she saw Bai Zian grab Su Gubai's hand, she got as excited as a teenage girl watching a Korean romance drama. But after seeing Bai Zian smile, Bai Ji felt a chill run down her spine, because she felt a considerable amount of killing intent within that smile. Su Gubai quickly led Bai Zian to the mutated spider's den. Although this spider's potential was very low, it actually had 2 talents, so he still needed to carefully assess the situation. Just a mere bronze spirit beast possessing 2 talents. It seems there must be some kind of natural treasure inside that cave. Thinking of this, Bai Zian immediately brought out the white scale fish, preparing for battle. Before that, Su Gubai had advised him to leave, because a mutated spider was not something new students like them could handle. But Bai Zian still replied firmly, "It's okay. You should step back and wait for a moment. Just stand and watch." After that, Bai Zian instructed the white scale fish to first use water spear impact to eliminate some of the bamboo fire spiders. Wait until the leader, the mutated spider, enters the fray, then use rushing water rend to finish it. The white scale fish nodded. Then it bravely charged forward. The mutated spider was startled. It was instantly alerted. After confirming the enemy was an unranked 8th tier spirit beast, it became furious, seeing an opponent with such meager strength daring to attack its territory. The mutated spider immediately ordered its subordinates to charge forward and tear the opponent apart. But Bai Zian's white scale fish was no pushover, and the strength it displayed to deal with the bamboo fire spiders shocked the mutated spider leader. The white scale fish had dealt with almost all of its subordinates in a single move. This made the mutated spider extremely enraged. It also used its full strength, wanting to tear the white scale fish to shreds, facing an incredibly powerful fiery assault. The water currents used by the white scale fish were completely evaporated. Seeing the situation was not good, Bai Zian immediately told it to use divine speed stream riding to dodge the opponent's fire. The white scale fish obediently complied, and it truly escaped. Imperial flow swiftness is a skill that can greatly increase its speed. Plus, the white scale fish has already mastered it to the great success realm. Therefore, dodging the mutated creature's attacks was a piece of cake. Seeing this, the spider attacked even more ferociously. Its attacks were nearly continuous, but the white scale fish dodged them all with ease. After a while of weaving and dodging, it even managed to get above the mutated spider's head. Bai Zian had to shout a warning to his spirit beast again. "Don't let it provoke you. Just focus on clearing out the small monsters around us first. That's when the real battle will begin." At its master's reminder, the white scale fish seemed to snap out of it. It quickly changed its target from the mutated spider to the remaining bamboo fire spiders nearby, watching all of its subordinates being annihilated right before its eyes. The spider's anger reached its peak. Bai Zian guessed that the 2 of them, master and servant, had provoked the spider into using its strongest move. And indeed, this time, its attack was much stronger. The white scale fish calmly used imperial flow swiftness to weave through the attacks. Then it used water flow rend to counterattack the spider's legs. Bai Zian watched the development of the battle without blinking. The power of water flow rend was on par with water spear assault. And now, with the water element facing the fire element, the white scale fish naturally had the advantage. Based on the current temperature, victory would surely be theirs. However, because everything was going too smoothly, Bai Zian began to feel uneasy. And sure enough, what he was worried about actually happened. The spider had long been using a cunning strategy in battle, although every time, the white scale fish easily dodged all of its attacks. With each attack, the mutated creature would leave a few strands of spider silk in the air. The longer it dodged, the more the spider silk would fill this cave. As a result, the white-scale fish's movements would be greatly restricted. If this continued, the ones at a disadvantage would be the white-scale fish and Baizian. Therefore, he ordered his spirit beast to use nether water corrosion to finish the opponent off for good. The little fish received the command and immediately unleashed its fatal move. The attack it created this time was as fierce as a tsunami, splitting into multiple streams to attack from all sides, catching the mutated spider completely off guard. And victory belonged to the white-scale fish. However, because it had been injured earlier, after using nether water corrosion, the white-scale fish was also exhausted. Baizian quickly caught it. At this moment, the system also announced that the white-scale fish had successfully leveled up to the uninitiated rank, 9th level. So the purpose of this trip has been achieved. Now I just need to put it in the beast space to rest and recover. Now, Su Gubai timidly stepped forward and asked, "How is the white-scale fish?" "It's fine. It's just a bit exhausted. It'll be fine after some rest." After that, he approached the corpse of the mutated spider, preparing to collect the spoils of war. But just as he pulled out his knife, Su Gubai snatched it from him. It seemed she was very familiar with dissecting spirit beast corpses, so her technique was extremely skilled. Baizian had to step aside and let Su Gubai handle it herself, while he used his heavenly insight eye to check if there were any natural treasures in the cave. But before he could find anything, he heard Su Gubai calling him excitedly. "Xian, Xian, come take a look at this. I found it inside the leader spider's body." In Su Gubai's hand was a handful of awakening source stones. This was a divine stone that contained the origin of awakening, capable of helping living beings awaken new talents. Before he even had a chance to use his heavenly insight eye, Su Gubai had already discovered the most valuable treasure in this mountain cave. It seems her luck-gathering talent is also very effective for finding treasures. Before this, Baizian had only encountered two things with awakening properties. One was the awakening stone of the 9 Continents Federation in the Great Hall that day. The other was his own beast space. And yet now, Su Gubai managed to find something with a similar effect. However, items that can awaken talents are considered absolute treasures in this 9 Continents Federation. Su Gubai didn't have the ability to appraise it, so she didn't know that. And Baizian couldn't tell her that either. Because he knew her character wasn't bad, he was afraid that she might develop evil intentions when faced with such a great temptation. Therefore, Baizian said, "I don't know what this is either. After we get back, I'll ask the seniors in my family." Su Gubai nodded repeatedly, her hands still busy dissecting the spider. Seeing her like this, Baizian figured it was about time. He then suggested that she come to his house. Su Gubai's actions stopped. She turned her head, looking at him in confusion. "Are you actively recruiting me?" Baizian nodded. Su Gubai turned away again and stabbed the mutated spider's corpse one more time. She felt that Baizian was so strong. While she had been nothing but a jinx since childhood, shunned by others, a monster in the truest sense. So she didn't dare to believe it, let alone accept his invitation. "That's not it. You're not a monster. You're just a little special, that's all." Baizian took the knife from her hand, not letting her vent on the spider anymore. Then, he continued to invite her to work for the young lord of the Bai family in Whitescale City. When that time comes, Baizian would definitely take her to see the scenery of a spirit-taming city with an even higher realm. The Bai family? Are you talking about the family of the diamond-ranked beast tamer, Bai Jingsong? Su Gubai asked doubtfully. "That's right. So, will you agree to come to our Bai family?" Baizian replied, while extending his hand. Looking at his hand, Su Gubai suddenly had a thought. It was to try one more time. Maybe this time, the result would be different. So, she reached out her hand, took Baizian's hand, and said she agreed. At that moment, Su Gubai swore in her heart that she would definitely work twice as hard to repay the benefactor who had reached out to her in her most difficult time. After coming to an agreement, Baizian said he had a gift for little Su Gubai. Then, he pushed aside the spider silk and saw a pile of eggs from that mutated bamboo fire spider. The eggs of a mutated spider are also mutated when born. This is equivalent to creating a new spider species. If we take advantage of this and cultivate a new type of spirit beast, it will definitely bring great benefits to the Bai family. Therefore, he told little Su Gubai to choose an egg. As a condition for joining the Bai family. A condition for joining the Bai family? You want me to sign a new contract? Su Gubai asked cautiously. Bai Zian nodded. The contract between a beast tamer and a spirit beast can be completely broken. As a beast tamer grows, contracts with low-level pets soon become unsuitable for combat. Choosing a pet with greater potential is a common occurrence. And there are two ways to sign a new contract. The first is to abolish the old contract. The second is to kill your old pet. Su Gubai hesitantly stepped forward. But as soon as she made a choice, she picked the egg with the highest aptitude. So he was right. Her talent is very useful for finding treasures. Now it's time to break the contract. The first method will cause a backlash for the beast tamer. It could even be fatal. But the second method is too cruel. So he wondered which method she would choose. Su Gubai barely needed to think. She chose to abolish the old contract with her pet beetle. When the process ended, she coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Bai Zian rushed over in alarm. Are you okay? I'm fine. Although Su Gubai was in great pain, she still managed to sit down and say a proper goodbye to the beetle. After all, they had been companions for quite a long time. Saying goodbye now was still a bit difficult. Su Gubai watched the beetle for a long time, until it had flown out of sight. As for Bai Zian, after this incident, he became even more certain that he had chosen the right person. After finishing their business, the two of them went to the market in Bamboo Fire City to buy and sell some things. The spirit stone merchant pretended to be furious, pointing at the pile of spirit stones and saying, "The moment you opened your mouth with 9,000 yuan, you'd already dropped a zero from the original price. I can't go any lower." But who was Bai Zian? He was very sharp and handsome. How could he be so easily deceived by that old man? He asked, "Boss, you're not trying to cheat me just because I'm young, are you?" He was now even angrier than the old man. What a scam. This crystal core is completely shattered. It doesn't even have a trace of passive energy. Hearing this, the old man dropped his previous pretense. Oh well, although it's a bit shattered, it might contain the original imprint of the spirit beast. It might even allow a spirit beast of the same system to comprehend this skill. Bai Zian thought for a moment and admitted, what the boss said seems to be correct. The probability of a shattered crystal core from which one can still perceive its skill is 1 in a billion. If it weren't for its beauty, perhaps I wouldn't have even thought of it. The system's voice rang out. Scarlet light rending sparrow crystal core. Crystal core of a super monarch rank spirit beast. Because the spirit core is severely damaged, the current skill imprint is the extraterrestrial flowing fire crystal. He thought to himself. His suddenly wicked expression startled Gubai. I can't believe a small city under Black Market City would have a treasure like this. Gubai's luck has really taken effect. The merchant seemed to be more honest now. He made a suggestion. How about this? Let's both be honest with each other. 90,000 yuan. But Zian acted as if he had lost his patience. That's enough. As expected, this trick still works. No wonder all the mothers always use it when they go shopping. So the merchant hurriedly pulled him back. Hey, 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. This is the lowest price. If you agree, then take it. Zian replied with satisfaction. Okay. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Wait a minute. A purple-haired guy appeared out of nowhere. He wanted to fight for the spirit stone with him and declared bluntly, I'm also interested in this spirit core. With that obnoxious look, he was clearly trying to cause trouble. The purple-haired guy slicked back his hair coolly. I'll pay 20,000 yuan. Zian pushed his hand away. He thought to himself, he's got some nerve. Trying to snatch it from me, huh? With that thought, he reminded him irritably. Hey, buddy, snatching it away like that is going too far. The shameless purple-haired guy said, the owner hasn't sold the spirit core to you yet, has he? Of course I can make an offer. He pointed at him mockingly. Besides, you're a proper beast tamer. Don't tell me you don't even have 20,000 yuan. He said smugly, I am the nephew of the mayor of Bamboo Fire City, so I can help arrange a job for you to cover your living expenses. Turns out he's a nepotism baby, born with a silver spoon. Suddenly, my attention was caught by her gaze. The purple-haired guy looked behind Zian and greeted her. He noticed Gubai. I didn't notice just now. Soft hands, fair and rosy skin. Truly adorable. The purple-haired guy's face looked extremely despicable. He exclaimed, such a rare beauty. Xian really couldn't take it anymore. He proposed, "If we both want it, why don't we have a life-and-death match to decide the winner?" He shielded Gubai. He thought to himself, this is the type of weak villain who loves to show off. Look at this bastard's face. It's as if the word evil is plastered right on it. Let me use you for a little practice. My eye. Revelation, activate. The purple-haired guy also flared up. Trying to play the hero saving the damsel in distress here? You must have a death wish. The spirit beast beside him also breathed fire. The system's voice sounded. Race, red flame. Fire-type hound. Rank, peak silver. Talent, body of magma, B. Quality, mid-rank black iron. Skill, blue flowing fire. Flame tongue. He ordered. Go. Good boy. Kill him for me. That hound rushed towards Xian as if to tear him to pieces. Xian wasn't panicked at all. He calmly held Gubai and gracefully dodged. Xian found it a bit interesting. For someone like me who has always been protected by the family, the opportunity for a life-and-death battle with a beast tamer is truly rare. The purple-haired guy's spirit beast charged ferociously once again. Xian just gave a slight smile. I just took down a bronze-rank spirit beast. I wonder how strong a black iron-rank beast tamer is. He still effortlessly dodged the spirit beast's attack. The purple-haired guy taunted him. If you have any guts, stop hiding, you piece of trash. At this time, the crowd of onlookers was growing. Whispers and chatter arose. Isn't that the mayor's nephew, Zhu Zhixiang? He's done for. Zhu Zhixiang is best known around here for bullying others. I heard he loves to launch sneak attacks whenever he duels. The spirit beast continued to charge. It was becoming more and more frantic. Gubai shouted worriedly. Careful, Xian. The old merchant could only sigh. This kid is definitely dead. But Xian didn't seem worried at all. He was still a relaxed young man. If you don't want me to dodge anymore, then I'll face you directly. He took advantage of the spirit hound's charge and moved his hands in a circle. Xian spun the hound around and around. Finally, he delivered the decisive blow. A single palm strike sent the purple-haired guy's spirit beast flying far away. The spirit beast was aggrieved, lying in one spot like a scared puppy. It looked pitiful. Seeing that the boy wasn't showing him any respect, the mayor's nephew threatened him. This little brat. Even when you beat a dog, you must consider its master. They'll make you regret this. With that, he ignored the spirit beast's injuries and continued to command it. Sacrificial hound. Use flowing fire. The spirit beast obediently complied. It gathered a fireball and shot it towards Xian in a spiral. Xian managed to dodge in time. He saw a sunken patch on the ground. He realized it was time to summon his spirit beast. It's time for the scalefish to appear. Fire and water are incompatible. Time to act. Xian summoned his water-type spirit beast. Come out, scalefish. As soon as the fish appeared, Xian felt something was wrong again. From behind, a giant snake appeared out of nowhere. It lunged forward, opening its giant mouth, wanting to swallow Xian whole, but he dodged it. It turned out the purple-haired guy was playing dirty with a sneak attack. But he was still shamelessly proud. I'm surprised that you could dodge a sneak attack like that. The system's voice rang out. Race, phosphor fire serpent, fire type. Rank, mid-tier silver. Talent, swift speed, B. Quality, mid-tier black iron. Skill, sky covering fire stars, blue. Toxicity, basic, green. Even the scalefish thought this was a cowardly trick. Xian thought so too. Looks like this will be difficult. He gave the command. Scalefish. Let's end this quickly. The fish understood and coordinated perfectly. The purple-haired guy didn't know his own limits. He shouted, how interesting. Sacrificial hound, flame bite. But it was 2 against 1, an unfair fight. The fish was surrounded by fireballs. It cried out, this is bad. The fireballs suddenly exploded. The fish was engulfed in red, its condition unclear. The purple-haired guy gloated. You're just a novice beast tamer with a tiny spirit beast, yet you dare challenge a black iron rank like me? It's a pity for a spirit beast with such good potential. He said arrogantly. You've lost, kid. But Xian was completely unfazed. Perhaps sensing that the scale fish was fine, he retorted. Drawing a conclusion now. Don't you think it's a bit too early? From within the dusty smoke, the fish shot out. There wasn't a single scratch on it. It angrily used its tail to smack the purple-haired guy's spirit beast. A single powerful move sent the sacrificial hound flying. The sacrificial hound was stunned and fainted on the spot. As for the blazing serpent, it used its long body to coil around, intending to trap the scale fish. The fish nimbly dodged. It gathered a water ball and shot it straight at the blazing serpent's head. The blazing serpent was officially out of the game. Seeing this, the purple-haired guy stammered in shock. Why? It's clearly just unranked. The fish's anger had subsided by now. Xian recalled his scale fish. To be honest, your spirit beasts are quite strong. It's a pity. This time, it was his turn to mock him. That they chose the wrong master. Provoked like this, how could an arrogant guy like him swallow his pride? This brat. A villain doesn't care about his reputation. He pulled out a dagger from somewhere. The purple-haired guy charged forward in a rage. It's just an unranked spirit beast. What are you so smug about? Baiji flew in from nowhere and kicked the purple-haired guy in the head. Hey there. She struck a flashy pose. Smiling, she gave a report to Xian. Young Masterin, the city lord has sent a secret letter. Stunned by the painful kick, the purple-haired guy could only lie there and curse. Die. Xian continued his transaction with the merchant. Boss, hey, raised 10,000 yuan for you. Give me the spirit core, please. The scene changes to a city with skyscrapers. In a private room, Xian was deep in thought. He stood before a block of medicinal herbs. The letter from the city lord played a recording. Shaoan, the materials you asked me to collect. All the documents regarding the scale fish's evolution are ready. You don't plan to use the Bai family's evolution secret, but chose to use your super intuition to create a new evolution method. Grandpa respects and trusts you, but you must remember that stepping onto a path no one has ever walked before is extremely dangerous. He thought to himself, evolution. As expected, the fish has already surpassed the black iron rank. It can already undergo its first evolution. Based on the Bai family's evolution secret, the fish will eventually evolve into a red-eyed, golden-striped fish. But the heavenly inside eye has given me an undeniable evolution secret. The Kuan Peng. From entering the sea as a Kuan, evolving to soaring the heavens as a Peng. Next is from fish transforming into a whale. From whale transforming into a Kuan. Finally, from Kuan transforming into a Peng. To achieve these three states, it must evolve a total of 9 times. Xian was excited to become the legendary divine beast that rules the oceans and the sky. He summoned the white scale fish again. Little flying fish, come here. As if it had no eyes, it flew straight into his back. Damn it. Xian felt that his spine needed to be replaced. A voice came from outside the door. Xian, are you all right? Xian grabbed the scale fish. He spun it around in annoyance. Scale fish. He pointed at its cheek and said, well, start the evolution right now. The fish looked at its master with a pitiful gaze. No more talk. Xian began the evolution process. He took out the necessary items for this evolution. Everything mixed together. It has entered the first stage of evolution. The scale fish's appearance gradually changed. Its tail and fins gradually became sleeker. It has entered the final stage of evolution. The scale fish appeared with a completely different form. Like a 1-year-old child turning into a 5-year-old. Race, white shadow giant scale fish, water type. Rank, elementary black iron. Talent, current riding Godspeed, S. Nether shadow force, S. Water current rending strike, A. Mystic shadow bewildering track, A. The system's voice rang out. Quality, high-grade monarch. Skill, water riding swiftness, purple. Entry level. Nether water corrosion, purple. Entry level. Water current rending strike, blue. Entry level. Illusory mystic white shadow, blue. Water spear impact, green, minor accomplishment. Surface float, green, minor accomplishment. Introduction, innate special talent. Its abilities far surpass those of ordinary scale fish. At the same time, it possesses the complete mystic shadow talent of the white water whale. It can bewitch enemies, reducing the chance of being hit by enemy attacks. As soon as the system's voice faded, a small explosion occurred. The scale fish's body suddenly went out of control. Xian was about to be squashed flat by it. Damn it! Why is it so big? He hurriedly gave an order. Otherwise, he would really be turned into a pancake. Bro, hurry up and go back. The fish obediently listened. It immediately flew into the beast-taming space. Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He lamented silently. I was almost crushed to death by my own spirit beast. Luckily, the room is just a little messy. A knock on the door caught his attention. Hearing the noise, Bai Ji asked worriedly, Young master, are you all right? He looked at the messy room and reluctantly replied, I'm fine. I'm researching beast-taming skills. Go and prepare a new room for me. The current room is no longer usable. Xian pondered. I have to find a way to solve this problem quickly. Otherwise, it will be very inconvenient. He discovered he had missed something. There was still another letter. Only one sentence was written on the paper. Azure Origin Dew is in Blazing Red City. He thought to himself, this is great. Grandpa already got news of the Azure Origin Dew so quickly. I must get my hands on it. His mood suddenly became cheerful again as he continued to think. While I'm at it, they'll see if Blazing Red City has any treasures. Scene changed to Blazing Red City. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares echoed continuously. Fresh spirit cores and spirit beast eggs here. Come and have a look. Spirit beast distribution map for Blazing Red City here. Come and find out. The Black Crow Adventure Squad is recruiting. Insurance, food, and lodging are covered. Xian felt a bit annoyed and exclaimed, It's so noisy. I've walked through almost the entire market of Blazing Red City and still haven't seen anything good. He thought to himself. But just as he finished thinking, Xian already felt regret. The system's reminder sounded. Detected Blazing Fire Sparrow Spirit Core, Black Iron rank. Detected Fossilized Material, Bronze rank. Detected Zhu Ming, Eagle Feather. It seems Xian is about to get another great bargain. The two were looking around the neighborhood. Suddenly, a voice came from out of nowhere. I hear this auction will attract quite a few people. It turns out there were two young men chatting. One of them said, The auction will have diamond rank resources. The one beside him added, That old hag from Azure City who goes around collecting diamond rank resources will be here too. They became more animated as they spoke. So there's no suspense about who will get the diamond rank resource this time. Hearing this, Xian thought with concern. I'm screwed. The Azure Cloud Dew is very important to me. If the Azure City Lord gets involved, this auction is going to be difficult. A shout from a stall owner behind him caught his attention. Hey, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, don't touch it. Gubai picked up an item and said shyly, Sir, how much for this rock? Hearing this, the seller became furious and yelled, What do you mean, rock? This is a treasure. You can't afford it. Scram and stop interfering with my business. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Glimmerlight fruit, a diamond rank material, has been detected. Xian couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, Gubai just casually picked that up, and it's a diamond rank item? Without a second thought, he immediately ran over. He placed a hand on her shoulder. He eagerly said, Sir, name your price. I want this. The man immediately quoted a huge number. 30 million 9 provinces coins. He said that, but thought to himself, another rich idiot. Seeing him tremble with suppressed anger, Gubai advised Xian, It's too expensive. Let's just drop it. The seller smirked smugly. Kiddo, whether you're trying to impress a girl or just showing off, it all comes at a price. Xian could only grit his teeth, present his card, and shout, Charge it. But inwardly, he was thinking, getting a diamond rank resource for 30 million. What a bargain. The man was overjoyed to receive the money. Thank you, valued customer. In the sky, a spirit beast was circling. The crowd below began to whisper curiously. What kind of spirit beast is that? Its presence is so imposing. It's a crane. There's a man standing on its back. A voice rang out. Phoenix-winged crane ascend. Beside the crane, the system displayed its information. Race, Phoenix cloud-winged crane, intermediate grade. Rank, intermediate diamond. Talent, rainstorm call, A rank. Aptitude, high-grade diamond. Skill, rainstorm call, blue. Soaring cloud wings, blue. Cloud rain dance, green. Jingsong glanced down and announced, Tell that old ghost Chi Laoguei that we have arrived. The crane continued to circle in the sky. Wherever it flew, it left a trail of brilliant, sparkling pink and purple dust. On the other side, someone was riding a flying chariot. The person on it laughed heartily and called out, So it's the illustrious city lord of White Scale City. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at his counterpart. Your presence brings even more radiance to my crimson radiant city. Jingsong, annoyed by his attitude, retorted, Chi Lao Guai. A grandmaster like you, still pretending to be civilized? The man immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. All who come are guests. Old man Bai, please. Down below, Xian's jaw dropped as he thought with emotion. Grandfather actually came in person just so I could get the azure cloud dew. In the twilight sky, two great birds flew off in the same direction. The next day, the scene changes to a magnificent palace. He asked his grandson worriedly, Xian, are you sure you have to do this? Certain of his decision, he replied, Yes, grandfather. Am determined to win the azure cloud dew. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Old man Bai, what business do you have with me? Dong Li said in a very serious tone. If this is about the azure cloud dew, then there's nothing more to say. The item goes to the highest bidder. This was the city lord of Azure City, Dong Li. Her granddaughter, Ji Qi, was hiding behind her. She stared intently at them. He seemed to recognize her as well. This girl? Jingsong immediately laughed heartily. Isn't this your granddaughter? I heard you've been constantly collecting diamond rank resources to cure her illness. She responded to them furiously. Are you beating around the bush to threaten me? Her entire body surged with immense and terrifying power. You and I are both diamond rank beast tamers. Why should I be afraid of you? Xian raised a hand to steady himself from the burst of green energy, thinking, this is my first time facing the might of a diamond rank beast tamer. It's so direct it makes it hard to breathe. In contrast to him, Jingsong calmly said, City Lord Lan, you've misunderstood. You and I are competing for the azure cloud dew. Whoever offers a higher price will be the beneficiary, just like in an auction. Jingsong had already created a protective barrier. I see that you don't seem to have any special requirements for diamond rank resources. How about making a deal with me? To make things go smoothly. That scene made him exclaim in admiration. Only a silver rank beast tamer can condense a protective shield. Dong Li, having calmed down, frowned and asked, what deal? He then presented a box and said, I have a diamond rank resource here, a glimmering light fruit. As long as I can get the azure cloud dew, I will sell it to you for the same price as the azure cloud dew. Xian immediately stepped forward and whispered, Grandpa, wait a moment. He looked at Ji Qi and smiled. This little sister is very pitiful because of her illness. How about we just give her the glimmering light fruit? He was frozen on the outside but gaping in shock on the inside. Hearing his grandson's words, he thought to himself, give it to the little girl? From selling to giving it away? That's not quite like our original agreement. She seemed to not believe it and asked, Young man, diamond rank resources are precious and rare. Why would you give it to us? She still looked at them with sad eyes. But Xian just smiled brightly. Didn't you say the little girl needs a diamond rank resource to treat her illness? Ji Qi's face turned beet red when she heard him say, I like this little girl, so I'm giving the glimmering light fruit to her. Jingsong looked at his grandson with a suspicious gaze. Little One isn't one to be infatuated with women, even if he really likes her. This child from the Lan family is too frail. She's not suitable to be my granddaughter-in-law. He could only smile awkwardly, handing her the box and saying, I've made a fool of myself in front of you. My grandson is too straightforward. If he said he's giving it away, then he must give it. But in his heart, he thought, perhaps straightforward here means his sharp intuition has discovered something, which is why Little and changed his mind. Dong Li looked down at the box in her hand. She then led the child away. Turning back, she said a few words, City Lord Bai, I've accepted this gift and won't compete with you anymore. Jingsong watched their backs as he replied, Thank you, City Lord Lan. Ji Qi shyly turned back to look at him and asked, Big brother, what's your name? Xian looked at her and smiled brightly. My name is Xian. I live in White Scale City. When you get better, remember to come find me. She committed his name to memory. Turning away, she still lingered, mumbling, Brother Xian. Xian stared straight ahead and said to himself, giving away a diamond rank resource for free. His expression was incredibly frightening. I'm not someone who spends money like water. The system also displayed a notification. Race, Spatial Void Worm, System, Space. Realm, 9th stage of the unranked. Talent, Spatial Wormhole, SS rank. Potential, low grade epic. Skill, Spatial Wormhole, orange, low grade. Introduction: a natural space system spirit beast. It has high potential upon reaching maturity. However, before its maturation phase, it requires a large amount of energy supplement. Otherwise, it will absorb the beast tamer's energy, becoming a burden to the beast tamer. He kept looking at her and said to himself, thinking, an epic rank space system spirit beast, an SS rank talent that can be strengthened. If that little girl can survive smoothly, she will definitely become a powerful figure of her generation. The system's notification was still there. Talent: power amplification. SS rank, support system talent. It can increase the abilities of all selected pet beasts by 100%. Xian smiled meaningfully. This glimmering light fruit, worth 30 million, can make her indebted to me. It was indeed worth it. The auction hall was packed with people. The female host walked out and announced, "Strength achieves victory." She was also preparing to start the event. Dear esteemed guests, welcome to today's auction. The lights shone on the first item. Today's auction officially begins. Without further ado, we'll start with the first collection item. The people below were chattering incessantly. Gold rank spirit beast egg. Magnetic rock eagle. Starting price is 1 million. Magnetic rock eagle. I heard it's hard to raise. Hard to train, too. Bai Xian and his grandfather also saw the simulation in the room. He was very surprised. When he saw that item, the girl had already raised the gavel, ready. A genuine gold rank spirit beast egg, worth the price. Is anyone bidding? Someone from inside a room made a bid. 1 million. The audience members were all astonished. Truly someone with money. They're probably just raising it for fun. You really can't understand the world of the rich. That girl let out a sigh of relief. The first item usually isn't easy to sell. What a relief. Bai Jingsong looked at him worriedly. Shaolin, do you want to reconsider? The magnetic rock eagle is not easy to raise. He looked at the system notification. Species: magnetic rock eagle, dual wind and lightning type. Talent: thunderbolt. Grade: primary amethyst. Skills: lightning flash ray, startling thunder, wind surge. Bai Xian spoke to reassure him. Grandfather, my intuition tells me this egg isn't as simple as we think. He was smiling triumphantly. To think that even the high-end appraisal machine of the auction house could make a mistake. Gold rank versus amethyst rank. The two ranks are as different as heaven and earth. The girls slammed the gavel down hard. Congratulations to the guest in booth number 3 for successfully bidding on the magnetic rock eagle egg. The next auction item comes from. Everyone in the hall applauded. An hour later, the auctioneer looked at the book. Next up is the final auction item. Azure Essence Dew. The spotlight once again shone on the sparkling stone. No reserve price. Bidding is open. Each bid increment must be at least 1 million 9 provinces coins. The people in the audience immediately burst into an uproar. I bid 10 million 9 provinces coins. Only 10 million and you dare to think about getting a diamond rank material? Dream on. I bid 30 million. 50 million 9 provinces coins. Everyone, please give me some face. In the face of a diamond rank material. What is your face worth? I bid 100 million. He immediately advised Bai Xian. Shaolin, calm down. It's not time yet. Wait for those below to bid more. Then we will make a higher bid. Bai Xian frowned slightly. This Azure Essence Dew is the key for me to awaken a second talent. He picked up the blue stones. How should I use the awakening stone I got from the mutated fiery bamboo addict leader? He thought as he looked at the notification from the system. You are currently researching the use of the awakening origin stone. Received a heavenly Tao revelation. Method 1. Carry the awakening origin stone on your person. After a period of influence, there is a certain probability of awakening a talent from F rank to D rank. Can be used once every year. Method 2. Directly insert the awakening origin stone into one's own body. There will be a certain probability of awakening a talent from C rank to A rank. Can be used once a year. The mutated fiery bamboo addict leader probably devoured an origin stone by chance before, forming conditions similar to the second option. Method 3. Use the origin stone as the main ingredient and supplement it with River Haze Secret Face, Azure Essence Dew and Heaven Essence Pear, and other things to create an awakening solution. Soaking time, 1 day and 1 night. There is a certain probability of awakening a talent from S rank to SS rank. can be used at the present time. Method 3 can awaken an S to SS rank talent. It's just that the ingredients for the awakening solution are very hard to obtain. Heaven's Eternal Tear. River Haze Secret Leaf. I remember that the Bai family's treasury has Azure Essence Tear and River Haze Secret Leaf. As for the Azure Essence Dew, they'll have to rely on the Bai family's power to find it. At this moment, someone offered a huge price. 500 million. Du smiled smugly. Once I get the Azure Essence Dew, I will be able to advance to the diamond rank. A larger number came from the room above. 700 million 9 provinces coins. He immediately pleaded. I am Tang Yusho, the number 1 gold rank beast tamer. This material is very important to me, Tang. I hope this friend can understand. He then shouted loudly. 800 million 9 provinces coins. Everyone around was bewildered. Elder Tang is just 1 step away from the diamond rank. Of course, he wants to take that next step. To be able to sit in seat number 3, he must be extraordinary. He must be another powerful expert. Hasn't everyone noticed that City Lord Lon in seat number 2 hasn't bid yet? Yet Tangda dares to shout like that. An immense power erupted from the room. That person immediately spoke with contempt. A top-tier gold rank beast tamer. Must be very strong, huh? He was terrified at this moment. A diamond rank beast tamer. Even the girl hosting the auction was trembling. It's the expert that the city lord personally welcomed yesterday. Who on earth is that person? From inside the room, that person coughed. The girl also shivered in fear. 900 million Jojo coins, going once. Is there any other bid? Tangda immediately showed his respect. This junior was rude. I hope you won't blame me. The people around also sneered inwardly. How could a gold rank dare to compete with a diamond rank beast tamer? This isn't just courting death. It's throwing your life away. That girl resumed her work. 900 million, going twice. If you don't bid now, you'll lose your chance. She looks very happy. 900 Jojo coins, going thrice. City Lord Lon especially loves diamond rank materials. Why isn't she bidding this time? Everyone looked at that window. The girl in red pointed to the room. Congratulations to the guest in seat number 3 for successfully bidding on the Azure Dew. Old Demon Chi suddenly broke down the door and rushed in. Old man Bai, how did you make that Enchantress Lon not compete with you? Jingchong didn't seem very happy. That was my grandson's method. He looked at the boy and immediately mocked. This is your grandson? His face is pale and his limbs are nothing but skin and bones. Can he even be a beast tamer? But the boy only paid attention to the item. So the second talent is settled. He slapped Jingchong hard on the back. Let's decide it like this. Zian looked over in surprise. Decide what? He then informed him, Shaolin. In 3 days, you will fight a match with the granddaughter of City Lord Qi. Zian was feeling confused. The evening sun was setting. City Lord's manor, Crimson City. An angry girl kicked the door and rushed in. Rin Yi had an incredibly cheerful expression. You damn old man. I'm back. She grabbed his beard and threatened, Old man, why did you call me back? If it's not for something important, I'll shave off your entire beard. He was in great pain. Little treasure, let go quickly. My beard is about to be pulled out. Old Demon Chi laughed sheepishly. You're about to advance to the bronze rank, right? I've found an opportunity for you to get a spirit beast with epic potential. She was startled when she heard that. What opportunity? He pointed towards the boy. As long as you defeat him. Jingchong was also beside them, encouraging Zian. Shaolin, seize this opportunity. Enter the Crimson Fong Valley and find yourself a flying spirit beast. The two sides were silently competing. Old man Bai, you're here quite early. It's good to get it over with sooner. Waiting any longer is just a waste of time anyway. We still have to go to the Crimson Fong Valley to choose a spirit beast. Old Demon Chi hadn't even finished his sentence. I hope your grandson loses. Ren Yi looked at him with great interest. Big brotherin, you're so handsome. My name is Run Yi, and you are? Her enthusiasm made him quite flustered as he replied, Zian. Old Demon Chi angrily separated them. Let's start quickly. Ren Yi also got into a ready stance. Little big brother, be serious, okay? At this moment, the system panel displayed the information. Character, Ren Yi. Talent, Spiritualization A. Realm, High Rank Black Iron. Spirit Beast, Medicinal Fong, High Rank Black Iron. Golden Eagle, Level 9, Unranked. A spirit beast appeared instantly. Ignite. Medicinal Fong. Species, medicinal Fong, fire and wind type. Realm, high-rank black iron. Skill, azure gunpowder strike. Skill, raging azure flame dance. She commands her spirit beast. Flame Sparrow, quickly take control of the sky. But Ren-E pointed straight at him. Hurry up and summon your pet beast. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Xian didn't keep her waiting long, raising his hand to the sky and shouting loudly. Appear. White shadow giant scale fish. A huge figure appeared. The fish appeared and immediately fell flat on its face. It looked at him and smiled sheepishly. I've lost weight. But it tripped again. Ren-E couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Your pet beast is really cute. Xian felt like he was falling apart. He also had a headache with this spirit beast. At the auction, I got an elastic star pellet. It has the skill to change its size. I didn't expect that shrinking would make it look like this. The flame sparrow immediately dived down. She smiled smugly and gave a command. Flame Sparrow, attack. Use Flame Slash. The bird was unleashing its move. Both Xian and his pet beast easily dodged it. Even so, one attack still grazed his hair. For the next attack, Xian had to bend over to dodge. Xian was very angry now. Use Water Gun attack. Hit it right in the face. The fish immediately unleashed its water mines. The water pillars made the bird cry out in pain. Ren-E immediately gave an order to her Flame Sparrow. Flame Sparrow, quickly escape the water gun area. Hearing the command, the bird immediately flew away. Xian had to praise his own pet beast. Well done. After the scale fish evolved, the speed and power of its water gun increased significantly. Suddenly, something else was flying towards them. The system also provided information. Species, golden puncture bird. Attribute, fire wind. Realm, 9th level unranked. Talent, fire vortex, A rank. Aptitude, mid-tier diamond. Skills, blue flame arrow. Silver speed movement. Xian looked at the golden puncture bird. He was blaming himself. I completely forgot she had another pet beast. But Xian's scale fish had absorbed the flames. Luckily, it's just a 9th level unranked beast. The damage taken wasn't high. He kept patting the scale fish reassuringly. As a beast tamer, I still lack a lot of combat experience. You've suffered a lot, little one. Ren-E continued to attack. Its defensive power is quite high. Let's see how you'll block this. Both birds charged forward with great power. He used telepathy to ask the system. I wonder how much an A-rank talent can increase a pet beast's combat power. The system replied immediately. 3 times. The two birds then flew in a circle. Xian looked at the scale fish in surprise. They will probably attack from both sides simultaneously. Wait a minute. Hearing that, Old Man Chi was extremely smug. Old Man Bai, your grandson is sure to lose. Even a bronze-rank beast couldn't withstand Ren-E's continuous attacks. Jingsong was extremely calm. Don't celebrate too early. Be careful. Too much joy might shorten your life. The flame sparrow was charging straight ahead. The golden puncture bird breathed fire at the same time. Only a thick cloud of dust and smoke could be seen. Jingsong was feeling very uneasy. Why hasn't Shaoan been on the offensive? Seeing this, he taunted. Old Man Bai, don't worry. I won't let your grandson get hurt. But in reality, Xian had already created a barrier. All 3 of them were extremely surprised. How is that possible? He's only at the black iron rank. The power of the water current was surrounding him. At this point, Xian could finally smile. I've discovered that protective barriers aren't exclusive to the silver rank. As long as you have enough energy, you can use it. And the spiritual energy in my beast space is immense. He gave a serious command to his pet beast. In the battle as usual, White Shadow Giant Scale Fish ended according to the plan. The scale fish immediately unleashed its move. Size manipulation. Water gun attack. It immediately transformed into a whale. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Old Man Bai, what in the world is your grandson? Even Jingsong was trembling. I'm not sure either. The fish was creating currents of water. Its water column aimed straight at the opponent. The Yaoya was submerged by the water column. The golden bird arrow didn't escape either. It fell directly at her feet. Ren-E could no longer remain calm. Yaoya, blazing fire attack, rammed straight into Xian. The bird immediately charged towards him. Yaoya lunged forward. Its eyes shone like a blazing fire, and its sharp beak seemed to want to tear through the air. It was surrounded by an intense shroud of smoke and fire. Chi Laoguei was extremely shocked to see this scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This little girl has gone crazy. She refuses to admit defeat. This ferocious attack will only cause her to suffer more damage." In front of it was Jingzi and the blue energy source, charging head-on. Yaoyu was also charging forward with momentum. Down below, Xian was watching intently, extremely tense. But Jingzi showed no signs of stopping. Xian, covered in sweat, shouted, "Don't hurt it." In a moment, the two spirit beasts crashed directly into each other. A massive source of blue energy rushed forward. On the opposite side, a raging fire made the air hotter than ever. Immediately after, Jingzi also rushed towards Rennie. She immediately became panicked. Seeing this, Jingsong turned to reassure the anxious Chi Laoguei. "Don't worry. Little Un has his own calculations. He won't harm your granddaughter." Ren Yi was suspended in midair. She raised her hand and shouted in resignation, "I admit defeat. Hurry up and let me down." Xian immediately smiled happily. Forming a seal with his hand, he said gently, "Thank you for letting me win." The four of them turned and went inside together. Then, Chi Laoguei spoke first. "Dare to lose, dare to accept it. Your grandson can go inside and choose one, but you cannot enter." He thought excitedly to himself, "This brat probably can't tell what's good and what's bad anyway." On the other side, Jingsong said to himself, "Little An's intuition talent is even more powerful than this old man's discerning ability." Chi Laoguei raised his hand. Red energy gathered in his hand. He pressed hard on the green switch. A light flashed. Xian and Ren Yi were blinded by the light of the crimson Fong Valley and covered their eyes. Chi Laoguei stood with his hands on his hips, looked at the two, and reminded them, "Hey, brat, he'll give you one shurchen. Regardless of whether you're done choosing, you must come out." Then he turned to instruct Rennie. "Yi, you go and keep an eye on this brat. Don't let him cause any trouble." After hearing this, Xian immediately agreed. "Elder Chi, I understand." Behind them, Ren Yi unhappily crossed her arms. After speaking, Chi Laoguei stepped aside. Xian slowly walked into the crimson Fong Valley. As soon as he set foot inside, he looked at the surrounding scenery and immediately received some information. Crimson Fong Valley is a fragment of an extinguished planet. The Chi clan's ancestor used a secret art to refine it into a small-scale secret realm. It is brimming with fire element energy, but it is constantly dissipating. Xian was extremely excited. He raised his hand to observe more closely and couldn't help but marvel. How miraculous. Hearing this, Ren Yi, who was beside him, replied with great pride, "That's only natural. My Chi clan's famous fire element spider lairs secret realm. Without it, how could we have established ourselves?" The scene was now crimson, giving off an incredibly hot feeling. The surroundings were filled with bare, withered trees. Xian followed Rennie. He spoke as he walked, "Missy, could you introduce me to some of the spirit beasts in the Crimson Fong Valley?" Rennie stopped and pointed to the sky. Xian raised his head and looked in that direction, listening to her introduction. "This is the Yaoya, a large bird with orange feathers and bright, shining eyes." In front of it were four other black birds. Ren Yi continued, "It possesses both the wind and fire elements. But I don't think they'll like you." Xian turned away. His forehead was covered in sweat. He replied calmly, "It's no longer a matter of dislike. It's more like a look of hatred." Hearing this, Ren Yi was confused. Just as she spoke, a flock of yellow-feathered birds appeared scattered across the sky. Seeing one charging in this direction, Xian instinctively stepped back. All the ones around it had already gathered energy. Ren Yi quickly stood in front. Her hand raised a card. Her mouth seemed to be shouting something. She held a red card in her hand. The light from the card immediately repelled those birds. They stared with wide-eyed astonishment. "It's done." Ren Yi turned around. Pointing a finger at Xian, she said arrogantly, "A person with water-type abilities like you standing here is like a cup of water in a wok of oil. You're lucky they didn't attack you as a group." Xian nodded. He continued to look around and replied, "So that's how it is." Xian approached the bird's nest and stared intently. He continued to receive some information. Race, medicine finch, fire type, wind type. Talent, Sky Flame Shock, A. Aptitude, High-grade diamond. Skill, Scorching Flame Shock, blue. Wind rises, clouds move, blue. Race, Medicine Finch, fire type. Wind type. Talent, Crimson Fire, D. Aptitude, mid-grade silver. Skill, Crimson Fire Flower, green. Race, Medicine Finch, fire type. Wind type. Talent, Remnant Crimson Fire, B. Aptitude, mid-grade gold. Skill, Remnant Crimson's Flame, blue. Crimson Fire Flower, green. After understanding, Xian poked the head of the bird in front of him. Seeing this, it became endlessly angry. He said calmly, "It's average. Let's keep looking." Xian jumped to another nest. He observed with wide eyes, startling the bird a little. Just like that, he moved continuously from one nest to another. The orange-yellow sky was incredibly peaceful. An hour later, Xian was still diligently searching. Rin-Yi sat on a ledge. She rested her chin on her hand, sighing impatiently. "Have you finished choosing yet?" "Time is almost up." Xian didn't answer. He was still lost in his thoughts. "There's nothing particularly good. The diamond grade 1 is already the highest here." Seeing him ignore her, Rin-Yi angrily turned back and shouted, "Did you hear me?" Xian still paid no mind. He rested his chin on his hand and made a serious decision. "Forget it. He'll just take that diamond grade 1. I won't form a contract, but I can leave it for the Bai family." Behind him, Rin-Yi had gone mad. She kept screaming. While deep in thought, Xian was suddenly attracted by a bird with orange-yellow feathers. He said in astonishment. Xian naively approached. His eyes sparkled with interest. This one's feather color is so special. It had smooth, orange feathers, a yellow tail, and half-closed blue eyes. Race, mutated medicine finch, fire type. Talent, Scorching Sun's purple fire, SS. Aptitude, high-grade bronze. Origin is severely damaged. Skill, Scorching Sun's point, orange. Raging Flame Wind Charge, purple. Scorching Flame Shock, blue. Remnant Crimson's Flame, blue. Xian was immediately stunned. He thought, my god. A mutated spirit beast. And it even has an SS grade talent. And an orange-colored skill. Why didn't I notice it before? Xian raised his head and read on. A mutated fire-type spirit beast. It abandoned its other attributes, retaining only the pure fire attribute. Thus, it has the blessing of the sun's flames. Its growth rate is very fast. But due to the special nature of the sun's flames, it requires a massive amount of fire-type energy. This has led to its origin being severely damaged. If its damaged origin can be restored, it can grow to the epic rank. Isn't it because you skipped past the diamond grade information prompt? Xian lifted the medicine finch and observed it closely, under the surprised gazes of the other black birds. He gently asked it, "Hey, are you willing to follow me?" It sat on his hand and coldly shook its head. There wasn't the slightest hint of interest in Z and in its eyes. Seeing this, he quickly understood and said to himself, "It seems you won't follow me without some temptation." Right after that, Xian took out a sparkling pink crystal from somewhere. Because it was so shiny, the medicine finch became curious. It couldn't help but glance over. After getting a clear look at the crystal, it snapped its head back to get a better look. Its face was filled with surprise. After the sun moth finished its observation, it hesitated a little but still answered toughly, "I am the incarnation of the sun. A tiny spirit core thinks it can tempt me?" Xian immediately gave a sinister smile. "Tempt you? Follow me. I guarantee you'll eat your fill of fire-type spirit cores." The sun moth started to sweat. It was slowly wavering. It really couldn't resist this temptation. Its eyes kept darting towards the spirit core. Xian held the sun moth in one hand. With his other hand, he held out the spirit core to tempt it. The sun moth thought hesitantly, "Wealth and honor cannot make me infatuated. Neither will it change my destiny. I will absolutely not become a slave to a spirit core." It lowered its head, trying to restrain itself. "No one can tempt me." The blue sky was incredibly peaceful. After a moment, the sun moth still couldn't resist hugging the spirit core. Its eyes became infatuated as it thought, "It's not that I'm not persistent. It's just that he's offering too much." Rin-Yi saw this scene and was stunned, her eyes wide. Xian held the sun moth in one hand and turned to look at her in surprise. Xian turned his head to look at Rin-Yi and thought, City Lord Qi is an expert at raising sun moths. If he sees through this and objects to me taking away a mutated sun moth, it will be very troublesome. A moment later, he decided to sign the contract with the sun moth right away. He said to himself, he'll just sign the contract directly here then. But Ren-yi witnessed his action and urgently shouted, "Are you crazy? I can't believe you want to sign the contract directly here." A stream of blue and red energy erupted, enveloping the contract paper and the sun moth. Blinded by this light, she reflexively covered her eyes. At this moment, Bai Ziyan seemed to have gone mad. His eyes became sharp. The blue energy also grew stronger. He thought to himself, "Damn it." The sun moth also lowered its head sullenly. It quietly folded its wings. Bai Ziyan's eyes widened in pain. He opened his mouth wide as if to scream. In front of him, the sun moth was emitting an extremely powerful red aura. He guessed, "It's absorbing my water-type energy." When Ren-yi saw this scene, she couldn't sit still. She rushed forward to help, but didn't forget to mock him. "You're really insane." She raised her hand and shot a stream of fire straight ahead. The stream of fire shot towards the kneeling Bai Ziyan. Bai Ziyan was terrified after what had just happened. His face was dripping with sweat. He panted and thought, directly signing a contract with a mutated spirit beast is indeed an extremely dangerous thing to do. It almost drained me dry. The sun moth beside him let out a sigh. Bai Ziyan raised his hand and cast a spell, sending the sun moth to another space. The sun moth hugged the spirit core. It closed its eyes and landed directly. A piece of information appeared. Your mutated pet beast, sun moth larva, has activated the effect of the mythical grade beast space. New awakening cost. Body of a fire spirit. The sun moth, nestled against the spirit core, suddenly noticed something. An eye and a stream of water appeared in the air. It lifted the sun moth up. More information about the sun moth continued to appear. Body of a fire spirit. Reduces the effectiveness of water-type attacks. At the same time, it can utilize the opponent's fire-type skills to enhance the power of its own fire-type skills. The sun moth emitted a blazing red light that shattered the dark, quiet night. Underwater, a creature was poking its head up to watch. It was the white-scale fish. It observed, not understanding what was happening. Scene change. Ren-yi crossed her arms, listening with a pensive expression as the panting Bai Ziyan spoke. "Thank you, Miss Ren, for your help. If you ever need anything in the future, I, Bai Ziyan, will definitely repay you." Finishing his words, he thought to himself with a heart full of gratitude. If not for the sudden appearance of fire's spiritual power, today's contract wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Both logically and emotionally, I owe her one. Receiving his thanks made Ren-yi a bit embarrassed. She blushed, looked away, and explained softly, "I didn't do it for you. If you died here, the Qi family would have no way of explaining it to the Bai family." She hesitated and continued, "The Qi family isn't afraid of the Bai family, but I don't want to cause an unnecessary war." After hearing these words, Ziyan immediately replied, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Qi." But she denied it embarrassedly. "I already said I wasn't concerned about you." He gave a helpless, wry smile. At this time, Bai Jingsong and old demon Qi were waiting for the two of them outside. Seeing them walk out of Red Fong Valley, they immediately turned to look. Bai Jingsong supported his trembling grandson. He asked gently, "Shaoan, what happened to you? Are you injured?" Ziyan raised his hand, indicating he was fine. He just said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, I'm fine. I signed a contract with my second pet beast, so I'm just a little drained of spiritual energy." The moment he heard this, he exclaimed in surprise, "What? Signing a contract with a pet beast without full preparation is life-threatening. Don't you know this?" Ziyan looked up. He opened another space between his two fingers. From above, Yaoya, hugging a spirit stone, fell down accordingly. Bai Jingsong's eyes followed his grandson's fingers. Ziyan glanced at Yaoya sitting on his head and continued, "See, Grandpa, I'm fine. I saw that it was quite special in Red Fong Valley, so I signed a contract with it immediately." Not only was Bai Jingsong shocked, but old demon Qi was also completely stunned. A thought popped into Bai Jingsong's mind. No wonder Shaoan took the risk. One look and you can tell this beast has extraordinary potential. That old demon Qi has suffered a great loss. Old demon Qi naturally realized that as well. He thought in alarm, this? It's a mutated Yaoya. Bai Jingsong held his grandson's hand. He turned to bid farewell to old demon Qi, old demon Qi. Now that everything is over, we won't bother you any longer. Goodbye. But behind them, Rinny watched. Old demon Qi gave a wry smile and replied, take care on your way. But Rinny couldn't stand it anymore. She pointed and shouted, Xian. Having a good talent doesn't mean anything. True powerhouses have all gone through countless battles. You just wait. The road ahead is long. I will catch up to you. Xian pondered for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, I won't be waiting for you. If you have the ability, then chase after me. As they were leaving, he thought to himself, let's meet at the peak. Returning to Whitescale City, the spirit beast landed gently on the ground, creating a gentle circular breeze on the grass below. Bai Jingsong didn't forget to remind his grandson, Shaoan, when you get back, absorb plenty of fire element spirit stones to replenish your lost energy. He also obediently replied, I know, Grandpa. Xian's figure gradually disappeared. Suddenly, someone called out to Bai Jingsong from behind. It was Cui Cheng, old city lord. Hearing someone call him, he turned his head to look. Cui Cheng panted as he continued to speak. You're finally back. Seeing him like that, Bai Jingsong frowned and sternly reminded him, Xiao Yuan, you're not a child anymore. Be more serious. Cui Cheng leaned in and whispered a report to him. Upon hearing it, he burst out in anger. These brats. Outside, Bai Shi and Bai Ji were standing guard. Bai Ji raised a finger and spoke first. The young master is working quite hard. He went into seclusion immediately after returning to Whitescale City. Bai Shi heard this and said nothing. Bai Ji continued. Why did the young master specifically instruct us not to let Guba interact with the Bai clan's descendants? It's clear that the young lady has already passed the vassalage assessment. Inside the room, Xian had heard everything. His face revealed a strange expression. Bai Ji continued. Do you think this counts as a domineering CEO imprisoning someone? Bai Shi finally spoke up. Stop gossiping about the young master. Xian poured 5 vials of liquid medicine. Then he stirred it evenly. He seriously ground a green spirit stone into powder. After finishing, he wiped his sweat and said, the supporting ingredients for the awakening stock solution are processed. Next up is refining the main ingredient. Xian picked up the bowl of powder. He cautiously approached the liquid. He didn't forget to cover his nose with his hand. This smell is worse than sewer water after it rains. Heavenly insight, I probably wouldn't trick me, right? He poured the bowl of powder into the black liquid. They gradually merged into one. After it was complete, the water had turned green. It's even bubbling a little. From Bai Xian's face to his hand, it has changed. The smell is no longer pungent. At this moment, a piece of information appears. Awakening stock solution detected. Bai Xian takes off his shirt. He has a toned body with a well-defined six-pack. He says to himself, this medicinal bath cost 10.9 billion. Don't disappoint me. Then he jumps in. The water's surface ripples slightly. He says with a satisfied expression, this feels great. Bai Xian is relaxing, soaking in the medicinal water. A blue electric current runs from his brain down his spine. Everywhere it passes, it emits a strange glow. Large golden chains gradually appear in the air. They are tightly linked together, plunging straight down into Bai Xian. Outside, lightning strikes, illuminating the entire dark area, causing even a man lost in a drunken stupor to jolt awake. His hazy eyes reflexively look out at the dark sky. He rubs his muddled head. What is that? Golden chains are sprouting from the tall building, shooting straight up into the sky, piercing through the clouds, creating a vortex. Seeing the scene before him, his mind seems to grow even foggier. How strange. There's an awakening energy within the city. Could it be that someone is self-awakening? The thought had just flashed. Then it was extinguished. Impossible. The awakening site is hundreds of kilometers from the inner city. If someone were to self-awaken, the energy wave couldn't possibly reach here. He is still clutching the wine bottle tightly. He plops down on the sofa. Uft. He mutters softly. I must be drunk and hallucinating. The long chains continue to sway in the air, coiling around Bai Xian, gradually shattering into small chain fragments. 2 days later, Bai Xian, who was deep in sleep, has woken up, stretching his bones after a long period of inactivity. He raises a hand to rub his eyes. A golden chain pattern had appeared in his eyes at some point. The system displays a notification. Chains of Heavenly Tao. SS. Rule type talent. Heaven and earth have spirits. Spiritual beings and rules cannot be perfectly harmonized, but the power of the Heavenly Tao can forcibly break through the barriers between living beings and resonate with the origin power of those beings. Xian looks at the system and murmurs. Break through the barriers between living beings and resonate with their origin power. He bursts out laughing loudly, causing the servants downstairs to take notice. Another thought pops into his head. He'll find someone to test it on. As soon as he thought it, he continued to shout, Bai Xiao? Bai Ji, standing outside the door, was also breaking out in a cold sweat over Bai Xian's strange behavior today. She gestured to Bai Xiao. What's wrong with the young master again? Bai Xiao was just as bewildered. Who knows? Bai Xiao gently pushes the door open and enters, only to see an embarrassing sight. Something she shouldn't have seen. Bai Xian doesn't notice anything. Still rambling on. I have something urgent I need your help with. Stand still. Don't move. Bai Xiao couldn't control herself. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She quickly runs outside, without even remembering to reply. I'm sorry, young master. I can't help. At this moment, as if he had realized the problem, Bai Xian also fell silent, cowering slightly, trying to hide his embarrassment. He blushes. He sinks down into the bathtub. Ahem. It's just a misunderstanding. After calming down, Bai Xian got dressed properly. He went to ask Bai Xiao for help with official business. Bai Xiao, stand still. Relax. Don't resist. The golden chain pattern reappeared in Bai Xian's eyes. Chains of Heavenly Tao. The chains gradually became tangible, coiling around Bai Xian's arm. Following his command, they moved to wrap tightly around Bai Xiao. At this sudden action, Bai Xiao felt confused. Before she could understand what was happening, the cone-shaped tip at the end of the chain swung high, plunging straight into her chest, piercing into her body. Golden energy radiated out, traveling through the chains connecting Bai Xiao and Bai Xian. Bai Xian focused, creating a blue flash of light, like an electric current connecting poles in the body. Success. He smirked as if he had achieved his goal. Chains of Heavenly Tao 1. Successfully linked with host Bai Xiao. Obtained B-rank water element talent. The golden chain remained connected between the two. Xian proceeded to the next step. Bai Xiao, deploy your defense. Bai Xiao immediately received the order. She entered a state of concentration. She raised her hands in front to form a sign. In front of the girl, Xian appeared in front of Bai Xiao, hand on his chin. He stared intently, assessing her. His face drew close to Bai Xiao's body. He stared at the chains still wrapped tightly around her. They didn't disappear. Bai Xiao's body trembled under Xian's unblinking gaze. Without a word of explanation. What on earth is the young master doing? He's not up to some strange trick again, is he? Despite Bai Xiao's anxiety, Xian was still lost in his own thoughts. We can proceed to the next step now. Dispel your defense. Her anxiety grew with each passing moment. And there's still another step. Scene changed to West City. In a small, not-so-busy alley, Bai Xiao called Xian. Young master, I've arrived in West City. He answered the phone. His expression was slightly concerned. Bai Xiao. The golden chain still followed Bai Xiao through the door. Xian looked in the direction of the chain. You can go back now. It didn't disappear. Bai Xiao. Her speech was a little hesitant, making Xian look confused. He wasn't sure what was happening. Is something wrong? Young master. This subordinate has a presumptuous question. She didn't dare to speak directly, speaking while trying to gauge Xian's reaction. The young master's actions today were extremely unusual. First, you let this subordinate see you naked. Then you did those strange things with this subordinate. And then you stared at this subordinate's body. Young master, if you're feeling stressed, you can confide in us. Bai Ji and I will definitely help you. But you can't. Bai Xiao said in a long rant, which made Xian realize something. Oh no, could it be? Bai Xiao, you don't see anything on your body? To Xian's question, Bai Xiao answered confidently. There's nothing there. Understanding the principle behind the chains, he became more serious. In that case, you can go. I'm hanging up now. As expected, Bai Xiao can't see the chains. Faced with the current confusing situation, A cold wind seemed to blow through Bai Shua's heart. Who am I? Where am I? I don't get it. Meanwhile, Xian was still hard at work, seriously thinking about the rules. No wonder the rules exist. As long as there's a link, it won't be affected by other factors. Pen in hand, he crossed things out to find a suitable answer. The chains of heavenly Tao have 3 characteristics. He visualized the characteristics. The first is concealment. No matter what I do, Bai Shua won't discover its existence. The image that appeared looked more like he was bullying Bai Shua. The second is control. As long as I use the chains of heavenly Tao, the chains can forcibly link with Bai Shua and resonate with her talent. Thinking about the good characteristics the chains brought, he couldn't hide the triumphant smile on his face. The third is initiative. Generally speaking, resonance doesn't require consent from both sides. But I just need to have a channel. Then when resonating, I will have the initiative. So it can be concluded that the chains currently have 3 characteristics. Among the characteristics of the chains, the 3 chains can link to 3 different beast tamers. Combined with my heavenly inside eye, Xian rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I can have 4 beast taming talents. In the beast taming space, he stood in the middle of a green meadow, where 3 sharp rocks formed a claw. Strange. The sky was illuminated by the stars above. He suddenly felt something was different. Why is my beast taming space? He observed the surrounding scenery. It seems to have expanded outwards a lot. At the coastal terrain, it's a rock covered by water, bobbing on the blue rock formations. And the volcanic terrain, molten rock, is everywhere. Xian fell into deep thought. It seems that every time I level up, the beast space will also change. More corresponding terrains appear. A strange object suddenly flew past at high speed. The medicine crow flapped its wings, creating a flame, and flew straight ahead. That last attack was aimed directly into the water, causing a series of explosions. In response to that attack, the scale fish in the water became enraged. It leaped out of the water. It's my turn. It spat out a stream of power, shooting a water jet straight at the medicine crow flying above. Seeing this, Xian immediately shouted, You blue fatty, stop. The fish trembled and explained, It's not what you think. Xian didn't listen and continued to lecture loudly. You two are partners. In the future, you'll be brothers in arms fighting side by side. How can you kill each other? Tears were welling up in its eyes. It looked aggrieved. It attacked me first. The medicine crow chimed in. It keeps shooting water columns, making everything wet. I don't like it. Shaking the water droplets off its wings. Its feathers were soaked. Xian understood. He fell silent. So that's how it is. The fish was practicing its skills according to the plan. The medicine crow doesn't like this kind of environment. A new idea popped into his head. This is perfect. Xian extended his hand towards the scale fish. A sphere of water formed around it. Spirit fish. They'll move you to a bigger place. You don't have to feel wronged in this small lake anymore. As he spoke, Xian teleported to a coastal terrain. He exclaimed, In my own beast space. Wherever I want to go, I can just teleport there. How convenient. Looking at the scene before it, the scale fish's heart bloomed with joy. It was extremely happy. Its eyes widened, sparkling. Without waiting, it dove deep into the water, gradually returning to its original large size. It shot out of the water, sending splashes everywhere. Seeing the scale fish so happy, he also felt happy for it. Always having to shrink its body must be extremely uncomfortable for the scale fish, right? He glanced at the medicine crow perched on his arm. And for you, you restless fellow. Xian continued to teleport, this time to a volcanic terrain. A notification appeared. Bloodfire Parasol Tree. A tree for a god-level spirit beast to undergo nirvana. Imbued with phoenix bloodline. Can enhance fire-type talent. He teleported in front of the large tree. The volcano is your home. As Xian walked, he surveyed the surroundings. He picked up a rock from the tree with 2 fingers, looking at it with concern. The fire element energy here is abundant. It can quickly replenish the origin energy that the medicine crow is lacking. Meanwhile, the medicine crow comfortably found a place with many rocks and lay down with its feet up, looking pleased. Xian saw its laziness and shot a murderous glare at the medicine crow. The skill I told you to practice. Have you been practicing it? Sensing the killing intent aimed at it, The medicine crow could only remain silent, looking towards Xian. It quickly changed its attitude, acting aloof. I must become an existence like the sun, to broaden the horizons of a mortal like you. Xian saw its arrogant and conceited attitude. He pointed forward. Medicine crow, use scorching sun flame. Smash that rock. The medicine crow soared into the sky. Without making Xian wait long, it blew out a large flame. Using its wings, it pushed the flame swiftly forward. The power from the attack created a huge explosion. Smoke billowed everywhere. A satisfying scene appeared. The rock, facing that formidable power, broke apart into a small stone. Yaoya didn't pay attention to the scene before it. It proudly flapped its wings and beat its chest. Human, do you see how amazing I am? Xian immediately felt angry. His face wrinkled, but he still forced a smile. Yaoya, do you need me to teach you a little? I guarantee that under my guidance, your strength will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. Those eyes were still narrowed. Its face tilted up arrogantly. No need. I am destined to become an existence like the sun. Its tail couldn't contain its joy, wagging back and forth. Xian looked at the stone in his hand. As expected, I knew a situation like this would happen. You little thing, do you think I can't handle you? He brought the stone closer to it. Yaoya, look what this is. Yaoya couldn't hide its excitement at the item before it. It mumbled. A monarch rank spirit core. Its feet were already jumping up and down. Its wings were flapping hard. It was just waiting to rush over and hug the treasure. Yaoya ran over, but missed grabbing the stone. Xian had already planned this. He wouldn't hand over the treasure so easily. Xian's face at this moment was like a mischievous devil. Not so fast. Do you want it? Yaoya started to tremble. It looked on with a suspicious expression. Yaoya, how about we make a bet? It flew up, nodding its head repeatedly. Okay. Xian smiled. As he stated the condition. You follow my training method and release your skill. If you think it's effective, then I win. Otherwise, you win. Yaoya was overjoyed. With a condition like this, isn't victory already in its grasp? This human is so stupid. No matter what the result is, they'll just say it's not good. Then wouldn't I be guaranteed to win? Under Xian's dangerous smile, Yaoya didn't think much of it. I agree. After reaching an agreement with Yaoya, Xian gathered a ball of energy in his hand while patiently explaining to it on his shoulder. Look here. When we release a skill, we must condense the energy. But it seemed Yaoya didn't take him too seriously. It struck a pose and watched with a bored expression. He ignored its insolent attitude. He continued to execute the move while explaining it. If you can apply the energy to enhance the quality of the skill, the destructive power will be greater. His two hands focused energy into a water ball. He compressed it with as much pressure as possible. Yaoya was puzzled by his strange move. It seemed to be the first time it had seen someone do that. Before it could be confused for a few more seconds, he crouched and threw the energy ball forward with all his might. That energy beam shot out like a bullet. It flew straight towards a huge boulder nearby. The ball's destructive power was so great that the boulder shattered in an instant. Yaoya trembled as it witnessed the terrifying scene. How can a small water ball be so much stronger than my fireball? It seems it had underestimated this beast tamer. Seeing the spirit beast on his shoulder wide-eyed and breaking out in a cold sweat, Xian couldn't help but smile smugly. It would probably never know that the performance just now had been set up in advance. He secretly let out a sinister and terrifying smile behind its back. That rock had just been burned by Yaoya at a high temperature, and then stimulated by cold water. It would be strange if it didn't explode. But Yaoya was not one to be outdone. It immediately copied his move. It soared high into the air, concentrating and condensing a giant fireball from its mouth. Then it launched that terrifying energy beam downwards. It even used its feet to add more power to the newly created fireball. The giant beam of fire, carrying terrifying destructive power, shot downwards like a bullet. In just an instant, that formidable power pierced through an entire mountain range. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. 1 second, the towering mountain range was majestic with its soaring peaks. The next, it was devastated, losing its peak and a round chunk of earth and rock in the shape of the energy ball. The ball moved so fast it created terrifying winds that made Xian's hair stand on end. He himself was even more dumbfounded as he witnessed it from beginning to end. And yet, When that energy ball hit the ground, it created a huge explosion that sent dirt and sand flying everywhere. The smoke rose in a mushroom cloud, like a nuclear explosion. Not to mention its energy was so great it lit up the entire area. Witnessing the entire terrifying scene, he couldn't help but be wide-eyed and speechless in awe. Yao Ya's talent is truly very high. With just a little guidance, it has already grasped it. Its skill has also reached the minor accomplishment realm. Although slightly dazed, he still didn't forget to hold out his hand for Yao Ya to land on. Just a few seconds later, he regained his composure and smiled smugly, showing off to the spirit beast in his hand. See the results of today's training? He confidently continued to persuade it. Just follow my training method, and I guarantee you'll grow very quickly. With the results so obvious, how could the spirit beast refuse such a good deal? As expected, the little beast didn't even hesitate and quickly agreed, even chirping a few times to show its respectful submission. The little spirit beast had no idea it had fallen into a trap. It was still happily playing with its new pile of spirit cores, not paying any attention to the sinister, triumphant expression of the beast tamer behind it. He even smugly told himself, "Gotcha." The scene that greeted by Zian as he stepped into the house was the lively laughter of Ziyu and Patian in the dining room. Realizing her brother was back, the little girl Ziyu's eyes lit up even more. She innocently pointed at him and shouted loudly, "It's brother." Patian was also startled, turned around, and blurted out just 2 words. By reflex, "Brotherin." He walked over to Ziyu's side. Gently stroking the little girl's head, he asked about the situation at home. "Good girl, Ziyu. Mom and Dad. And Grandpa, where are they?" Behind him, Ah Fu, professional as always, quietly brought food for the young master. Hearing her brother's question, Ziyu fumed with anger. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and replied resentfully, "They still haven't come back." It seemed the little girl was very upset, her eyes welling with tears as she turned to pull on her brother's sleeve to complain. Witnessing this scene and feeling sorry for his own similar situation, Patian sighed dejectedly. "My dad hasn't been home for a few days either." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Uncle Yuan hasn't come home either? Has something happened in Whitescale City? While speculating on the situation, he glanced at the system panel. The words Demon Spider Cult appeared, but there was no specific information. Seeing him dazed, the other boy quickly waved his hand and called out, Brotherin." The food had been served. He bluntly asked his best friend, Fatty Yuan, "Why did you come here?" Patian was puzzled. Although a ton of question marks were flying around his head, he still answered honestly, "Brotherin, today is the first day of school. I came to find you so we could go to the Beast Taming Academy together." He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "First day of school. That's right. I'm still a student." The other boy found it even stranger. "Brotherin, don't tell me you even forgot about the first day of school?" To be honest, he was running out of words for this guy. Zian quickly arranged a plan in his head. He waved Ah Fu over and gave an order. "Ah Fu, prepare the car." The man respectfully accepted the order. "Young master." The magnificent scenery of the bustling city behind them appeared against a clear blue sky. Nearby, a young woman was already waiting by the car. Seeing him approach, Guba greeted him respectfully. "Long time no see, Lord Shaoan." Her beautiful face, shoulder-length turquoise hair, and sparkling violet eyes made his heart flutter. The scene before him seemed to be tinted with a layer of rose-colored glass. It was breathtakingly beautiful. He shyly scratched his head and asked the girl before him, "Guba, how do you feel about living in Whitescale City?" She was shy. Her cheeks flushed red. She shyly tucked her hair back as she replied, "Thanks to your help. My life in Whitescale City is very good." A blue Rolls-Royce sped down the street. Before long, they arrived at the Beast Taming Academy. Zian and Patian walked down the hallway to their classroom. Behind them, Guba followed quietly. He couldn't help but wonder, whispering to Zian while glancing back cautiously, "Brotherin, who was that young lady behind us? Why have I never seen her before?" They reached the classroom door, and he was still rambling. "Brotherin, there are a lot of people from the subordinate cities in the class. You wait and see." The moment the two of them walked in, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone turned to stare at him. A group with green and red hair showed looks of disgust. Their eyes were disdainful, as if looking at an enemy. Another group clamored like fans meeting their idol, constantly shouting, "It's young Master Bai! Young Master Shao and Brotherin!" Witnessing this scene, he was also speechless and sighed internally. A bunch of kids who don't even try to cultivate. Forming cliques here. Insane. Patian was still behind him, looking around and rambling on with reminders. "You're the top freshman from our main city. You can't let them push you around." Surrounded by a tight circle of people, Bai Zian reluctantly greeted them out of courtesy. "Hello, everyone." He seriously considered how to escape this awkward and bizarre situation. "It seems that after today, I must find Grandpa to discuss." Preparing to take a leave of absence from school. Upon further reflection, he realized even more that something was wrong here. The leisurely cultivation environment of a school is far less effective than fighting for one's life outside. An image of survival in the wild appeared in his mind. In a corner at the back of the class, someone had been silently observing the noisy crowd from the beginning. That person was Ao Tian. SS rank Dark Covenant. Realm, unranked. An uncontracted spirit beast. Behind him, there's an S-rank talent. And an A-rank talent. A guy with a mushroom cut whispers into his ear, "Brother Ao. It seems he's the leader from the main city. Want to test him out a bit?" Nobles like him definitely got in through connections. He looks like a silver-tipped spear, all flash, no substance. Hearing that, Ao Tian's anger flared up, causing the S-rank and A-rank talents behind him to jump in shock. Sensing an invisible flame flickering, Zian turned and immediately saw the scene of Ao Tian seething with anger. He gave a sinister smile as Gubai also jumped. "Oh, testing me out?" The two of them faced each other, staring intently. The air around them was thick with the smell of gunpowder. A fire type and a water type facing off just like that. Ao Tian was still blazing with anger, his killing intent soaring. Zian, on the other hand, was much more relaxed. He secretly assessed his opponent. Not a bad talent. It's a pity he doesn't have a spirit beast yet. He's far weaker than me. The two continued their stare down until suddenly, Gubai rushed out and stood between them, stunning them both. She stood in front of him, gathering all her courage to scold the other guy. "Stop your unreasonable probing. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." That beautiful face once again stole the heart of a young man. Ao Tian's heart pounded, his legs trembled, and his face turned red. He frantically scratched his head and apologized profusely. "I'm sorry. Be big bro." This made the two guys behind him ask in confusion, "Big brother, why are you surrendering directly?" Suddenly, a girl's loud voice echoed from the classroom door. "Zian, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Tianwu stood arrogantly at the door. "A challenge. Fight me, Zian." He was inwardly delighted, as if he had struck gold. "Little Phoenix, you've come at the perfect time. Let's have a fight to open the eyes of these brats. There's no need to waste energy on internal strife." As he thought this, he glanced at the chaotic scene in the classroom. He happily put his hands in his pockets and accepted the challenge. "I agree, Little Phoenix." He cheerfully suggested the venue. "Let's use the school grounds. You don't have any objections, do you?" Tianwu was filled with even more enthusiasm. "Of course not." She crossed her arms. She thought confidently to herself. "I've trained hard for 2 months. It was all for this moment." She looked straight into Zian's eyes and urged him on. "Then let's go." He remained silent, accepting with a smile. Behind them was a crowd of onlookers, eager for the show. They discussed animatedly. Someone was surprised. Young Master Bai and young Miss Fong are actually going to fight. And it's a spirit beast battle, no less. Someone else chimed in. "That's right. Let's hurry over before all the good spots are taken." Others urged them on impatiently. "A battle like this is rare. Let's go watch quick." The two guys behind Ao Tian were also buzzing. The black-haired one spoke first. Those two seemed to have a grudge. The blonde one added, "And they're going to have a spirit beast battle. This is an opportunity for us. ITLL let us gauge the strength of the White Scale City students." Ao Tian also nodded. "Exactly. Let's go take a look." The glaring sun shone down on the lively scene in the arena. Two figures stood in the middle of the vast arena, preparing to start the battle. Zian raised his hand and gestured to his opponent. "Let's just start, Little Phoenix. I don't want to drag this out." She put her hands on her hips and declared confidently, "Fine by me." I will utterly defeat you in front of everyone, so they will know my true strength. She began to concentrate her energy, gradually forming a blazing red fireball. Then she summoned her spirit beast. A pair of brilliant red wings of fire sprouted from her back, making the scene even more magnificent. A purple phoenix appeared. Its eyes flashed with a light that would make anyone tremble in fear. The system quickly displayed its information. Race: crimson-throated purple-feathered swan, fire type. Realm: early stage black iron. Talent: Song of the Phoenix Cry, S rank. Aptitude: early stage for symbols. Skills: Phoenix Cry, startling sting, initiate. Fading smoke, molten strike, proficient. Sparrow's flame, proficient. Introduction: a bird species from the primordial world. It is said to possess the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. It can unleash the might of the Phoenix, causing enemies to feel terror. The fiery scene, combined with the blazing sun, caused him to break out in a sweat. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun while sighing inwardly. Why is it a bird? I didn't expect it to be a spirit beast from a nascent world. Moreover, it can grow to the purple crystal rank. Tianyu in the sky tried even harder to spread her flaming wings. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but feel smug and smirked. This is a bit interesting. It seems the Fong family has quite a few secrets. She is very confident. She taunted her opponent with a sharp voice. Xian, do you find my pet beast very unfamiliar? As she spoke, she became even more arrogant, looking down on him as if he were insignificant, and continued to brag. You've never seen my pet beast before, have you? Do you need me to tell you the name of my pet beast? He wasn't swayed in the slightest, calmly resting his chin on his hand and deducing like Conan. The Fong family's abilities aren't bad. I didn't expect them to help you form a contract with a crimson filth purple feather swan, which doesn't exist in the 10,000 stars mystic realm. Then he looked up. With a bright smile, he concluded bluntly, however, the result of this battle will still not change in any way. She was momentarily surprised that her opponent could figure her out so quickly. I can't believe he saw through the identity of the crimson filth purple feather swan. Xian calmly provoked the fuming girl. Little Phoenix, make your move. I'm afraid if I summon my spirit beast directly, you won't have a chance left. Of course, Tianyu got even angrier and yelled in his face. Insolent. You're too arrogant. She ordered the Phoenix to swoop down and shoot a beam of fire. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This move again." He whistled softly, dodging the huge, fiery beam. The Phoenix shrieked again, gathering energy. Then it suddenly shot that fireball down from behind him. He turned his head, looking weary. As expected, the follow-up move is this one. A giant fireball plunged down, engulfing Xian completely, giving him no way to escape. The audience in the stands couldn't help but be surprised by the fiery scene. Only Ao Tian remained calm. Is the winner decided so quickly? Tianyu looked triumphantly at her opponent engulfed in the fireball. Then suddenly, a hand reached out leisurely. He gently flicked his hand, brushing away the flames around him, and continued to provoke her. Is that all you've got? Hurry up and use your strongest move. She was so shocked she broke out in a cold sweat. What? She found it really hard to accept the scene before her eyes. The stands were in an uproar again. They're all freshmen. But that girl is already so skilled at controlling her beast. Someone else retorted. Didn't you see that young man? I can't believe he blocked the spirit beast's skill with just his bare hands. This made Gubai even more excited and proud. Young Master Shaoan. So awesome. She cursed inwardly. Damn it. Then she quickly decided to use her ultimate move. Crimson filth purple feather swan. Use that move. She soared into the sky, transferring energy to the Phoenix, helping it accumulate a massive sonic wave. With a loud boom, the entire arena shook. That sonic wave created giant gusts of wind. The rest of the audience also hurriedly covered their ears to protect themselves. Xian created a shield around himself to defend, trying to withstand that formidable sonic wave. He gritted his teeth and resisted, causing everyone in the stands to be surprised and worried. Tianyu pressed her advantage, ordering the Phoenix to continue attacking. Hurry. He's been stunned. Teach him a lesson. He shakily stepped out from the shield, making a couple of comments. I didn't expect this skill could pierce my protective shield. The Phoenix shot towards him like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Xian quickly summoned his own spirit beast. White Shadow Giant Scale Fish. Come on out. A giant whale suddenly emerged in midair. In comparison, its mouth alone was as big as several hundred phoenixes. Although the crimson filth purple feather Luan was no weakling, seeing such a massive opponent made it tremble like a leaf. The proud whale flicked its tail. The mighty phoenix was immediately sent flying. It crashed down right next to Tianyu. The proud phoenix she had always been so proud of was thus miserably defeated right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Xian and his spirit beast looked down triumphantly and coldly at the devastating scene. Amidst the thick dust, she fell to her knees, holding back tears as she raised her head. I concede. Xian looked at her and said, Little Phoenix, have you forgotten something? Her whole body trembled, her eyes filled with anger. She looked very worried. A few drops of sweat rolled down her cheek. The winner takes all. What do you want from me? Just say it. Xian smirked slyly. He leaned close to her ear and whispered something that made her freeze up instantly. Tianyu was startled. Her cheeks flushed red as if she was about to cry out. You just wait. Xian laughed and waved his hand. There's no more good show to watch. Disperse quickly. Suddenly, all the surrounding high-rise buildings began to shake. Xian put his hands in his pockets, frowning slightly. Everyone fell into a panic. What's happening? What's wrong? Everyone screamed in terror. It's an earthquake. Just as he looked up, something plummeted straight down to the ground from above. Debris flew everywhere. Xian stood frozen, unable to react in time. Bai Shi and Bai Ji appeared, raising their hands in front of them and unleashing a technique. They created a barrier, blocking the falling debris from above. They stood by his side, protecting Xian. He furrowed his brow and looked up. Bai Shi urged him, Young Master Xian, this place is very dangerous. Bai Ji continued, Please return to the main residence quickly. He looked at them and asked, Bai Ji, what's going on? Bai Ji replied, I'm not sure either. Buildings began to collapse, sending debris flying everywhere. Seeing such a scene, a thought arose in his mind. I have a very bad feeling about this. Thick smoke billowed up. At the same time, in the skies above White Scale City, spaceships appeared, filling the sky. A purple ship with a spider-shaped logo flew in the sky. Inside were terrorists with red and yellow hair, along with monsters piloting the ship. A woman's voice boomed. Why haven't our people inside finished setting up the defensive positions yet? The blonde-haired man stepped forward to report to her. Number 2 just sent a message. He said there was an earthquake, so they were slightly delayed. The woman looked at the system display on the screen. She let out a satisfied shout. This earthquake came at the perfect time. She ordered the blonde-haired man, prepare the demonic flame burst spiders. The blonde-haired man respectfully complied. On the city streets, tangled power lines and collapsed buildings. Xian, Bai Ji and Bai Ruo were moving in a vehicle together. Xian looked outside, his face worried, and wondered. Heavenly Insight Eye. What exactly happened? A blue eye appeared, surrounded by a mystical blue glow. The system displayed a notification. You are searching for the cause of the earthquake in White Scale City. Received a heavenly Tao revelation. 2 planets appeared, colliding with each other, illustrating what the system said. The worlds are drawing close to each other, causing a conflict at the spatial boundary, thus triggering a chain reaction. The consequences are tremors and roars. Xian froze and frowned. What? A conflict between 2 worlds? He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze distant. What will it be like when 2 secret realm worlds merge? He delved deep into his consciousness, watching the heavenly insight eye open and speak. You are searching about the myriad spider nest world and an unnamed world. Received a heavenly Tao revelation. On the system screen, shaking buildings and debris colliding with the planet were displayed. 3 months before the 2 worlds merge, some areas of the myriad spider nest secret realm experienced tremors and the roars of giant beasts of varying degrees. 3 months later, the conflict between the worlds will lessen, forming a spatial fissure. The 2 worlds will begin to merge. 1 year later, the myriad spider nest secret realm and the unnamed world will completely merge, forming a new high-level secret realm. He smirked slightly, a calculating look in his eyes. This event isn't necessarily a bad thing. On the contrary, it could be a good thing. While Xian was on the highway, He heard loud explosions as some buildings caught fire. The spreading fire tore open the protective barrier. Xian looked outside with a pensive expression. The protective shield of White Scale City has disappeared. Did someone break the shield? The terrorist ships dropped bombs, destroying the protective shield. Buildings burned fiercely. The female terrorist laughed gleefully, commanding her subordinates. Excellent. Begin the operation. She kicked giant spiders out of the ship. They fell from the sky one after another like balls. A volley was dropped from the flying saucers, blanketing the sky. Xian's car was driving down the road. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Danger!" Xian's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he heard the voice. "Warning! Warning!" He hurriedly gave an order to the two beside him. "Baiji, Bairuo, activate the defenses now." As soon as he finished speaking, the car was enveloped by a protective barrier. Where the spiders landed, they exploded. White smoke mixed with a hint of green rose up. The atmosphere grew tense. In the main city's command center, they were observing, directing, and issuing announcements. Emergency situation. Emergency situation. White Scale City has entered a level 1 state of war alert. A soldier hurriedly ran in to report to Jingsong. An earthquake of over magnitude 8 has occurred in White Scale City. The exact cause has not yet been determined. He frantically recounted what had happened in the city. The shield's energy core was bombed and severely damaged by the demon spider cult. The city's defense forces are resisting the invasion of ferocious beasts. The situation is critical. Hearing this, Jingsong did not panic. Instead, he calmly gave orders. Dispatch people to repair the central energy core. Mobilize all beast tamers in the city to help defend it. His stern voice rang out. Public Security Bureau. All personnel of the main city administration deploy for earthquake relief immediately. The soldiers immediately carried out the order. City Lord. Jingsong considered in return. The demon spider cult has always been in hiding, yet they appear at this very moment. Is this related to them? The deputy city lord beside him burst out laughing upon hearing those words. Old Bai, you're overthinking things. The demon spider cult, that bunch of insects. How could they possibly cause an earthquake? It's just a coincidence. Suddenly, the surveillance monitor blared with an urgent report from the patrol soldiers. The Awakening Hall is under attack. Requesting backup. Jingsong was alarmed. He slammed the table, stood up, and said, "We're doomed. The demon spider cult's target is to destroy the Awakening Hall, to sever the very foundation of our White Scale City." His voice turned grim. "Give the order. Hurry. Get reinforcements to the Awakening Hall immediately. Old Wu can't hold out for long." Inside the city, explosions rang out one after another. Xian's figure appeared. He was standing silently beside the car. Baiji walked over to inspect it. Looking at the car's condition, she spoke up, "Young lord, this car is completely totaled." She couldn't fix it, so she had no choice but to inform Xian. "It looks like we'll have to go on foot." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, causing dust and smoke to cover everything. Looking towards the center of the explosion, Xian was astonished. That direction is. He was startled to see that the most important place in the city was under attack. Someone is attacking the Awakening Hall. While Xian was still worried, an aircraft suddenly flew towards them. Watching the approaching aircraft, a notification panel appeared in his eyes. Demon Spider Cult. Xian said in surprise, "The Demon Spider Cult?" While Baiji beside him said angrily, "It's those scum." Many aircraft were heading towards the Awakening Hall, where fire and smoke were billowing. Inside one of the aircraft, a terrorist said, "It seems the time has come." At this moment, down below, patrol soldiers were trying to extinguish the flames. One of them shouted loudly, "Put out the fire first. There are injured personnel over there." But at the same time, something was flying in the sky. When their shadows fell upon a patrol soldier, that person was utterly shocked. Because something was falling from the sky, they landed on the ground, kicking up dust and smoke. From within, an arm reached out. A swarm of spiders appeared as the smoke gradually cleared. The patrol soldiers were terrified by the sight. "We're screwed. It's the phantom demon spider." The phantom ghost-faced spiders attacked swiftly. They quickly broke through the soldiers' encirclement, causing them to retreat in fear. They could only shout, covering fire, "Fall back." Hearing the commotion outside, Xinghan wondered, "What's happening outside?" At that moment, the soldier next to him immediately tried to contact the outside. Eagle Den, this is Monster Den. Eagle Den, this is Monster Den. If you copy, please respond. If you copy, please. But before he could get a response, the door was suddenly slammed repeatedly. Xinghan immediately ordered, "Get ready." The door was being hit by something and was about to give way. The tremor made Xinghan's face darken. Suddenly, the door burst open. The phantom ghost-faced spiders rushed in. The soldiers hadn't even recovered their senses. When the phantom ghost-faced spiders attacked immediately, Xinghan realized at that moment, armor is useless against these phantom ghost-faced spiders. He immediately used his beast pet. A Qilin appeared as soon as he shouted, "Unleash." Xinghan commanded, "All soldiers, form a shield wall." Instantly, a line of soldiers rushed forward. They held their shields upright in front of him. The shields lined up one after another, forming a defensive line. Just then, Tin Han used his ability. Guardian Starstone. Boulders appeared in an instant, covering the area in front of the shields. A solid stone wall appeared after Tin Han shouted, "Core Mind Pillar." Having created a solid defense, he quietly instructed the soldiers, "Be careful in a moment. Don't be too reckless. Just stall for time." Tin Han sighed. It's been many years since anyone dared to touch the Awakening Hall. Can't they just let me retire in peace? Behind the stone wall, Tin Han shouted loudly, "Wei Shin Temple." And out here, the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders were not to be outdone. They immediately took action. They accelerated, rushing forward. A ghastly screeching sound was heard. Echoing through the area, the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders accelerated, charging forward like arrows. The violent impact caused the defense Tin Han had erected to shake. White smoke billowed up. Behind the defensive wall, Tin Han remained calm. His deep voice reassured the soldiers. "Everyone, don't worry. It won't be able to break through for a while." However, outside, the wall had begun to crack. From the crack, a part of the shield inside was exposed. Seizing the opportunity, it shot a web towards the shield, wrapping it tightly, clinging as if wanting to merge with the shield. Then it pulled hard. The soldier holding that shield lost his balance, was dragged along, and passed out right before their eyes. A large gap appeared. Seeing this sight, Tin Han's face turned pale. A thought flashed through his mind. "We're dead." Immediately, the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders charged in like a ferocious flood. They shattered the solid defensive wall that Tin Han had painstakingly built. In just an instant, it was reduced to a pile of rubble. Tin Han's face grew stern. His eyes were ice cold. He raised his voice and yelled, "Concentrate your fire. Suppress them." The sound of gunfire rang out, rapid fire like a storm. The soldiers counterattacked fiercely. Bullets flew everywhere. Muzzle flashes lit up the battle line, but the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders were unbelievably fast. Their spider-like legs glided like phantoms, weaving and twisting, dodging every hail of bullets with ease. Witnessing this, Tin Han froze. He thought to himself, "Their speed is too fast." Suddenly, a cat shadow ghost-faced spider appeared right in front of him. The distance was so close it was nearly impossible to react in time. But Tin Han didn't panic at all. On the contrary, his eyes flashed as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He shouted, "Now's the time." The moment the spear in his hand touched the ground began to shake violently. From beneath the earth, sharp stone spikes shot up like wolf fangs. Those stone spikes impaled the bodies of the cat shadow ghost-faced spiders. Tin Han let out a soft sigh of relief. His hand, tightly gripping the spear, loosened slightly. His face filled with fatigue as he thought, "It's finally quiet now." But in his heart, he couldn't help but complain. "Old Bai, why aren't you here yet? I've already played my last card." Suddenly, from the body of the giant spider, a figure silently emerged. Everyone was stunned. Even Tin Han's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the terrorist. She just emerged from within the body of the cat shadow ghost-faced spider. Tin Han immediately shouted, "There's someone inside the spider." Before anyone could react, the terrorist and her comrades immediately brought cannons into the battle. Her voice thundered across the battlefield, hissing with resentment. "You demons who have invaded our world, face your punishment." As she finished speaking, she swung her arm. A cannonball shot out from the cannon mounted on her arm. whistling as it tore through the air, heading straight for Tin Han. A deafening explosion rang out. The blast sent the soldiers flying. But he stood his ground. In that hair-raising moment, he had managed to activate his ability. A shield appeared, blocking the shockwave from the explosion. Taking advantage of the smoke covering the area, the terrorist and her comrades took action. They took advantage of the moment the soldiers were still stunned from the explosion and charged forward, attacking like a storm. But the line of defense was not easily broken. The soldiers who were still standing immediately opened fire in retaliation. The sound of bullets rained down on the ground. Amidst the smoke, the terrorist suddenly appeared right in front of the defensive formation. She roared, "Surging wave!" In that very instant, a spear shot forward. Xing Han appeared. The spear in his hand suddenly transformed into a solid shield. He immediately blocked the powerful attack from her. Seeing this, she hurriedly jumped away. Xing Han looked back at the soldiers behind him. He shouted loudly, "Are you still alive?" Quickly moved the wounded back. At this moment, Xing Han's face grew stern. He lowered his head and whispered to his spirit beast, "It's all up to us here, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up, his gaze stern. The space around them trembled. Giant boulders emerged as if from the void. They spun in midair right after he shouted, "Astral rock domain." They shot towards the terrorist at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, those boulders had interwoven themselves, gradually forming a circle, surrounding him and the terrorists. Astonished, they could only look up as the surrounding wall gradually closed in. A cage of colossal stone was complete. In that moment, the battlefield fell silent as if holding its breath. And so, the squad of soldiers immediately took the opportunity to retreat, moving the wounded out of the danger zone. Inside the stone cage, the terrorist calmly spoke with a sarcastic tone, looking at Xing Han. "Old man, you are just a hired hand." She mocked him loudly, "Working for a measly salary. Why are you so willing to throw your life away?" Xing Han wasn't angered. He just smirked slightly in response, his eyes never leaving the enemies before him. "You wouldn't understand." Seeing this, she immediately ordered her subordinates, "Get him." The blondes continuously rushed forward to attack. Swords flashed, slashing relentlessly. Xing Han and his spirit beast immediately met the challenge. The two sides fought fiercely. The sound of steel clashing rang out continuously. Neither side gave an inch. When Xing Han attacked, the blonde one quickly dodged and then counterattacked. Amidst the chaotic battle, the terrorist had, at some point, taken out a crossbow. The crossbow, glowing with a purple light, was aimed straight at him as he was still fighting the blondes. She pulled the trigger. The powerful arrow shot forth. In that very instant, Xing Han froze. A premonition of death washed over him. He turned his head and flinched upon seeing the arrow flying towards him at a terrifying speed. He thought to himself, "I'm done for." The Qilin suddenly roared. A stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the space right behind Xing Han. It stopped the arrow just fired by the terrorist. Immediately after, he swung his sword, forcing the blonde to retreat, not giving the opponent time to react. The Qilin suddenly appeared behind her. The blonde turned around, startled, but it was too late to dodge. The Qilin had already sent her flying into the air. She then slammed into the wall behind her. Seeing an opportunity, the spear in Xing Han's hand burst into flames. He swung his arm forcefully. A force that tore through the air shot forward, knocking the crossbow from the terrorist's hand. But just then, from behind him, a shadow lunged forward. It was the blonde. This time, she was holding two gleaming scythes. Xing Han remained calm. He summoned a glowing shield, blocking the surprise attack. A deafening clang resounded as her scythes smashed into the shield. Xing Han thought to himself, "That's it." Each slash from the blonde made him even more pleased. "Keep going." Suddenly, he revealed a triumphant smile. "Now's the time." Instantly, a terrifying power erupted from Xing Han's spear. Stardust shatter. A massive boulder slammed into the blonde's stomach. She was thrown violently towards the wall where the terrorist was. He then said sarcastically, "It's been so many years. You people from the demon spider cult haven't changed at all." He shouted loudly, "As long as I, Xing Han, am here, I absolutely will not let you demon spider cult enter the central core by even half a step. His words angered the terrorist. She shouted loudly, "You damn old man. You talk too much." She drew a sword covered in blue lightning. With just one slash, it destroyed Xing Han's giant rock, leaving him astonished. Seeing this, his face paled as he thought to himself, Kuan and Zhen are earth. Sun and Zhen are wood. The 5 elements counteract each other. Wood overcomes earth. Not good, and being suppressed. The Qilin quickly appeared to protect Xing Han. Seeing this, the terrorist quickly dodged. She retreated. He, on the other hand, nodded slightly, whispering, "Thanks, brother." The Qilin roared, causing numerous boulders to rise from the ground, forming a protective shield. But she didn't flinch. She threw a series of darts toward Xing Han. One dart landed near his feet. Inside that dart was a bomb. His face paled as he spoke. A massive explosion echoed. Xing Han leaned on the Qilin, panting, but still struggling to speak. "As long as I don't die, the crystal wall will not disappear." He was severely injured but still managed to say, "But if you dare to kill a representative of the Awakening Council, you will face a full-scale hunt." The terrorist interrupted with a sarcastic tone. "Stop acting tough." She grabbed Xing Han by the collar, dragging him closer. "An old man like you. We've already investigated everything about you." She leaned close to his ear, her voice husky. "Your beast-taming space is very strong defensively, but it also has its limits," she said in a low voice. "And this time, we came prepared. We brought the illusory shadow demon spider, precisely to break your crystal space." As soon as she finished speaking, dull thuds were heard from outside. She mocked, "Listen, they've already started." Outside, the illusory shadow demon spider was ramming into the rock barrier. Its strong legs dug deep, tearing up the ground, corroding the solid rock wall layer by layer. Just like that, the giant rock cage was destroyed. Xing Han collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with despair. He panted, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, whispering, "Old Bai, I can't hold on any longer." A terrifying sound echoed from the sky. From afar, a giant fist descended like a meteor. A giant gorilla appeared, smashing the stone cage as if it were made of paper. The terrorist looked up in alarm. "What?" The gorilla roared, its fist raised, ready to crash down on her head. But at that very moment, the illusory shadow demon spider rushed in to block the attack. From atop the gorilla, a figure leaped down. It was Cui Cheng. He went to Xing Han's side and called out, "Old Wu," helping him up. Cui Cheng asked with concern, "Old Wu, are you all right?" He replied in a low voice, "Do I look all right to you?" By now, the gorilla was overpowering the illusory shadow demon spider. Hearing Xing Han, he chided, "Even at a time like this, you're still joking?" Old Bai and the others. Before he could finish, he was cut off. "Are about to arrive, right? So slow." As soon as he said that, a large bird flew over. Seeing it, Cui Cheng laughed and said, "Look, Old Bai is here." Xing Han also smiled in response, still as arrogant as ever. Just then, Jingsong arrived with his pet beast. In an instant, the divine crane lifted the spider demon into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Jingsong urgently took the chance and shouted, "Catch it, old Fong." Suddenly, from high above, the divine crane dropped the spider demon. Below, old Fong, full of fighting spirit and riding his warhorse, immediately received the order. With his staff and his fire element Qilin, old Fong charged forward like a knight. He commanded, "Use that move, fire Qilin." Old Fong quickly charged towards the giant spider that was about to land. As soon as he got close to the giant spider, old Fong immediately used his staff, creating a powerful barrier of fire. Once everyone had gathered, Bai Jingchong spoke with contempt. "You scoundrels of the demon spider cult." He glared. A murderous aura radiated from him as he roared his command. "Your operation has failed. Surrender now." The underlings called out in a panic, "Boss." Seeing this, the blonde one gave an order. "Plan B. He'll hold them off." "You guys." Hearing this, from behind a strange mask that was constantly emitting smoke, another terrorist spoke up. "Boss, wait. Let me handle this suicide mission." She removed the mask. A delicate face with a healthy, suntanned complexion was revealed. She said, "Boss, you still have a sister to take care of. I've been all alone since I was a child. No family and nothing to worry about. seeing his subordinate agilely leap onto the giant spider's head. The leader cried out. Seeing this, the masked woman just gently urged, "Let me handle it this time." At this, he threw a gun to her and said, "Catch." She stared at the gun in her hand for a moment, a gun faintly glowing with a stream of power. With determination, they shouted in unison, "For the sacred cult." The terrorist quickly regained her composure. She took the opportunity to pull out some small balls and said, "They'll cover you." A thick cloud of smoke billowed out from the bombs. Seeing this, Bai Jingchong immediately created a shield to protect everyone behind him. But then he realized, it's a smokescreen. Looking at the dense fog before him, Bai Jingchong commanded, "Disperse it." At the same time, using his control ability, he ordered his divine crane, "Pursue them quickly." Receiving the command, the divine crane immediately flew through the thick dust to chase the spider carrying the blonde masked person. The terrorists had quickly slipped away and were heading for the core. Seeing this, the giant ape and old Fong immediately gave chase. The terrorists were no slouches either. They nimbly vaulted over obstacles. From behind, the ape roared furiously to inform everyone. There are still 2 of them here. They're approaching the core. But from a distance, sticky balls were continuously released by the spider. It caused the ape to be hit right on its back, and the fire chelan flying in the sky immediately lost its balance. The sticky substance caused both the ape and the fire chelan to become trapped. Can't move. Along with them, both old Fong and the soldier with him were also caught in the sticky substance. Seeing this, the soldier couldn't help but curse. Damn it! On the divine crane's shoulder, Bai Jingchong thought to himself, I didn't expect this spider to be so fast. In the distance, old Fong shouted, "Old Bai, you go after them. Leave these spiders to me." At the core, 2 terrorists had arrived. From behind, Bai Jingchong had also sent his divine crane to the location. A terrorist reported, "Boss, he's caught up to us." The spider had also arrived, but unfortunately, it was a step too late. The blonde masked person realized in a panic, it's over. The boss is in danger. At the same time, the ape and old Fong also arrived. Both the ape, the red chelan, and old Fong charged in to finish off this spider. The ape struck first, delivering a blow to the spider demon that slammed it into the ground, sending it flying high into the air. Just then, old Fong also closed in right above the spider demon, giving it no time to react. He immediately struck a blow with his staff, plunging it straight into the spider's body. The blow caused a part of the demon's body to crack wide open, revealing the terrorist inside. Old Fong's attack pierced through the spider and slammed into the ground, cracking it. Dust billowed everywhere. The demon was now exhausted. Seeing this, old Fong said, "Surrender, you little devil." The soldier added, "Your plan has already failed." In this precarious situation, the terrorist could only remain silent. At the core, the divine crane landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bai Jingchong dismounted. He spoke, "You demon spider cult people are stubborn and unruly, always wanting to oppose us." With a chilling gaze, Bai Jingchong raised his wooden cane. The wooden cane immediately transformed into a leather whip. As he slowly walked, Bai Jingchong powerfully cracked the whip and said in a stern voice, "Death is too good for you." His lashes continuously left wounds on the 2 terrorists' bodies, tearing away their flesh. At the same time, Bai Jingchong commanded, "Wind assault." The divine crane shot towards the 2 terrorists like a whirlwind. Seeing this, the 2 of them also drew their weapons, intending to counterattack. The terrorist fiercely swung his sword, striking the divine crane head-on. Seeing the sword in the terrorist's hand radiating a surge of power, Bai Jingchong thought to himself, wind and thunder, both wood elemental. He was a little worried and calculated. There's no way to suppress their attributes. I have to think of another way. The terrorist also ordered his comrade, "He'll provide cover. You go get the core." The 2 terrorists immediately seized the opportunity. They flew straight towards Bai Jingchong, determined to get the core. They coordinated seamlessly with each other. The woman leaped high into the air. She brought her sword down on Bai Jingchong, creating an opportunity for the blonde man to get closer to the core. Bai Jingchong immediately realized it. He quickly gave an order. "Cloudwing Crane, stop him." Seeing this, The crane immortal immediately used its large body to block the terrorist's path. But suddenly, the blonde man threw his sickle straight up. The sickle hooked onto the ceiling. Just as the crane immortal stomped down with its foot, the blonde terrorist was one step ahead. He used the previously thrown sickle to create a rope, allowing him to swing past and avoid the attack. The terrorist continued straight ahead. As soon as he got past the crane immortal, he immediately used another sickle, throwing it straight ahead. The other sickle immediately hooked onto the core. Just like that, the blonde terrorist used the momentum to maneuver through, heading straight for the core. As for Bai Jingsong, he was still engaged in a fierce battle with the other terrorist. Glancing at the situation behind him, Bai Jingsong's face darkened as he thought, "This is bad." Entering the core's chamber, the blonde terrorist quickly approached the energy hub. He skillfully activated its system, causing the core to emit a mysterious blue light. Seeing the light before him, the blonde terrorist thought excitedly, "Finally, I've waited for this day." Pressing the control panel, he thought, "Almost there." Then, the blonde terrorist raised his hand, about to press the core's button, and shouted, "For the holy cult." But suddenly, his hand started trembling and felt weak, as if he was struggling to press it. It turned out, the blonde terrorist had been bound by a chain around his neck. It turned out that from a distance, Bai Jingsong had used his whip to deal with both of them at the same time. The blonde terrorist couldn't help but curse. "Damn, old man." Casting a sharp glance at them, he said in a low voice, "It's over. Invaders." Scene change. On the other side, the white-haired terrorist who was captured by old Fong's side argued, "This place is clearly our home." She accused, "You people are the real invaders." "On what grounds?" And in her right hand, she was hiding a gun. She shouted agitatedly, "On what grounds do you act like you're the victims, huh?" Then she immediately raised the gun and fired, to everyone's surprise. The shot flew straight ahead, catching old Fong off guard. But luckily, he managed to dodge it in time. The bullet whizzed past, heading straight towards where the red-haired terrorist was fighting, and it immediately aimed straight for Bai Jingsong. Facing a situation where he couldn't advance and couldn't retreat, Bai Jingsong thought, "Too fast. I can't dodge it." But then, a pair of wings suddenly shielded him. Seeing this, Bai Jingsong suddenly realized, Cloud Wing Crane. It blocked it. The powerful bullet was completely absorbed by the crane immortal. In an instant, the crane immortal's limbs were destroyed from within, as if a strong electric current was running through its body, causing it to convulse. Seeing this, Bai Jingsong shouted in shock, "Hey-er!" In an instant, the crane immortal vanished. Along with it, Bai Jingsong's whip also disappeared. Seeing the situation, he was startled. "This is bad." That was also when the blonde terrorist was freed, and the red-haired terrorist also seized the opportunity to rush over and provide support. They pressed the button. It was done. They said to each other, "We succeeded. Let's get ready to go." Then, the two of them quickly escaped. By the time Bai Jingsong realized it, it was too late. They just left, leaving behind a time bomb, which then created a huge explosion before Bai Jingsong's eyes. Scene change. The news reported, yesterday, Whitescale City experienced a 7.8 magnitude earthquake. The death toll has reached 18,213 people. The number of missing persons is 51,235. They announced. The shield generator of Whitescale City was destroyed by mysterious terrorist elements, leading to a level 3 monster tide pouring in. The soldiers at the defensive line are trying their best to fight back. The news anchor said that the terrorist elements simultaneously launched attacks on representative provinces. City Lord Bai Jingsong is personally leading the officials from various departments to carry out a counterattack against the terrorist elements. The media is also reporting that a member of the terrorist group has been captured. The situation is now under control. At this point, Xian suddenly remembered. Grandfather. The news continued to play. After the attack occurred, the son of City Lord Jingsong, Deputy City Lord Bai Jiji, has a statement regarding this attack. At the same time, the number of sick and injured patients continued to rise. The doctors continuously shouted, "Make way." An image of Bai Jiji was shown with his speech. "We can definitely get through this disaster together." But no one here was in the mood to watch. The doctors kept moving patients while offering words of encouragement. "It's okay. Hold on." Suddenly, a voice was heard. Everyone, our white-scale city, has elite soldiers serving the people. They are conducting rescue missions on the front lines. Now, when faced with patients who are soldiers with extremely severe injuries, some might even lose their sight in both eyes, the doctors could only encourage them. Hold on. Seeing this, Xian felt an indescribable sense of pity. Walking past another hospital room, the same words were heard. Hold on. Awe. The person beside him kept reassuring him. The doctor will be here soon. The person on the hospital bed, covered in crisscrossing wounds with both legs completely amputated, vaguely looked up at his comrade. Seeing this, the person beside him could only grip his hand tightly. With a sliver of hope, he said, "Hold on." Seeing the image of two hands clasped together, Xian suddenly remembered a memory from his past life, when a comrade on the battlefield had also held his hand just like that and said weakly, "Xian." Amidst a fierce rain of bombs and bullets, the heavily wounded comrade leaned against a wall and said, "I really didn't expect that you would come to save me." Seeing this, Xian called out worriedly, "Captain." The captain maintained his strong image, flashing a confident smile as he said to him, "You brat, you don't look like much usually. I thought you were a heartless bastard." The captain took off his helmet and placed it on Xian's head, to his astonishment, saying, "Truly unexpected." Now, Xian could only remain silent. At a loss for words, the captain adjusted the helmet on him, along with a final message. "If you can survive and get back, then don't forget." But before he could finish his sentence, he took his last breath as Xian watched. Seeing Xian clench his fists, Bai Shi and Bai Ji called out worriedly, "Young master." Bai Shi approached him, asking, "Are you all right?" At this moment, Xian's expression darkened. It was as if he had just experienced a nightmare. His face was pale. Xian still managed to answer, "I'm fine. I'm fine." In the quiet hallway, he spoke. Along the way, no one say anything. Xian wondered, what happened to grandfather? Just then, the hospital room door opened. A voice called out, "Xian." In the large, sterile white hospital room, guarded by old Fong, with Chui Cheng and Xian's mother present. Everyone's expression was extremely awkward. Xian's mother stammered, "Xian, your grandfather is behind." Jing Song, whose body had lost an arm and was covered in crisscrossing wounds, suddenly removed his oxygen mask and spoke. "It's Xian," he said to everyone. "All of you, leave first. I'm fine now. I have a few words I want to say to Xian." In the room, only the grandfather and grandson remained. Jing Song asked worriedly, "Xian, you're not hurt, are you?" Seeing this, Xian sat down beside him, replying politely, "I'm fine, grandfather." Looking at the aftermath of the battle on Jing Song's body, Xian added worriedly, "But," lifting his sleeve, Jing Song said nonchalantly, It's nothing serious." But then his expression turned grim as he added, "Compared to this arm of mine, what I'm about to tell you is much more serious." Seeing this, Xian became very apprehensive. He thought, grandfather is a diamond rank expert. For him to be so tense, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Jing Song asked, "Xian, do you know anything about the demon spider cult?" Hearing that, Xian replied, "I only know they're a heretical cultist terrorist organization." Jing Song explained, "That's not wrong. Before this happened, their actions were limited to dispatching silver-ranked beast tamers. But this time, from the fact that they could materialize spirit energy, it's clear that the demon spider cult disciples in this incident are all diamond rank." He recounted. Moreover, compared to the previous attacks, this time was clearly more antagonistic. Their plan is starting to get ahead of us. In the quiet hospital room, Xian speculated, this earthquake is also part of their plan. At this point, Jing Song could no longer hold on and had to put on an oxygen mask. He said, "Not quite. It's a more serious situation." At the same time, a notification appeared. Jing Song realized a mystic realm was approaching the 10,000 spider nests world, believing that the 10,000 spider nests world was about to be destroyed. Placing a hand on Jing Song's remaining skinny hand, Xian replied, "My super intuition tells me the 10,000 spider nests mystic realm won't be destroyed. It's fusing with another mystic realm." Hearing this, Jing Song asked, a bit surprised, "Are you sure about what you're saying?" Xian affirmed, "It's true. It's a vision I foresaw. The two worlds are merging. That's why the earthquake happened. Seeing this, Jingsong said with some relief, "That's good." Jingsong began to explain. Xian, I'm actually from the Bai family of the origin planet, causing Xian to exclaim in surprise. For Xian, this truth came too suddenly. A thought flashed through his mind. The origin planet, Jingsong recounted. Back on the origin planet, I was the one chosen by the Bai family head. But at that time, I was arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. He said, then I made a mistake and was exiled by the Bai family. Jingsong added, I was eventually exiled to the 10,000 spider nest's mystic realm. But they still gave me a second chance. Jingsong told the story. As long as I could kill the purple gold rank spider matriarch spirit beast, I would be allowed to return to the origin planet. He believed I was too hasty. I underestimated the strength of a purple star rank beast. The gold-patterned fish was utterly defeated, its origin damaged. It could no longer advance in rank. Recalling the scene when the divine crane was defeated, Jingsong said grimly, now, my cloud-winged phoenix crane is also dead. He sadly concluded, reaching the purple star rank is hopeless for me in this lifetime. Seeing this, Xian stepped forward, asserting, you definitely still have a chance. But Jingsong only replied, my boy, you don't understand. He placed a hand on Xian's shoulder, entrusting him with the responsibility. You are the future of the Bai family now. Didn't you once say you would become the strongest spirit tamer? Jingsong suggested. Then go to the origin planet. This surprised Xian. His grandfather's eyes widened. He said seriously, participate in the Mystic Realm selection a year from now. As long as you place in the top 10, you can go to the origin planet. Only on the origin planet will you have the chance to become the strongest spirit tamer. He gripped the boy's shoulder, trembling, showing his determination and trust in passing on the responsibility. Seeing this, Xian held his hand and called out, grandfather. Taking off his necklace, Jingsong said, I know you have great talent and high aspirations. The Bai family's resources will fully support you. He handed Xian a card and instructed, use the resources in the treasury sparingly, and it will be enough for you to reach the diamond rank. Jingsong also reminded him, but Xian, don't be like your grandfather when he was young. You must remember that. The image of his old captain appeared faintly on Jingsong's face. He smiled forcefully and emphasized one thing. The most important thing in this world is the bond between people. Seeing this, Xian was stunned, thinking, Captain. He took the necklace and replied, grandfather. Scene change. At the Bai family residence. Ziyu sat on the doorstep, asking worriedly, is big brother sick like grandpa? Why isn't he home yet? Seeing this, the two maids reassured her. It's okay, Ziyu. Young Master Xian will be fine. Suddenly, Xian pushed the door open, holding the pendant in his hand. He was a bit pensive as he recalled the words. The bond between people. The moment she saw him, Ziyu frantically ran over and shouted, Big brother. The little girl rushed straight to Xian, to his surprise. In a flash, Ziyu clung to Xian's head, making him lose his balance. Seeing this, both Bai Ji and Bai Shuo, along with the two maids, were speechless at the little girl's mischief. Ziyu then said, Big brother, you're finally back. The little girl asked worriedly, Big brother, are you okay? Seeing the adorable little sister in his arms, Xian said to himself, in this world, I have such a lovely family. I must cherish them. Then he lovingly patted Ziyu's head and replied, I'm fine. Remembering the past, Xian thought to himself, having experienced the process of death in my previous life, my inner self has always feared weakness. That's why I want to become the strongest beast tamer. He felt that. Now I realize something more important than anything else. Recalling the little family that had reached out to pull him out of the mire, Xian thought, it's the bond with my loved ones. Scene change. In a certain room, Xian was preparing something, holding his grandfather's necklace in his hand. He put on an extremely dapper outfit, taking out a box containing a block of stone, a letter, and the pendant inside. Xian instructed, Ziyu, Mom and Dad will be back soon. Help me give this box to them, okay? Hearing this, Ziyu obediently replied, okay. Xian gently patted his sister's head and reminded her, Big brother has something important to do and needs to go out for a while. You be good at home and listen, okay? Su Gubai approached at this moment and called out shyly, Young Master Xian. He also looked at her and smiled gently. Su Gubai, are you ready to venture out with me? Su Gubai replied shyly. Wherever the young master goes, I will follow. He walked beside her and asked, Su Gubai, aren't you afraid? Su Gubai declared confidently. With young master Xian here, I'm not afraid. Xian turned to look at her. Can you stop calling me young master? Su Gubai immediately replied. Young master Xian. They had arrived at a half-finished building. Su Gubai turned to look at him and asked, Xian, have you thought about where to go? Xian looked at the space before him and answered, I haven't thought of a specific location yet. In his mind, he had his own objectives. This trip is mainly to increase my strength and to gather some materials along the way. Then he opened the system interface. They'll look up some information first. He seriously asked that powerful eye, Heavenly Insight Eye, how can I heal my grandfather's severed arm? The system immediately presented a vial of medicine, water of life. In Xian's mind, he was thinking about that dragon. How can I treat grandfather's pet beast, the red-eyed gold-striped fish? The system then displayed the spirit-nourishing heavenly water. The origin of Jingsong's red-eyed gold-striped fish is damaged. Requires spirit-nourishing heavenly water. Spirit-nourishing heavenly water is a purple spirit-grade material. Contains astonishing water system origin. Extremely beneficial for water system spirit beasts. He lightly touched the system interface. Water of life. Spirit-nourishing heavenly water. Suddenly, something startled Xian. What? The system then gave an undesirable result. Water of life. Search result, 5.5 million. Spirit-nourishing heavenly water. No results found for this item. He was still talking to himself. There's still information on the water of life resource. But the spirit-nourishing heavenly water is completely untraceable. Xian used a divine art to speak with the eye. How should the core of the awakening hall be repaired? An encrypted device appeared. The origin core of the awakening hall cannot be repaired with current technology. He remembered the egg he had left behind. After the battle, grandfather clearly lost his confidence. I left the purple lightning eagle's egg and its purple crystal-grade evolution path. It was to give him a bit of hope. The real hope to save White Scale City lies on the origin planet. He was also bewildered and asked himself, what do I do? Now, the clue to the spirit-nourishing heavenly water is also gone. Where should I go now? His whole body trembled as he looked at his arm. What? My body can't move. Xian silently looked at the hand placed on his shoulder. The divine icon actually. That hand pointed to a spot on the system interface. Go here. Su Gubai also noticed something. Xian, did you find something? But he still seemed bewildered. Let's head outside the city first. The city's east gate is the closest to here. Let's leave the city from there. But she expressed her worry. Do we have to cross the wilderness? I have a bad feeling about this. You smiled to reassure her. We're both beast tamers. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, we can hitch a ride with an expedition team. The two of them continued walking on the shattered road. Expedition team? What are they? They are mercenaries who go outside the city to explore the wilderness. The sky above was still clear blue. Cars were packed tightly on the road. The east gate. Everyone, please submit to an inspection. Line up in order to leave the city. The scene before you is startling. This. You pointed ahead where there were many people. Gubai. It seems your premonition was right. But just then, a car came speeding towards them. You quickly pulled Gubai away. Watch out. They managed to jump out of the way just as the car rushed past. The driver also brought the vehicle to a stop. The two of them looked awkwardly at their tightly held hands. Xian turned away in embarrassment. Are you okay, Gubai? She didn't dare to look directly at you either. I'm fine. She looked at the scene before them in surprise. The beast tide has only just receded. Why are so many people leaving the city? You looked straight ahead and began to analyze the situation. It's likely that some wealthy people feel that White Scale City is done for, so they want to take this opportunity to escape. But they don't have the strength to survive in the wilderness on their own. They can only hire expedition teams to protect themselves. Ahead of them was a convoy of vehicles. One rich person hires a whole group of people. So naturally, it gets crowded. The East City Gate was an incredibly vast space. A woman from the military stepped out and warned everyone. Be on alert for beast attacks. Pay attention to inspecting vehicles leaving the city. Ensure the military vehicle lane is kept clear. You watched the very serious-looking woman. All personnel leaving the city, please remove all weapons and equipment. Present your personal information for inspection. A police hound was also inspecting Xian. A disaster and an attack just happened. Yet father didn't lock down the city for a search. Is it to give the outside world the illusion of safety? Your personal information also appeared on the system. The two of them were entering a long, narrow corridor. Those leaving the city, please be sure to wear a protective mask. Xian followed the order and put on a mask. Of course, Gubai didn't dare to disobey either. They had stepped out into a desolate space. The two of them split up and ran quickly. Xian was still looking around. You stared intently at the scene before you. It seems countless ferocious beasts have been buried on this defensive line. Xian was using binoculars to search for a target. First, let's find the expedition team's outpost. Before Xian was a scene that looked like a burning fire. So hot. But it was also the location you were looking for. Found it. The sky above was still a deep blue. They passed by people who were still working. Xian blushed as he passed by some sexy girls. The two of them had now reached the main tent. You looked ahead and spoke. That's the expedition team's outpost. Let's go there. There was a strange, torn flag flying in the wind. This must be the place. The Red Ape mercenary group. Just then, at the Red Ape expedition team, Fong spoke up. Lao Duan. Look at the two newcomers at the entrance. What do you think? Lao Duan, who seemed interested in the two, replied. The quality doesn't seem bad. Lao Duan laughed a few times, feigning friendliness. You two little friends. His eyes looked at them with a hidden meaning. Are you two lost? Fong whistled from behind, scaring Gubai. Xian. They don't look like good people. Xian turned to look at her and thought to himself. After joining the Bai family, I don't know what switch was flipped. Her whole body trembled as she watched them approach. But she always attracts other people's attention. Xian also unleashed his power at this moment. Lao Duan flashed past the two of them. It's so dangerous outside the city. Let this uncle protect you, okay? He blocked their path with incredible speed. Lao Duan closed in on Xian. He gently lifted your chin. Little one. Little boy. Xian also shuddered. Me? Su Gubai froze for a few seconds upon witnessing the scene. Lao Duan seemed very happy to see his expression. Is the little darling angry now? Bai Xian immediately wrestled him down. Lao Duan's head slammed straight into the ground. Not only that, he also twisted his hand. In extreme pain, Lao Duan kept calling for his comrades. Fong, hurry and help me. He's making a move. At this moment, his entire body was engulfed in blue flames. You can give it a try. Fong was terrified by this sight. Such dense killing intent. Sunbeams were shining down on the loudspeaker above. They all looked ahead. Qi Xiaohe said in an indifferent voice. Deputy Leader. What's going on? It's so noisy. Deputy Leader Qi Ming gently stroked his hair. What else could it be? The ferocious beasts are here. Zijing immediately checked the system. The thermal scan shows a quantity of about 200 to 300. A voice echoed from a high platform. Fong, what's the situation? He's aiming at a target. Deputy Leader, are you done with your work? The situation isn't good. In the distance, a thick cloud of smoke is rushing over. There are ferocious beasts to the east. They'll reach the guard post in 5 minutes. Lao Duan was still begging. I'm telling you, young man. Let me go? We're like grasshoppers on the same rope now. You wouldn't want it to be when the beasts get in here. That we're still stuck like this, right? But his face showed no emotion. Right after that, Bai Xian flung his arm away. Stay away from me. He then called someone. Quickly call the deputy leader. It's complete chaos outside now. From above, a person was emitting flames. Grandly, Qi Ming was shouting loudly as if to make an announcement. It's too late to run back to the city now. Everyone, let's resist together. We can only survive by waiting for reinforcements. The people below didn't seem to understand what was happening. Qi Ming. After observing for a while, Bai Xian couldn't help but praise him silently. At least someone here gets it. He stood there calling out to everyone. I am the silver rank beast tamer and deputy leader of the Red Ape expedition team. Leave the frontal combat to me. But we still need a beast tamer for defense over there. Who will do it? He looked disappointedly at the black iron rank people. The powerful ones don't dare to take the risk. Just then, a blonde girl in the crowd spoke up. I am also silver rank. He also raised his hand on this side, acting right in front of him. It left him speechless. To even snatch it away like that. The rich young man stepped forward amidst everyone's admiration. Give me some firepower. I guarantee I can hold the line. Isn't this the young master of the Ming Corporation? Young Master Ming has reached silver rank. Qi Ming was extremely annoyed when he saw him. He's a rich kid. Is this guy going to be reliable? Then he ordered his subordinates. Lao Duan, Fong Lang, you two, take some people from the expedition team and get the heavy weapons. The two of them immediately responded. Qi Ming then shouted a slogan to encourage them. Keep on living. Bai Zian also stared at the young man and advised Su Gubai. Stay behind me later. Protect yourself well. This guy will definitely mess things up. The whole space felt like it was being scorched by the sun. He walked forward enthusiastically and called out. Come on out. Red Fire Ape. There's no time to be lazy. The sky was as clear as any other day. Those people were working urgently. Arthur was praying earnestly. O Lord, please, Lord, be with your servant, and grant your servant wisdom, so that your servant may have the courage to overcome today's tribulation. He was focused on the Bible in front of him. We also pray that the Spirit of the Lord will be with all our other brothers. We humbly accept your word. The rich young man was warming up his arm muscles. For the word of the Lord has the power to save us from the sin of arrogance. Lao Duan was holding his weapon tightly, granting us courage and humility. Su Gubai watched everything with anxiety. Save us from despair, from suffering and weakness. At this moment, Lao Duan, carrying a gun on his shoulder, walked over to him and asked, Young man, you're a beast tamer too. He kept staring at Zian. Seeing how skilled you look, your strength must be pretty good. I feel like you're stronger than that young master over there. Zian's attitude towards him softened. It seems. You're not some muscle-bound freak with nothing but muscles in his head, huh? Old Duan glanced at the two of them. Such a sharp and poisonous tongue. Looks like your little girlfriend is scared. Guba's whole body was trembling uncontrollably. His pat on her shoulder made her heart jump. Guba, are you okay? Her face turned pale as she stammered in reply. I'm fine. I'm just a little nervous. Zian looked at her with a very serious expression. When the vicious beasts arrive later, just stay close to me. Nothing will happen. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, waiting. Old Duan had already readied his weapon. He shouted loudly. The vicious beasts are coming. Prepare for battle. The horde of vicious beasts was charging forward. A voice came from the observation deck. Don't open fire just yet. They're about to enter our zone. Zi Jing aimed at the vicious beasts. They were also buried in the smoke. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim. Zi Jing's fireworks are really something else. The surviving ones charged forward again. Fong Lang watched them through his scope. Quite resilient. He immediately pulled the trigger. Have a taste of this. The vicious beast's head was instantly blown off. Another bullet left the barrel. Another vicious beast was taken down. Fong Lang prepared to attack again. Old Duan. A few of them are charging towards you guys. The automatic guns fired nonstop. But the vicious beast dodged the bullets. Little Zi Jing. I just saw a vicious beast slip past under your machine gun. Zi Jing was furious about this. You saw it and didn't chase it? Damn it. Old Duan ran to the automatic machine gun. I already told you. The barrel of your Gatling gun is too small. It's useless. He aimed the barrel at the enemy. Bigger is justice. Old Duan fired both guns continuously. A series of vicious beasts had their heads blown off. The others were climbing the city wall. Zian had a very grave expression. The bronze-rank vicious beasts are about to charge up. Rich Bro immediately laughed smugly. Finally, it's my turn to act. Old Duan gave orders while shooting. It's not time yet. Quick, throw down the oil barrels. The remaining people hurriedly rolled the oil barrels. The vicious beasts were blocked by the oil barrels. Fong Lang continued to fire his gun. His targets were the oil barrels. The oil caught fire, incinerating the vicious beasts. He couldn't help but be impressed by the scene. Your adventure team has some real skills. Hearing that, Old Duan became smug. Of course, the strength of our Red Ape group is ranked at the top in all of Huayuan. The flames made the vicious beasts hesitate. A different one stood up straight. It was displaying its own authority. Old Duan narrowed his eyes at that vicious beast. The main event is about to begin. Xian immediately summoned the system. Heavenly Insight Eye. The system then displayed the information. Race: Steel rank, alchemical vicious beast. Realm: High tier silver. Talent: Scrap iron. Aptitude: High tier silver. Skill: Battle roar green. Scrap iron fangs blue. Armor plating green. A red silver rank 1 appeared. They stared intently at their target. Fong Lang watched it through his scope, his expression grim. His face was a bit tense. Old Duan. On our side, there are about 7 to 8 silver rank 1s. Hearing that, he was flustered. 7 to 8 of them? Are you serious? He immediately pointed behind him. Rich bro over there. Whether we can hold the rear depends on you. Rich bro still had that very confident attitude. Leave it to me. He also summoned his own treasure. Come out. Yi Jinjiao. A giant frog appeared. Race: Golden horned frog, metal type. Mid-tier silver rank. Talent: Flexible body, B rank. High-tier gold potential. Skill: Green continuous spit shot. Blue giant tongue whip. Blue metal body. Qi Ming has summoned his battle beast. The number of surrounding silver rank fierce beasts has increased too much. We must deal with them first. He ordered the red fire ape. Fire fist shockwave. It brought down its flaming fist. With just one attack, the fierce beast was decapitated. Another fierce beast is rushing over. The two sides immediately charged into battle. They both took an offensive stance at the same time. Qi Ming ordered from behind, red fire ape. It's time to use that move. It easily dodged the enemy's attack. Its arm burst into flames again. The red fire ape continuously struck the fierce beast. Red lotus exploding flame fist. The fierce beast's body was no longer intact. After launching a series of punches, the red fire ape bared its teeth aggressively and reported, Deputy Captain. The military is on its way here. They should arrive in about 8 minutes. Hearing this, his face darkened with a complicated expression. Behind the city wall, everyone was cheering happily. Qi Ming turned his head and carefully instructed, brothers, just hold on a little longer. While everyone was extremely excited, a red light suddenly flashed past one of their heads. That person immediately dropped his gun. The man standing next to him turned pale upon seeing this. He stammered, Old Zhang. As this person was trembling, not understanding what was happening, a tall, dark figure suddenly appeared behind him. This person turned his head and asked in confusion, what the hell is that? Just then, the thing behind him struck. That red light once again sliced off the man's head. Debris flew through the air. On by Xian's side, his expression had gradually become tense. He raised his hand, gathering energy to prepare for battle. Bai Xian's movements were lightning fast. He launched powerful attacks. A brilliant blue energy stream struck the monster descending from above with immense power and precision. However, from afar, many monsters were still eyeing him. He hadn't anticipated this and thought, I'm doomed. Just as Bai Xian was in a difficult spot, large spider silks suddenly appeared in the air. They pounced and tightly bound the monster. Bai Xian was a bit stunned to see this. He raised his hand to cover his head. Then, he quickly regained his composure. He immediately knelt and raised both hands, focusing on gathering energy. Bai Xian flung his hands towards the monsters. The energy around him followed, attacking them. It's done. Bai Xian turned to look at the person who helped him. Seeing the familiar figure, he exclaimed, Gubai. Then he couldn't help but ask, has your spider already advanced to the bronze rank? The person who just helped Bai Xian was indeed Su Gubai. She tucked her hair behind her ear and replied shyly, I went to the black market to buy some materials for it. So it has advanced. Beside her stood a towering purple spider. Race, lava spider, fire type. Low tier bronze rank. Talent, lava body, A rank. High tier gold potential. Skill, blue molten spider silk. Green bamboo fire cluster. After seeing this, Bai Xian was so surprised he broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes widened as he thought to himself, what kind of luck is this? Scene change. On the other side, the city wall and gun barrels were being smashed by the monsters. They frantically threw them down until they shattered into pieces. The scene was now filled with billowing white smoke. Old Duan observed and said to the man behind him, it's completely broken. Quickly, have the spirit beasts fight. Immediately, The man pointed forward and ordered the golden-horned frog, use giant tongue. It quickly shot out its massive tongue. The tongue lashed out in a single line. The unprepared monsters were all knocked back. Xian clenched his fist, placed it on his chest, and with a solemn expression, told himself, "Everyone is doing great. I can't be a burden to them either." He then waved his hand to summon Medicine Fangs for battle. "Come out, Medicine Fangs." Medicine Fangs quickly flew over. It unleashed 3 fire beams like lightning bolts striking the ground. Seeing the scene before him, Xian shouted, "Medicine Fangs, don't mess around." The fire beams didn't miss by an inch. They accurately pierced through the monster's body. Xian was furious. He raised his fist and shouted loudly, "I haven't even given the command yet." As he finished speaking, Yaoya approached him. Its eyes stared, sizing up the person before it, and replied arrogantly, "I am the incarnation of the sun. Do I still need you to command me?" Hearing this, Xian smacked it on the head without a second thought. It landed, with a lump forming on its head. On the other side, Su Gubai and her beast were utterly shocked by this scene. Scene change. Elsewhere, Qi Ming, the red flame ape, and another person were hiding behind some crates. Outside, that tall monster was pacing back and forth relentlessly. Qi Ming recalled the scene of the man being attacked by that monster. His expression turned complicated. He frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, "This monster's speed is incredible. I'm no match for it at all. The most important thing now is to stay calm." Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Qi Ming turned his head and saw the man next to him raising his gun. He couldn't help but shout, "What the hell are you doing? ITLC you." Seeing that the man was about to rush out, Qi Ming raised a hand to stop him. His voice grew more urgent. Outside, that man held his gun firmly and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Then he shouted defiantly, "I'll risk my life to fight you." And as expected, the strange monster once again swung its arm, slashing at the man. This monster was the Blade Fiend. It had a large build, wearing a suit of sharp, glossy black armor with glowing purple cords around its body. Its hands had dangerous claws. In its hand was the head of the man from just now. Qi Ming, hiding behind the crates, was quietly breaking out in a cold sweat. He couldn't stop thinking in a panic. What in the world is this monster? Could it be a gold rank? Just then, he received a notification. "Deputy Leader, the eastern defensive line has been breached. The spirit beasts are entering the camp." Hearing this, he clicked his tongue. When it rains, it pours. Qi Ming gave an order. "Fong Lang, I need backup. You're 6 o'clock. Fong Lang on the other end quickly replied, "Understood." Fong Lang aimed his rifle towards 6 o'clock as instructed. That was exactly the monster's position at that moment. On both sides of the crates were the red flame ape and Qi Ming, hiding behind them. He spoke teasingly, "Deputy Leader, you'll have to treat me to a meal for this." After adjusting his aim, he decided to pull the trigger. The bullet hit the Blade Fiend's head, knocking it backward. Qi Ming seized the opportunity, immediately poking his head out and shouting angrily, "Now's our chance." The red flame ape also tore the cloth from its eye. Its left eye burst into flames. It gritted its teeth in fury. It used all its strength to shoot a powerful stream of fire from its left eye, striking straight ahead. It yelled out, "Flame impact." However, the Blade Fiend was extremely agile. It moved like lightning, quickly dodging the attack. A huge explosion erupted in the construction area. Both Lao Duan and Fong Lang and Xian were utterly stunned. All 3 of them had the same thought. "What's going on?" Xian immediately turned to Yaoya and ordered, "Yaoya, go over there and provide support." Yaoya obeyed the command. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings and flew off. Scene change. At this moment, Qi Ming's situation was extremely dangerous. The Blade Fiend advanced towards him step by step. It swung its sharp claws, striking straight ahead, creating a terrifying purple flash of light. Qi Ming quickly created a protective shield. He was temporarily safe from the Blade Fiend's attack. However, its attack was too ferocious. The shield began to crack, the fractures growing larger. He glanced over. Seeing the red flame ape still wincing behind him, he gave an order. "Red flame ape, you retreat first." Immediately, the Blade Fiend shattered the shield. Shards flew through the air. It violently grabbed Qi Ming by the neck. He was in agony. He grabbed its claws with both hands. Yaoya arrived just in time. The blade fiend, holding Qi Ming, quickly noticed its arrival. It viciously threw him at Yaoya. Fortunately, Yaoya managed to fly away and dodge in time. As for Qi Ming, Lao Duan had also appeared just in time to catch him. The impact was so strong it created a giant hole in the wall behind them. Lao Duan asked him worriedly, "Deputy Leader, are you okay?" He winced, his face now covered in scratches, and replied through gritted teeth, "I'm fine." But Yaoya continuously shot fireballs from above, while below, the blade fiend was also creating a purple shield for itself to block the flames. Seeing the scene before him, Qi Ming continued speaking. "If we can't deal with it, then we're all going to die. Someone has to hold it back. Only then will we have a chance." The boss immediately ordered Fong Lang. "Fong Lang, the alchemized bullet that Ling gave you before. Now is the time to use it." His face was extremely serious and focused, but his voice still held a hint of teasing. "Deputy Leader, that's 2 meals you owe me. Don't you try to skip out on the debt." With that, Fong Lang loaded the bullet into the magazine, not forgetting to add another sentence. "I hope this thing doesn't break my baby sniper rifle." However, the bullet really didn't live up to his hopes. Its powerful energy shattered the gun barrel. He was extremely stunned, muttering to himself, "Damn it, it's ruined." The bullet and its energy shot straight towards May's head, blocking its entire line of sight. Fong Lang, seeing his situation wasn't good, immediately reported, "Boss, my sniper rifle is broken. Only the scope is still usable." At this moment, Xian was running over from the distance. In front of him, Lao Duan and Qi Ming were shielding their eyes, trying to observe May's head. Then he replied, "That's Zijing's business. Go ask her for it." Xian quickly stood beside the two. Yaoya had also landed on his hand by now. Lao Duan spoke first. "This time, it probably can't get up again, right?" Although Qi Ming was still focused, he immediately retorted upon hearing that. "Look, now." May's head was still standing tall as if nothing had happened. It was completely unaffected by that bullet and its immense energy. Fong Lang, on the other side, was still continuing to aim. But in the next second, May's head had disappeared from his sights. Fong Lang was endlessly astonished by this scene. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. Then, May's head had already discovered Fong Lang's hiding spot. It shot up like a rocket, raising its sharp claws, preparing to attack him. Fong Lang was still holding his gun tightly. An explosion immediately occurred at the high-up sniper's nest. A dazzling purple light seemed to want to tear the sky apart. Xian looked up to observe and couldn't help but feel terrified. His eyes widened as if in disbelief, thinking to himself, "This speed, as expected of a gold rank." Then, May's head was silent. In its hand was just a mess of wires. It was not Fong Lang's head at all. May's head looked down. It saw 4 flames of purple, blue, and white. Seeing this made it furious. It blew up the entire sniper's nest, causing white smoke to billow all around. Down below, Xian was still looking up, observing. May's head seemed to appear and disappear. 1 second it was high above, the next it was right behind Xian. He also seemed to feel the presence behind him, so his face stiffened slightly. May's head lunged at Xian. It used both hands to grab him, but what it caught was only Xian's shield. He raised his hand to cast a spell, telling himself, "Even the naked eye can barely keep up with its speed." May's head used both its head and sharp claws to press hard against the shield. Noticing his shield was about to be pierced, he thought to himself, "The shield won't last much longer." In the end, it was just as he had predicted. A second later, the shield was shattered by its sharp claws. The gigantic creature stood defiantly in front of Xian, who was covering his head with his hands. At that moment, a sticky mass of spider silk was shooting forward. It stuck to Xian's hip under his bewildered gaze, amidst a lot of debris. May's head was preparing its next attack when the spider silk pulled him off the ground, successfully protecting Xian and keeping him safe. Just like that, Xian closed his eyes tightly and crashed into Gubei's chest. Both of them blushed. Xian spoke first. "Gubai. Thanks. No, wait. Sorry." On Gubei's side, she also didn't dare to look him straight in the eye. She replied shyly, You're welcome. It's nothing." Then, Gubai supported Xian with one hand. and raised the other to command her fire bamboo spider. Fire bamboo spider, shoot out your lava. The fire bamboo spider slammed the ground, creating glowing cracks. The scene was extremely chaotic as May's head continuously dodged the attacks from the fire bamboo spider. Xian and Gubai watched, sweating profusely. He said tensely, "It dodged again. Could it be?" He recalled the moment May's head dodged the bullet. Its speed was clearly very fast, but it didn't dodge the gun's attack. Then he thought of the image of May's head moving nimbly. But if it's the spiritual power attack of a spirit beast, it can easily dodge it. Then he continued to speculate. In other words, it's highly likely it can only sense the fluctuations of spiritual power, but cannot perceive physical optics. Xian turned his head and called out to the other side. "Mercenary group, I've figured out a way to deal with it. Need help?" Before Xian could finish speaking, Lao Duan and Seer were already running for their lives. When Xian saw this, he immediately shouted, "Hey, what are you two doing?" Seer said to Lao Duan behind him, "Let's scram." Seeing the two of them like that, Xian could only count on Gubai now. "Gubai, we can only rely on ourselves." "Wait a moment." Then, a person sitting on a spirit beast shouted, "Wait up." The one who said that was Zich Ming. He pushed up his glasses, smiled, and continued speaking. "Have you all forgotten about a beast tamer of this level?" Behind him was the golden-horned frog. He arrogantly gave an order. "Golden-horned frog, possess." The golden-horned frog obeyed and immediately swallowed Zich Ming, to the astonishment of the two people beside him. Inside the golden-horned frog, Zich Ming stretched his body. A stream of white light emitted from him. It also emitted a golden light. The frog began to deform. Its face transformed to resemble Zich Ming, complete with his glasses. It placed its hands on the ground. Possession. A-rank talent. A state where one can merge with their contracted spirit beast. All attributes will be enhanced, and new skills can be used. Witnessing this scene, Xian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Although it's a bit ugly, I feel like this is a usable skill. Behind him, Gubai grimaced and commented, "How disgusting." The golden-horned frog lowered its whole body to the ground. It was surrounded by a green energy. It bared its teeth and shouted at the hammerhead in front of it. "Let me show you the true power of this young Master Ming." It charged forward mockingly. Thorn lunge. However, the hammerhead was still quick enough to dodge it, leaving the golden-horned frog still charging ahead. It curled up in surprise and pain. Xian witnessed everything from behind. He said, "As expected, it's just as I thought. It can only see targets that have spiritual power. It probably uses spiritual power to judge its targets." Then he continued, "Gubai, our plan might just work." Gubai hesitated. Her eyes showed her reluctance. "I'm afraid I can't do it." Xian seriously took her hand to reassure her. "It's no problem. I believe in you. You have to believe in yourself too. Weren't you able to do it just a moment ago?" After hearing these words, Gubei's face blushed slightly. She smiled back. Following her was Yaoya, who aggressively declared with sharp eyes, "Let's go." I'm 100% sure of victory. Behind them, Gubai wanted to raise her hand to stop them. Xian looked straight at the hammerhead and shouted loudly, "Hammerhead!" His eyes lit up. The energy gathering around him also became brighter and more powerful than ever. He said majestically, "Come over here." He glanced and saw the hammerhead was already behind him and thought, as expected, it's launching a sneak attack from behind. He glanced sideways and continued to think. Although its movement speed is very fast, when it attacks, it always hesitates for a moment. It's the same this time. So I just need to. He brought his hands together. The blue energy, like burning flames, brightly illuminated the current scene. He looked at the surprised hammerhead and thought to himself, "Now's the time." His energy grew more and more intense. It surrounded the hammerhead, forcing her to cover her eyes. Seeing this, Xian thought to himself, "In your eyes, it must just be a blinding light like the sun, right?" Then he shouted loudly, "Now, Yaoya." Yaoya heard the command. It quickly flew up and spewed a pillar of fire, striking hard towards the hammerhead. She fell backwards from the force. Yaoya's flames struck powerfully into the hammerhead's area. The surroundings were a chaotic scene. Pieces of spider silk were scattered everywhere. Xian pointed a finger forward and commanded it, "Pin it down." As he finished speaking, Yaoya flew high up. It spewed out a swirling torrent of fire like a vortex from hell. It quickly surrounded the hammerhead. This is the skill, Flame Vortex. In just a moment, the stream of fire made the current space hotter than ever. The fiery vortex was already taller than the hammerhead's head. Even though she was so large, standing inside this fire, she still had to look up. On Gubei's side, she also immediately gave a command to the fire bamboo spider. Fire bamboo spider. Silk spinning. The fire bamboo spider also quickly shot out strands of strong, sticky silk. They swiftly stuck to the large cargo containers and stacked them on top of each other. Xian seized the opportunity for the final blow. Yaoya, the final move. Its eyes are burning bright, pouring all its strength into this final move. This is the skill, Core Ray. Its wings spread wide like two sharp blades. It shoots a powerful column of crimson fire from above. That pillar of fire slams into the ground, creating a thunderous explosion. White smoke and shattered crates fly into the air. Change scene. From a distance, a pair of binoculars is watching everything. At a guard post on the border of Whitescale City, someone holding the binoculars exclaims while watching, "Damn, that's awesome." The person next to him is surprised to see this. A blue light source appears in the middle of a crack on the ground. Xian looks down into the hole and asks, "Gubai, are you okay?" Gubai replies, "I'm fine." Suddenly, a hand with sharp, heavy claws emerges from the ground. Gubai tenses up. As if realizing something, she hesitantly calls out, "Xian, it's not dead yet." Xian gradually becomes more confused. Could I have made a mistake? From beneath the ground, the headhunter beast rises powerfully. Although the armor on its chest is torn on one side, it doesn't lessen its terrifying presence. Gubai watches from behind. Xian, standing on a rock ledge, calmly snaps his fingers and says, "Then this is the only way." He summons his spirit beast, the scale fish. He uses the skill Devour. It quickly opens its mouth wide and swallows the headhunter beast. As soon as it closes its mouth, its eyes suddenly roll back. Red, thorny tendrils appear in front of it. It's being attacked from the inside. Thorny tendrils like blood vessels appear in its eyes and around its body. It stiffens in pain. Xian is shocked to see this scene. White Shadow giant scale fish. He's so panicked he breaks out in a sweat. He doesn't understand what's happening. He suddenly crouches down. Surrounded by blood-red, thorny vines, he thinks to himself, "What's going on? Something is invading from the inside." Gubai also runs over worriedly. He raises his hand to brush them away. He commands it, "You go back first." At this moment, Lao Duan jumps up from the underground base, looks around, and says, "It's probably all over, right?" Qiming also climbs up with him and replies, "Let's go see if any monsters are still alive." The surrounding scene is filled with white smoke. Lao Duan picks up the leg of a scrap golem from somewhere. He says, "It's been blown to pieces like this. I doubt any of them survived." Boss Ming hears this and immediately replies, "Look over there." Below, in the cellar, Zi Jing is slowly walking up. In front of them is Gubai supporting Xian. He says, "It's the two bronze rankers." Xian's eyes are slowly drooping. The four of them, Lao Duan, Xiaohe, Zi Jing, and Qiming look at him together. Lao Duan throws the scrap golem's leg down and scoffs. Looks like that young master isn't going to make it. Xian's vision grows darker. Qiming trembles. Lao Duan, stop standing there gawking. Come and help. He calls out to Xian. "Hey, bronze ranker." Then says to the others, "He's done for. He's passed out." At this point, Xian's eyes are completely shut. Xian faints. His body feels like it's sinking to the bottom of the sea. The calls continue. "Xian, Xian." He's dazed but can still feel it, thinking to himself, "Who's calling me?" The blue eye, wrapped in blood vessels, appears before him once again. Xian is terrified by that moment. He snaps his eyes open, waking up in a medical bed. Xiaohe and Gubai are on either side of the bed. Their worried eyes are watching him. Gubai speaks up. "Doctor." He's awake. Xian sits up. Xiaohe puts her hands on her hips and says, "Looks like you're fine. Probably just exhausted from using too much spiritual power." Xian holds his head with one hand, lost in his own thoughts. "My spiritual power limit can't be this low." Gubai hears her say that and replies, "But that's probably not it." From outside, Lao Duan opens the tent flap. Both of them turn in his direction. Lao Duan says, "You're awake? Our boss is looking for you for something." Xian steps outside with Lao Duan. At this time, Qi Ming is starting a fire. Seeing him, he asks, "The bronze ranker, you're awake?" He smiled sinisterly. "To be honest, I didn't expect a refined gentleman like you to be so capable." Lao Duan and Xian got closer. Hearing this, he replied, "Is that so? Is this the reason you guys abandoned us and ran for your lives?" Qi Ming said, "You've got quite a sharp tongue." He scratched his head sheepishly. "I can't blame you for holding a grudge. But for better or worse, in the deputy leader, I have to protect the lives of my people." He looked up and smiled lightly. "If I had known you were this capable, then I wouldn't have gone so far as to. I won't beat around the bush anymore. Are you interested in joining us?" Hearing these words, Xian couldn't help but sneer. "Join you? Do you think that with just a few words, I would trust you?" Then he thought to himself, "This guy could abandon us once, so he'll definitely do it a second time." Qi Ming, slightly embarrassed, looked away and replied, "Our side has also lost a few people. Our combat strength isn't what it used to be. Our mission is to escort a client to Xiaolan Town. But given the current situation, our manpower is definitely insufficient." Xian crossed his arms, observing him carefully, and thought, Xiaolan Town. Isn't that the mandatory route to get to Giantwood City? This is a good opportunity to follow them. Qi Ming looked straight into his eyes and said, "Don't refuse just yet. We won't let you suffer any losses. We'll give you a reward." He smiled, held up 3 fingers, and asked him, "They'll give you 3%. How about it?" He chuckled and agreed. "Deal." He looked at the man's cunning face and thought, "However, I'm not working for you." Seeing him agree, he excitedly teased, "A gentleman's word is his bond, after all." The night sky remained just as gloomy. Scene change. At the Red Ape mercenary group's base in Xiaolan Town, in the middle of a dense forest, 3 tanks were slowly advancing into an area. Lao Duan looked around, confused, and said, "This road is way too bumpy. The engine breaks down and gets fixed, only to break down again." Xian, standing next to a blushing Guba, thought to himself, "It seems Guba's talent is taking effect." Lao Duan instructed the 2 of them, "We'll stay here for one night first. Then we'll go to Xiaolan Town." After hearing this, Xian quickly asked, "Why don't we go directly into the town?" The night scene was extremely quiet. The moonlight illuminated the scenery below. Lao Duan explained, "Because at night, Xiaolan Town is extremely dangerous. Even a gold-rank spirit beast could be killed here." Xiaolan Town, Qing Shaolin. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from somewhere. "Why aren't we there yet?" After hearing that, the 4 of them turned their heads in confusion. That voice came from a blonde woman. She was wearing a form-fitting blue dress with a white scarf around her neck. The woman was furious. "This road is going to torture me to death. You useless bunch." Next to her was a man with round glasses and a resigned expression. Farther away, a blonde man was huddled next to a tank. Qi Shaha glanced at the woman with a contemptuous look and said, "If you don't want to die, then shut your mouth. The vicious beasts are about to be attracted over here by you." The woman was stunned after hearing this. The girl, her face full of anger, pointed her finger and shouted loudly, "Do you know who I am? My older brother is the town master of Xiaolan Town, a gold-rank powerhouse." Qi Shaha paid her no mind. This made the blonde girl even angrier, despite her boyfriend trying to persuade her from behind. "Honey, she's right." She was still furious, constantly cursing. "I paid money to enjoy myself, not to suffer." Xian and Qi Ming, who were watching, couldn't stand it anymore and had to speak up. He cracked his neck, annoyed, and thought to himself, "In a desolate suburb like this, she dares to offend her own bodyguards. She's unbearably stupid." Xian stood beside him with a weary expression but said nothing. Qi Ming turned, pointed at the tree houses, and said to everyone, "Rest here for one night. We'll set off tomorrow." The 4 of them stepped inside. Sitting around a flickering fire, Xian scanned the house once and thought, "It's still quite simple. Besides, I keep feeling that something isn't quite right about this place." He looked at the green smoke rising from the fire and realized, "This scent. I'm done for." Guba's face was dazed. She raised a hand to her head and said to Xian, "Xian, I'm so dizzy." At this time, it was Qi Ming's group of 4, the Reds. Jing and Lao Duan, wearing gas masks, pushed aside the flap and entered. Lao Duan spoke up and asked, "How is it? Are they out?" Jing replied, "See for yourself." He looked at the 4 people lying unconscious on the floor and said, "They've all passed out. The anesthetics effect isn't bad at all." They looked suspiciously at Zian. Jing squatted down and poked him. Lao Duan, carrying several things, asked suspiciously, "But speaking of which, why are we only making our move now?" Qi Ming, with his hands on his hips, said, "This kid's strength is not bad. Bringing him along can fill Fong Lang's position. Besides, by gaining his trust first, it's easier to get him under our control." They used handcuffs to bind his hands. Qi Ming squatted down, looking at Gubai and Zian with a scrutinizing expression. Moreover, he's probably the descendant of some great clan out here for training. So we have to demand a high price for them, taking advantage of the disaster in Whitescale City. This is a big score. We can retire early. No need to go through these days of killing anymore. Lao Duan counted the number of unconscious people and found one was missing. 4. Why is one guy missing? Just then, the sound of applause suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of the Reds. At this moment, Alpha appeared with a demonic smile and began to speak. The Lord said, "Let there be light." And there was light. The Lord said, "Let there be land," and there was land. The wisdom of the Lord. The grace of the Lord, protect me. The Lord's most faithful servant. Qi Ming looked at one of his group members with a confused expression and asked, "What is he saying? What's wrong with him?" His group member also looked at him with a confused frown. "Impossible. My anesthetic is strong enough to knock out even Lao Duan." Lao Duan raised his gun angrily and shouted, "Son of a bitch." He pointed his gun at Alpha and roared, "Who the hell are you? And stop with all that Lord nonsense." Alpha raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. With a strange smile still on his face, he replied calmly, "Let's negotiate." When the group saw the symbol on his palm as he raised his hands, they became even more wary and took a defensive stance. Qi Ming spoke up, "I didn't expect you to be from the demon spider cult." Zian sat in a corner, silently observing everything and thinking to himself, "I can't believe that Lord Guy is from the demon spider cult." He had already put on his gas mask and was observing the situation with his eyes half closed. An unexpected gain, huh? So that's how it is. The heavenly insight I had already detected the anesthetic and warned him. Taking advantage of that, he played along and activated the mask. He thought to himself, "I thought it was just an ordinary kidnapping, but I didn't expect the demon spider cult to be involved. I can only watch silently for now." Qi Ming then motioned for Lao Duan to lower his gun and looked at the demon cult member. "So, what does a member of the demon spider cult want to negotiate with me?" Alpha adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, "I am a special agent under the Outer Gate Priests of the demon spider cult. Codename, Alpha. I specialize in recruiting geniuses for the organization." He gestured towards Zian's unconscious group and said, "I accidentally interrupted your work, but I only want the 2 beast tamers over there. Talents who can defeat a gold-rank beast like that are exactly the people I'm looking for." Qi Ming put his hands on his hips and gave Alpha a sinister smile. "Then that's unfortunate for you. These 2 are our merchandise, if you want to buy them. Since we've met, let's consider ourselves friends. Just name your price." Alpha waved his hand in denial. "Huh," he replied. "Friends? I think you've misunderstood. We of the demon spider cult have never done business." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 blonde-haired terrorists suddenly appeared behind Qi Ming. He said angrily, "Are you saying you want to take them for free?" The system suddenly signaled, "Holographic image." He looked at the scene before him in surprise and thought, "What's going on? Why did 2 people suddenly appear?" He turned to the side and saw the notification. Holographic image projector. Only then did he understand what was happening. At this moment, in the distance, someone was aiming a sniper rifle at the demon cult member. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. The bullet flew out and hit the demon cult member, blasting his arm off. Qi Ming thought in astonishment, "Who fired that shot?" Immediately, a voice came over the communicator. "It's me, Captain." He immediately replied, "Fong Lang, you're still alive?" Fong Lang, hiding in the bushes with a large rifle, replied, "That's right. You'll have to treat me to a few meals for this." Alpha, his arm shot off, collapsed to his knees, clutching his stump in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. Qi Ming sent a message to Fong Lang. "Give me a break. This kid isn't dead yet. You can shoot him." Fong Lang immediately explained, "My gun is broken. It's a miracle I could shoot them at all." At this moment, old Duan, holding a holographic projector, turned and reported, "Boss, those two were both holograms. This one is the only real one." The four of them surrounded Alpha, looking at him with contempt. Qi Ming grinned maliciously and said, "You brat. With only this much skill, you think you can defeat us?" Alpha, trembling in fear and suppressing the pain, tried to speak. "The Lord Hierarch is on his way. If you lay a hand on me, you will surely die." He was immediately surrounded by old Duan's group and kicked repeatedly. "You won't even have a place to be buried. You damn brat. I'm gonna beat you to death to vent my anger." He'll take one of his kidneys first. In the forest, in the night sky, a group of people riding spirit beasts flew forward. A person in black flew close to Atho. "Lord Hierarch, we have arrived at Xiaolan City." He replied, "Get ready. Let's hope Alpha was right this time." They continued to ride their spirit beast straight towards the house. Hearing a strange noise, old Duan looked around. Qi Ming also asked in confusion, "What's that sound?" Alpha, hearing the sound, got excited. He laughed cruelly and shouted, "You're all done for. The Lord Hierarch has arrived." Something crashed straight through the roof, making a loud noise, causing Bai Zian to peek open his eyes. What's happening? It was Arthur and his spirit beast who had crashed through. Seeing him, Alpha stretched his remaining arm towards him and called out, "Lord Hierarch, you've finally arrived." Behind it, the system panel appeared. Race, Hyluo Beast. Realm, Peak Gold Rank. Talent, Terrifying Gaze. Aptitude, Peak Gold Rank. Skills, Nether Axis Fire. Terrifying Illusion. Shadow Shock. Atho stepped down from the back of his spirit beast. Holding a scepter, he asked, "Where are the people?" The system panel appeared again. Atho, Talent, Spirit Domain Hormone. Realm, Peak Gold Rank. Tamed Beasts, 4. Alpha knelt on the floor, bowed his head, and answered, "Behind." The two unconscious youths are in the back. A strange purple-black aura emanated from behind Arthur. Bai Zian broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this. This person's power is too strong. Arthur released his power, intimidating old Duan's group. "Please step aside." Old Duan warily pointed his gun at him. "What do you want?" Qi Ming cursed angrily, "Damn you." He was surrounded by an aura similar to Athos, and he thought in confusion, "What's going on? My body can't move." It turned out Arthur had released his power, immobilizing Qi Zai's group. He simply walked past them. Arthur walked up to Bai Zian and Su Gubai, muttering a prayer. "Mother of 10,000 spiders, please redeem these two lost children." Bai Zian peeked through his slightly open eyes. At that moment, he suddenly took out a purple vial containing some kind of liquid. System notification. Soul Ascending Poison Lord Liquid. A spiritual potion created from spiritual water, using the illusory demon spider queen combined with various medicinal herbs. Can control the target and simultaneously raise their realm level. Arthur continued to pray as he brought the vial, which was attached to a needle, towards Bai Zian. "May your spirit guide them out of the fog and into the promised land." Seeing this, he was terrified and broke into a sweat, thinking, "I'm screwed. He wants to use this to control us." He couldn't pretend to be unconscious anymore. He immediately broke the cuffs on his hands. He reached out and grabbed the man's hand, stopping his action, and said, "So embarrassing. I'm not interested in bed-warming services from men." After speaking, he shot a blast of water energy at the man. Arthur raised a hand to erect a protective barrier, blocking the attack, and said disdainfully, "Just a childish trick." Bai Zian took this opportunity to help the still unconscious Su Gubai up, calling her name repeatedly, "Gubai, Gubai, wake up." He assessed the situation and finally made a decision. "I should retreat first." Bai Zian waved his hand, throwing a smokescreen towards Arthur. Arthur waved his hand, instantly releasing a wave of power that dispersed the smoke. Bai Zian had already used this chance to break through the wooden wall behind him to escape. Arthur quickly ordered his subordinates after them. The deep, dark forest at night was filled with a terrifying aura. Bai Zian supported Su Gubai as they slowly headed deeper inside. He tried to wake her up again. Gubai, Gubai, are you feeling better? However, receiving no reply, he continued to think. Damn it. The effect of this anesthetic is too strong. He raised his head, looked far into the forest, and gave the system a command. Heavenly Insight Eye. Scan the surrounding environment. The system opened up, spreading over every tree and blade of grass. The system saw a tall, large tree with strange clusters of yellow fruit on it and reported. Race. Hunting green banana tree, wood type. Realm, high grade. Talent. Scent of the banana fruit B, aptitude. Mid gold grade. Skill. Scent of the blue banana fruit. Green hunting banana vine. Green constricting banana vine. Bai Zian slowly supported Su Gubai and walked to the base of that large tree, pondering. The green banana tree is blocking the exit. Carrying an unconscious person, my movements are restricted. He looked up at the sky and saw many people riding spirit beasts chasing after him. He considered worriedly. There are also soldiers chasing from the sky. What should I do? He could only use his beast tamer space to put Su Gubai inside to hide. He recalled a scene from the past. Before, he had also used this method, which was why he wasn't affected by the attack of the almond explosion. He stood under a large rock and continued to think. I've brought Su Gubai to a safe place. Now, only the pursuing soldiers remain. He glanced towards the green banana tree and this green banana forest. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Nighttime. The green banana forest. This time, the advantage is on my side. At this time, in the wooden house, Lao Duan's group of 4 still couldn't move as they watched Alpha speak to Arthur. My lord. Alpha, in pain, knew he wasn't going to make it. He reached out his hand towards him, begging for help. Help. Arthur stood there watching without saying anything. Then, he started to pray. May the mother of 10,000 spiders guide your soul to the promised land. This made Alpha so confused that he spoke out. After reciting the incantation, Arthur raised his scepter. A stream of energy shot out from the scepter, hitting Alpha and burning him to death. Lao Duan saw this scene, horrified, and couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, to think he'd even kill his own subordinate. At this moment, Qi Ming sent a message to Fong Lang. Fong Lang, what's the situation on your end? Fong Lang looked at the gun, which was wrapped in white tape, and replied, the gun is completely broken. There's no way for me to help everyone now. Hearing this, Qi Ming broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. He muttered, are we really going to die here? In the sky, one of Arthur's subordinates riding a spirit beast reported, Lord Priest, we found him. It turned out that from above, they had seen Bai Zian walking through the tall grass. The subordinate continued, but we don't know where the other woman went. Arthur immediately gave an order to his subordinates. Bring him here first. The group of soldiers riding spirit beasts flew in pursuit of Bai Zian. Bai Zian ran while looking back, an excited smile on his face. The bait has been taken. The spirit beast attacked Bai Zian with its sharp claws, but he managed to put up a defensive barrier in time. Suddenly, long tentacles sprouted from the vines of the green banana tree. They wrapped around and captured the spirit beast. Then they wrapped around the demon spider cult members, leaving them astonished. What? Vines? One of them finally realized and shouted. It's a wood-type spirit beast. Before they could react, they were swallowed by the vines of the green banana tree. Bai Zian saw this and thought smugly. It's just as I expected. The hunting green banana tree will only attack creatures that invade its territory. Their beast forms are very large, so I just need to stand at the edge of its territory. The green banana tree will definitely see them as enemies. Once the green banana tree identifies someone as an enemy, it will use its most terrifying form to punish them. The system displayed a notification for the green banana tree. Perfect form. The green banana tree transformed into a humanoid shape and grabbed the 2 of them. Absorbing their spiritual power, it absorbed them until only their white skeletons remained. Inside the green banana tree's core, its fruit was developing more and more. The system displayed green banana fruit. Silver-grade material. Contains abundant life force. Can be used to heal any wound. Bai Zian stared intently, thinking, that is, it has life energy. Then it can replace some of the ingredients for the life potion. He then immediately waved his hand, releasing water power. The water power flew out and severed a branch of fruit. Bai Zian quickly caught it and took a deep sniff, commenting, "Refreshing. This scent is very addictive." Suddenly, he realized, "Crap. I got too cocky and forgot the situation. I've crossed the boundary." He looked at the man-eating banana tree to assess it. It doesn't seem to have noticed. Could it be because it's focused on absorbing spiritual energy? Bai Zian rejoiced inwardly and turned to flee. "Then I won't be polite." Just as he set his foot down, Bai Zian stepped on a green frog. He lost his balance, slipped, and fell. He fell back inside the banana tree's territory. Looking at the thing that jumped on him, he thought, "A frog again. Do I have some kind of fate with frogs?" Behind him, the fierce face and glowing green eyes of the banana tree appeared. It slowly approached, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Zian turned to look back, speaking fearfully. "Oh well," he thought to himself, "I've gone a bit too far." In another scene, in a forest with huge trees, white birds soared in the high night sky. Arthur raised his hand to send a message to his subordinates. "What's the situation?" A sound came from the other end and then went silent. The man stood tall and gave a signal. "All right, Almighty Lord. We need manpower." He looked at the remaining pair of glasses where Alpha had just been incinerated. "Alpha, your spirit will become a part of the Great Spider Queen." Then, he swung his scepter, creating a purple flame in his left hand. From within the purple flame, several horrifying, multi-eyed creatures resembling spiders appeared. Qi Ming stared with horrified eyes, thinking, "We're screwed. What the hell is that?" Arthur spoke with an authoritative voice, commanding the small monsters. "Go, my children." They obeyed and slowly crawled forward. Slowly crawling towards the mercenaries. Lao Duan, Zijing, Qi Ming. They circled behind and grabbed the four of them tightly by the neck, making their faces twist in fear. Their necks were squeezed tight as they were forced to kneel on the ground. Arthur raised his scepter and gave an order. "From now on, you must obey my words. Otherwise, the spider bombs on your necks will explode." Qi Ming glanced at the monster squeezing his neck, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Scene change. Back to Bai Zian's scene. The man-eating banana tree was trying to reach out and grab him. Terrified, Bai Zian could only run as fast as he could to escape. He looked back and thought to himself, "This time, I'm really done for." The banana tree slammed its large hand down, but luckily Bai Zian was nimble enough to jump away and avoid it. However, the force from its hand was so great that it sent Bai Zian flying as high as the moon. "Have a safe flight." Then he fell into a grove of trees. He looked up, his head covered in leaves. He squinted back at the banana tree, thinking, "My luck is pretty good. I happened to land just outside the banana tree's territory." He scratched his head, waved his hand to open a space, and put the bunch of bananas he just stole inside. Assessing the situation, a plant-type spirit beast's ability is this strong. I wonder if I can form a contract with it. Suddenly, a sound from somewhere made him vigilant, his eyes searching. Someone's here. Bai Zian quickly moved behind a large tree to hide and observe. The people from the demon spider cult are really relentless. The mercenaries appeared, searching the area. Lao Duan spoke in frustration. "Damn it. It's pitch black. How are we supposed to find him?" Arthur recited another incantation. "Mother of 10,000 spiders. My great lord, please guide your servant." Suddenly, the scepter burst into purple flames. He slammed the scepter down, and the energy from the purple flames scattered in all directions. The system displayed a warning for Bai Zian. "Warning. You have been detected." He knew he had been discovered and thought fearfully, "I'm screwed." Streaks of purple light extended from the scepter, leading to Bai Zian's location. Arthur pointed towards the guiding light and shouted loudly, "Over there." Bai Zian saw Qi Ming's group following Arthur and thought in confusion. Why would the Adventurers Guild ally with the Demon Spider cult? Zijing appeared from nowhere, pointed a gun at Bai Zian, and ordered, "Don't move. You are surrounded by us." He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, thinking to himself, "What's with today? How can I be this unlucky?" Suddenly, water power flickered in his hand. "I can only use the old trick." He flicked his hand, shooting a cloud of white smoke towards Zijing while thinking, "How many times has this been today?" Taking this opportunity, he quickly jumped onto the tree branches to escape. The smoke gradually dissipated. Lao Duan worriedly asked Zijing. Zijing, are you all right? Zijing squinted, searching in the direction by Zian fled, and replied to Lao Duan. I'm fine, but I let that kid get away. Seeing this, Arthur roared in anger. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and chase him. Qi Ming couldn't take it anymore and pointed at him, cursing. Besides you and me, there are no other beast tamers here. A normal person can't possibly catch up to a beast tamer. Arthur calmly replied, Do I need to remind you that there are still bombs on your necks? Hearing this, although they were annoyed, they could only look away and remain helplessly silent. Arthur continued speaking. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? Qi Ming thought angrily. To think he feels I'm not qualified. At this moment, Fong Lang sent a telepathic message, asking, Qi Ming, is everyone all right? Qi Ming immediately replied telepathically, Fong Lang, we're fine. It's just that bombs have been placed on our necks. Fong Lang, hiding behind a bush near Arthur and his group, held a gun and carefully observed the situation, asking further, I'm near you all now. I can help you. Qi Ming stopped him while explaining the situation. Stand down. We still don't know the bomb's mechanism yet. Until we figure it out, just endure it for now. Understood. Fong Lang stared intently at Arthur's group and agreed, understood. Under a large tree deep in the forest, Zian clutched his wrist in pain. Strange red tentacles were wrapped around his arm. He looked at the thorny red tentacles and thought, it's happening again. The system displayed a message. Warning. Origin has been damaged. Spiritual power recovery is reduced. Spiritual power limit has been halved. He used his spiritual pressure to make the red tentacles disappear. Getting up and holding his left arm, he realized the current situation wasn't looking too good. It seems I've used too much spiritual power today. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. The system suddenly sent continuous signals. Warning. Warning. It made him comment wearily. Will you just stop? Lao Duan and Qi Ming slowly approached. Behind them was an ugly one-eyed monkey spirit beast. He shouted loudly for Zian to hear. You bronze rank brat. Come out now. The system panel displayed Qi Ming's information. Talent. Strength enhancement. Realm, mid-rank bronze. Spirit beast, crimson fire ape. Variant, earth fire, mid-rank earth armor. Zian hid behind a tree, peeking out to observe Lao Duan's group. Why would the adventurer group ally with the demon spider cult? There must be a reason for this. He noticed something attached to the back of Qi Ming's neck. What is that thing on their necks? The system explained. Spider bomb. Seeing this, Zian understood. In other words, they were forced. He summoned the blazing crow to perch on his hand. He leaned in close, whispering in its ear to give it a signal. Blazing crow, I'm counting on you. But don't kill them. I have something to discuss with them. The blazing crow arrogantly flapped a wing straight into Zian's face. All right, I know. You've undoubtedly cooked up another one of your brilliant plans, haven't you? It flew off with a blazing aura. Zian, his face angry, shouted after it with a warning, Hey, don't be like last time. The bird replied wearily. You talk too much. It shot past the bushes, appearing before Lao Duan's group. Taishi looked up at the sky, seeming to have seen something, and alerted them. Everyone, look at the sky. She couldn't make out the shape of the object because it was flying at an incredible speed, and she asked wonderingly, Is that a shooting star? Lao Duan also couldn't see clearly and mumbled a reply. I think that might be. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He cursed. Damn it. From the streak of light, a giant flame erupted, blasting the two of them far away. A fire phoenix flew around the smoke. It flew past them. Qi Ming was tied to a tree. In front of him was the crimson fire ape. He gave it a command. It obeyed viciously, leaping up and raising its fist towards the blazing crow. But the blazing crow was no pushover. It dodged the fire ape's punches. Then it raised its head, summoning red flames. It chanted, Scorching sun, incineration. As it finished, it spread its wings, hovering above the ape. Flames shot out from its body, striking the ape, making it roar in pain. It was knocked face first to the ground. Qi Ming had managed to break free by now. He thought in amazement, Damn it. I can't believe that stinking brat spirit beast is so strong. Qi Ming hid cautiously behind a bush. He peeked towards a person wearing a cloak and a helmet, speculating. It seems this guy isn't going to make a move. watching the controlled monster suffer from the fiery attacks. He thought to himself, I have to think of a way. At this moment, Lao Duan shouldered his gun, firing continuously. The blazing crow expertly tilted its wings, dodged all the bullets. The furious Lao Duan pulled the trigger while speaking. Even bullets can't do anything. Suddenly, the phoenix spread its wings wide and flew towards Lao Duan below. It unleashed its firepower, striking at Lao Duan. It sent him flying backward. In utter astonishment, he hit his head hard on the ground from the momentum. After the attack, it returned to its original form and landed on Xian's shoulder. He clutched his head as he looked at the guy who had just fallen. He thought wearily, Yazi, you saved me again. Just then, the monster suddenly charged forward. It gnashed its teeth, swinging its giant fist towards him. Xian panicked. He raised a hand to stop it. Wait, we can negotiate. The other side launched its attack, forcing him to create a defensive shield. The monster's strength was considerable. It knocked the protective sphere around Xian into a tree behind him. Qiming finally spoke up. But we have nothing to negotiate with you. In the middle of the forest, Red and Blue stood facing each other. Qiming spoke, his words a plea, yet also a command. However, I do have one request. For certain reasons, I must take you with me. Xian found this proposal ridiculous. He replied immediately, Do you think I'm going to cooperate with you? Hearing this, Qiming gave a cunning smile and said, It seems a battle between us is inevitable. Xian also smiled confidently and said in unison, Beneath the green canopy, flames erupted. Yazi fought the giant ape. It turned out its eye wasn't blind. It was its weapon. The two beasts created blazing red flames. Meanwhile, Xian was enduring the fire attacks from Qiming. He raised his hand to create a defensive shield. The other guy attacked relentlessly. He frowned and thought again, while attacking with all his might. Qiming said, You bronze rank brat. How do you have a protective shield? Is it some kind of rich kid technology? Xian ignored the taunt. He was worried. My spiritual power is about to run out. With a determined look, he thought, Then I can only push the shield out. He raised his hand and channeled his internal energy, pushing the flames away. Qiming was blocked behind Xian's shield. He leaned against it and said with a laugh, I didn't expect you to push the shield over here. Very imaginative. Bronze rank brat. After saying that, his body erupted in dangerous flames. He warned Xian, who was standing right in front of him. This battle isn't some school training session. He continued to mutter. So there aren't many restrictions. Then, he chanted an incantation. Power enhancement. The flames then shot forward with him. Xian gritted his teeth. He worriedly calculated. I can't believe he broke through. And at a time like this, he couldn't dodge in time. His face darkened as Qiming rammed into his stomach. He even boasted of his achievements. I've been fighting in the streets since I was a kid. Under attack, his back slammed hard onto the ground. He was furious. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Qiming wasn't satisfied yet. He continued to punch Xian, who was using his hands to protect his face. He said, The demon spider cult is the common enemy of the Federation. Even if you help them capture me, do you think they'll let you live? His face was now scratched up. He angrily stared at Qiming, who was still raising his fist to punch again. He also cursed angrily. What does a rich young master like you know? To Qiming's astonishment, Xian raised his hands, grabbed both sides of his head, and held on tight. He pushed himself up and slammed Qiming's forehead into his own. He yelled at him, I know this. Taking this opportunity, he flipped Qiming onto the ground beneath him. He was stunned. Xian continued, Furthermore, I know you guys are being threatened. Xian looked at him, negotiating a cooperation. I see it on your necks. I have a way to solve it for you. Zichming doesn't believe him. He gritted his teeth and asked, You have a way? Why should I believe you? Xian still had him pinned to the ground. He confidently glanced at the bushes behind him and replied, Because I know your friend is standing in the bushes behind you. In the bushes, Fong Lang was aiming a gun at them with a dangerous look. A shout was heard, ordering him, Fong Lang, stop. It seems a grenade was thrown towards Xian and Zichming. A gas canister hit the ground, releasing a cloud of white smoke and spreading all around. Fong Lang then appeared right behind Xian. He pointed the gun at his head, ordering, Hey, don't move. Zichming pointed at him. Squinting his eyes, he said sarcastically, "This is still not enough. You bronze rank brat." Outside the smoke, Arthur stood holding his staff, lost in thought. A voice called out to him, "Hey you." Xian had fainted. He was dragged before him by two men. They said, "We've brought the person here." Zichming led the group. He frowned and asked, "Now you can let us go, right?" Arthur looked at Xian. He wasn't satisfied. He ordered, "What about that girl? Bring her here." Hearing this, Zichming became furious. He roared, arguing, "Hey, what you're saying is different from our initial agreement." A purple light flashed in Arthur's eyes. He spoke, "It seems I need to remind you of something. Have you forgotten about the spider bombs on your necks?" Zichming retorted with a sneer, "Forget it. It's about to become a thing of the past anyway." Behind him at this moment, Fong Lang aimed his gun and pulled the trigger on him. However, he had summoned a purple protective shield. It blocked his bullet. Zich seized the opportunity. He ordered the three people behind him, saying, "Now is the time." Arthur was shocked. He exclaimed, "What? This plan was set up a few minutes ago. Xian had offered to help them. I advise you to think carefully." And they had agreed to cooperate with him. In the white smoke, Zichming put his index finger to his lips, reminding everyone to be quiet. Fong Lang was afraid Xian wouldn't understand. He covered his mouth, whispering, "Our boss means we're not sure if that guy can eavesdrop. So whatever we say, we must whisper." He glanced over. Understanding their intention, he realized. So the smoke bomb was also to prevent the demon spider cult members from seeing. So that's how it is. Then he retorted, laughing casually, to Fong Lang's dismay, "Don't worry. I've investigated the demon spider cult before. They can't eavesdrop. They're just ordinary mutated spirit beasts. Otherwise, why would I have spoken so loudly?" At that moment, Zichming demanded, "In that case, tell us your plan." Scene change. In the present, Lao Duan had restrained Arthur. He recalled the plan Xian had told them. Be vigilant. First, the IQ of the spider bombs on everyone's necks is very low. They can only be commanded through the staff in his hand. So we need to control his actions. Don't let him use that staff. Just as Xian had said, he tried to stab Lao Duan's thigh with the staff. He continued to recall, "Right now, we just need to destroy his staff to break everyone's control." Zich Xiaohe leaped up at this moment. Baring her claws, she aimed for his staff. Just as planned. But he is a gold-rank beast tamer. So he will definitely fight back. He struggled. A strange purple light erupted from his body, causing Lao Duan to widen his eyes in fear. This purple flame knocked Lao Duan back. He had escaped the restraint. And, at this point, we need a backup plan. He was furious. He tilted his head back and screamed, "You disrespectful bunch." He grabbed Zich Xiaohe by the throat, lifting her into the air. She frowned, trying to struggle, pushed him away, but it seemed he couldn't escape. Then Arthur swung his arm and threw Qi Ming hard. He growled, "It seems I've been too merciful with you." Qi Ming fell on top of Xian. He had to frown, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. Continue with the next step of the plan. After he escapes our control. As for Arthur, he raised his staff, which was emitting a purple light. He said, "Accept your punishment." In the previously discussed plan, his next action is, he will definitely detonate the thermal bomb. Qi Ming glanced at the red spider on the back of his neck warily. Lao Duan couldn't help but be surprised as the spider's claws gradually grew larger. However, the command to detonate the spider bombs takes a long time, so it won't detonate immediately. Qi Ming looked down at his neck, checking the spider's condition, and this is the moment when he's most unguarded. According to the plan, Zi Jing held a dagger. She would attack him from behind. Meanwhile, he was muttering, "Oh Lord, cleanse them of their sins." But it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Arthur somehow knew their intentions. He reached out and choked Zi Jing, to her astonishment. Zi Jing gritted her teeth. Looking down, he shook his head, said, "It's useless. The Lord already knew everything. The plan isn't over yet." Zi Jing smiled, placing her hand on his arm. She looked towards his staff. Although his shield is very strong, but in close combat, his shield is useless. Then she let the dagger fall. Her other hand caught it. Zi Jing performed skillfully, spinning the dagger, raising her hand, preparing to throw the dagger to shatter Arthur's staff. Zi Jing smiled triumphantly. "Now, Whose turn is it to be cleansed of their sins? She raised her hand and gently threw the dagger. The dagger's tip accurately pierced the center of the purple gem on the staff, right in front of Arthur. Xian stood next to Lao Duan and Qi Ming. Clenching his fist, he cheered, "We did it." Zi Jing then looked at the spider on her neck and found that its red light was gradually fading. Lao Duan and Qi Ming also took theirs off. Lao Duan sighed in relief, finally free from this damn spider. As for Qi Ming, he threw it hard onto the ground. Then he stomped on it forcefully, cursing, "Go to hell." Their celebration didn't last long. Arthur swung his arm and threw Zi Jing towards him. She slammed hard into Qi Ming, causing a chain reaction, pushing them into Lao Duan, who was standing behind. The four of them charged forward together. Qi Ming boldly threatened him, "You should run now while you still can." Behind them, Xian clicked his tongue as he watched them. He thought with a dark expression, "As expected, it's happening again." Arthur clasped his hands, forming a triangle. Purple flames surrounded him. These flames gradually spread to envelop his clasped hands. Forming a strange shape, purple light poured out, opening a spirit domain gate. He floated in midair, surrounded by mysterious purple waves. This purple mist spread towards Qi Ming's group. The group watched in amazement. Qi Ming held Zi Jing in his arms. The two looked at each other and said, "Is this the domain of a gold rank expert?" A figure below looked at the purple flames, which had flickering specks like staring eyes. A voice echoed from within, "Fong Lang, go find the captain quickly." Fong Lang was terrified. He tried the walkie-talkie. Boss. He quickly pulled up the walkie-talkie's antenna and announced to the group, "The signal is jammed. We can only use this." As Fong Lang left, he held the walkie-talkie to his ear, trying to talk. "Captain, hello? Help me relay a message to the captain. Hurry." In the base, a girl in a white hat heard the order. She reported to the red-haired person sitting with their feet on the desk below. "Captain, Fong Lang has an urgent report." In front of the desk, someone was spreading out a map. Xiaohe shouted. Annoyed, she replied, "Aren't I in a meeting? What the hell is going on?" A piercing scream came from the walkie-talkie. "We've been trapped by the demon spider cult in the green banana forest. Qi Ming and the others are about to die." Xiaohe was startled. The person looking at the map in front was also frightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. At this moment, she stood up, speaking seriously. "What's wrong with you demon spider cult people? Why did you attack my people?" The person looking at the map hurriedly said, "There must be some misunderstanding in this." Xiaohe rested her hand on her baseball bat. She asked again, "Is that so?" She was furious. Red sparks of electricity crackled around her. She placed the baseball bat on her shoulder, questioning him. "The last guy who dared to mess with my red ape mercenary group. The grass on his grave is already green." Scene changes to the domain. This place was dyed a strange purple everywhere. Hundreds of eyes below looked up at the newcomer. He shouted loudly, "Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord. Praise the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord." Strange creatures rushed out of the gate Arthur had just summoned. Race, parasitic bat. Stage, mid-tier gold. Talent, demonic sound piercing ears. Skills, demonic sound piercing ears, purple. Corrupting pollen, blue. Soundwave impact, blue. Race, three-headed corpse spirit beast. Stage, mid-tier gold. Talent, bone shatter, B. Skills, corpse venom charge, blue. Corpse pecking, green. Self-destruct, blue. They rushed forward swiftly, giving each other orders. Get him. Race, light spider. Stage, high-tier gold. Talent, light and shadow, B. Skills, light of terror, purple. Shadow strike, blue. Venomous sting, blue. Xian stood below with Yaoya. He looked up, frowning. He remarked, "Are all these spirit beasts? They look quite special." After saying that, he turned to Yaoya. He smiled and ordered, "You've eaten so many of my spirit stones. It's time to put them to use." It arrogantly didn't even spare him a glance. It asked directly, "What do you want this venerable one to do?" Suddenly, a dazzling flame engulfed both him and the spirit beast. The clothes on his body also began to transform. He shouted one word, "Possession." The flames turned into a suit of armor protecting Xian's body. A shiny gauntlet appeared on his hand. His entire body was covered in fire. His face was also covered by the armor. When the transformation process was complete, Xian looked at the armor formed from the flames. He remarked, "Even my attribute has changed to the fire element. This way, I won't be affected by damage to my origin anymore. The possession talent is truly amazing." Then he thought of that idiot Ming Xiaokong. It's a pity that Ming Xiaokong has such an amazing talent, but doesn't know how to use it. A gift for me, then. Arthur looked down from above, riding his spirit beast. Possession. Truly a rare talent, he said with a disdainful tone. Still too green. Xian didn't waste words replying. Terror Spider. Light of Terror. A voice suddenly sounded from behind, startling him into turning around. Xian was stunned for a moment. What? My body. He had been sneak attacked from behind while he was careless. He was bound tightly. Xian's body was immobilized, no matter how hard he struggled. Thousands of eyes opened up, surrounding Xian's body. Arthur was also taken aback for a moment. He thought to himself, what is that? That bizarre eye was opening wider and wider. It looked incredibly strange. Arthur also had no idea what the hell it was. What the hell is that? At this moment, Xian had escaped from the restraints. Even he was suspicious of his own ability. To think I actually dispelled it. The feeling of fear is truly unpleasant. He looked down at the monster. Seeing its trembling appearance, he became curious. It seems like they're afraid of something. Arthur suddenly charged forward. Shadow Impact. Xian didn't hesitate to retaliate. Gunsmoke Impact. Two beams of light, one red and one purple, clashed. Neither side gave way to the other. Xian said confidently, that was just to get used to my body again. Next, I'll show you what I've got. Hearing this, Arthur wasn't about to back down. You there? Don't get too arrogant. The people outside the battle could only watch the two powerhouses fight and marvel. This is truly a battle of gods. Mortals will suffer. If we can't escape, we might as well stay here and watch the show. They don't even have a chance to participate. Suddenly, Lao Duan sensed something behind them and was horrified. The whole group curiously turned to look. What's behind us? The next scene made Lao Duan's group cry out. A horde of hideous monsters appeared out of nowhere. Lao Duan shouted, Boss, tell that monkey of yours to do something. Qi Ming, while carrying Zi Jing, exclaimed, there are too many. Qi Xiaohe was speechless with these two. They're about to die, and they're still spouting nonsense. You two, focus on running. Up above, Xian and Arthur were still fighting intensely. Loud explosions rang out, followed by flames that seemed to want to blow everything up. Arthur's spirit beast suddenly gathered power. A purple orb formed from its mouth. Seeing this, Xian also felt interested. He's finally willing to fight a serious battle. Is he going to attack my underworld weapon next? Perfect, I'm no longer restricted. I can finally fight to my heart's content. As he spoke, he channeled power into his clenched fist. Xian charged towards Arthur. Get ready to take this punch. Two extremely powerful fields were unleashed. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. Xian continued to pour power into his punch, increasing the spiritual power output. On the other side, Arthur was not to be outdone. He continuously gathered power into the orb he had just fired. The heavens and earth trembled for a moment. The two streams of power collided and then exploded. Xian looked at his arm, which was still blazing with spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power of Yaoya, the greater the load on the body. He was a little worried. Arthur also had injuries on his face. He was somewhat surprised. To think I couldn't beat him. He felt humiliated. He was furious inside. Fragments from his mask fell. He had a word of praise for Xian. You bronze rank brat. You're hiding quite a few secrets, aren't you? Arthur's real face was revealed. He turned towards him. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Xian could finally see his real face. It certainly took a lot of effort on his part. He's finally shown his true face. However, Arthur still didn't extinguish his arrogance. He declared confidently, you are now qualified to see my true power. Then he muttered as if chanting a spell. Praise be to the Great Mother, the Almighty Lord. Let us merge into one. Into one. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, the bodies of the many-eyed monsters suddenly cracked open. They quickly rushed at each other. Tentacles vied to devour the other monsters. Everyone was stunned by the horrific scene before them. What is this situation? Xian exclaimed. What the hell is this? Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws emerged. After the devouring was complete, Arthur said proudly, now, a monster with a grotesque form was born. Even its voice sounded like a creature from hell. He had now turned into a giant. Let's start the second round. Arthur reached out to grab Xian. Unable to dodge in time, he was caught by him. He thought to himself, I'm screwed. He laughed triumphantly. Just like I said before. You're still too young. Arthur raised his hand high, intending to throw Xian down, wanting to crush him. A deafening sound rang out. His huge hand slammed him into the ground. Arthur lifted his hand. Only then did he see Xian lying flattened underneath. It seemed he had lost consciousness. Arthur said with glee. He was like a proud victor. How about it? This is the difference in strength between you and me. But he's also a man who understands the times. He wants to recruit a talented person like you under his command. Come with me. Xian just snorted coldly. Suddenly, an explosion rang out near Arthur's head. He turned around in annoyance to see who was bold enough to ruin his fun. Down below, although Qi Ming was also terrified, he still spoke toughly. Hey you, we already made it clear that this kid is ours. Beside him, the earth armor bug was attacking with fire. He pointed upwards aggressively. Besides, we still have a score to settle. Following Qi Ming's command, the earth armor bug shot out fire bullets. Hit him hard for me. But it was completely ineffective. The bullets were harmless to Arthur. Lao Duan saw that things weren't looking good and whispered in Qi Ming's ear. Boss, your trump card isn't looking too good. He stammered a little. This is my first spirit beast. I can't bear to break the contract. Besides, his face twisted into a detestably cunning expression. I don't just have one trump card. While Arthur was distracted by Qi Ming, Xian seized the opportunity. He whispered to himself. Invisibility. Color-changing earth-fire lizard. As soon as he finished speaking, a spirit beast appeared behind Xian. He was stunned. Arthur also noticed it. Where did this brat come from? Xian hid himself thanks to the spirit beast. His flickering in and out of sight distracted Arthur even more. He angrily launched an attack, but Xian was one step ahead. He's gone. By now, he was safely behind Arthur, joining Qi Ming's group. At this moment, he hurriedly turned to Qi Xiaohe. Qi Xiaohe, go help that bronze-ranked kid. It's unknown where Qi Ming got the confidence to declare so boldly. Leave this guy to me. Qi Xiaohe turned to Zijing. Zijing, check him for me. Xian was confused. Why are you helping me? Qi Ming coolly turned back and replied. Why? Because I don't like to owe anyone anything. With that, he summoned another spirit beast. Besides, this guy has been getting on my nerves for a long time. Seeing that he was being ignored, Arthur exploded with rage, raising his ugly foot to stomp them all flat. But just as his foot was raised, about to come down, it was attacked from behind by the spirit beast that had just protected Xian. A sickening crunch was heard. Arthur roared in pain. Zijing looked at the test results. Her voice was filled with disbelief. Strange. How could his body become like this? Hearing this, Qi Xiaohe also came over curiously. Let me see. Looking at the test results, Zijing explained the abnormality in Xian's body to Qi Xiaohe. It's probably his talent. It allows him to fuse with his spirit beast. But his current state is still incomplete. To put it simply, it's not flowing smoothly. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was so arrogant earlier, was now struggling against the agility of Qi Ming's spirit beast. Zijing added from below. In other words, he was injured only because his spiritual energy isn't flowing smoothly. Qi Xiaohe now understood the reason. As long as we get his spiritual energy flowing smoothly, everything will be fine. After that, he just needs to worry about how to achieve the complete form. With that, she excitedly extended her sharp claws. Well then, let's begin the surgery. Beside her, Zijing had an equally wicked expression. Hearing this, Xian's face turned pale with fear. Wait, surgery? Qi Xiaohe had already leaned in close to comfort him. Don't worry, it won't hurt. But somehow, Xian couldn't feel at ease at all. Qi Xiaohe suddenly plunged her claws into Xian's back. A stream of energy flowed into his body through them. So this was the painless surgery she was talking about. You really can't trust a woman's words. Xian felt his body was very strange, like a chaotic mess that had been neatly organized. His own power increased significantly. Xian's body transformed along with it. When he came to his senses again, the spirit beast's armor had been strengthened even further. Xian felt a little unfamiliar with this new power. This is true fusion. This is a state of complete control. This feeling, it's so strange. The system's voice rang out. Only you can hear it. Reminder, Nirvana is now available for use. What's Nirvana? Xian pondered. Nirvana. It seems to be the little phoenix's talent. I can't believe the Eye of God would remind me of this. Suddenly, a voice replied. You're welcome. Causing Xian to be stunned. What? Isn't the Eye of God just a system? How can it respond on its own like a sentient being? Arthur was now enraged. He gathered energy into an orb in his mouth, preparing to fire. Its power was identical to when it fought Xian. He showed no mercy at all. The earth-armored worm used all its strength to defend. Qi Ming was both worried and tried to reassure his spirit beast. Try to hold on until the end, earth-armored worm. Just as Qi Ming prepared to charge into battle, Xian immediately stopped him. He confidently told him to leave this responsibility to him. Let me handle it. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped forward, to Qi Ming's astonishment. He was in a ready stance, prepared to fight. He turned back and said to him in a determined voice, "Find a place nearby to hide. I will definitely make him regret coming here." Seeing this, Qi Ming didn't stop him. He could only hesitate at this attitude. You've got a big mouth, kid. Xian took a deep breath and began to activate his skill. In an instant, flames appeared from nowhere, surrounding his body like a crimson vortex. He shouted loudly, "Phoenix!" Immediately, the flames around his body erupted, gathering behind his back. They formed a pair of giant, blazing wings. As he spoke, the system displayed a notification. Talent, Phoenix. Activated. Entering state. Burning sacrifice. Hearing the strange state name, Xian couldn't help but wonder. He thought to himself, burning sacrifice. What is this? Hearing his question, the system began to explain. When entering the state, burning sacrifice. After each use of a fire-type skill, a sacrifice percentage accumulates based on the spirit power consumed. Depending on the accumulation stage, different effects will be activated. There are 3 stages in total. Stage 1. Effect, Sunflame. Strengthens all fire-type skills. It continued to analyze in more detail. Stage 2. Enter the state, Nirvana. Can mitigate a fatal attack. Hearing the system's explanation, he finally understood. He silently marveled at this terrifying power. It's clearly a single talent, but it has so many effects. Worthy of an S-rank talent. But before he could celebrate, he suddenly realized something was still missing. He turned to ask the system, "Wait, didn't you say there were 3 stages? So what's the effect of stage 3? Suddenly, strange symbols appeared on the information panel, hard for anyone to understand. Xian thought in surprise. I can't believe they're special symbols. Seeing this, the monstrous hybrid sneered. All flash and no substance. You think you're so tough? Without waiting for Xian to reply, it launched an attack on him. Shadow Thorn. Blazing charge. From the void, translucent arrows, like pure ice, suddenly appeared. Dozens of arrows aimed straight at Xian simultaneously, leaving him no room to escape. Xian said nothing. His figure flashed like lightning. He shot through the narrow gaps between the barrage of incoming arrows. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the enemy. Xian's whole body now seemed to transform into a blazing phoenix. He soared high above the enemy. Aiming straight at it, he prepared a counterattack. Without any hesitation, Xian shot down like a meteor, concentrating all his power into his fist. He struck the monster directly. As he struck, he activated Scorching Flame Impact. The system also displayed a notification. Sacrifice Energy Charge Progress, 73%. That powerful punch landed squarely on its face, causing the monster's head to snap backwards. Blood spurted out in midair, not giving the monster a single moment to recover. Xian charged forward again. He locked onto the target, preparing to unleash the next wave of firepower. Xian shouted, "Activate! Crimson Sun Karma Flame." Immediately, a blazing beam of fire shot straight towards the monster's face, leaving it no time to react. The information panel appeared at the same time. Energy Charge Progress of Sacrifice, 100%. Stage 1 Effect, Sunflame, has been activated. Xian clenched his fist, silently assessing this power. The skills are strengthened. Even the names of the skills have changed. The system also displayed a series of skill notifications that he received. Skill acquired. Sunflame, Annihilation Shockwave. Sunflame, Setting Sun Karma Fire. Sunflame, Earth Flame Charge. Sunflame, Nuclear Ray. That guy is only just regaining his senses now. He clutched his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "It seems I truly have underestimated you." In the middle of the monster's body, a mysterious purple light began to gather, preparing for its revenge. It roared furiously, "Take this." However, contrary to the monster's expectations, Xian showed no surprise or hesitation. He charged forward at full speed, flying towards it. With a wave of his hand, he instantly extinguished the purple light. He shouted, "Shut your mouth." Then Xian immediately retreated, maintaining a safe distance while the other was still disoriented and unaware, not giving the monster any chance to recover. Xian quickly continued his attack. In the blink of an eye, he focused all his power into his right hand. The flames around him blazed relentlessly, then converged into a brilliant ball of fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your malevolent deeds end here." As the fireball shot forward, it immediately emitted a blazing red light, illuminating the entire surrounding area. The fireball slammed into the monster's massive body, and instantly, its entire body was engulfed in ferocious flames. Xian calls this Sunflame, Nuclear Ray. The power from the fireball not only set the monster's large body ablaze, but also caused it to explode like a bomb. Its entire body was incinerated. Its flesh melted into a viscous, sticky liquid. The explosion not only echoed, but was also like an earthquake, shaking the entire forest. Even the combat helicopter dared not approach. Qi Xiaohe opened the helicopter door, standing and observing. She constantly commented on the battle. Did a new powerhouse arrive in Qingshan town? This destructive power seems to be at the diamond rank. How did that kid Qi Ming get caught up in a powerhouse's battle? Waiting until everything returned to normal, the helicopter slowly landed. Qi Xiaohe and another person calmly stepped out. They walked towards the person in front of them. That guy immediately shouted loudly, "Captain!" She immediately ordered him to report the entire incident. What on earth happened? Where's Qi Ming? He hurriedly explained to her. A lot has happened. We encountered a lunatic from the demon spider cult. Qi Ming and the others are trapped in the forest on the other side. Hearing this, she glanced over at the place where the battle occurred. She speculated out loud, causing such a huge commotion. The Lord of Yulan must have been alerted. At the site of the explosion, a vast area was now nothing but ruins. The thick smoke and dust had not yet cleared. The surrounding ground looked as if it had been torn apart, cracking into large chunks. Qi and the others approached to survey the surrounding situation. He spoke with great emotion. Truly unexpected to see a sight like this twice in one day. Suddenly, from behind the gradually dissipating smoke, Bai Lin slowly appeared. Instead, Qi Ming and Old Duan shouted in unison, "It's that bronze rank kid." They quickly approached him, asking about his condition. "Are you okay?" Xian returned to his normal appearance. Not understanding what had just happened, he thought in a panic, "What's going on?" At the same time, the system displayed a warning about overdosing on the drug. The side effects of overdosing are high blood pressure leading to bleeding, dizziness, and loss of strength in the limbs. Bai Lin clutched his stomach. With a resentful expression, he looked up at the person he was talking to. He said in an accusatory tone, "Doctor, why didn't you tell me there were side effects sooner?" Her face was tense at his question. She averted her eyes, trying to find an excuse. Wasn't it because there was no time to say? In that situation, who had time to talk about such things? While the smoke and dust had not yet completely settled, and the ground was still smoldering with heat from the terrifying battle. Suddenly, from underground, black roots began to emerge from the cracks in the ground, winding and surrounding them, as if wanting to crush them to death. This caused them to scream in shock. "Its mouth! It's back!" They immediately raised their guard, scanning their surroundings to assess the situation. Ready to defend, he gave the order to everyone. "We're doomed. It's the Lord of the Rainforest. Old Duan, you take the bronze rank kid. We need to retreat quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, He immediately brandished the flame in his hand, unleashing an attack to burn the roots, creating a path for the others. As he did so, he grumbled, "It's always one thing after another. Before one problem is solved, another one arrives." Then he turned to blame Xian. "I'm telling you, you bronze rank kid. Are you some kind of bad luck charm?" Xian and old Duan were now enveloped by massive roots. They squeezed them tightly, making it gradually harder for them to breathe. He immediately retorted, "How can you blame me for this? I'd say I've already saved you guys." Zijing and Qi Xiaohe weren't doing much better. More and more roots appeared, and they couldn't destroy them all. Zijing had to draw her gun to deal with them. She shouted in frustration, "If it's really not working, let's just leave this kid behind." Finally, they were all cornered together. But the roots weren't satisfied. They wanted more. They kept growing more and more. Whoosh, closing in on them, causing one person to exclaim, "Stop talking. We're all going to be stuck here now." Those pitch-black roots not only entangled them, but also began to merge together, weaving together to form a giant tree trunk. Xian and the others were helplessly trapped inside. From the main trunk of the tree, blocks of wood began to separate, still twisting together. They gradually formed arms and legs, just like a person. Finally, its face was fully formed, a distorted face. Its eyes glowed with a strange light, and a set of sharp teeth were revealed by its grotesque smile. The system also displayed information about this monster. Green banana tree, hunting, lord of the rainforest. The people inside could only watch helplessly, no longer bothering to resist. Qi Ming spoke up. "It seems we're trapped on the body of the lord of the rainforest." After speaking, he turned to Zijing, waiting for her to report the situation. "Zijing, what's the signal like now?" Zijing looked at the results from her measuring device and quickly replied, "Still can't get in touch with Fong Lang." With that, she stood up. She observed the surroundings, measured the oxygen level, and then issued a warning to everyone. "Furthermore, this place is completely sealed. The oxygen in here can last us for another 30 minutes. Hearing this, Qi Ming angrily punched the tree trunk, trying to find a way out. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with guilt. He said in a disappointed tone, "I'm truly useless. I always lead my teammates into a dead end." Seeing Qi Ming so agitated, Xian didn't offer comfort, knowing it wasn't the time for soft words. "You should save your energy. The more agitated you get, the faster the oxygen will run out." Hearing what Xian said, Qi Ming didn't look too happy. He turned to curse at him. "What would a rich young master like you understand?" Facing his harsh attitude, he remained calm and replied, "You're their leader." He continued, "With you looking so dejected, have you ever considered the feelings of those who trust you?" This made him look back. He didn't know what else to say. Xian continued to remind him of his own words. "You've said it yourself. You are people who have experienced dangerous situations, especially at a time like this. It's even more important to stay calm." He said this while wiping a smudge from his face. He looked up at him with a determined gaze. "Moreover, the most important thing is, you need to trust the people who trust you." Outside, the helicopter carrying Xiaohe was hovering in the sky, trying to maintain a safe distance from that monster. Fong Lang saw her contemplative expression and asked, "Captain, do you really want to challenge the Lord of the Rainforest?" Hearing him say that, she immediately retorted, "Look at the way you're talking. You don't trust my strength?" After carefully observing the situation, Qi Xiaohe explained it to him. The whereabouts of Qi Ming and the others are still unclear. The most recent clue points in this direction. If we want to rescue them, then it is also a huge obstacle. So we have no choice but to fight. Suddenly, a sound from the communication device interrupted their conversation. "Fong Lang, we are inside, the Lord." Just as she received important information, she immediately stood up, ready to fight and rescue them. Perfect timing. We just need to dissect it. With that, Qi Xiaohe began to summon her Sigma Ape. "Come out, Crimson Demon Ape." She immediately ordered it. Spirit possession. It immediately shrank and clung tightly to her iron staff, causing the ordinary staff to be enveloped in crimson flames. With that said, without a moment's hesitation, she leaped out of the helicopter towards the frenzied hunter plant. It seemed to notice her presence and raised its guard. On the roots connected to its body, a figure darted swiftly across the roots like a phantom, closing in on the enemy. In just an instant, Qi Xiaohe was in front of it. Her entire face showed extreme combativeness. She brandished the iron staff in her hand, shouting loudly, "Crimson Tyrant's shattering strike. Take this." With that, she raised the iron staff high above her head and smashed it down with all her might. With that terrifying power, its head was split in two on the spot. It didn't stop there. She continued to cleave straight down, causing its wooden body to continue splitting into two pieces. Qi Ming and the others inside were suddenly startled by a red flash of lightning appearing out of nowhere. It struck down, startling him into saying, "Its mouth." Noticing the familiar sign, Qi Ming said doubtfully, "Red lightning. Could it be?" Suddenly, Qi Xiaohe appeared out of nowhere, causing him to cry out in joy. Unlike her brother's joyful expression, she said calmly, "Oh dear, there's my rotten little brother." Despite his sister's nonchalant attitude, he rushed over, tears streaming down his face, saying, "Sis." Seeing her brother's over-the-top reaction, a few angry lines appeared on her face. Helpless and at a loss for words, she could only watch as Qi Ming still ran towards her with open arms, ready for a hug. Waiting for him to get close, she threw a punch straight at Qi Ming's head, stopping his bizarre action. A large bump appeared on Qi Ming's head. Seeing this, Qi Ziahe's anger subsided a bit, but she still scolded him. "How old are you? Still calling for your sis every time you open your mouth? Aren't you ashamed? Is this all a pampered kid like you is capable of?" The people around them didn't know what to do in a situation like this. Bai Zian spoke up, asking Lao Duan next to him, "Is your boss normally like this?" Hearing his question, he replied helplessly, "Yes. We're used to it. Enough fooling around." Qi Xiaohe spoke up, "Everyone, take this chance to get out of here. Everyone, climb up quickly. The Lord of the Rainforest's recovery speed is very fast. You all must seize this moment." She also gave an order to Fong Lang above. "Fong Lang, pull us up," he replied respectfully. With that, he immediately began turning the tool to pull everyone up. Seeing the large number of people, he asked, "Is everyone up already?" Lao Duan, who came up last, replied, "The captain is still behind." Qi Xiaohe also caught up from behind. As she climbed, she reminded them, "Don't stop here. Leave this place quickly." While speaking, she observed the Lord of the Rainforest's condition. Seeing its body slowly regenerating, she shouted a report. The Lord of the Rainforest is about to restore its original form. But just as she finished speaking, with a rapid recovery speed, that thing had successfully regenerated. Qi Xiaohe hadn't expected this. Her face showed clear surprise. "Damn it, we're screwed. Its recovery speed is even faster than I imagined." After regenerating, the creature became extremely enraged. It roared, preparing its counterattack. Its mouth fired a beam of green light, burning the rope ladder, causing Qi Xiaohe to lose her balance and fall backward. Falling, she was taken by surprise by its attack. As she fell, she could only think to herself, "I'm screwed." Seeing his sister in trouble, Qi Ming panicked and shouted, "Sister!" But she quickly regained her composure. She immediately flipped herself over, preparing for a combat stance. With a confident voice, she replied to her brother's terrified expression, "Shut your damn mouth. I'm not dead yet." Seeing that his sister was fine, he could only meekly reply, "Yes, sister." She cleverly used the Lord of the Rainforest's own tree trunk to slide down, avoiding a heavy impact. Then she turned and grabbed onto the tree trunk, speaking out, "I guess I've stopped now." After speaking, Xiaohe rubbed her feet against the tree trunk to gain momentum. Red lightning sparks began to surround her. She shouted loudly, "Evil lightning." As soon as she finished, she didn't hesitate for a second, her legs bent slightly. Then she suddenly leaped straight into the air. In that instant, a pillar of fire erupted violently from beneath her feet. Twisting like a fiery tornado, it launched her upwards like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe appeared on the helicopter without a single scratch on her, causing Xian and Qi Ming to stare with their jaws agape. He exclaimed in admiration, "Your sister is so cool." Qi Ming felt the same and could only mumble in reply, "Thanks. I think so too." As soon as she landed, she turned towards that guy. She glared fiercely with a challenging tone, saying, "Goodbye, you son of a bitch." Seeing the Lord of the Rainforest finally disappear, The helicopter safely turned and flew away. Xiaohe finished her business and returned to her seat with a sigh. Then, she started asking about her brother's situation. So, it was this young man who saved you guys, right? He could only reluctantly reply, that's right. Hearing her brother say that, she immediately offered her thanks to him and introduced herself at the same time. Then, thank you very much for your help. I am Qi Xiaohe of the Red Ape, a gold-rank beast tamer. May I ask how I should address you? Seeing this, he politely replied, by Xian, a bronze-rank beast tamer. That's what he said outwardly, but inwardly he was assessing Xiaohe and her background. With such great strength. And the surname Qi, could she be related to the Qi family from Crimson Sun City? Xiaohe was no different. She curiously asked about his family. Your surname is Bai? Are you from the Bai family of White Scale City? That's right. Jingsong is my grandfather. Hearing Xian say this, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. City Lord Bai? In the blink of an eye, her entire body pressed close to Xian. She lifted his chin and said, young man, do you know something? I've been a mercenary for a long time, so I've met many city lords. Suddenly, Xiaohe gave a strange smile, sending a chill down Xian's spine. She opened her mouth and called him a liar. We've cooperated with Old Man Bai many times, so you could say he's a regular client of ours. But there are always some shameless bastards who impersonate members of the Bai family to trick us. The more she spoke, the closer she got. Her face wore a bizarre expression. She opened her mouth to threaten him. You're the first one to call yourself the young master of the Bai family. Let me tell you, the imposters from before were all thrown to the fierce beasts by us. Xiaohe gripped Xian's chin tightly and said in a low voice, let me see if you're making things up. After speaking, she brought her nose close to his face. After a few seconds of what seemed like an inspection, Xiaohe suddenly burst out laughing. It seems you really are the young master of the Bai family. Inwardly, Xian could only complain silently. What's wrong with this woman? Behind them, Qi Ming saw the scene and shouted, Sister, watch your behavior. She turned back and asked blankly. Then, after Xiaohe had returned to her seat, Qi Ming spoke up and asked, by the way, where's that friend of yours? The question made Xian freeze. Damn it, the fight was so intense just now, I completely forgot. Saying that, he stood up and opened his beast-taming space. He quickly said, pardon my intrusion. Stepping inside, Xian saw purple crystal clusters appear and wondered, amethyst? The scene before him left him utterly astonished. What's going on? Suddenly, he received a signal from the crystal. Gubai is bound, completely immobile. Without hesitation, Xian immediately brought her out. Seeing this, Qi Ming immediately shouted, why did you bring someone into your beast-taming space? Xiaohe also raised her voice. Who taught you to do that? Put Gubai down. He immediately asked for help. Quick, help me. It's Gubai, Qi Ming looked over. He was stunned. Damn, what is this? He snapped. Kid, what on earth were you thinking? At this moment, Xiaohe bent down to observe carefully. There has never been a case of letting someone other than yourself into a beast-taming space. She picked up a few crystal fragments from Gubei's body. She turned them over for a moment, then continued. But the crystals on her body are very similar to spirit stones. I suspect this is some kind of self-protection mechanism of hers. It's possible that the spiritual power of your beast-taming space is too strong, which caused this. Xiaohe stepped forward and said to the medic, Healer, what do you think? You're the only doctor here. She agreed with Xiaohe's opinion. I feel that's a possibility. But to ensure her safety, we should still run some checks. It's just that we don't have enough equipment to perform this kind of examination now. We can only go back to the base first. Hearing this, Xiaohe immediately made a decision. Then let's return to Bleak Forest Town first. In another place, a meeting room floated in the middle of a calm lake. It was surrounded by a thin, hazy purple mist. In the center of the room, a woman stood straight. Her solemn aura made the air feel frozen. Surrounding her were 5 other figures. Each stood in their own position, forming a concentric circle. At this moment, a calm female voice rang out, breaking the prolonged silence. I've called you all here today. There are 2 matters. The one who had just spoken, Grand Hierarch, Solos. Her presence immediately made the entire room turn serious. No one dared to interrupt. as Solas' voice continued to ring out, cold and clear. The first matter. Priest Arthur has been confirmed dead. The incident occurred between White Scale City and Giantwood City, in Bleak Forest Town. She spoke up. About this matter, I want to hear your thoughts. Then, the second priest, Lilith, was the first to speak. Her voice was deep and low. Although Arthur was ranked 6th, he was very close to the diamond rank. Next, the third priest, Diego Barrow, also chimed in. Could it have been one of the city lords? Hearing this, Solos said, Jingsong was already crippled in the last war. The only one capable of defeating someone about to advance to the diamond rank can only be the city lord of Giantwood City. A dark male voice rang out from behind. The fourth priest, Mephisto. It's also possible that the Moon-Hidden faction did it. After all, Bleak Forest is their territory. Beside them, the fifth priest, Asmoda, remained silent. Then, Solos gave the order. Her voice was devoid of any emotion. No matter who it was, we must make them pay a heavy price. She commanded, Asmoda, you will handle this matter. Remember, the opponent is very strong. Proceed with caution. Asmoda, who had been silent, finally bowed her head. She replied succinctly, as you command. Solos then changed the subject. As for the second matter, it concerns the future of our clan. Recently, the celestial phenomena have been abnormal. I feel very uneasy. She paused for a beat, then said in a louder voice. This is a sign that the queen is hibernating. The azure water is entering the moon-hidden phase. Lilith nodded. Her voice lowered as she spoke. 25 stellar calendars ago, after the queen experienced the Great Kazamaka Massacre, the azure water has always been in the sunlit state. Now it suddenly wants to fall into a deep sleep. Solos agreed. I also find it a bit strange. According to the previous rules, the moon-hidden phase only occurs once every 90 stellar calendars. But it's not like there are no clues at all. Her voice rang out, and at the same time, 3 planets appeared along with her explanation. Perhaps it's related to the heaven and earth anomaly. Perhaps the queen is about to evolve. Perhaps. But then Solos paused for a moment, then continued in an even colder voice, regardless. This matter concerns the survival of the Sunlit faction. It cannot be taken lightly. Diego spoke up at this moment. Grand Hierarch, the people from the Moon-Hidden faction will surely follow the guidance to find the Spider Queen. How about we send people to follow them and prevent them from receiving the Spider Queen's blessing? Solos' lips curled, revealing an appreciative smile. That's not a bad idea. However, you must act with caution. The Moon-Hidden faction is not simple. Diego replied with a respectful attitude. My lord, you can rest assured. Without the Spider Queen's blessing, their strength is nothing. In the midst of a mystical purple space, a low chanting voice echoed throughout the room. Mother of a myriad spiders, forever enduring. Mother of a myriad spiders, forever enduring. A while later, after everyone had dispersed, only 2 people remained. Diego spoke, half smiling and half serious. All right, it's just the 2 of us now, Asmoda. Are you busy today? What I mean is, are you free right now? Asmoda coldly turned her head away. Her voice was devoid of emotion. I'm not free. Besides, I have no interest in you. Diego said contemptuously. You've misunderstood my intentions. I just have a small matter I'd like to discuss with you. Also, when you speak, don't put on that look of disdain for me. Asmoda didn't reply, speaking to the monster beside her. Let's go, Xing Tian. Seeing this, he called out loudly. Asmoda, listen to me. Also, how can I still hear you when you're talking to Xing Tian? Powerless, Diego sighed. He changed his tone. All right, I know. Anyway, the Grand Hierarch has already specifically assigned you. You must be feeling very honored right now, huh? But have you ever thought that Arthur was also carrying out a mission from the Grand Hierarch? That kid was known for fighting to the death. Hearing this, Asmoda paused. His voice lowered, becoming sharper. But precisely because Arthur was like that. Now, not even his ashes remain. It's not like the Grand Hierarch doesn't know your strength. Sending you now is no different from telling you to go to your death. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Her gaze began to grow colder. Watch your words. Diego didn't back down, merely brushing past her lightly. If I were you, I absolutely would not see this as the Grand Hierarch's trust in me. After all, right now, just as that old wizard said himself, The situation is starting to change. And in a chaotic world, only the strong have a chance to survive unscathed. Watching his departing back, Asmoda asked, "Aren't you afraid he'll tell the Grand Hierarch all of this?" But he wasn't afraid and instead warned, "I believe you are an intelligent person, not just a tool that only knows how to obey." Looking at the knife stuck in the ground at her feet, Asmoda fell silent. As day was just breaking, the dawn light had not yet dispelled the mist. A hurried voice rang out, tearing through the quiet space. "Hurry up. Get her to the emergency room." Su Gubai lay motionless on the stretcher. Her face was pale white. The stretcher was pushed hastily. The wheels made jarring, clattering sounds in the hospital corridor. One person yelled, clearing a path as they ran. "Quick, quick. Everyone move." She was pushed into an examination room. Outside, Bai Zian's voice rang out, full of worry. "What are the results?" Qi Xiaohe, who was beside him, explained softly. "As of right now, her life is considered stable. There's no immediate danger. But we don't know when she'll wake up." Hearing this, he became even more anxious. His eyes were glued to Su Gubai, who was lying in the emergency room. He spoke, his voice almost choking. "But, what should we do? How can we make her wake up?" Qi Xiaohe stood to one side, her voice tinged with helplessness. "Honestly, I'm not sure either. Her spirit meridians are currently in chaos. It's like two ropes have been twisted together. After all, no one has ever tried putting a person inside their beast-taming space before, let alone for such a long time." Xiaohe comforted him in a low voice. "Young man, don't worry too much. She's a good doctor. She said it's fine, so there probably won't be any major issues. Besides, I just got to know a friend who might be able to help her." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Zian became agitated. "Who is it? I want to meet them." In the hallway, on the way to meet the person who could help Su Gubai, he couldn't stop wondering. "I've used that method before. Why did this problem occur this time? Could it be because it's been too long?" Ahead, Xiaohe reminded him. "Listen here, young man. When you meet that guy in a bit, don't get too agitated." Suddenly, from his tightly clenched fist, thorny vines appeared. He was startled. Because of them. Why are they acting up at a time like this? Those vines were gradually invading Bai Zian's mind. "It hurts. It hurts. Almost kill." Seeing no response from behind her, Xiaohe turned back and asked, "Young man, are you listening? Why aren't you reacting?" He quickly hid his arm behind his back. He replied, "I got it." Arriving at a room, Xiaohe violently pushed the door open. She yelled, "I need your help." A male voice echoed from inside the room. "Sister Ape, didn't I already tell you? I'm busy right now." Upon seeing the symbol on the cloak of the person inside the room, Bai Zian's face darkened. "Why? Is the demon spider cult here?" And those crimson vines were trying to manipulate him. Demon spider cult. Kill him. Xiaohe saw that or was just eating noodles, yet claimed to be busy. So she furiously yelled, "Look at you. How the hell are you busy? You're just eating noodles." But he casually replied, "What? Eating is also a major event in a person's life. You shouldn't take eating lightly." After saying that, he still stood up and asked Xiaohe, "So, what did you want to talk about? Didn't we already have a meeting earlier?" She turned back to look at Bai Zian. "It's this young man's friend who needs help. After all, this is related to spirit beasts. The local people, like you would understand it a bit better." But at this moment, Bai Zian was trying hard to control his thoughts. A thought was gradually taking over his mind. Revenge. Demon spider cult. He gritted his teeth. What's happening? The thoughts in his head. Grandfather. White Scale City. Looking at his eyes were filled with red and a single thought. But still had a calm expression as he said, "Oh ho. I feel like this brother here needs help more." The thought of revenge was gradually controlling him. Almost kill. Suddenly, Bai Zian shouted loudly, "Who needs help from the demon spider cult?" The crimson vines shot out from his hand, accompanied by an urging voice. "Kill." The vines grew at a dizzying speed. They destroyed the entire house from the inside, or swiftly escaped. He spoke calmly while eating. "Looks like this brother's condition is quite bad." Looking at the pet beast that was gradually transforming on his house, judged, the embryonic spirit beast has been corroded. The divination signs are chaotic. It seems he ate something unclean. Is it evolving into a ferocious beast? But strangely, the whale, in its ferocious state, was being held back by the beast taming space. Seeing that, or decided to save him this time. Oh ho! It's stuck at the gate of the beast taming space. It seems this brother hasn't completely lost his will. Not bad, not bad. Then I'll help you. He chanted a spell. Mother of 10,000 spiders. The merciful one. Forgive all sins. Holding the sword in his hand. Green halos enveloped or the sharp blade in my hand. Slay evil creatures and demons. Never kill a living being. Drawing the sword, the halos gradually converged. Eliminate evil. Judge sin and banish evil. Let compassion manifest. All things are empty. I pray you grant me the power to save all living beings. With my own hands. Help this brother. He drew a circle in the air and shouted loudly. Bronze statue, be summoned. A chubby blue pet beast appeared at his call. Wood spirit, come out. It landed right on Aura's head. Looking at the round shape of the wood spirit, he immediately instructed. Son, have you gotten fat again recently? From now on, you're not allowed to have calming stones before bed. At that moment, the whale beast opened its huge mouth and roared. Or remained calm. On the contrary, he raised his voice and said, Don't be hasty. It's your turn, listen up. Pointing the tip of his sword towards it. He then told the wood spirit, use wind spreading thunder. The whale beast wouldn't stay still and also attacked back. A powerful stream of water gushed out from its mouth. Styx water erosion. Instantly, or jumped up to dodge the attack. He rushed forward quickly. Swift wind thunder drop. He appeared instantly in front of the whale beast. It suddenly closed its eyes as if accepting its fate. When, or used his ability. A green vortex rushed forward. But then, he suddenly changed his mind. I did say I'm here to save the world and help the people. Why would I use a move with such destructive power? To deal with naughty children, this is better. After saying that, he flicked the horn on the whale beast's head hard, sending it flying backwards. At the same time, he shouted loudly, You stubborn brat. After that move from Or, the whale beast had disappeared. Only Xian was left, lying motionless amidst the rubble. Seeing his miserable state, Xiaohe couldn't help but ask Or, Did you go a bit too hard on him this time? He was savoring his cup of noodles, and casually replied, It's nothing. Just some minor scratches. Compared to that, I'm more worried about his origin source being eroded. Seeing this, a frustrated Xiaohe said directly to him, Can you stop talking about serious matters while eating that damn cup of noodles of yours? Looking at his pale, unconscious face, she said, So what do we do now? You knocked him unconscious. Honestly, you went too far this time. Hearing this, Or, who was beside her, asked, Is that so? Are you worried about him? Xiaohe replied irritably, Cut it out. My foolish little brother is already enough trouble. As if I have the energy to care about anyone else. Then, Or beside her made a request. So, in a bit, help me take him and his friend into the village. They'll treat you to some noodles. Hearing that unreasonable request, she yelled loudly, Shut up. Pay me properly. The transportation fee and the compensation for damaged property. Don't you even think about running off. Pay me every single cent. Elsewhere, a stream of green water flowed into a bath. Xian was soaking in that stream of water. He slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, two strangers appeared before him. The girl curiously asked the boy, Is he awake? The boy leaned close to his face and said, Not yet. After saying that, he stuck two of his fingers into Xian's nose. Let me wake him up. Instantly, he shot up. Looking at his body, he said, What's going on? And what is this strange liquid? His eyes came to a conclusion. Essence of nature. Origin unknown. Can simultaneously restore physical and spiritual energy. And possesses a certain degree of calming function. The girl standing in front of him said to Josh beside her, Why would you do that to our high priest guest? Josh, relying on the fact that Xian didn't understand, joked. This strange guest with his wide, round eyes looks so stupid. Watching the two of them whispering, he wondered, What are they talking about? Suddenly, Or appeared behind him, speaking while chewing on his noodles. You're awake, brother. Xian jumped in surprise. He yelled loudly, You're from the demon spider cult. Hearing him say that, he immediately retorted, What demon spider cult? We are the Re clan. You outsiders really like to give things random names. Standing before Or, he said loudly, Where's this place? And where is Gubai? He looked at him teasingly. Are you sure she would want to see you? The girl beside them blushed, handed Zian a set of clothes, and said, Hurry up and put these on. You'll catch a cold. He immediately took them, blushing. He stammered, Thank you. After he finished dressing, he said in short, You still haven't answered my question. Who exactly are you? But when he looked again, had disappeared. Where did he go? A stone was thrown at his head. Zian turned around angrily and snapped. What do you think you're doing? George. Ignoring his angry face, he said, Follow me, you idiot. Zian stood before the two of them, confused, and said, What on earth are you guys talking about? I don't understand at all. The girl opened the door at this moment. She welcomed him in a soft voice. Welcome, stranger. Seeing the scene behind that door, he was astonished. This is... A mysterious city appeared. The space was pitch black, but that only highlighted the strange blue patterns on the surrounding architecture. Zian shouted, This is underground. The girl grabbed his hand and pulled him along. He said in a panic, What do you two want to do? She pointed forward and said to him, The priests are waiting for you at the temple. Zian didn't understand what the girl was saying, but he looked in the direction she was pointing. He could make it out, but he still wanted to ask again. You want to go over there? Looking at the temple in front of him, he asked again, You mean, I have to go to that temple? The girl gave Zian something. Emerald Star Spider, she said. This is for you. Pointing to the bracelet on her own hand, she showed Zian how to use the Emerald Star Spider. Wear it on your hand like this. Following her gesture, he said, You want me to put this on? Looking at the spider on his hand, he muttered, This feels a bit strange. At that moment, George couldn't wait any longer and started moving. He still didn't forget to mock Zian. Hurry up and follow. You idiot. Hearing this, the girl scolded him. George, I told you to respect our guest. George ignored them and just used the silk shot from the Emerald Star Spider to move forward. Like a monkey, he deftly traversed the strange terrain, moving forward. Like Josh. Moving like that. Zian immediately understood the function of the Emerald Star Spider. So that's how you use it. He pointed his hand forward and gave a command. But unlike Josh, the Emerald Star Spider on Zan's hand remained motionless. Seeing this, he wondered, Why isn't there any reaction? The girl beside him instructed him in a low voice. First, you need to synchronize with this child before you can use its power. Placing a hand on his heart, she said. To synchronize is to connect your heart with this child. To trust each other. Not just giving orders and controlling it. Then, placing her hand on her own heart, she slowly explained. But it's different from you people who control beasts through contracts. We use our hearts. As long as you connect your hearts with each other, you will know each other's thoughts. And they will also understand your thoughts. But what she forgot was that Zian didn't understand her language. He expressed himself with body language. I don't understand your language. He didn't say it out loud, but he complained inwardly. Besides, you guys talk way too much. Suddenly, a notification appeared beside him. He looked at it, astonished. The Eye of God can even translate. It summarized what the girl had said. She means using spiritual power to communicate with the spirit beast. Not a contract. He read it and thought to himself, communicate using spiritual power. Then he closed his eyes. Let's give it a try. At that moment, a pair of blue eyes appeared in his subconscious. It asked, Who are you? He calmly answered, I am Zian. It repeated his name, Zian. He looked behind him and said, I have no ill intent. Touching the entity behind him, Zian said softly, I want to be friends with you. The Emerald Star Spider accepted his offer of friendship. A notification appeared, proving it. New skill acquired, synchronize. Then he immediately used the skill. Let's go. He skillfully traversed the strange terrain of this city. Landing at the temple, he was amazed by its magnificence. I didn't feel it from over there earlier. Now looking at it up close, it's truly magnificent. The girl following him bowed and said, The temple is a sacred place. Only those who are invited may enter. I'll take my leave first. Stepping inside, a bridge appeared. It was situated in the middle of a green lake. That light reflected and blended with the mysterious patterns carved on the bridge and the surrounding pillars. He looked around, silently assessing the place. This is the temple of the demon spider cult. They are clearly the enemy. Why did they let me come here? Inside the temple, Aura's voice rang out as Zian stepped in. That's earlier than I expected. I thought you would take much longer to understand resonance. He turned to face him and introduced himself. In that case, allow me to introduce myself again. I am Orvan Hudson, the High Priest of the Moon hidden faction of the Spider Empress clan. Seeing Xian's hardening expression, as if guessing his thoughts, he said, "You must be very curious. Why would members of the demon spider cult like us help you?" Pausing for a beat, he said in a low voice. As for the reason, suddenly, he snapped his fingers. 3 large screens appeared, pointing at each one, or explained. This is a very long story. This planet, Kalalan, or, as you call it, the Myriad Spider Star Mystic Realm. It is the mother planet where we originally lived. We lived in harmony with one another, reproducing for many generations. And we mastered the technology to communicate with these creatures. His voice sounded like he was telling a fairy tale. Suddenly, one day you strangers came here and began to colonize. On the screen, an image of the 2 planets interacting gradually appeared. In the beginning, we and the strangers had a very good relationship. We used spirit stones and beast-taming techniques to trade for your science and technology. He continued in a steady voice. We even led you to meet our Lord Spider Empress Mother God. Originally, everything was supposed to develop in a positive direction. Suddenly, his tone changed. The story became darker. But, you strangers, eventually turned on us. You conspired to use the beast-taming techniques we taught you to control the Spider Empress and thereby upgrade your own potential. But the Spider Empress was an existence close to a divinity. She fundamentally could not be controlled. Or continued to recount what happened. The Spider Empress resisted fiercely, leading to her being injured. She fell from the star rank. The entire planet's spirit veins were also affected. The spirit energy changed, becoming unstable. Therefore, the potential of all creatures became limited. The highest they could reach was the purple star rank. After that, the natives who lived here, like us, began a war of several hundred years with you outside colonizers. The story, according to his narration, continued. But all of that was not yet over. The war went on for an extremely long time. Coupled with the support of science and technology, the outsiders possessed an overwhelming advantage. Many tribes of native people were destroyed. And in a war where no future could be seen, the Spider Empress clan split into 2 factions. And at this point in Aura's narrative, the formation of the demon spider cult appeared. The Sunlit faction advocated for force. The Sunlit faction's belief system is based on the Lord Spider Empress. They want to use force to take revenge on the outsiders, which is the current demon spider cult. The Moon faction, on the other hand, aims for peace. The Moon Hidden faction's belief system is based on the Lord Spider Empress. They hope that through negotiation and non-terrorist methods, this meaningless war can be ended. Suddenly, Xian's voice cut through Aura's story. He pointed directly at him and said, "Wait, you've been rambling for half a day, and you still haven't answered my question, or spoke up to explain. Am I not explaining it slowly?" But Xian did not accept that explanation. He asked again, "Hurry up and tell me, why are you helping me?" Suddenly, Aura appeared behind Xian. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Child, do you believe in fate?" He was startled. Wary, he said, "What are you trying to do?" Hey. He waved his hand to stop him. "Don't get agitated," or warned him. "Let me remind you, the problem of your source erosion has not yet been resolved. I advise you not to use your spirit energy right now. Otherwise, you young master will truly become a monster." At that moment, as if to prove Aura's words were true, glowing red thorns appeared on his hand. Seeing that, Xian retracted his ability, or chuckled, and continued speaking. "Let me continue the story. Before becoming a high priest, the chosen priest must complete a pilgrimage. That is, to periodically travel to the Spider Queen's lair." His story continued, but it had turned to a new chapter, which was also the reason why he helped Xian back then. "I reached the sacred hall. I didn't see the Spider Queen at all. Something unexpected must have happened that led to Her Majesty leaving her lair." Or recounted his discovery. "And near the lair, I discovered a young man and his spirit beast companion." According to his story, both the young man and the spirit beast were severely injured. "I'm sorry." That young man kept apologizing to his spirit beast. He calmly recounted his past story. "I thought He must be the first outsider I've seen who respects his spirit beast so much. So, he paused for a moment before continuing. I saved him and that spirit beast. Then I brought them back to the tribe. Aura's tone now sounded cheerful, as if he was recounting a fond memory. After that, he lived in the tribe for a while. Perhaps they truly sensed his kindness. Someone who should have become an enemy instead became our friend. Aura's voice then grew solemn. After that young man told us his name. Jingsong. The story ended. He stood before Xian and said, "Now you know why I helped you, don't you?" But now he had a question. Wait a minute. Xian said with a skeptical tone. My grandfather knew you people when he was young. Then how old are you now? You look like you're about 30. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Or calmly stated a piece of information that shocked him. Didn't your grandfather tell you that our people age very slowly? Now, he'll take you to see your companion. As they stepped through the gate, he immediately asked, now that I think about it, I'm really curious. You really don't know, kid? A beast tamer's space is a private dimension for each beast tamer. If another person enters it, it will readily produce a very strong rejection reaction, walking deeper inside, or explained as he walked. Your companion can be considered to have an extraordinary talent. If it were an ordinary person, they probably would have been physically destroyed already. She only suffered from chaotic spiritual veins. That's already considered lucky. Arriving at the place where Gubai was being treated, or told him, the spiritual power that crystallized outside her body has now been removed. Her vital signs and spiritual vein frequency have both recovered. Looking at Gubai lying motionless on the flowers, he continued to explain her situation. But because the beast tamer's space affected her spirit, her current situation is not too optimistic. Or perhaps, she will never wake up. Xian frowned in doubt. Never wake up? Or replied grimly. But it's not entirely without hope. He carefully proposed. I know a way. It just depends on whether you are willing to try it. He glanced at him inquisitively. What way? Or informed him. When the Spider Queen is in her moon-hidden form, she will secrete a mysterious liquid. It can heal all illnesses and suffering. Our ancestors once used this liquid to create a divine artifact with a similar effect. He explained how to find it. Because of the battle with the visitors who fell from the sky, to protect the safety of the divine artifact. This artifact was hidden in the tomb that contains all our fallen warriors. To obtain the divine artifact, you must enter the tomb. We're also warned of the danger, but the tomb is surrounded by traps. It's said that many tomb raiders have either died or been crippled. Xian was a bit hesitant. Well, the problem didn't stop there. But the most frightening thing isn't the traps. It's said there are also ferocious beasts that strayed into the tomb because of the war. They revived the corpses inside, forming a magnificent army of zombies. His face turned pale with fear. He grinned slyly and put an arm around Xian's shoulder, asking cheerfully, So, do you want to give it a try? Though still afraid, he was determined to atone for his mistake. Gubai's current condition is my fault. This matter, I must take responsibility. He'll go. Or chuckled to himself. Not bad. Your grandson is very responsible, Jingsong. The two of them went together. He strode forward as he spoke. This ancient citadel is extremely old. According to our calendar, it must have a history of 1,400 years. And this tomb must also have over 1,000 years of history. Aura's knowledge is very profound. Moreover, as it's a martyr's cemetery, it has always been guarded. On one hand, it's to prevent grave robbers. On the other hand, you already know, it's to stop whatever is inside from getting out. The moment the guards saw him, they quickly made way. High Priest, you've arrived. Or instructed. You've all worked hard. Open the gate. With his permission, Xian easily entered the tomb. Or suddenly called out. Oh right, Xian. He said with a teasing tone. Actually, everything I said about the tomb before was all to trick you. He was so shocked he wanted to curse. You bastard, you tricked me. But it was too late. The door had already closed. Xian could only stand inside the tomb and shout out. What on earth are you trying to do? Seeing the silence around him, he had no choice but to explore the tomb. Looks like I'm trapped in here. Let's see if there's another way out. Xian approached the object in the middle of the room. This is the divine artifact he mentioned. Didn't he say he was tricking me? I understand less and less. The moment he picked it up, White smoke billowed from the base. Crap. I forgot to scan it with the divine eye first. A huge explosion engulfed Xian. His vision was completely obscured. He coughed. He stepped forward to observe the situation. What's going on? In contrast to the ancient architecture, modern light fixtures and an exquisitely tiled floor appeared before Xian's eyes. Could it be? His eyes widened in horror. Did I transmigrate back again? Xian calmly walked over to a figure slumped against the wall. This person is an enemy soldier from that year. I must have shot him dead. He quickly followed his own old tracks. Right. I still remember. Xian eagerly ran forward. After that, I climbed the stairs. The memories grew clearer and clearer. I encountered the enemy again. I remember now. The mission back then was to eliminate the enemy commander. And I was the only one left in my squad. He arrived before a wall riddled with bullet holes. Finally, this is the place. The room I entered last. Xian questioned himself. What on earth am I doing? This is clearly in the past. He still placed his hand on the doorknob and went in. Why do I still care so much about this? I should be saving Gubai and grandfather. The heavy iron door creaked open. There was someone sitting motionless inside the room. Xian's corpse had been there for a long time. It was slowly decomposing. What am I doing? This is clearly something from the past. He stared without looking away. So strange. A voice echoed in Xian's mind. It seems you still haven't let go of your past self. He was horrified. What? Who is it? The corpse before him suddenly lunged. It's me. Xian resisted in a panic. Impossible. Why? You should be dead. No. I'm already gone. Red branches gushed out from the corpse's mouth, trying to grab him. I am you. You are me. It attacked Xian frantically. Die. You must die. He tried to reach for the gun that had fallen nearby. Damn it. Just a little more. Xian managed to dodge a few of the red branches in time. They pierced through the hard concrete floor. You are me. You are not. You are just the me from the past. You are not me. He finally managed to reach the gun. Xian checked it. And luckily, there are still bullets. He pointed the barrel straight into the corpse's mouth. The me from the past has nothing to do with me anymore. Now, Xian declared flatly. Xian is a beast tamer. I still have friends. And I have family waiting for me to rescue them. He fired the gun, affirming his determination. I am no longer the me of the past. The corpse quickly dissolved into a mystical green smoke. Xian calmly let go of his feelings. Rest in peace. The me of the past. Now, there is only Xian. Beast tamer Xian. He stood up straight. The scene changed. Xian returned to the acupoint room. He vaguely realized. Was everything before an illusion? He looked at the item in his hand. He thought with relief. Never mind. After all, I've obtained the divine artifact. Gubai has been saved. Outside. Or was already waiting. He clapped and praised. Not bad, Xian. You're out so soon? Xian unhappily handed over the item. Stop joking around. You suddenly pushed me in. Wasn't it just because you wanted me to pass some trial? You could have just told me beforehand. Or kept the smile on his face. If I directly told you there was a trial, then where's the surprise? He explained. This trial is related to the personal experiences of the test taker. Basically, it's one's inner demon. Or asked excitedly. So what is your inner demon? His expression obviously turned extremely ugly. Xian didn't want to say much. He just said one thing. He's already dead. Or suddenly put him in a difficult position. That's right. Besides being able to heal your friend, the divine artifact can also heal your eroded origin. But it can only be used once. After all, the essence of the Zhou Queen is not plentiful. So, will you choose to save your friend? Or save yourself? Xian couldn't take it anymore. He rushed forward, grabbed or by the collar, and questioned him. Why are you only telling me this now? Just how many things have you not told me? The reply was just a detestable smirk. That's all of it. Really. He knew there was nothing he could do, and seemed to ask again. So what will you choose? Xian trembled with rage. After a moment of thought, he made his decision, or just stood to the side. Are you sure you want to do this? Xian was resolute. He reminded him. Pay attention. You must stab into the core of the spirit vein, which is the dantian. Gubai was still lying motionless among the flower bushes, or watched intently with anticipation. He shakily confirmed. Dantian. Dantian. Xian brought the item closer. below the navel. It must be here. Gubai. You're about to get well. Suddenly, she giggled. That tickles. He froze. His eyes wide and jaw dropped. He was also laughing at Zian. Knowing he had been tricked, he roared in anger. He quickly explained. Calm down. I was just joking with you. Miss Gu woke up a long time ago. I just wanted to test you. After all, you are Jingsong's grandson. So I couldn't help but want to tease you a little. Revealed. Besides, this was Miss Gus' idea. Zian couldn't believe it. Are you trying to shift the blame? Gubai shyly confessed. Young master, Mr. Or is right. It really was my idea. If it made the young master unhappy. He also averted his gaze from her, flustered. How could I be unhappy? As long as you're okay, that's what matters. He interjected with a few coughs. I really can't meddle in the affairs of you young people. There are still important things to do now. Inform them. The divine artifact in your hands is a universal healing terminal. Although the healing component inside can only be used once. After it's used, it will continuously heal your wounds. Moreover, as long as you have the divine artifact, it will have this effect for your entire life. He warned. So a condition like your eroded origin, you can suppress it through continuous healing. But for now, it cannot be cured at its root. Zian understood. In other words, they'll have to use this to control my corrosion from now on. Confirmed. That's right. He frowned in thought. His hand trembled slightly from the tension. Given the current situation, this is probably the best treatment available. Zian decisively plunged it straight into his dantian below his navel. Characters appeared, covering his body. A mechanical voice rang out, connecting for treatment. A mystical power appeared around Zan's body. He handled it calmly. The heavenly inside eye announced. Corrosion probability decreasing. Remaining 13.8%. Very quickly, Zian was able to get it under control. The corrosion probability has reached a tolerable range. The divine artifact is entering standby mode. He opened the space leading to the island. I have to go check on the fish's condition right away. Zian stood before the vast sea and called out loudly, Fishy. There was no response. He frowned and looked around. What is this? What happened? Zian commanded, Heavenly Inside Eye. Help me check the nearby situation. It quickly replied. New device connection detected. Update required? He guessed suspiciously. A new device? Is it talking about this divine artifact? So the Heavenly Inside Eye is treating me like a computer. Zian decided immediately. Update. The Heavenly Inside Eye processed it very quickly. Confirming update content. Updating interface. Updating new data display. Update complete. Restarting. In the blink of an eye, the screen turned blue. Update complete. New function installation complete. He was surprised. The interface has changed. Is it that the technology of the natives is too advanced? Or is it the Heavenly Inside Eye? Suddenly, a sound like a whale's call echoed from behind. It splashed in the water. Zian was startled. What's going on? He was swept away by the wave created by the whale. Zian couldn't understand. Wait a minute. Didn't we already solve the corrosion problem? Why hasn't it returned to its original state? It kept advancing. Its shadow grew, covering him. Hey, Fishy. It's me, Zian. The whale suddenly licked Zan's face. Zian friend. So happy. He was dumbfounded. Zian thought to himself. Why do I get the feeling this fish has become mentally challenged? Could the illness have fried its brain? His eyes widened as he gave the command. Heavenly Inside Eye, check the fish's condition. The screen appeared. Request detailed diagnostic report? It also presented one option, yes. Zian was about to lose it. Yes. Hurry up. A series of information appeared. Pet beast whale. Race, giant shadow nether whale. Missed evolution due to origin corrosion. Mostly under control after treatment with the divine artifact. Currently in a normal state. Current rank, silver. Newborn. Attributes. Power, A+. Speed, B. Physical attack, A+. Spiritual attack, A+. Origin attribute, water. Divination, can. Specific data. Life index, 1400. Attack intensity, 403. The current phenomenon of mental regression is due to missing the evolution stage, which is temporarily incurable. It can be improved through leveling up. He was a bit stunned by this amount of data. This thing of yours is way too detailed. Zian wondered. It seems this divine artifact has enhanced the heavenly inside eyes talent. In that case, what about my own data? He immediately checked. Heavenly inside eye. Show me my stats. As detailed as possible. A large amount of information appeared again. Xian species, human. A visitor who fell from the sky. Grandson of City Lord Jingsong of White Scale City. A new era beast tamer with extraordinary talent. Outwardly a student, but in reality, a transmigrator. Identity before transmigration. Sergeant First Class of a mercenary corps. Now I realize that I've started a new life. Along with having people I want to protect and responsibilities I cannot abandon. After receiving help from the moon viewing tribe, I obtained the divine artifact of benevolence, Alea, and I integrated with it. I can suppress the state of origin erosion to a certain extent. Xian wondered, what is this? It's not like the other interfaces. It continues. Origin erosion test scale. Origin erosion test scale. When the scale reaches its highest point, control over the origin erosion will be lost. Berserking and brutalization may occur. Origin erosion will enhance bodily functions, but will also increase the burden on spiritual power skills. After berserking, the spiritual power limit will continuously decrease while skill intensity increases. Brutalization is irreversible. Please be advised. Currently, the progress of origin erosion is controlled by the divine artifact. It can be adjusted freely. You should consider it. In other words, this divine artifact can act as a switch. When I need it, I can use the effects of origin erosion to strengthen certain aspects of myself. Although the limits of this enhancement are significant, Xian thought with satisfaction. But now that the divine eye has been upgraded, I can check the detailed stats of myself and my pets at any time. This way, origin erosion is not entirely uncontrollable. On the contrary, it has more combat value. Jingzi was still licking him. This time, not only did I survive, but I also gained countless new powers and new tactical options. But the goal of leaving White Scale City has still not been achieved. There are no clues about the hidden spirit heavenly water either. The most important thing is, this fish has become stupid. This turn of events is giving me a headache. As Moda skillfully dissected the corpse. Experiment log 100239. Dissection of the sixth priest, Arthur Allo Cat, is complete. A new discovery has been made in the heart's location. The heart is encased in a substance that resembles a spirit stone. Speculations on the current phenomenon. The body was attacked by a very powerful spiritual power, causing the spiritual power within the body to be compressed. From the extent of the damage on the subject, it can be judged that the intensity of the attack was at a gold rank level, far exceeding Arthur. Now preparing to take a sample. To continue the analysis. After the sample's activity was isolated, there were no strange phenomena. Initial judgment is that it is not radioactive. Now placing it in a test tube. Preparing for testing. It is stable after contact with the spiritual power solution. There is no overly violent reaction. It floats in the solution, similar to the phenomenon of a normal spirit stone. She gave an order. Xingtian, pause the observation of the Lord of the Rainforest. Help me bring the other samples to Lab B. As Moda held the test tube in her hand, she shook it a few times and thought, I've discovered something very interesting. Perhaps I can continue my previous research. If this method can be used, then perhaps it can replace some materials. She then turned to her headless subordinate, contemplating something in her mind. By the way, bring a portion of the sample discovered at the scene over here. We'll experiment on them together. With that, she turned to stare at the sample contained in the large beaker. She walked over to the control panel and performed some deft operations. She couldn't help but wonder, what kind of power could compress spiritual power and turn it into a crystal? After a moment, the system displayed the results, reading the parameters on the screen. Asmoda couldn't help but be surprised. To think it's an origin crystal. Analysis complete. Origin crystal contains the origin of the fusion talent, located within the origin fragment of Arthur Alucas. Properties, stable. No impurities. Grade evaluation, A+. Compatibility evaluation, A. It's not just spiritual power. Even the origin derived from spiritual power has crystallized. How strange. With that, she turned to the headless creature and ordered it. Quickly, give me the rest. The truth might be within the remaining sample. In the test tube that the monster was holding, a strange fragment was carefully preserved inside. As Moda silently considered, this must be what the culprit left behind. Without hesitation, she put it into the analysis machine, anxiously waiting for the machine to produce the results. Finally, it was done. As Moda carefully read every line on it, the result left her in disbelief. This is pure young spiritual power. She was overjoyed to have stumbled upon such a treasure. Unexpectedly, I just wanted to analyze the culprit who killed Arthur. But I found a clue related to the pure young body that I could never find before. This is great. As Moda laughed gleefully, her grin stretched from ear to ear, looking incredibly vicious. I really didn't expect this. That the person who killed him is the one with the pure young body. Arthur. This is a once-in-a-century prodigy. Her entire face now showed an extremely vicious expression. At all costs, she must find that culprit. I must find him. I must find him. After saying that, she walked towards her creation, the one lying inside the test tube. She muttered non-stop, just a little longer. You are about to awaken. After speaking, Asmoda turned and ordered her subordinates to search quickly. Xing Tian. Quickly find some clues. At first, it was just a simple search, but now, her whole being was eager to find that person as soon as possible. Now I'm extremely interested in this culprit. Elsewhere, the bright sunlight shone across the vast area. High above, white clouds drifted lazily by, as if painting a strangely peaceful picture. Qi Xiaohe stood there, leaning against the car next to her. She opened her mouth and complained, "It's so hot. Why aren't they here yet?" Just as she said that, she heard footsteps approaching. She lowered her sunglasses and said, "They're here." In the distance, Bai Zian and Or were arguing non-stop the whole way. "So why do you want to follow us? Kid, don't be so sensitive. I'm just heading to Giant Tree City anyway. You think he'll believe you? For better or worse, I'm a friend of your grandfather. What ill intentions could I possibly have?" Neither of them would back down. Their refusal to stop made Su Gubai sigh in exasperation. "You haven't had any good intentions from the start. Although you saved me in Gubai, I really do have to thank you for that. But you're always lying. And you even used Gubai as a shield. Honestly, it's very hard for me to believe you. Hey, don't be like that. I helped you find a ride. Isn't that enough for you to forgive me?" Hearing this, Bai Zian couldn't help but say angrily, "You still have the nerve to say that? You just wanted me to pay. So you could hitch a free ride with Sister Qi Xiao, right?" Seeing that he had guessed correctly, or could only shrug and accept it. "Yeah, as expected of Bai Jingsong's grandson. You guessed it perfectly." Qi Xiaohe stood there, witnessing the whole conversation. Impatiently, she cut them off. "Have you two argued enough? I could hear you from all the way over here." Su Gubai couldn't take it anymore either. She spoke up and cursed. "You two, for FCK's sake, stop arguing." After hearing her, the other two were stunned. They stopped arguing and turned to ask, "Did she just say for FCK's sake?" "I think so." Even she herself couldn't believe she had just said that. Her entire face turned beet red. Then she shyly turned away, stammering, "Sorry." Seeing this, Qi Xiaohe approached and patted her shoulder comfortingly. Then she ordered the other two, "You two, shut your mouths. Get in the car. Look, you two have embarrassed the poor girl." Seeing the two finally get out of sight, Qi Xiaohe introduced herself. "Qi Xiaohe, what's your name?" Su Gubai replied timidly, "Su Gubai." The two of them walked towards the car as they talked. Qi Xiaohe opened her mouth to praise her. "Don't worry too much about it. But I have to say, the way you just cursed them out was really cool." She replied in surprise, "Really?" Qi Xiaohe nodded and continued. "Do you know the movie Thelma and Louise? You are just like the main character in that movie." Finally, everyone settled into the car. As she was driving, Qi Xiaohe couldn't help but ask, "Before we set off, let me ask one question. Why do you guys want to go to Giant Tree City right now?" Hearing that, Er quickly answered, "It's the kid, Bai Zian, who wants to go find." This made Bai Zian curse angrily. "Don't you dare speak for me, you bastard." The car started moving, heading towards Giant Tree City at Bai Zian's request. On the way, he recounted everything to the others. "Before, due to some incidents, my spirit beast evolved to the silver rank. It was a blessing in disguise. But my other spirit beast still hasn't broken through. So I wanted to go to Giant Wood City to find breakthrough materials. But I originally wanted to go to Giantwood City too, because I need to find a treasure, an extremely rare one. At this, he fell into deep thought. To help his grandfather. Hearing Xian say this, Xiaohe immediately reminded him. Looking for a treasure, huh? Then it's not a very good time for you to go to Giantwood City. First, Giantwood City itself is a city with many factions. As she spoke, the car got closer and closer to Giantwood City. But among these factions, they are considered to maintain a balance together. On the surface, it seems peaceful enough. But some things have happened recently. Xiaohe began to tell them about a strange person who had recently appeared. I heard there's a very strange guy. He's going around killing people. Moreover, his methods are very cruel. The victims are either dismembered or have parts of their bodies eaten. They say it's done by a monster like a zombie or a vampire. But the factions in the city don't believe in zombies or vampires. They all feel that someone is definitely trying to seize territory. So now, every nook and cranny in Giantwood City is patrolled by faction mercenaries. The more he listened to Xiaohe's account, Guba couldn't help but tremble in fear. She stuttered tremblingly. Zombies. Vampires. Seeing this, Xian, who was beside her, spoke to comfort her. Guba, don't be afraid. These are just rumors. But that trembling look wasn't from fear, but from extreme joy. She looked up, replying to him with a look full of excitement. I'm actually very excited. I want to get to Giantwood City quickly. Hearing her say that, he couldn't help but be surprised by Guba's excitement. Startled, he thought to himself, could it be that some strange switch in Guba has been flipped? In a flash, they finally arrived. Xiaohe announced, all right, we've arrived. Xian stepped out. His eyes swept around, and he couldn't help but marvel at this place. In front of him was a giant ancient tree. Its canopy was so large it could cover the entire sky above, causing Bai Long to exclaim in surprise, Giant Forest City, while he was lost in admiration, or appeared out of nowhere, cheering excitedly. All right, now, let's go find the upgrade materials. Towards his attitude, he couldn't help but say grumpily, can you not pretend to be so enthusiastic? Xiaohe, standing behind them, spoke up helplessly. You two, wait a moment before you start arguing. Pay me first. Xiaohe's words made both of them freeze, seeing or constantly glancing at him. He glared at him and said, what are you looking at me for? In the end, he had to give in and take out his card to pay. After finishing, he glanced at Or, cursing, damn it, I still let him get a free ride. After receiving the payment, Xiaohe stayed to give them one last instruction before leaving. Across from here is the Blood Shadow Bar. That place is the largest commercial intelligence hub in the city. I'm not going in. I still have a commission mission to investigate the zombie incident. If you guys are done, you can give me a call. Hearing that, Xian turned to Guba, about to say something. Then Gubo and I. But when he saw her look of intense desire to see zombies, he had another idea. Guba seems to. Let me help you. After thinking, he waved his hands in the air, continuously signaling to Xiaohe. But this only made her more confused. Young man, what are you doing with those gestures? What are you trying to say? After a moment, she also understood what he wanted to say. She chuckled lightly. Oh, I get it. She immediately cooperated with Xian and said, young man, I suddenly remembered. My younger brother was supposed to come with me today, but he overslept today. Could you possibly? Seeing this, he also played along. How about this? I don't really understand these things very well, but Guba is very good at this kind of thing. How about we let Guba go? Guba, do you want to go? Hearing this, Guba couldn't help but reply joyfully. Let me go? Xiaohe and Guba both left. Only the two of them remained. Or spoke up. It's just the two of us left. From now on is guy time. Seeing him so excited, Xian could only sigh helplessly. Yeah, how old are you? And you still call yourself a boy? The two of them headed to a nearby bar. Seeing him still tagging along behind me. What the hell? I should be called a grown man. Xian said with disgust. Do you really have to follow me? He replied calmly. You're still a minor, aren't you? How can I let you go into a bar alone? He continued to ramble on. Besides, I'm very familiar with the terrain here. Hearing this, he said sarcastically, are you short on money for drinks? Hearing this, Or immediately defended himself. As he spoke, he pointed towards the girl at the bar counter. How could that be? My relationship with the receptionist is very good. Besides, The most reliable intelligence here all comes from her. After speaking, he sat down and greeted Xiaonuan. Xiaonuan, long time no see. Any recommendations today? Hearing a familiar voice call her name, she turned around and replied, or, you still dare to show your face? Seeing or appear here. She turned to her colleague and said, Sister Xian, settle his tab. Someone. Or, they'll do it right away. This left him speechless. Wait a minute. Or quickly changed the subject to distract her. I came today to introduce a new client to my beloved sister Nuan. He shifted his gaze towards Xian, explaining the situation to her. I came today to introduce a new client to my beloved sister Nuan. Hearing this, Xiaonuan quickly refused. If it's about this, you should go find Brother Qiu. Hearing this, he thought to himself, if it weren't for the limited range of my Eye of God, why would I need to waste time here? Suddenly, her phone rang. Xiaonuan, someone's looking for you. She sighed in disgust and said, you can't be serious. Again? Or curiously leaned in to look. Who is it? Is it someone I know? She replied as she opened her phone. What the hell? It's the guy I met online yesterday. Xiaonuan briefly summarized it for him. Probably some rich young master from an S&M club or something. But he's really arrogant. She then showed him her phone. Fu Beijing, trying hard to train his abs. The mistress accepts loyal obedience. What's the purpose of a lifetime of conditioning? Crazy bastard. The girl had just liked it and then forgotten. She continued. After adding me, he kept sending me weird videos. And now he keeps messaging me privately. Suddenly, someone from afar shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Hey girl. A half-naked guy, wearing a very strange eye patch, appeared. The guy said with a lewd smile, seeing me, aren't you even happier? It took me a lot of effort to find this place. He approached Xiaonuan with bizarre poses and asked her in a loud voice, so? Have you made up your mind? Little girl. Jin Hengtai. He lifted her chin. He laughed maniacally and said, let me become your master. Haha. Become my slave. They'll make you bleep bleep bleep. Witnessing this disgusting scene, Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly. The rich guys I've met are either idiots or perverts. Are there no normal rich people at all? Unable to stand it anymore, he stood up, intending to teach that guy a lesson. Forget it. They'll help her. Seeing this, or stopped him, reminding him, hold on. Don't be so quick to act. This is Giantwood City. He continued to explain to Xian. The people here aren't like those in your white scale city. Meanwhile, Xiaonuan fearlessly looked straight at the guy's face. His life story. People who possess power are not just beast tamers. Jin Hengtai, young master of the Jin Corporation and a magnate in Giantwood City. 19 years old. Hates his stepmother immensely. Has sadistic tendencies. Arrogant. Has been sleeping around a lot recently. In just 1 month, he has slept with 49 girls. All of them are gold diggers from online. Hearing her say this, the guy froze. He was speechless. Xiaonuan continued, ignoring him. You think just because they're girls, they'll voluntarily become your slaves after seeing your abs and money? Her eyes lit up brightly. He said in a stern voice, but you've mistaken one thing. Here in Giantwood City, it's not just you rich people who call the shots. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaonuan rushed forward. She injected a dose of medicine straight into him before he could react. She showed no mercy, injecting the entire dose into Hang Tai. This caused his body to freeze momentarily, but black crystals suddenly appeared all over his body. Hang Tai could only scream in agony. What did you inject into him? Before he could finish his words, he fell backward. Xiaonuan slowly explained. This is just an anti-spiritual power drug. To ordinary people like us, it's like saline water. But to beast tamers like you, it's pufferfish poison. Your spirit meridians can now be considered half-crippled. You probably won't be able to stand up again. And Xian stood there, watching everything unfold. He spoke up. Xiaonuan is famous for hating beast tamers. Her nickname is the Spirit Meridian Assassin. Hearing this, Xian glanced up and asked, then does she know that you're a beast tamer? He replied confidently. Of course, she knows. She's an information broker, I acknowledge. She doesn't act against me because I'm special. Suddenly, someone's appearance interrupted their conversation. A strange man walked in and spoke. Long time no see. I thought you would never return to Giantwood City. At this point, his voice turned grim. especially after you pissed off the city lord of Giantwood City. It turned out this man was Jun Tian, nicknamed All-Seeing Eye, an information expert, an ordinary person with no aptitude. Jin Tian opened his mouth to tease, or, "You came today. What trouble did you cause this time?" Or, having not seen him for a long time, or immediately spread his arms to hug him. "Oh my, so it's you, Brother Jun. Listen to what you're saying. I came to the Blood Shadow Bar today. Of course, to seek information. How would I dare cause trouble at your place?" Jin Tian replied emotionlessly. "I feel like you don't need any information." Meanwhile, Xiao Wan and her colleague behind her were busy dealing with Hang Tai and the kitchen trash can. "The garbage truck will be here later to collect it. Where are they taking this guy?" Jin Tian said as he turned towards Xian. "The one who really needs information is probably this young man over here. Or to be more precise, the grandson of City Lord Bai of Whitescale City." He reeled off all of Xian's information, leaving him completely stunned. "With a talent that could level the azure firmament woods, your strength couldn't possibly be just at the silver rank like it is now. And also a beast tamer with an extraordinary innate gift, Xian. You know everything." Jin Tian replied nonchalantly. "After all, I am the boss of this Blood Shadow Bar. In other words, I am the boss of the 9 Provinces Federation's Intelligence Exchange Center." After he finished speaking, he politely invited Xian to sit down and talk. "We've exchanged enough pleasantries. You are an honored guest. Why don't you sit down first? We can talk slowly." The three of them sat down. Jin Tian spoke first. "Young Master Bai, a prodigy with your abilities. Wanting to find the location of materials for a rank breakthrough should not be difficult at all. What you truly want must be an extremely rare material, like the rare and exotic treasures you encountered at the auction before. Meanwhile, or casually ordered a drink. Sister Xian, different from last time. Tequila, no salt. Whose order is this?" "This young master's, of course." Seeing that he knew everything, Xian couldn't help but sigh and think to himself, "I can't believe he even knows about the auction. It seems his sphere of influence isn't limited to just Giantwood City. Perhaps he has eyes and ears throughout the entire 9 Provinces Federation." As he thought, he opened his mouth to reply, "That's right." Then he spoke. Jin Tian started to quote him a price. "Information about materials is not cheap at all. What material do you want information on?" Hearing this, he replied without any hesitation. "Spirit nurturing heavenly water. A water system amethyst-grade material. You don't need to worry about the money." Seeing his decisive attitude, he stated his deduction. "Is that so? As far as I know, your second spirit beast is a Lihua. It originally doesn't need water-type materials. Could it be that this material isn't for your own use, but rather for the gravely injured Lord Bai?" Master Jin Tian wasn't wrong about a single thing. Bai Xian was surprised, thinking to himself as he asked him, "How is this possible? How could he know that my grandfather is injured? He even knows about such a confidential matter? Why do you know about this?" He explained calmly. "Although Whitescale City has blocked all related news, there's no such thing as a completely sealed wall in this world. Just by deducing from the official information and the materials you're looking for, one can figure out City Lord Bai's condition." Jin Tian continued. "As long as the amount of intelligence is large enough, one can deduce even more intelligence. Besides, this is one of the foundations of being an intelligence merchant." After speaking, he instructed Bai Xian, "Let me add something. Recently, some people of unknown origin have been snooping around about your Whitescale City. This piece of intelligence, consider it a gift." Bai Xian was surprised by this information. He couldn't help but be curious. Who could it be? Who on earth is paying attention to Whitescale City? Or spoke up, "Brother Jun, wait a minute. We came here to inquire about the material. So where exactly is that heavenly water thing?" Hearing this, Jun Tian provided him with the information. 3 months ago, a group of mercenaries was escorting the spirit concealing heavenly water through the Wind Howl mountain range. But after they entered, they were never seen coming out again. For these past 3 months, people have continuously gone in, hoping to find it. But without exception, none of those who entered ever returned. Hearing this, Bai Xian turned to ask the system, "Help me check the Wind Howl mountain range." Wind Howl mountain range, a mountain range within the jurisdiction of Giantwood City. It was once the largest spirit or mining area, But now the ore vein is gradually drying up. Seeing his determination, Jin Tian spoke up to dissuade him. From my point of view, I still don't recommend you enter the Windhowl mountain range yourself. The terrain there is very complex. It's very easy to get lost. Even without the threat of ferocious beasts, it's still very dangerous. Seeing his kind intentions, he slightly bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for your concern. But you also know, I have a reason why I must go. I must find the spirit concealing heavenly water. After speaking, Bai Zian took out his card to pay. As Bai Zian prepared to leave, Jin Tian spoke up to warn him. Young man, there is one more thing. I think you must have heard something about it when you entered the city. The lines on his face hardened. He seriously advised him. Zombies, vampires, the things related to the serial murder cases are all true. This is advice, not intelligence. You all must pay attention to your safety, especially at night. Hearing him say that, Bai Zian also raised his guard. He stepped out of the bar, walking while worrying about Su Gubai and the others. Those rumors, are they all true? I wonder how Su Gubai and the others are doing. At the same time, over with Qi Xiaohe and Su Gubai, they chatted as they walked. Back then, my little brother and I were still living on the streets. We were chased for 3 whole streets by a bunch of crazy people. In the end, we ran into a girl with a very fierce gaze. She wasn't much older than me. It seemed like she was a police academy student, because she was so fierce. That group of crazy people thought she and I were on the same side. After we ran all over the place, from the east side of Giantwood City to the west, we entered a dark alley. Qi Xiaohe said as she walked. Later on, we became friends. I heard she's a police officer now, and a rare, good police officer in Giantwood City at that. Hearing her say that, Su Gubai understood. She replied, so it was this police officer sister who commissioned you, Sister Xiaohe? Su Gubai was quite surprised by this information. I didn't expect the police to commission mercenaries. Qi Xiaohe could only smile in response to her. After all, they still had a personal connection. Besides, they're the police, so there are some things they can't handle directly. They can only let us do it. Consider it a cooperation between the police and the people. With that, she approached the guards. She spoke. Lao Chun, I'm here. What's up? Hearing Qi Zaihe's voice, Lao Chun immediately turned around. Her face was serious as she spoke in a reproachful tone. You're 3 minutes and 41 seconds late for our appointment. Also, she said as her eyes shifted towards Su Gubai. This made her jump in surprise. You even brought a stranger with you. Seeing this, Qi Xiaohe quickly defended herself. Isn't it because Qi Ming got too drunk? It's the perfect time to guide a newcomer. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she opened her mouth to tease. But then again, Lao Chun, have you noticed that the 3 of us all have eyelashes as small as peas? Su Gubai froze in response. Lao Chun said helplessly, can you be a little more serious? I came to you because the other colleagues aren't professional at all. After speaking, she pointed to a corpse lying on the ground and reported the situation. This is already the second one today. I was hoping nothing else would happen before you arrived. Time of death was 20 hours and 23 minutes. If I had arrived a little earlier, I could have joined the fun. Lao Chun continued. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. But the appraisers and forensic examiners couldn't find what attacked the victim. Although I suspect they didn't even investigate thoroughly. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohe said comfortingly, you have to be a little understanding. In this city, you're the only passionate female police officer. The others are all a bunch of weaklings. So why do you need to bother with them? She took out her phone, took a picture of the body, then turned to Qi Xiaohe and said, I've photographed the scene. I should go find someone to take the body away first. Hearing this, Qi Xiaohe asked with confusion, take the body where? Su Gubai, who had been silent until now, approached to examine the body. She spoke up. Wait a moment. With that, she took out a small pair of tweezers from her bag. Excuse me, Lao Chun. Pardon my rudeness. After she spoke, Su Gubai reached out to take a sample from the corpse lying there. She couldn't help but be surprised by what she had just collected. She said in shock, this is a human tooth. Hearing Su Gubai say that, Lao Chun asked doubtfully, are you sure? Su Gubai replied with a very firm voice. Absolutely. There's no mistake. She held up the tooth. Its shape was extremely strange. It had many cracks and a mysterious blue light on it. Moreover, this tooth is severely damaged. It also has many cracks. It doesn't look like the tooth of a living person. There are still remnants of a spiritual power reaction on it. Only someone who constantly uses spiritual power devices would have this kind of problem. After analyzing the sample for a while, Su Gubai finally came to a conclusion. The dead don't have aggressive tendencies. It seems. The recent rumors are true. In other words, the culprit is a living corpse. A pale, withered face. Just skin and bones. An incomplete set of teeth. He must also be constantly connected to a spiritual power device, known by the name Frankenstein. Meanwhile, by Xian and or were on their way to find the item. He glanced at him, doubting Aura's directions. Are you sure this is the shortest route? Hearing this, he stammered in reply, well, it seems this isn't the place. I might have remembered wrong. At the same time, a strange figure appeared behind the two of them. He stood there, staring intently at their backs. Noticing his presence, or alerted by Xian. Look behind you. Seeing that he had been discovered, he immediately made his move. That withered arm shot straight up, revealing a sharp blade. His face was ferocious as he prepared to charge and kill them both. Or recognized it and quickly shouted, "It's a corpse spirit." They were also ambushed from behind by another corpse spirit. There's another one behind us. Both of them charged at the same time, putting them in a difficult situation. That corpse spirit didn't hesitate and immediately swung the sword in its hand towards Or. He quickly parried the blow. He said loudly, "These corpse spirits are all monsters created by those madmen from the Sunlit faction, combined with the science and technology of guests who fell from the sky, like you." The other one also lunged at Xian, but its speed was too slow, so he could easily dodge it. He shouted at Or, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He swung the sword in his hand, cutting off the corpse spirit's head, blocking its attack. While fighting, he explained to him, it's using spirit stones or releasing materials with spirit power to replace biological signals, causing the dead to be resurrected. After speaking, Or didn't let down his guard. He immediately took a defensive stance. He said in a serious tone, "You should get out of here quickly. Your current ability isn't enough to handle these guys." Hearing this, Xian retorted, "What? Are you looking down on me? I was already fighting monsters when I was at the bronze rank." Or didn't argue with him. He looked towards the corpse spirit whose head he had just cut off. It had now reattached its head as if nothing happened. Even if these guys are beheaded, they can still reattach their heads. After all, you can't kill something that's already dead. Seeing the scene before him, Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "This regenerative ability is too powerful." Or turned to him and patiently explained, advising him to leave quickly. Your ability is indeed very strong, but with your current skills, destroying them would also affect the entire city. Therefore, rather than wasting your energy here, it's better to go out and find reinforcements first. Besides, you shouldn't underestimate the power of a diamond rake. Xian finally agreed to give up. He turned to find help. Then he'll go find Gubai and the others. If you manage to escape, we'll meet at the bar. Now it was just Or and the two corpse spirits. He didn't take his eyes off them for a single second. He thought to himself, Solos, is this how your demon spider cult treats the dead? After he finished speaking, Or activated his power, blue lightning crackled around his body. His eyes sharpened, preparing to fight. It seems I should get serious for once. As for Xian, he finally escaped that alley, hurrying to find help. A corpse spirit suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Its appearance was completely different from the previous ones, making Xian think in confusion. What? There's another corpse spirit? The creature suddenly opened the eye on its forehead wide, activating its function, initiating skin mode. Xian still didn't understand what was happening. He thought to himself, what? The corpse spirit's eye began to identify Xian. Target unit confirmed. Preparing to initiate capture mode. As soon as the system finished speaking, pieces of flesh on both sides of its jaw split apart like withered flower petals. It looked incredibly horrifying. Capture mode initiated. Activating sonic wave generator. The ability was activated. A sonic wave blasted directly at Xian. It made him dizzy, and he covered his ears. He tried to resist, but it was completely useless. This sonic wave is too strong. He could only endure it. Another sonic attack? This time, compared to Little Phoenix's attack, it's even seeing Xian still resisting. The corpse spirit increased the sonic wave's intensity. He immediately collapsed, clutching his head in pain. Xian gritted his teeth, trying to stay conscious. But the sonic wave was getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult. Damn it! I'm about to lose consciousness. In the end, he had to give in. His eyes gradually closed. His consciousness slowly faded. Before losing consciousness completely, Xian suddenly saw the figure of a girl appear in front of him. Time passed quietly. The sun gradually disappeared behind the distant mountains, giving way to the cold moonlight that covered the land. Officer Chen drove with Xiaohe and Gubai. On the way, she turned to ask Gubai, quite amused by her earlier performance. Little sister, where did you learn all this? You're almost catching up to us police officers. Hearing this, Xiaohe also chimed in. That's right. I'm also very curious. Whitescale City Academy probably doesn't teach spirit power investigation, right? Gubai could only reply shyly. It's just a hobby. Suddenly, a shadow blocked their view. Xiaohe turned to Officer Chen and said, Officer Chen, look up. Isn't something falling down? She didn't even bother to reply. In the middle of a highway like this, could someone really fall from the sky? Just as she finished speaking, a figure smashed down onto their car out of nowhere, causing Xiaohe to exclaim in shock. I jinxed it. It really happened. This sudden appearance made old Chen lose control of the car. The car swerved on the road, then crashed straight into a nearby wall. It turned out that the figure was, Seeing this, Xiaohe said angrily, what are you doing? Old Chen also spoke up helplessly. This gentleman, maybe you should get down first. His face was covered in sweat. He pressed his sword tightly against the person underneath him. He said, I can't. If I get down, this guy will run away. Besides, this guy is the only clue. The corpse spirit, pinned down like that, struggled endlessly to escape. Suddenly remembered something and turned to old Chen, saying, Officer, I remember you police officers still use old electronic hardware for security reasons, right? Let me borrow it for a moment. I need to get a clue from it. Hearing this, she quickly went to get it. Wait a moment. She attached the cable to its neck. While analyzing, she marveled at the creator. The creator of this corpse spirit is very clever. They even used an old connection interface. Old Chen turned to ask So, what are you trying to investigate? He replied, I want to directly read the data in its memory. I want to see where their lair is. Xiaohe, seeing hide his face in embarrassment, felt the urge to tease him. What on earth are you trying to do? Also, wasn't that young man with you? Where did he go? Beside them, Gubei's eyes lit up as she furiously snapped photos with her phone. Is this a zombie? Meanwhile, old Chen frowned as she looked at the information on the electronic panel. The address is, wait a minute. This place is the Fong Shao mountain range. That place has become a no-go zone now. What on earth happened? Finally regained his composure. Xian was captured by them. This sentence made everyone there panic. What? Meanwhile, the unconscious Xian was shackled by his hands and hung on a wall. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Thanks to that, he was jolted awake. Xian dazedly assessed his current situation. What's going on? Where am I? The phone. It must be Gubai calling me. The thing cuffing his hands was an anti-spirit power handcuff that couldn't be destroyed by spirit power. Xian tried to move his hands. Damn it. Of all the times for this to happen. After identifying its properties, he had an idea. Wait. If spirit power can't destroy it, then I can just use brute force to break it open. Xian urged the system. I have God. Help me lift the suppression of my corroded origin. Then, he received a warning. This operation carries risks. But he didn't care much. Stop messing around. Hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian felt his power surge. The probability of lifting the corrosion restriction has been increased. He used his strength to rip the handcuffs from the lock. Xian felt the power surging through his body. This berserk state is quite useful, although it's a bit costly. But the price is still acceptable. He quickly took the phone out of his pocket. Let me answer the phone first. Otherwise, Gubai will be worried. The consequence of his increased strength was that the moment his hand touched the screen, it shattered. Gubai, who was trying to call him, received a notification. The number you have dialed is currently out of the service area. Xiaohe, hearing this beside her, was startled. Could he have kicked the bucket? Xian. Xian was looking at the shattered phone in his hand with a headache. I'm doomed. I forgot him still in a berserk state. Then the system notified him again. 5 seconds remaining until loss of control. He quickly gave a command. Activate suppression function. After that was done, Xian began to observe his surroundings. It seems this place used to be a quarry or a mine. If it's a mine, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Then it's possible that this is a spirit stone mine. Xian raised his hand to feel it. As expected, there are still some spirit stone veins here. If I just use my spirit power to detonate these veins, I might be able to find an exit. Suddenly, the wall in front of him trembled and slowly began to crack. What's happening? A powerful source of energy caused it to explode, blasting straight towards him. Xian choked and coughed from the surrounding dust. He froze. What just happened? I haven't even activated my spiritual power yet. The person who had just arrived in front of him spoke. Why do they look so familiar? Ren-yi mischievously raised a hand to greet him. Isn't this the young man of the Bai family? Long time no see. Xian was surprised to see her. Ren-yi, why are you here? She pointed at him unhappily. What kind of question is that? Are you not happy to see me? Xian was intimidated by her aggressiveness. Yes, I'm happy. Ren-yi dropped her playful attitude and looked behind her. We'll talk later. There's another guest arriving. Out of nowhere, a few corpse spirits were standing there. Ren-yi wasn't scared at all. Instead, she snapped her fingers excitedly. Young man, you're just in time to see some new moves I've learned. Yaoya, come here. At her call, a bird shot over at an astonishing speed. It appeared from behind the corpse spirits and flew to perch on Ren-yi's shoulder. Let's show this kid how amazing we are. She clapped her hands together. Let's go. Fire spirit body protection. Then she flew up, aiming straight for a corpse spirit. Xian was horrified by her action. This is bad. She wants to deal with them directly. He hurriedly shouted. Ren-yi, those corpse spirits have very strong regenerative powers. Ordinary methods can't harm them. She ignored his words and punched straight ahead. Of course, I know that. Then she quickly left a mark on the corpse spirit's face. Departing fire. Command seal. Another one suddenly appeared and attacked from behind her. Ren-yi dodged with lightning speed, jumping away. That was close. Almost got me. She gathered momentum and charged again. But now it's my turn to fight. Next, with lightning speed, she grabbed its head and slammed it hard onto the floor. Ren-yi satisfyingly punched the immobilized corpse spirit's head. You little brat dared to sneak attack me from behind. You deserve a little punishment. A mark immediately appeared on its head. When she was done, she turned to look. There's one left. The last corpse spirit rushed forward to attack Ren-yi. She sneered contemptuously. Your attack patterns are too simple. Ren-yi broke the corpse spirit's weapon with her bare hands. Next, she turned and kicked it hard. Go to sleep early. Another departing fire mark was carved. She did a flip in midair and landed next to Xian. Then she glanced at him smugly. Young man, watch closely now. The important part of the battle comes next. Ren-yi gave the order with great delight. It's your turn. Yaoya. Now. A small canary, carrying a brilliant red power, shot out. In an instant, it pierced through all three, leaving them no time to react. Those who were hit immediately knelt down. Their bones shattered and flesh turned to pulp. Seeing this, Xian was utterly astonished and wondered to himself, what kind of technique is this? Those three were instantly incinerated, leaving only dry skeletons. A notification appeared. Departing fire. Command seal. Through the method of destroying the opponent's spiritual veins, causing the opponent to burn from the inside out. The combustion from this method is different from normal combustion. This combustion creates a single, fatal wound. It won't produce a dramatic effect. Therefore, Xian came to a conclusion. So, you use combustion to create a single, fatal wound, making it impossible for the corpse spirits to regenerate. Hearing this, Ren-yi acted as if he had hit a nerve. She bristled and said, You figured it out? I've been researching it for 3 months in this godforsaken place. Hearing this, Xian was puzzled. Wait a minute. You said you've been here for 3 months? Ren-yi began to recount her story angrily. It makes me so mad just thinking about it. I came to Giantwood City for a trip. I wanted to buy some supplies at a gas station. But it turned out that gas station was a scam. When I woke up, I was already here. Xian asked, "So what did you eat here for 3 months?" Hearing that, Ren-yi confidently boasted, "Luckily, I happened to grab some nutrition bars. I have enough to last me for at least half a year." A thought flashed through Xian's mind. I'd better not ask how she's been bathing. He spoke up and asked, "So, do you know how to get out of this place?" Ren-yi said, "Although I've been here for 3 months, this place is a maze. I also don't know how to get out." Xian wondered, "A maze?" Ren-yi agreed, "That's right. So I wanted to go through the wall to see if there was a chance to get out." He continued, "And then you ran into me, right?" Ren-yi replied, "That's right. It's really such a coincidence to meet you." She stepped into a large pipe and suggested, "No more nonsense. Let's go this way." Xian said, "Didn't you just kick this place open? Besides, there's a door over there. Aren't you going to check it out?" But then Ren-yi reminded him, "If you don't want to see those corpse spirits again, then I suggest you don't open that door." Xian replied, "All right." As they walked, Ren-yi asked, "So, how did you get here?" Hearing that, Xian also replied, "It's the same as you. I encountered a strange corpse spirit, was knocked unconscious, and brought here." Suddenly, a tremor occurred. He immediately realized. An earthquake. In front of them now. The wide path from before had now turned into a solid wall. Seeing this, Xian wondered, "What's going on? Wasn't there a path here just a moment ago?" Ren-yi grumbled, scratching her head and cursing, "This damn place. What the hell is it doing?" Xian commanded, "God's Eye, scan this place. I want to know its specific structure." The God's Eye immediately presented the results. Previously, this place was the quarry of Greatwood City, the mineral vein area of the Fong mountain range. Later, for some unknown reason, mining was abandoned. Most of the mine tunnels formed an extremely complex terrain. It analyzed. Because the terrain is relatively complex, it was modified by humans. It was turned into a modularized facility. Each area is divided into modules that can operate independently. The layout changes based on the area's position or at certain time intervals, making the complex terrain even more complicated. But as long as the pattern is found, it's still possible to escape. Xian immediately realized. In other words, this recent earthquake was just the area's shifting. Furthermore, this wall in front of us signifies a new area. So, if I can just find its movement pattern, I might be able to find the exit. But Ren-yi, standing beside him, said belligerently, "If it gets blocked again, then he'll just smash through it again," causing Xian to shout in alarm to stop her. "Boss Ren-yi, wait." Just as he finished, Ren-yi took out a giant drill and yelled, "Crimson drill." She furiously slammed the drill into the large wall repeatedly, roaring, "From the day I was born, no one and nothing has ever blocked my path. Today, this damn maze won't stop me either." Then, with the immense destructive power of the giant drill, Ren-yi charged forward. She called out loudly, "Young man of the Bai family, follow me." Seeing the situation, Xian thought to himself, "Oh well, sometimes being a little reckless isn't so bad." A loud crash rang out, followed by a thick cloud of dust. Stepping out from the thick dust, Ren-yi, having broken through the walls, said with satisfaction, "It's clear now. This must be the longest cave I've smashed through in the last 3 months." As Xian walked along the path, he remarked, "Then again, this place is different from the others. It's like a laboratory." Looking through the glass window, he suddenly noticed, "What are these?" Inside, there was an entire army of corpse spirits packed into a large room. The God's Eye announced, "Type 7 corpse spirit, currently in slumber." Xian was extremely shocked and wondered, "These corpse spirits have already formed an army. What on earth are they planning to do?" A large gate appeared. Seeing this, Ren-yi stared at it and wondered, "This door is really strange. I've never seen this door before. Let's open it and see." Suddenly, the door opened. Xian, beside her, chided, "Ren-yi, you again." But Ren-yi quickly corrected him. "I didn't even touch it. It opened by itself." Inside, a giant test tube appeared, along with the figure of a strange, giant creature bound hand and foot inside. Witnessing this scene, Ren-yi exclaimed in shock, "What the hell is that? What is that thing?" Xian was about to speak. "This is..." But then he suddenly realized something. What? Through the eye of God, Xian could see that. Species, undetermined. Formed by fusing multiple spirit beasts with the rubber monkey as its base. Through the resilient characteristics of the rubber monkey, it has fused various talents. A rank, flexibility. A rank, unfettered transformation. A rank, swift wind. A rank, quake stomp. A rank, tyrant's fury. Due to its special nature, it can absorb the essence cores of other spirit beasts to gain new talents. Xian was shocked and thought to himself, I can't believe it has 5 talents. And it can even gain more. This is truly a monster. This spirit beast. What on earth has it been through? Suddenly, a sound was heard, making both Xian and Ren-yi realize. There's someone nearby? Asmoda appeared with a strange expression on her face. With a voice that would send chills down one's spine, she said, Welcome, my 2 materials. Asmoda expressed. The fact that you 2 could find this place proves that you have successfully passed the test of this labyrinth. So now, it's time to test which one of you is the pure yang body I need. Faced with this situation, Ren-yi couldn't help but feel a chill and thought, hey, that woman is talking without moving her mouth. So creepy. Xian wondered. That's not the main point. What on earth does she mean by a pure yang body? Asmoda said, regardless of which one of you is the pure yang body, you will eventually become a part of this child. They'll let it play with you. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the test tube. And inside, the corpse spirit's hands and feet had been unbound. A huge explosion occurred right before Xian and Ren-yi, to their astonishment. The corpse spirit quickly dashed out, raising its sharp claws. Xian suddenly thought. So fast. Just as the corpse spirit arrived, thankfully, he managed to raise his shield in time, blocking the corpse spirit's claws. Taking the opportunity, Xian also gave a command. Jingzi, go now. Immediately, Jingzi appeared, charging into the battle. Jingzi charged straight towards the corpse spirit. But with its speed, the corpse spirit managed to dodge the attack in time. Seeing this, Xian thought to himself, such fast reflexes. But then he suddenly realized, wait a minute. This guy's movements look a bit strange. Seeing the corpse spirit clutching its head and writhing in agony, emitting dense streams of energy, Xian felt, it's as if it's in extreme pain. Never mind. No time to worry about that. Without hesitation, he said, Jingzi, use Riptide. And so, Jingzi charged like a torrent at the dazed corpse spirit before it. A massive collision erupted, causing a huge tremor. Jingzi immediately returned to Xian's side. Seeing this, he wondered, is it over? But then, as the mist cleared, the corpse spirit reappeared in a completely different form. Xian was completely shocked and thought, what? A shield. Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he thought, this is unfettered transformation? I can't believe it can turn its body into a shield to block an attack. This talent is just too powerful. After blocking Jingzi's attack, the corpse spirit detached its shield. The muscle fibers on its arm began to move violently, like hundreds of squirming worms. And just like that, they coalesced into solid, toned muscles. Without hesitation, the corpse spirit raised its fist, aiming straight for Xian. Seeing this, Ren-yi let out a grunt of annoyance. She charged forward, full of fighting spirit, not forgetting to taunt. Hey, I'm not invisible, you know? And then, she blocked the corpse spirit's blow with her own fist. The fierce power of their clash created a huge gust of wind. From the side, Xian shouted a worried warning. Ren-yi, you can't fight it head-on with your fists. It can change its shape at will. Just then, the corpse spirit's muscles began to move again. They gradually wrapped around Ren-yi's arm. The muscles spread up to Ren-yi's shoulder, to her shock. Ren-yi wondered, what is this? In the blink of an eye, her entire body was tightly wrapped in muscle fibers. Ren-yi immediately panicked and shouted, ugh, this is disgusting. Let me go? Seeing the situation, Xian quickly ordered Jingzi, quickly use Elemental Pillar Counter. Jingzi closed in on the corpse spirit. It used the skill Elemental Pillar Counter, Full Moon Ring, and quickly severed the corpse spirit's muscle fibers. As Xian removed the remaining muscle fibers from Ren-yi, he reminded her, your fighting style is too reckless. Hearing that, she grumbled, what do you mean? How was I supposed to know what skills this monster has? Looking at the remaining body parts of the corpse spirit, Xian wondered. The severed parts are unexpectedly still alive. What kind of life force is this? The muscle fibers crawled back towards their host. Seeing this, Xian thought to himself, this kind of ability is really difficult to deal with. It seems I can only plan for the long haul this time. I can't afford to be reckless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's right, Xian speculated. If I'm not mistaken, it must be experiencing immense pain right now. In that case, I can only try that method. But then he worried. Synchronization. If it's impossible to defeat it with brute force, then I can only try to negotiate with it. Xian instructed, Rennie, no matter what happens later, don't you interfere. Hearing this, Rennie asked, what are you planning to do? Xian didn't answer and just reminded Jingzi, you too. Do the same. Don't make a move. Just as the corpse spirit rushed towards Xian, he immediately shouted, release restrictions. Activate. Mutual berserk transformation. Enhance my reaction capabilities. A notification also appeared. Mutual berserk transformation activated. Countdown 99s. Fending off the corpse spirit's attacks. Xian calculated. Although mutual berserk transformation continuously reduces my spirit power limit, precise defense consumes less spirit power than normal defense. The divine eye also displayed information. Precise defense condenses spirit power into a higher density shield. Neutralizes attacks by predicting their trajectory. If used properly, it may consume no stamina at all. Observing from above, Asmoda wondered, why did he suddenly switch from offense to defense? How disappointing. She thought with contempt, it seems. This brat probably doesn't have a pure yang body. He's ultimately an origin of water. But why did the corpse spirit mistake him for a pure yang body? Looking towards Rennie, Asmoda contemplated. And then there's that girl. Although she's an origin of fire, she's still a far cry from a pure yang body. Could it be that the previous data was flawed? The corpse spirit continued to madly attack Xian. Seeing this, he quickly defended while thinking to himself, this is going well. Just as I predicted, its attack patterns are very simple. As the corpse spirit charged forward, Xian was confident in his speculation. Furthermore, with my reaction capabilities enhanced, the main purpose isn't just to simplify precise defense, he thought, but because the very instant it strikes is also when it reveals its biggest opening. Then, it'll seize the opportunity. Seize the moment. Xian extended his hand towards the furiously charging corpse spirit. He told himself, now's the time. He grabbed the corpse spirit's head. Red veins bulged all over Xian's arm as he shouted, synchronize. In an instant, Xian was transported into a vast, desolate space. The surroundings were filled with a cold, lonely red hue. He thought, my God, what is that? He saw 3 crosses before him, with a monkey pinned to the one in the middle. The divine eye immediately provided information. Stone skin ape. Subspecies. Sundering wind stone ape. A subspecies of the stone ape. Its original DUI swamp attribute has been transformed into sun wind. Has extremely strong species adaptability. To enhance its adaptability, it was forcibly implanted with a fierce beast core into its own core. Its consciousness is affected by the fierce beast core, causing extreme pain. Hearing this, Xian thought to himself, how pitiful. Implanted with the core of a fierce beast. If that's the case, the divine artifact might be able to help it. He gently reached out his hand and spoke with eyes full of sympathy. I mean you no harm. There's no reason for us to fight. You're in great pain right now, aren't you? Hearing this, the monkey before him was a little surprised. Xian sincerely proposed, form a contract with me. I can share your pain. The monkey hesitated before replying. Contract, accepted. Share pain. I agree. Outside. After receiving the monkey's approval, Xian immediately said, dispel berserk state. Above. Asmoda was extremely shocked and wondered, why did it stop attacking? What did you do to it? Xian calmly activated something. All things are void. All matters are equal. All things have a spirit. All matters have a cause. He summoned a magic circle with the corpse spirit and continued to speak. The way of beast taming. The way of mortals. The way of spirit mastery. The supreme way. Here, after the contract is signed, my pact with you. You and I will share life, sickness, and suffering, along with the supreme origin. Within that red space, the crosses imprisoning the monkey suddenly began to fade away. The chains also vanished. Finally, the monkey was freed, to its own astonishment. Xian extended his hand and asked, "Feeling a little better?" Seeing this, the monkey stammered. Xian introduced himself. "My name is Xian. What's your name?" Outside the red space, the corpse spirit gradually cracked apart. Seeing this, Asmoda couldn't help but scream. "My creation!" Xian immediately realized. "It's a success." As for, her jaw dropped as she wondered. What? From the previous corpse spirit, a purer energy radiated out, astonishing everyone present. A figure appeared. Along with it came information from the divine eye. Fusion beast, moon ape. Race, Stonhide ape. A synthetic spirit beast born from an experiment. Originally a creature from the azure pine forest. Later, it mutated after being implanted with the essence cores of various spirit beasts, gaining many talents and skills. Advancing wind. Rushing cloud leopards cry. Dui lake. Passing streams cry. Kin water. Primal pillars cry. Jin thunder and dragon fist. Seeing this, Xian said in complete surprise, "I can't believe it has 7 types of elemental skills." The information continued to appear. Jin mountain diamonds cry. Earthly iron mountains cry. Qian heaven 10 deaths cry. Faced with this situation, Asmoda trembled with rage and snarled, "Damn it! I can't believe you stole it from me. The strongest spirit beast that I worked so hard to create. It should have formed a contract with me." She summoned a headless monster even larger than before. Asmoda gave a sinister smile and said, "If that's the case, then I'll just have to deal with it myself. Destroy this failed experiment." Seeing this, Xian glared and said, "Do you really think I'll let you do that?" The headless monster immediately charged to attack the moon ape. But he just calmly said, "Free transformation." Instantly, the moon ape's 2 arms were strengthened, and it blocked the headless monster's punch. Seeing this, Xian also wanted to help. He commanded, "Little fish." But the moon ape spoke up to stop him. "Wait," he instructed. "Stay out of this. This is my fight." While struggling and trembling to hold on, the moon ape added, "Originally, we were just Stonhide apes living in the azure pine forest. But this woman..." Seeing this, Xian was filled with pity. The ape recounted, "She captured my entire tribe. In order to complete her experiment, countless of my brethren all became her sacrifices." With his determination and hatred, the moon ape's eyes filled with killing intent. He resolved, "Now, I have obtained power. I must personally avenge my brethren." Then, the moon ape changed its arms into sharp spikes. It stabbed them directly into the giant monster's cells and shouted, "Anything that stands in the way of my revenge, I will kill them all." Then it flung the giant monster straight into the air. Yufan shouted, "Guijia." The giant monster immediately slammed into the wall, getting closer to Asmoda. Yufan, with a cold glint in his eyes, slowly said, "The hatred of my compatriots." But facing the raging killing intent before him, Asmoda just gave a chilling smile and said calmly, "Did you really think this is all I'm capable of? I am the dignified 5th priest of the demon spider cult." But Ren-E, who was below, suddenly realized something. He looked up. Seeing that, Xian thought to himself, "We're screwed. That is, so it turns out." The flying spirits had poured out from the hole that the headless monster crashed into. Seeing this, Xian immediately realized the corpse spirits from the warehouse. In an instant, they were all surrounded by the swarming corpse spirits. Xian exclaimed, "We're done for. We're surrounded." Just then, a crazed Yufan rushed forward to slaughter the corpse spirits. He said, "All who dare stand in my way must die." While shouting, "Guijia," Yufan fought like a madman. Seeing this, Xian immediately reminded him, "You can't kill them like that." He called out and asked, "Ren-E, can you still use that move from before?" Ren-E replied while fighting, "There are too many of them. My spiritual power isn't enough to use curse command multiple times now." Xian thought to himself, "Ren-E can't possibly deal with all of them in one go. It seems I'm the only one who can try." Then, he summoned his power. "Go berserk." At the same time, the Eye of God also announced, "Entering berserk mode. Countdown, 99.99s. Seizing the opportunity, Xian immediately laid out his strategy. Jinxi. While using Spirit Taming Godspeed, use Curse command. Immediately, Jingxi flew in like a whirlwind, along with its power. Evil karma. Spirit taming Godspeed. In an instant, Jingxi had swept through the horde of corpse spirits. The corpse spirits that were hit had red marks appear on their heads. Seeing this, Xian, with a sharp gaze, gave the command, "Disappear, you monsters." And right after that, with the power, evil karma, curse command, the corpse spirits were impaled by sharp branches. Witnessing this scene, Asmode's face went pale as she thought, what? To think that in just a blink of an eye, he killed all the corpse spirits. Xian stroked Jingxi and proudly explained, if the corpse spirits are controlled by spiritual power, then use the evil karma of a ferocious beast to destroy the spiritual power within their bodies. At that moment, Yufan planned to attack Asmode from behind, shouting, "Die!" But just as he was about to finish her off, the headless monster appeared again and blocked the blow for Asmode, making Yufan wonder. What? He exclaimed in shock. Since when? Seizing the opportunity, the headless monster threw a punch straight at Yufan. Seeing this, he thought to himself, I'm screwed. The giant's blow sent Yufan flying. Just then, Xian immediately said, there, go and support him. Then, luckily, Yufan was caught by Jingxi from behind. Asmode sat leisurely on the giant monster's hand like a queen and said arrogantly, to be honest, I quite admire your abilities, but failed test subjects should be destroyed. She glared and stated, therefore, next up is the destruction sequence. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground immediately began to shake violently. Ren-yi exclaimed, another earthquake. Xian realized, she's changing the terrain here. At a certain mountain peak, a red vehicle had arrived. They said, we've arrived. But then Xiaohe, Gubai and or all stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, exclaiming, wait, what's happening? Looking at the scene of ruin and collapse before them, the group couldn't help but exclaim, its mouth. At the same time, Xian used his strength to remove the cover from the pipe. They all quickly moved down. Looking around, he thought, it seems, she teleported the module outside. Seeing the vehicle with its lights on in the distance, Xian wondered, what's going on? The vehicle immediately moved closer. Exiting the vehicle, a sobbing Gubai rushed over, calling out, Xian. Seeing her, Xian couldn't hide his surprise. He thought. Gubai hugged him tightly and said, this is great. You're still alive. I thought you were. Making Xian blush. He stammered, Gubai, you hugging me like this is making it a bit hard for me to breathe. Only then did Gubai realize and instinctively exclaim. Xian shyly asked, are you all right? Hearing this, Su Gubai stammered in reply, I'm fine. But a cranky voice interjected. I told you so. So it's the old woman from the outer clan. No wonder my right eye was twitching. Xiaohe also spoke up. Oh dear. I guess I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Why did I have to run into this brat from the inner clan? It's completely ruined my mood. But immediately interrupted the four of them, speaking with worry. Excuse me for interrupting. Regardless of whatever conflict you all have, we're in big trouble right now, he said. The corpse spirits have emerged from underground. In front of them, an entire army of corpse spirits was advancing. Huge ice pillars stood like swords guarding the dark chasm. Below, dense dark figures were moving sluggishly. There was no mistaking it. Those were corpse spirits. The entire group stood motionless, their eyes glued to the scene before them. No one dared to breathe heavily. Xian spoke up. This is truly a zombie army. He assessed the situation in his mind and asked, Ring of God, is my current spirit power enough to destroy these corpse spirits? The system panel appeared. The current spirit power of subject Xian is insufficient to eliminate the 27,591 corpse spirit individuals. It displayed a terrifying-looking corpse spirit with glowing blue eyes. However, these corpse spirits inherently lack regenerative abilities. Normal physical impact can also cause the targets to lose their motor functions. From above, Lao Duan, firmly gripping a large gun, shouted, the delivery has arrived. He fired continuously at the corpse spirits, tearing them apart from a distance. Xiaohe looked up with a devilish smile and spoke into her phone. You guys are too slow with the delivery. They'll have to give you a 1-star rating. From the other end of the line, Qi Ming replied in a teasing voice. Oh, don't do that. He was sitting in a helicopter with Fong, taking aim below. He looked down, laughing as he spoke. Our delivery service has after-sales support. We even offer extra services. How about you give us a 5-star rating first? The helicopter flew to the center and hovered right above Xian's group, dropping a rope ladder. Seeing this, Xiaohe shouted angrily. You only dropped the ladder. So what about my car? Suddenly, a bizarre voice echoed. Asmoda, with a terrifying smile, said it seems. There's more trash to take out. Xingtian. Begin the general cleanup. From the middle of the air, a pair of terrifying, glowing blue eyes suddenly appeared, along with a massive green arm reaching for the helicopter. Qi Ming, seeing this, was utterly shocked and quickly yelled, Damn it! Dodge! Hearing this, the pilot quickly swerved the helicopter, avoiding the giant green hand just as it grabbed. However, the tail of the helicopter was hit. Smoke billowed out. Xiaohe saw this and thought to herself, We're done for. Qi Ming. She looked on, with a horrified expression. What's happening? Asmoda appeared. She stood on the shoulder of her pet. She laughed contemptuously and said, Now, I'll let you see the true power of Xingtian. Then she ordered the demonic beast, Xingtian. Begin the punishment. Xingtian appeared as a headless monster. Its eyes and mouth grew from its abdomen. The system panel displayed its information. Xingtian. Race, humanoid. Intelligent humanoid. Sharing the name of the legendary monster Xingtian, it is a spirit beast refined from a deceased human. It is nearly impossible to kill. One cannot kill a monster that has already died. Xian stared at Xingtian, a slightly disdainful smile on his face as he assessed it. Another giant enemy. You guys from the demon spider cult really love big things. Immediately after, Lao Duan's group emerged from the damaged helicopter. Holding their weapons, they approached Xian's group. Qi Ming spoke sarcastically. Next time, don't let Zi Jing fly the plane. She's too short, so her line of sight is poor. This made Zi Jing retort resentfully. What did you say? Are you blaming me for not knowing how to dodge? If I hadn't dodged, the 5 of us would have already logged out of Earth. Xian said to Xiaohe with a serious face, Sister Xiaohe, go check on their situation. Leave this place to me. I'm quite experienced in dealing with these big guys. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. That person spoke. Wait. It was Or. With a serious expression, he advised, this time, it's not something you can handle alone. Don't be so overconfident, kid. Seeing this, he was stunned and thought to himself, why is this guy suddenly so serious? It's truly a rare sight. Or continued, up until now, the opponents you fought most are only gold rank. But diamond rank is not to be trifled with. Moreover, that's Asmoda. This Asmoda is one of the siblings of Asmoda. Selen Asmoda. The siblings. The older brother was the strongest warrior of the Sunlit faction, and the younger sister is the one with the strongest mind in the Sunlit faction. After her brother died, she used a forbidden technique to refine him into his current form, which is Xing Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Tian spread its large hand and attacked them. He hurriedly shouted, Hey, you're telling me all this now? Are you serious? Or pulled his cloak with one hand and shouted with the other, White God, come out. A defensive barrier gradually appeared, blocking the monster Xing Tian's attack. It didn't give up and used even greater strength, trying to break the barrier, sending dust flying everywhere. Asmoda saw the situation and thought to herself, this shield, could it be? She stopped smiling. Or, the situation has become troublesome. Or clenched his fist, creating a stream of blue electric sparks. He shouted and threw the technique towards the beast Xing Tian. Embodiment. However, Asmoda quickly controlled it to dodge the attack, making her frown in annoyance and say, Humph. She managed to dodge it. Xian was extremely shocked to see the technique that had just been unleashed. What kind of technique is this? The system panel appeared and explained. Spirit Beast. Embodiment. A gold rank exclusive skill. It uses spirit power to materialize a portion of the spirit beast's strength. A derivative skill of the synchronization skill. The embodied part. Even if it takes a hit, the spirit beast will not be injured. It places a great burden on the beast tamer's spirit power. One must pay attention to spirit power consumption during use. He thought with a serious expression. A derivative skill of the synchronization skill. Is this the wisdom of the natives? A gold rank exclusive skill. Is there a way for me, at silver rank, to use it? Asmoda stared down with terrifying eyes, a grin stretching from ear to ear as she spoke. Looks like he'll have to be a little cruel. Xing Tian. Spirit power armament. As soon as she finished, a blue vortex appeared from the mouth of the beast Xing Tian. It reached its hand inside. Then it pulled out a blade surrounded by spirit power. A sky-shattering roar echoed. Zichmin was so shocked that even his beast's jaw dropped. He asked in confusion, "What is that?" The beast violently swung its arm, slashing towards Xian's group. Zichmin shouted in terror. Its mouth. A blue hand emerged from the smoke to block it, or struggled to hold back the blade. He commented, "Worthy of being a spirit beast refined from a human." Then, his eyes flashed with blue electricity. He then shouted, "But I am the great high priest of the moon hidden faction." He called out, "Embodiment." Many large arms suddenly appeared, helping to block the attack. This made Asmoda's eyes widen in shock. What? Just how many arms does the thing he embodied have? The multiple arms joined forces to lift Xing Tian into the air. It floated in midair, or gathered all his strength. "Die?" He glanced over and shouted to Xian. "You rotten brat. It's your turn now." He pointed his finger and shouted, summoning his pet beast. Prismatic reflection pillar. They appeared and charged straight ahead. It nimbly weaved around the blade, getting close to the beast Xing Tian. Both of them spread their arms, channeling power to their legs to launch an attack. They aimed straight for both shoulders of the beast Xing Tian and struck, or swung his sword and called out, "Wood Spirit! Wind Coil!" A loud explosion rang out. He shot straight up into the sky at an incredible speed, slashing straight into the beast, knocking it to the ground. He continued to dive down from above with the Wood Spirit, unleashing a powerful slash onto the back of the beast Xing Tian. They exclaimed in shock, "Is this a battle between the strong? This destructive power?" The girl next to him was just as moved. "That has to be at least diamond rank." The power of the technique incinerated Xing Tian. It slowly faded away, or reached out his hand, muttering a prayer. "Rest in peace, Brian." The space became silent. Xian looked at the ruins left after the battle and thought to himself, "Is it over?" As the smoke and dust cleared, Asmoda walked out heavily. Her eyes were downcast. Her face showed a mix of helplessness and despair. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "Damn it! Is Mercury in retrograde today, or something? Why did I have to run into?" A blade quickly swiped past her neck, causing her to freeze, or stood imposingly. He spoke coldly, "That's enough. Selen, stop this." His gaze was firm as he stared at her. "I don't want to harm my own people. You don't have to either." Asmoda lowered her head, her hair falling. She laughed scornfully. "Haha, my own people." She looked as if she had been wronged. Her eyes were on the verge of tears. She looked at Or with eyes full of hatred and shouted, "When you beheaded my brother, you didn't say that. You traitor." Then she unleashed her power, forcing him to retreat and block the attack with his sword. She raised her hand, her eyes filled with indignation. She gritted her teeth and yelled, "Ever since you joined the Moon Hidden faction, you've betrayed our people." Behind Asmoda, from the void, the monstrous beast Xing Tian gradually appeared. She said with determination, "Brother, I won't fail again." Xian was extremely shocked to see this. He thought, what? It was clearly, "Why has it been resurrected? Divine Eye? What on earth happened?" Asmoda gave a sinister smile. "Let's begin round 2. The system panel appeared. Selen Asmoda. Race, native. Talent. Netherworld space. Netherworld space. It is a mutated beast taming space. Spirit beasts that enter this space are killed instantly. Afterward, they are resurrected in an undead form. Resurrected spirit beasts possess the ability to be unkillable. Even if destroyed, they can reform within the netherworld space. This effect is also very effective against humans." Xian gritted his teeth and thought, "A mutated beast taming space. So that's how it is. She must have used this talent to create Xing Tian and those corpse spirits." His eyes flashed with an indescribable determination. He was deep in thought. A beast that revives infinitely. This is clearly a battle of attrition. I have to find a way. Scene change. Thousands of large bullets flew towards the corpse spirits. Zichming aimed his gun at the flying spirits. He opened his mouth and said, "Hey, boss. If we keep getting worn down like this, we'll be in danger." Zichming glanced over, annoyed, and said, "Of course I know that." He looked at the massive Xing Tian, which was preparing to strike with its huge blade, and said, "These ugly things must be related to her." Zichming frowned, gritting his teeth in thought. "Wait, up there." Seemingly noticing something unusual, he said, "You crazy witch. Take down that ugly witch standing next to the monster." A scope's crosshairs aimed straight at Asmoda's head. A voice rang out. It was Fong Lang, aiming at her with his sniper rifle. He yelled into his comms, "Go to hell." And yet, without even looking, Asmoda simply raised her arm and blocked the bullet's path. She glanced over, her expression extremely annoyed. To think these tin cans haven't been torn to shreds by the corpse spirits yet. She commanded the beast, Xing Tian. "First, get rid of that group over there." Its mouth suddenly opened wide. Energy gathered, slowly growing into a vortex. Zichming saw this, his face contorted in fear. He was drenched in sweat. He opened his mouth and screamed, "Crazy witch! You're not even fighting us." Having gathered enough power, Xing Tian unleashed a powerful beam of energy forward. Its destructive power was immense. Everything in its path was obliterated. It lit up a large area, kicking up dust everywhere. Asmoda seemed to see something, her face filled with shock. "Wait, that's..." A figure was faintly visible within a blue protective circle. She cried out in surprise, "A shield." "Ares' shield?" The person looked up. Bai Zian's voice came out, "Are you guys okay?" The deputy leader was so shocked he fell backward, panicked. "Wait, what happened? Who are you?" After calming down a bit, he remarked, "Wait, this voice, this silhouette, Bai Zian?" Asmoda grew a little anxious, her eyes widening. She shouted a command, "Xing Tian, tear him to pieces." The moment she spoke, Xing Tian lifted its massive foot and stomped down on him. Brilliant blue electricity erupted around his armored body. His eyes radiated an overwhelming aura. He swung his arm decisively. With a heaven-shaking roar, he yelled, "Bring it on." Bai Zian rushed forward. Each blow landed with ferocious intensity. The three people with or watched from a distance, utterly astonished. One of them spoke up. "So that's Bai Zian?" The other girl continued. "How did he get over here in the blink of an eye? His speed is just too fast." Or looked up, his expression thoughtful as he speculated. "In just a flash. But I can be sure. That kid and that fish have merged. They must have merged to get that incredible speed, right?" Zian flew towards her. He thought to himself, if Xingtian can't be killed, then he'll defeat this woman first. Then he gathered power in his arm and charged straight ahead. "Take this." She wasn't afraid at all. A contemptuous smile was still on her face. She shouted, "Embodiment." It seemed Asmoda was also starting to resonate with Xingtian. He was surprised. "What? She also?" She shouted loudly. Truly unexpected. To think I'd one day use this gold rank trick. Then, arms shot out and held his limbs tightly. He struggled to break free. "Damn it. I can't move." She stood before Zian, looking him over judgmentally. What a surprise. Soul fusion talent. Her hand caressed his face. "But I think your current appearance isn't just a simple soul fusion, is it? After all, this talent is fundamentally useless." She smiled eerily and mocked him. "It seems you're not entirely trash after all. They'll have to study you properly." A blade appeared in Asmoda's hand. She said scornfully, "In that case, they'll kill you here. Then I can take your corpse back for dissection to find out the reason." Then she slashed fiercely at Zian. He was sent flying. Zian crashed into a pile of rocks. He sat up, leaning back. He rubbed his head. He thought with frustration. After fusing with the fish, this head has become quite sturdy. Luckily, she slashed my head. But this embodiment is too difficult to deal with. Besides, I'm still not used to the new soul fusion. Suddenly, a voice echoed. "I can help you." It surprised him, and he instinctively looked around. "Who's talking?" Jingzi added. "It's me, Master." He was stunned. "The fish? Didn't you become dumber?" It explained. "Perhaps the soul fusion temporarily restored my consciousness." He was secretly overjoyed. "That's great then." But then he paused. "Let's not talk about that now. Right now, we're facing a diamond rank priest of the demon spider cult. Xian scratched his head, perplexed. Right now, you and I are only silver rank. This is a bit difficult. It replied. Master, perhaps you have underestimated our strength. Master, you are a human, so you might not be able to feel it. As a spirit beast in a soul fusion state, I can feel the increase in our origin power. I feel that our origin is increasing together. After hearing that, Xian asked, You mean our grade has also become higher? It replied quickly, That's right. So as long as we are in the soul fusion state, we might be able to use exclusive skills of the gold rank, and even the diamond rank. He stretched out his hand, understanding. So that's how it is. Then let's try spiritual power materialization first. Then he swirled his hand, creating a powerful circle in his palm. Grandfather once said, This is a technique only those at the diamond rank possess. He extended his arm. From it, a long, powerful blue electric arrow appeared. He rejoiced internally. It worked, or was extremely shocked. What? I can't believe it's spiritual power materialization. He looked at the person before him and wondered, could it be that this kid has already reached the diamond rank? Xian, in that form, was trembling. Using spiritual martial arts for the first time, it feels a little unfamiliar. I have God. Check my current status. I need a detailed report. The system immediately provided the necessary information. Subject: Xian. Netherkuan. Fused with the power of the pet beast. Jingzi. Current grade, Peak Diamond. Can use Jingzi's skills and elementary diamond rank beast tamer skills. Attribute list. Stamina, B+. Speed, 5. Physical attack, A+. Spiritual power attack, A+. Origin attribute. Divination. Spiritual power materialization. Water severing cut. Possesses the skill spiritual blade, water severing cut. Transformed into an enhanced version. Beast tamer's Godspeed. Raging current. Underworld water corrosion. Flowing cut. Full moon reflection. Moon chase. A new skill. Moon mirror still water. Moon in the lake. You feel your body overflowing with power. It's just as that fish said. I've reached the diamond rank. Then there's no reason to hesitate. Xian immediately unleashes his power. Spirit control Godspeed. Flashes of lightning illuminate the space. That's Xian's power. Spirit control Godspeed. Torrent. Even Asmoda felt terrified. What the hell? Xing Tian, kill him. The beast attacked immediately. Xian quickly launched a counterattack. Underworld water corrosion. Flowing cut. His attack struck Xing Tian's body. She smiled smugly. Xing Tian's flesh has been enhanced. Damage of this level. Asmoda looked at her beast in astonishment. What? What on earth did you do? Xian was standing right above her. This move has a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the flesh, it can't withstand the corrosion of underworld water. She flew into a rage and unleashed a move. You're nothing but an experiment. What's there to be arrogant about? Obediently become the stepping stone for my brother's revival. He stood on the beast, brandishing his weapon. What's so great about your brother anyway? Even if he is revived, he'll just be another extremist terrorist in this world. Asmoda roared in anger. I won't allow you to speak like that. A demonic skull rushed forward. What does a brat like you understand? Xian easily dodged the attack. At least, I understand that I must forget my own past. I understand that I shouldn't live under the shadow of the past. The two moves clashed, creating sparks. He summoned that skull form again. Someone like you. Stubborn. Cold-blooded. Sacrificing so many lives like this. Even if you succeed in the end. Xian was aiming straight at his opponent. The thing you revive will be nothing more than a beast species named Asmoda. Asmoda couldn't take it anymore. Shut up. She used all her strength to strike down. If it weren't for you guests who fell from the sky, our family. If it weren't for you starting this great slaughter. The woman's eyes were filled with resentment. Brian wouldn't have died. It's all the fault of the guests who fell from the sky. It's all the fault of the moon hidden faction. She attacked relentlessly, as if she had gone mad. What's wrong with me using colonists and traders for my experiments? Xian was unfortunately hit. I'm done for. His body was in free fall. There's no foothold, so I can't use spirit control Godspeed. Xian's entire body just kept falling. He immediately unleashed a move. Sundering Wind. Rushing Ape Cannon. Asmoda let out a terrifying smile. Your corpse. I will study it properly. but he began to counterattack. What? Spirit control Godspeed. Torrent. Spirit control Godspeed. Torrent can use spiritual energy to create a foothold. Xian was weaving through the air. She felt extremely frustrated. How on earth can I kill a brat like you? Xian's entire body radiated power. I've already died once before. You can't kill someone who has already died. He was also borrowing the power of the moon. Full moon reflection. Moon chase. Xian kicked straight through her defensive barrier. He raised his weapon again. It's not over yet, you crazy woman. Xian thrust forward with all his might. Xing Tian was also hit by the attack. Xian landed safely. After cutting it down, he stood proudly. Even if your brother is revived, he would only live in misery, because his death has already become a reality. Besides, to live while feeling your own death is incredibly painful. Xian then got into a stance. I understand this point very well. Moon still water. A stream of water emerged from the sword. Xing Tian was being submerged in the water. Moon still water. Moon in the lake. He slashed his sword across its mouth again. Listen carefully. This is the eulogy from Can Water. Asmoda is also weakening. How rare. After so many years. To make me this miserable. You are the only one. She still refuses to surrender. But it's not over yet. Xian has placed his sword at her neck. Enough. You no longer have the spiritual energy to restore Xingtian. She seems surprised. Restore Xingtian. She's gone mad now. Am not the kind of little sister who gives up without her big brother's protection. Asmoda points her weapon straight at him. Go to hell. Xian moves in close to her. He made her stab herself. Xian is still looking at his opponent. This fish. Why did you suddenly take control of the body? Immediately after, a voice spoke out. Sorry, master. I'm afraid of her. Asmoda's body is transforming non-stop. Damn it. I didn't expect that he would still. The outer shell has torn apart. A man appeared from behind that shell. Diego Barrow has revealed his true form right in front of him. Truly unexpected. I originally thought I would possess the expert who could kill Arthur. I didn't expect this little girl would harm herself in such a way. He put on a mask. Forget it. Barrow's entire body is a suit of armor. In the end, this was bound to happen sooner or later. He ran a hand through his hair. Her talent is also quite useful. He stood imposingly before him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diego Barrow, the third grand hierarch of the Sunlit faction, the parasitic bee. The fish immediately warned Xian Master. Be careful of this guy. He is very dangerous. He is hundreds of thousands of times stronger than that woman. Barrow appeared behind him. It seems. You are that powerhouse. Little brother. Xian was also bewildered. So fast. He suddenly grabbed him in an embrace. Then he flew into the sky with Xian. The two of them are flying close to the moon. Originally, I wanted to wait until this little girl had possessed more experts for me. Then I would steal her talent. Or, down below, was very worried. We're screwed. It's the parasitic bee's technique. He immediately gave an order to the two of them. Everyone, leave this place quickly. Go as far as you can. He was still holding him tightly. But now, I have to deal with you. And then steal your talent. What? The two of them slammed straight into the ground. The surrounding earth and rock shattered. Gubai was also affected by the shockwave. She is terrified. Barrow looked at him lying on the ground and said, It seems this is all there is to you. But, you could serve as a backup body. Xian's entire body suddenly glowed brightly. He was very surprised to see this. What? I didn't expect it to be evil karma. This kid's body contains the core of a soul beast. Barrow was no longer interested in this body. What a pity. Chuckles. Forget it, it's just a waste of a clone. But Xian had already slashed his head off. He then looked at his own hand. His body was gradually disintegrating. Just now. What happened? Xian was extremely bewildered now. Gubai. Gubai? What happened to her? He took off the outer layer of armor. What happened to Gubai? Or was still searching the area. After the earthquake occurred, we couldn't find her either. Could it be? Xian fell into a panic again. She fell into the cavern. What? It was a scene of desolation. The bee was analyzing the situation. It flapped its wings continuously in midair. Barrow approached slowly. Truly unexpected. To go that far and still be fine. His image appeared in those eyes. I'd say you're pretty lucky. Lilith witnessed the scene in amazement. So, This is what Asmoda experienced before she died. Barrow glanced aside. Not just that. More importantly, or of the Moon Hidden faction, is involved with young Lord Zien of Whitescale City. Mentioning him makes her feel hatred. That Zien has already caused us to lose 2 hierarchs. It seems, or wants to ally with the guest who fell from the sky to deal with our Sunlit faction. Mephisto also spoke up. If that's really the case, then it's a disaster. It was already difficult enough to narrow down Zhou House range using spirit energy shortwaves. Solos can't sit still any longer either. Then we can't continue to be so passive. We must dispatch people to Whitescale City one more time. We can't let those guests who fell from the sky conspire with the Moon Hidden faction. Zien was still searching for his companion. 6 months later. It's truly like looking for a needle in a haystack. You're using a shovel to dig through dirt and rocks again. Although I've found the concealed spirit heavenly water. Zien tied his hair back. After such a long time, I still haven't found any clues about Guba. He looked behind him. Moreover, these lingering ghosts just keep following me relentlessly. The spirits were crawling towards Zien. You bunch of corpse spirits. This is really a pain. He held the shovel up in front of them. In that case, I'll deal with you all first, and then continue searching for Guba. Zien summoned his spirit beast. Yaya, you've eaten so many spirit stones. It's time for you to come out and work. Yaya seemed very annoyed. What are you talking about? If I want to level up, of course I have to eat a lot. Yaya. Race, Sun Wheel Finch, Fire Attribute. Realm, Mid-Tier Silver. Talent, Scorching Sun's Self-Immolation, 55. Spirit Harmonizing Body, 5. Aptitude, Epic Grade, Damaged Origin. Skills, Sun Wheel Ray, Orange. Scorching Sunbreak, Purple. Sunflame Flowing Fire, Purple. It immediately unleashed countless flames. Sunflame Flowing Fire. The corpse spirits immediately burst into flames. Yaya completed its mission. Zien, I really don't understand the feelings of you humans. It gave him a meaningful glance. But it's been half a year. Your persistence is still very strong. This is not like the you from before. Zien also turned to look at it and said, if you had said that 5 months ago, it would have been true. But now, my thoughts are more rational. Thinking of his teammate made him sad. Guba's talent is extremely rare. To me, she is incredibly important support. My rapid advancement is all thanks to her. Zien continued to explain. Without her, I would have only reached the peak silver rank this past month. Before, not only did I level up quickly, but opportunities also came one after another. Signing a contract with you was also partly thanks to her. Yaya then returned to the system space. Well then, I wish you an early success in finding that tool like Missy. And then find more spirit stones for me. Zien was still very sad. A tool. She's not. He looked up at the sky and said to himself, it's getting dark. That's enough searching for today. Zien returned to his hut. Area, or ruins of the small windy mountain. He turned back to look at someone. Who's there? A woman stood next to a luxury car. Shaolin, how have you been recently? Zien couldn't believe his eyes. You are. It turned out the mysterious person was Zien's grandfather, but his youthful appearance made him hard to recognize. Zien thought to himself, hazarding a guess. Grandfather? Seeing his grandson's interesting reaction, he said with amusement, when I saw myself rejuvenated, I felt the same way you do. Jingsong said so. His mind was flooded with questions, unable to believe his eyes. Wait, that's not right. Why have you suddenly become young? And your right arm, why is it? Jingsong patiently explained to his grandson. You silly boy, didn't you ask Captain Kai's group to send the concealed spirit heavenly water? As for this right arm, it's thanks to the green firmament fruit. He continued to explain to Zien why he appeared this way. As for becoming young, I guess it's because our Bai family has long belonged to the Canwater trigram. Our origin is also Canwater. Perhaps the Canwater's green firmament fruit stimulated my origin energy, causing a state of rejuvenation. But I still need time to refine it. So, while I look recovered on the surface, in reality, I can't use my spirit power yet. After chatting for a while, Jingsong remembered the reason he came. He spoke to his grandson with a serious expression. However, I came to find you today for a more important matter. Whitescale City is still in the process of being rebuilt. But when I left the city for treatment, I don't know if it was people from the Demon Spider cult or another organization, but they've taken control of Whitescale City. They captured the major families and sealed off the entire city. Outsiders have no way of knowing the current situation inside Whitescale City. He continued, updating him on the current situation with his parents. The people from the Fong family and Yuan family also disappeared for unknown reasons. But don't you worry. Your parents are still safe for now. As he spoke, Jing Chong sighed, feeling helpless. It's good that they escaped. I just don't know what the situation is like for the people in the city. Xian could only listen to the whole story in silence. After thinking it through carefully, he threw the object in his hand to the ground and turned to leave. Seeing him like this, a worried Jing Chong said, Shaoan, I know that girl is very important to you. But, before he could finish, he spoke. Grandfather. Xian stopped in his tracks. He turned back and spoke to him with a confident voice. I understand what you mean. I haven't lost my mind. I will return to Whitescale City to investigate the identities of these people. Grandfather, please stop treating me like a child. Hearing him say that, Jing Chong couldn't help but be stunned by his grandson's mature demeanor. Then, he could only give a wry smile and entrust the matter to him with peace of mind. But before he left, Jing Chong reminded him, this time is not like the last. There's no support in terms of manpower or money anymore. His eyes were full of worry as he said, you must be careful. Don't let anything happen to you. Finally, Jing Chong, full of trust, handed everything over to him. The Bai family and Whitescale City are all counting on you, Xian. As the two said their goodbyes, the sky gradually darkened. The last rays of daylight slowly faded, painting the entire sky gold. Xian finally set foot in Whitescale City. He was covered from head to toe. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the door open. Then, he landed softly and slipped inside. It's been a while since I've been back here, he thought. Thinking back, so much has happened. It hasn't even been a year since Whitescale City fell. But it feels like I've been away for a very long time. Following the sewer line, Xian observed his surroundings as he walked. The sewers weren't much different from before, but I never expected the sewers of Whitescale City to be so unchanged. A loud noise from a strange man's bag made him exclaim cautiously, someone's here. But when Xian turned his head, the other person fled in a panic, leaving him bewildered. A vagrant? His reaction was too strange. The vagrant's appearance made him suspicious about the city's current situation. But considering the strength of Whitescale City after the earthquake, it shouldn't have gotten to the point where homeless vagrants appear, right? As he climbed up, Xian made his speculation. The ones who occupied Whitescale City must have done something. He opened the manhole cover and observed everything around him. Feeling a sense of strangeness, this place is the city center? Xian quickly climbed all the way up and stood looking at the massive city before him. Unbelievable. Whitescale City. How did it turn into this? He started walking, his eyes scanning the surroundings, silently assessing the situation. It's completely turned into an unfamiliar city. Moreover, at this time, there are far too few people on the streets. Suddenly, a wanted poster caught his attention. Wait, this is a wanted poster? Xian picked it up to get a closer look at the person in the picture. He frowned and said, this person is. Seeing his own face and the reason for the warrant. Wanted, Xian, for colluding with and aiding the terrorist group, the Demon Spider cult, in their attack on the city. Officially wanted. He is on the run. If spotted, please contact the authorities immediately. The reward is up to 1,980,000. This made him feel extremely indignant. He roared. Why is it me? How dare they say I colluded with the enemy? A terrorist element. Xian suddenly remembered the homeless man's reaction from earlier. He thought to himself, this is bad. That man in the sewer recognized me. As he was thinking, he might have already gone to report to the police. The voices of two police officers behind him made him jump and turn around. Yuan, say if we catch that Xian guy, would we get the reward money too? In your dreams. If we catch him, it's just considered performing our duties. At most, would get a second-class commendation. Seeing that they were talking about him, he quickly thought of a way to avoid them. Looks like I need to find a place to hide first. Xian managed to escape. He silently reminded himself. He was acting alone now. Hopefully, he wouldn't run into any trouble. A brightly lit sign in a dark alley suddenly caught his attention. A bar. Maybe you'll go in here. After all, in a place like this, I might be able to get some information. Zian walked in, scanning his surroundings, sizing up the place. Compared to outside, it's really lively in here. However, with so many people, it made him raise his guard even more. Although there are many people here, it's a mix of good and bad. On the contrary, I don't know if someone might randomly call the police. They'll go ask for some information first. Zian approached the bar counter. He was about to order a drink. Hello. ID like. Before he could finish, he was cut off by another shout. You actually touched my butt. In the distance, a waitress was grabbing a pervert. She shouted loudly, don't run. This pervert. Her voice had a familiar ring to it, making Zian curious. Why does this voice sound so familiar? He glanced back to observe. Bunny ears. Red hair. Could it be? Suddenly, the pervert was sent flying into the bar counter. The bartender saw this and could only sigh softly. It's happening again. After hitting him, the waitress was still fuming. She cursed right at the guy's face. This damn pervert. You better remember this. She loudly warned him. Not all girls can be taken advantage of like that. Zian walked closer. He opened his mouth to greet her. What an unexpected surprise. Seeing someone interrupt her, she frowned and said. He calmly continued. Isn't this the young miss of the Fong family? But upon hearing that, the phoenix immediately covered his mouth. She quickly gestured and said, don't say my name, or else we'll both be doomed. Fong quickly dragged Zian elsewhere. A Jew. This is my friend. I'm taking him down to the basement. He helplessly agreed. You sure have a lot of friends. As they walked, they updated each other on the situation. Little Phoenix, what's the situation in White Scale City now? I'm the same as you. We're both wanted. And besides us, all the major beast tamer families of the old White Scale City are also wanted. So why is that? After my grandfather was injured, wasn't it my father? We don't know either. Right now, someone from who knows where is in control of White Scale City. But he's just a puppet. So what's your situation? It looks like you're forced to make a living here. It's not what you think. I'm just in disguise to make it easier to gather information. She continued. After all, someone from our group needs to scout for news. But when he heard the Phoenix say that, he interjected in confusion. Your team? The we you're talking about refers to? From the basement, the sound of chewing could be heard non-stop, along with the continuous sound of typing. Patian hadn't noticed Zian's arrival yet. He was still casually reporting to the Phoenix. Little Phoenix, I've sorted through some of the previous data. The rest is up to you. Until she reminded him. Look who's here, Fatty Yuan. Only then did Patian exclaim in surprise, Brotherin. He immediately rushed over, his face full of joy. Brotherin, you went out to train without a word. You couldn't even tell me. I missed you so much. This scene made Zian shudder and exclaim, oh my god. This scene is so familiar. He hurriedly put up a hand to stop him. Don't you come over here. You still have snack crumbs on your mouth. Also, I just noticed. How long has it been since you showered? Little Phoenix, leaning against the wall, suddenly praised Zian. You've gotten stronger, haven't you? Hearing her say that, he replied in confusion. Why are you suddenly bringing this up? She said nonchalantly. I just have a feeling. During the awakening ceremony, Fatty Yuan also ran towards you like this. And you dodged him. Now, you can lift his body, which weighs nearly 300 kilograms. Hearing this, Zian spoke up to ask her. The last awakening. Wait, why do you remember this? As he spoke, he thought to himself. Little Phoenix, are you paying that much attention to me? Fong dodged the question and walked away. She ordered Patian. Fatty Yuan. Let's get to work. He quickly replied. All right. After some chatter, Zian asked in a serious tone. So what exactly do you guys want to do? Patian looked at the computer screen. He was reading the data. He replied. Of course, we want to thoroughly investigate who framed us. Fong suddenly remembered something. I didn't tell you before. She began to tell him about the mercenary group. Recently, an unknown mercenary group has been operating in the city. We suspect they are connected to the people who framed us. He quickly guessed what she was getting at. So your intel is related to them? At the same time, Patian finished reading the data and exclaimed. It's done. Fong became angry at the mention of them. She said in a low voice. Most importantly, my family and Fatty Yuans have been taken by those people. So we have to rescue everyone quickly. Then, we'll clear things up. This young lady is not a wanted criminal. As she spoke, she moved to analyze the information she had. They are going to the lower district. It seems their commander is also there. Is it possible to know what those people are going to do? It seems they want to meet someone. This is our chance to meet their boss. Suddenly, Patian noticed something strange. He quickly exclaimed, "Wait, there's a document here. It seems to be the person they want to meet." The computer displayed a picture of a girl with red hair and a long scar on her face, looking very charismatic. But there's no information about her at all. Fong complained. "Just a picture?" Patian quickly explained. "Our equipment is too old. There's no way to decrypt everything completely." Hearing that, she had to accept it. Forget it. At least we know what the other party looks like. Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with a suggestion. "I have a proposal. Let me go meet that commanding officer." Hearing this, Fong teased. "What's this? You want to join the party?" He shrugged. He replied casually, "Of course. To society. I am the grandson of the true city lord, so I will join your operation. As for myself, if you fulfilled our previous promise, all the grudges between us will be completely wiped clean." As Xian spoke, he glanced at the bunny outfit she was wearing, making the phoenix blush crimson. This is... Not letting her continue, he quickly turned and left. "Well, I'm heading out." Fong was teased until her face turned red. She roared angrily, "Xian, you bastard." In the lower district, a deserted construction site. Not a single soul in sight. Xian observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, "This is the construction site." He kept looking around, surveying the area, looking for a place to hide. It feels like it's been abandoned. While there's still no one here, I should find a suitable place to hide. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Hey, kiddo over there." A girl called down from the scaffolding above. The night wind blew her coat open, revealing her legs covered in a crisscross of scars. "Are you waiting for someone, kiddo?" Xian was startled by the voice. Damn it, someone's here. The long scar on her face and her striking red hair made him recognize her quickly. "It's the woman from the picture." She continued, "What a coincidence. So am I." As soon as she finished speaking, she jumped down in front of Xian, muttering something. "I'm a stranger in a strange land here in the lower world." He still had no idea who this girl was. He remained vigilant. "This woman, what is her background?" She stared at Xian and speculated. "Judging by your appearance, kiddo, you must be from the lower world. How about we have a little chat?" Sensing the danger, "You activated a defensive ability." He thought, what did she mean by that? Could it be that my actions were suspicious? Seeing by Xian so agitated, she quickly spoke to calm him down. "Why so agitated, kiddo? I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. I don't mean anything by it." However, suddenly, the girl issued a challenge to him. "If you're a beast tamer, then how about a fight with me?" Hearing this, he secretly speculated, is this woman a martial artist? At the same time, the system also revealed her identity. Yenveem. Realm. Initial diamond rank. Seeing this, Xian immediately refused Yenveem's challenge. He thought, "I don't want to. You are a noble from the upper world, and I am a lowly person from the lower world. Isn't this clearly bullying? She's clearly diamond rank." Yenveem nodded in agreement, but was still not quite satisfied. "That's true. Then how about we do this?" She continued with another offer. "What if we temporarily lower our ranks? This should be fine, right?" The system also displayed information, just as Yenveem said. Yenveem. Talents, 39S. Rainbow Spear S. Realm, Initial Silver. Temporarily lowered rank. Spirit Beasts. Night Patrol Demon Fire Crow, Initial Diamond rank. Righteous Roaring Tiger, Peak Gold rank. Sealed, Mid-Bronze. Peak Gold rank. Lava Spirit, High Bronze rank. Seeing this, Xian also stated his condition. In addition, if I win, you must agree to 3 of my conditions. He calculated in his mind. Since she has lowered her rank to silver, let's see if I can get any information out of her. Ignoring his conditions, in the blink of an eye, Yenveem had already closed the distance. She urged him on. "Stop dawdling." A startled Xian shouted, Hey, I haven't even stated my conditions yet." She rushed forward like a whirlwind, saying, "Defeat me first, then we'll talk," while launching a direct kick at his face. Everything happened too fast, but his combat instincts allowed Xian to dodge just in time. He thought. Yenveem gave him no time to react. She continued her assault. She delivered an axe kick from above, aiming straight for Xian's head. The speed was so fast it made his eyes widen. He thought in astonishment, damn it. Luckily, he managed to block it with his arms. But the force of the kick was too strong, sending him flying. Xian activated a defensive move. Yanveem felt extremely intrigued. Precise reflexes. It seems I underestimated you at first. She then summoned her spirit beast, ordering it to kill Xian. Lava spirit, crush him. He was not to be outdone. He quickly called his own spirit beast. Jingzi, come out. As he spoke, a giant entity suddenly appeared from the void. Its massive body couldn't help but startle Yanveem. Seeing this, she thought, kiddo, not bad. However, as she spoke, you're still a bit slow. She looked up to watch the two spirit beasts battling for supremacy. Jingzi did not disappoint its master. It used its tail to slam the opponent into the ground. It didn't stop there. It continued to swing its tail, preparing for the next attack. In an instant, Jingzi whipped its tail down from above, straight onto the lava spirit's head, causing it to retreat a few meters. Dust and smoke filled the entire area. Xian, who had been watching, exclaimed happily, well done. But Jingzi dared not let its guard down. It said, Master, don't be careless. As it finished speaking, the lava spirit immediately launched a counterattack. It shot out blazing red lava rocks, carrying terrifying heat aimed straight at Jingzi and Xian. Seeing this, he quickly activated Protective Shield, making it impossible for the rocks to reach them. Witnessing such a dramatic scene, Yanveem smirked and thought, how rare. After everything was over, he turned to check on his spirit beast. Jingzi, are you okay? It replied gently, I'm fine. Seeing this, Yanveem mentally evaluated him. In the upper world, basically no one would actively protect their spirit beast. It seems this kiddo really values his spirit beast. She spoke to Xian. In the upper world, basically no one has the guts to accept my challenge. And among those who have fought me, not many could truly put up a fight. She said this while walking towards him. Yet someone like you can actually trade blows with me. There aren't many people in the upper world. Xian raised his guard as he saw her approaching. He thought to himself, this female martial artist, she's very strong. It's hard to imagine what kind of power she'd have if she were in perfect condition. I'll have to use my full strength. Yin Yin and her spirit beast, without any warning, rushed forward to continue the fight. She yelled, use all of your strength. Fight with all your heart. Xian was no longer caught off guard this time. He ordered the whalelet to launch a counterattack. Whalelet, use that move. It rushed forward, launching continuous attacks, preventing the two of them from striking back. Yin Yin could only hide inside her defensive crystal ball. She was covered in sweat. Her face was full of worry. She thought, this kid, what kind of move is he using? Yin Yin stood there, observing the whalelet's every move. She made her deduction. It's a high-level variant of the water-moon reflecting pillar technique. In a flash, the whalelet swung its tail hard, unleashing the next move. Original reflecting pillar. Yin Yin raised her hand, materializing her weapon. With one move, she sent the whalelet flying high into the sky. This left Xian utterly astonished. He worriedly approached and knelt down to check on it. Whalelet, are you okay? The whalelet, looking dazed, replied weakly, Master. She broke the rules. The smoke slowly dissipated. Yin Yin appeared, her face covered in sweat as if she had just used all her strength. She said, I've lost, little brother. You are the first person to force me to break my oath. She continued, my name is Qi Yin, a martial artist who doesn't understand etiquette. I have disrespected you. May I be so bold as to ask your name? Xian recalled his whalelet into its space and silently watched Yin Yin, thinking to himself, considering the current situation, it's better not to tell her who I am. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A silver-haired person with a sinister smile spoke up. Hey, the girl is asking for your name. What are you so ashamed of? Or should I say, it turned out to be the siblings, Zaheo and Xening. She stuck her tongue out while he raised his hand and continued speaking with a contemptuous look. Is being a descendant of the exiled by clan in the upper world that shameful, Xian? Xian took a defensive stance and asked loudly, who are you? Zaheo spoke mockingly, oh hello. I almost forgot. Our cousin has always been in the lower world. He's never seen the world. His eyes were filled with contempt. Perhaps he doesn't even know about the matters of our main by family. Am I right, Xian? Xening added sarcastically. It's normal for a low-level world like the lower world not to know of the upper world's existence, let alone the descendant of an exile, right? Yanyan opened her mouth and said, So the people my superiors arranged for me to meet are you two little brats from the Bai clan? Her words made Xian turn to look at her in surprise. They know each other? Yanyan shouldered her spear, its shaft wrapped in talismans, and walked past Zaheo and Xening. The two siblings looked at her retreating back and said, Flame Demon, Qi Yinyan, you still have the same personality. She replied indifferently, We didn't come here to preside over the Bai family's domestic affairs. Let's finish the job quickly and be serious about it. At this moment, a group of people in black and one person with orange hair appeared behind Zaheo. One of them spoke up, Young master. We've brought the person. Zaheo glanced over. That was fast. Tianwu was being restrained by the group. She struggled angrily, cursing loudly. You bastards. Do you know who I am? Let me go? Seeing this, Xian's eyes widened in shock. Little Phoenix. Ayuan. Hearing this, Zaheo raised his hand and slapped Tianwu hard across the face, shouting, Shut up. You scum from the lower world. How dare a lowly insect from the Fong clan run amok here? Seeing this, Xian furiously roared. Stop it. Then he summoned his herbal fangs to attack him. It quickly flew high into the air, creating many sparks and launching them downwards. All the fired sparks hit a single point, causing a loud explosion. Smoke billowed everywhere. The smoke gradually dispersed. From within, Xening's group was still standing tall. Zaheo's voice came from within the smoke. Your status isn't high, but your temper isn't small. My dear cousin, the shot widens near the blue light. Zaheo stood in a circle of people, one hand restraining Tianwu, the other on his sister's shoulder, smirking. Is this law enforcer girl from the lower world worth you becoming our enemy? The enemy of the upper world? The system panel appeared. Spirit power reflecting shield. Made from a spirit reflecting lightweight alloy. It cannot be destroyed by any spirit power skill. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think in annoyance. It's the spirit power reflecting shield again. Bai Zaheo's subordinate raised his gun and shouted, Insolent! How dare you raise a hand against the young master? Protect the young master. Authorized to shoot to kill. Bai Zaheo waved his hand to stop them. All of you, stand down. He's a member of the Bai family, after all. Give him a chance. We people of the upper world are still extremely magnanimous. Bai Xian shouted in frustration. Who on earth are you people? Why do you want to occupy White Scale City? What is your purpose? Bai Zaheo brushed his hair back and replied with a contemptuous smile. Occupy? We came to our own colony. Is there anything wrong with dismissing officials and appointing new management? Your grandfather was merely an exile ordered to develop a new world. Just a criminal atoning for his crimes through merit. Xening also struck a pose and chimed in. That's right, that's right. It's a pity he never purged the natives of this planet. The higher-ups sent us here. Haha. He continued with a sinister laugh. Besides, this world is now merging with another one. Xening continued. We want to use White Scale City as our base. To investigate the portals leading to the merged world and search for powerful creatures. Bai Zaheo turned around and asked his subordinates. What's the status of the portals? A subordinate quickly replied. The spirit energy in the current area has stabilized. For now, there are no signs of any portals appearing. After hearing this, he waved his hand and summoned a poison electric demon eel from his space. A thrilled smile spread across his face. Then first, we must eliminate this useless trash. The system panel appeared. Bai Zaheo. Talent. Pure water spellcasting S. Realm. Early gold stage. Tamed beast. Crimson eel lance. Early gold stage. Poison electric demon eel. Early gold stage. After reading, Bai Xian thought seriously. Gold stage. I can win. He gestured with his hand, directing the poison electric demon eel towards Fong Tianyu, and said, Then let's start with this girl from the lower world. The system panel continued to display. Poison electric demon eel. Early gold stage. The poison electric demon eel formed a large ball of electricity in its mouth. Fong Tianyu gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, as if preparing to receive its attack. Suddenly, A stream of spirit energy moved at extreme speed, shooting towards the phoenix, then circling back. It turned out that Bai Zian had used his power to save Fong and a Yuan. Although his face was flushed with bright red veins, he still leaned down and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Fong Tianyu saw this and blushed furiously, embarrassed. She shyly turned away, kicked Bai Zian's chin, and shouted, "Get away from me! This bastard Bai Zian!" He replied in pain, "You're welcome." Bai Zihao saw what just happened and thought in astonishment. What the hell was that thing just now? It felt like a ferocious beast. Then he immediately waved his hand and ordered the poison electric demon eel. "Finish them." The poison electric demon eel shot forward, releasing a massive bolt of purple electricity. Its power flew out, striking directly at Bai Zian's position. He watched with a smug smile and said, "Bai Zian, if you want to blame someone, blame your grandfather." Zining watched from behind with an admiring gaze. "Brother, have you gotten even stronger again?" The two siblings suddenly saw something and looked surprised. They asked in confusion, "What is that?" His sister blurted out a guess. "A monkey?" That person's voice rang out. "Bai Zian, are you all right?" Bai Zian, holding the phoenix, replied, "I'm fine. You have to be careful. The opponent is a gold stage from the upper world. I don't know if they're different from us." She struggled in his arms and shouted angrily, "Bai Zian, let me go?" Bai Zihao had a displeased look on his face as he speculated. It seems he's not like the other worthless kids from the lower world. He then ordered the poison electric demon eel. "Charge over here. Let's get this over with quickly." The poison electric demon eel appeared, creating a large aura of spirit power around its body as it shot forward. The tree-like spirit beast raised its hand. A faint green aura slowly gathered at its sleeve, then gradually swirled into an intense beam of light. In an instant, it fired a cyan energy beam, which streaked forward at a speed that seemed to tear through the air. It shot straight towards the enemy before it, the poison electric demon eel. However, the poison electric demon eel was not easily subdued. It quickly weaved and dodged the sharp attack by a hair's breadth, causing the tree-like spirit beast to narrow its eyes as if reassessing its opponent. "That's pretty fast. Don't stop." It continued to spread its arms, looking at the long, flying poison electric demon eel surrounding it, and continued to comment, "Truly a slippery loach." That mockery angered the poison electric demon eel, causing it to open its mouth wide to launch an attack towards the trance spirit beast. But before it could gather power, a sturdy hand of the trance spirit beast shot out as fast as lightning and grabbed the opponent's snout. It slammed the poison electric demon eel to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, simultaneously stunning it and rendering it unable to fight. The trance spirit beast spoke. It finally stopped. At this moment, the system displayed a constantly flashing red notification. Zian glanced at it and mumbled, "Damn it." Patian next to him urged him, "Brotherin, hurry up and unlock it. Why did you stop?" Zihao's subordinate appeared behind him and reported, "Young master, the soul energy is unstable. The portal is about to open." As soon as the sentence was finished, the ground below lightly. A circle of blue light slowly appeared right in the middle of where they were standing. That circle grew continuously, still swirling. Then it turned into a ghostly vortex, as if opening a gate to a completely different place. In panic, Tian Yes' eyes widened. Startled, she cried out. Her voice was louder than the roaring wind. "What is this? A portal?" Zian answered. "It's the world fusion from before." She looked at him and asked further, "World fusion?" Zian stared at the blue vortex and said, "The last earthquake was a precursor." Zihao waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Prepare to teleport." Zining seemed to see something, her face beaded with sweat as she spoke. "Wait a moment. There's something inside." From inside the blue vortex, tentacles with many spiky heads emerged. The long tentacles wrapped around Patian and Tianyu. He cried out in fear, "Brotherin, help!" Tianyu was also terrified when she was suddenly wrapped up. The tentacles continued to wrap around the trance spirit beast and Zian. He struggled and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Zihao was also tightly bound but was still worried about his sister. Zining cried out in fear, "Brother, save me." Those tentacles captured everyone, bringing everyone into the blue vortex. Inside, they were released, floating in midair. Tianyu shouted loudly. Xian. He shouted back. Little Phoenix. A Yuan. A moment later, at the other end of the portal was a gloomy green space. Xian fell, feeling heavy. Huh. I can't breathe. He slowly opened his eyes. Wait. This feeling. Tianyu also sat up, holding her head. He suddenly realized someone was sitting on him. It turned out to be Tianyu. At this moment, Patian, pinned beneath the two of them, said with some difficulty, "This may not be very polite, but you two are too heavy," making her embarrassed. Later, the three of them stood up and looked around. Patian asked, "Where did we fall?" Tianyu replied softly, "I don't know. I can only be sure that we are in another world." Xian saw something and called out to them. "You guys, look over there." Appearing before their eyes was something with a very strange shape. Tianyu saw it and asked, "Is this a spider?" Patian said, "I think it's a." Xian replied, "Whatever that thing is, it only proves that this place is very dangerous." A staff shaped like many stone leaves stacked together. A blue flame at the top of the staff, along with a seashell hanging from it, emitted strange sounds. The three of them had the same thought. What's that sound? The owner of the scepter was also very surprised to hear the sounds of the three of them. Scene change. At the place where Zeheo's group fell, a subordinate approached him to report, "Young master, there are no survivors at this base station. It must have been caused by the native creatures." Hearing that, he replied calmly, "It seems the environment here is even more dangerous than the secret spider nest kingdom." That subordinate continued, "Young master, there's one more thing. Our supplies were lost when we entered the portal." This surprised him, and he asked, "Then what about the supplies at this base station?" The subordinate recalled what he had seen and replied, "There isn't even a single trace of supplies left at this base station." Zeheo frowned. "Doesn't that mean we'll be trapped in this world until we die?" The subordinate bowed and reassured him. "Young master, there is no need to worry." The subordinate used a device to scan the cave's terrain. Based on the information we found on the base station's terminal device, we detected signs of activity nearby. It's probably a habitat for the native creatures of this world. After hearing this, Zeheo rubbed his hands and gave an order. "Then let's prepare a bit." He smiled sinisterly. "Let's go to that living area to purchase some supplies. Over here." Xian's group of three faced Xiaolon. Both sides were wary of each other. Patian shouted from behind Xian, "What the heck is that thing over there?" Tianyu also shouted in fear. "Is it going to attack us?" He held out his hand to shield them, reassuringly. "Wait. It seems to be afraid." He thought with a serious face. "Oh divine eye, tell me the specifics of the creature before me." Before the divine eye could activate, Xiaolon tremblingly extended a tentacle towards Xian, causing him to freeze and think. A tentacle? Reaching directly over here? A tentacle touched Xian's forehead. His eyes flashed. This familiar feeling. Both of them floated in midair, their bodies emitting a blue light. He suspected, "Is this resonance?" At this moment, Xiaolon spoke timidly. "Hello." He introduced himself. "I am Lon from Ri, you can call me Xiaolon. Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be from this world." After hearing this, he quickly replied politely, "I am Xian, from the secret ancestral kingdom. My companions and I were accidentally pulled into a portal and came here. Now we're trapped in this world." He thought to himself, "It really is an intelligent creature." Tianyu, who had been watching this scene with confusion, spoke up. "Fatty Yuan, can you understand the language of that octopus person? Why can Xian communicate with it?" Patian leaned over and whispered in reply, "I don't understand it either. Besides, is what this octopus person is saying even a language?" Xian continued talking with Xiaolon. "I'm really troubling you." "Thank you." Tianyu couldn't take it anymore. She walked closer to him annoyedly and yelled, "Xian, what do you mean you can just simply understand it? Answer me now." He ignored what she said and continued to ask Xiaolon, "What is this quartz stone?" The system panel displayed information. Soul crystal, the crystallization of a creature's spiritual power, and also the crystallization of a creature's soul. Xiaolon began to introduce. "We are the residents from Ri, a servant race created by our master, the beloved daughter of the abyss, Kazuna, an image of a woman standing high above, looking down at her prostrated subordinates, gradually appeared. He continued, "But 300 years ago, our master became cruel due to a plague. We were forced to seal our former master on her throne." Following that story was an image of a large woman bound to a throne, just as he described. Beside her were 3 figures in black cloaks holding staffs, as if performing some kind of ritual. That voice continued, "Not only that, but this plague also turned us servants into a type of monster called the Soulless." Xiaolon referred to the blue crystals that Xian had seen earlier. And when the soul separates from the body, it will crystallize into these crystals. He looked at the blue crystals in front of him. "My parents died in that plague. Perhaps my parents' souls are within these crystals." A sad expression appeared on Xiaolan's face. "Perhaps this is the final destination for our family." Seeing him so dejected, Xian patted Xiaolan's shoulder and comforted him. "Although we've just met, and we aren't close at all." But he thought to himself, "It feels like it would be better to comfort him a little, even though it's a bit meaningless." Then he continued, "But you guys have survived for 300 years. The future will surely be fine as well." Suddenly, the ground around them shook violently, making loud noises. Xian asked in fear, "What's happening? An earthquake?" Xiaolan beside him quickly reassured him. "This isn't an earthquake." He explained, "It's the Soulless." Following Xiaolan's words, a horde of Soulless frantically rushed towards them. Immediately, Xian's group was surrounded. He asked anxiously, "What do we do?" "We're surrounded." Xiaolan instructed, "You must stand next to me. Don't move." Xian relayed those words to everyone. He said we must not move. Immediately, Xiaolan raised the scepter in his hand and recited an incantation. "O ghosts of the past, hear the whispers of the living." At his call, the diving soulless ones suddenly circled above everyone's heads, following the direction of the scepter. "O wandering ghosts of the past, hear our command." Bai Xian watched the scene before him in fear and wondered, is he guiding those soulless ones? Immediately after, he shouted, "O you soulless wanderers, go and find the lost souls." Then, he immediately lowered the scepter, causing the soulless ones to charge in its direction. After it was done, Xiaolan explained to him, "Normally, the soulless ones will not attack on their own. As long as there's a ferryman to guide the way, we can safely pass through their territory." Hearing this, Bai Xian exclaimed, "Then your race is truly a peace-loving one." He looked around and asked, "Looking at the terrain here, was this place once an ocean?" Xiaolan replied in kind, "Yes, but that plague brought about a mutation. It caused the former ocean to become polluted. There is no life left in it. And our master granted us strong adaptability. We can survive even in an environment without water." Perhaps she foresaw that this would happen. Hearing this, Bai Xian understood the issue. "But your master herself could not escape the fate of mutation." He said pitifully, "Truly, how tragic." The group set off again. Xiaolan walked ahead and warned, "We're about to reach the village. You'd best not touch the slime on the road. That is the mutation." Bai Xian quickly stopped a Yuan, who was about to touch the strange things by the roadside. "A Yuan, don't touch that poisonous thing." Hearing him say it was poisonous, a Yuan's face immediately filled with fear. He hastily pulled his hand back. The system panel appeared. Extraneous mutagen, a fungus from the outside, does not belong to this world. It uses the surrounding environment and organisms as parasitic hosts, then proceeds to transform them. Suddenly, Xiaolan stopped. His whole body trembled, prompting Bai Xian to ask, "Xiaolan, why did you suddenly stop?" Tianyu, standing behind, realized upon hearing him call out, "So its name is Xiaolan." Xiaolan trembled and stammered, "The village." Seeing his empty village ahead, Xiaolan trembled, unable to speak. The village has been. It was by Zaheo and by Xining's group, madly chasing the villagers. Xining waved her hand, commanding a scale beast. "Go, little Bai." That scale fish unleashed an extremely powerful force from its mouth. That power shot straight towards the village. Zaheo furrowed his brow. He lightly tapped Xining's head and scolded, "Xining, if you smash everything, how can I hang them up for public display?" She feigned innocence, touching her fingertips together, looking utterly pitiful. At this moment, Bai Xian had just used his power to create a shield for the villagers behind him. He roared angrily, "You people, what do you think you're doing?" Hearing the voice, Zaheo wondered, this shield. Is that by Xian? Then, as if confirming it was him, he muttered to himself. It seems you haven't been eaten by these native creatures yet. Xianing yelled in dissatisfaction. Stop hitting my head. I won't be able to grow taller. Zaheo ignored Xianing and asked Bai Xian. As a human, why are you protecting these lowly creatures? Bai Xian's eyes widened in anger. His brows knitted tightly. There is no high or low status among living beings. Besides, this is their home. They are the true masters of this place. Zaheo looked at the villagers who were being hanged up above. He sneered indifferently. You've stayed in the ancestral secret realm for too long. Has your brain gone rotten? These lowly creatures without a language are worthy of being the masters of this place? He laughed mockingly, pointed at his own head, and said, I see you're really filled with a saintly heart. We humans can traverse planets, relying on force and determination to conquer everything. People like you are only fit to linger in the borderlands. Then he emphasized, it's common sense for the strong to eliminate the weak. It's also the law. Bai Xian retorted, right now, you consider yourself the strong one eliminating the weak. But have you ever thought about the day you'll stand before someone stronger than you? At that time, won't you be the weak one? Then you yelled out in dissatisfaction. You use your current strength to destroy a race that is comparatively weak. In the end, one day you will also be destroyed by someone stronger. He still asked back contemptuously. What? Someone stronger? Then he widened his eyes. He raised his hand, full of spirit energy. The big fish eats the small fish. A big fish will always be a big fish. The power of my Bai family will only grow stronger after devouring the weak. We are at the pinnacle of the food chain. How can there be any existence stronger than us in this world? Xian replied coldly. How ridiculous. To put it bluntly, you're just using your power to plunder and seize the fruits of other lives' labor. The survival of the fittest you always emphasize is ultimately just killing and desire. You don't even fundamentally respect your own life. You just blindly pursue the pleasure of conquest and slaughter. The two stood opposite each other, creating a space of two completely different, opposing extremes. Immediately, he summoned Jingzi. Pointing forward, he ordered it to attack while shouting, the final end of slaughter is only destruction. The future of coexistence is what's eternal. Using the strong to supplement the weak, drawing wisdom from the weak, and cultivating one's own origins. This is the true path to becoming the strongest beast tamer. Seeing this, Zaheo became furious. Veins bulged on his forehead as he said, You really are a stubborn fool. It's useless to say more. Immediately, he also summoned his family's scale fish and shouted, Then you and these weaklings can become nourishment for the strongest. His scale fish aggressively opened its massive mouth and aimed for Xian. The two beasts charged at each other, but Xian's Jingzi immediately dodged the scale fish's attack. It quickly bit down on the white scale fish's tail, causing the white scale fish to look back in panic. The scale fish was still arrogant. It looked at Jingzi with contempt and said, Look at your ugly appearance. It's a complete mess, just like your useless master. Jingzi didn't back down and retorted sarcastically, Let me tell you something. Your mouth stinks just as much as your master's. You don't brush your teeth every day, do you? The whale asked sarcastically. Too many teeth, so you can't brush them clean, huh? The two beasts thrashed at each other with their tails. Neither beast was willing to yield. The scale fish also replied, You're no better. The two humans on the other side also faced each other and said, You're no better. The two beasts continuously charged and attacked each other. Zaheo watched the beasts battle and muttered to himself, Is this a case of disciples from the same master? I can't break through his moves. On his side, Xian also thought to himself, Both are beasts of the Bai family. The techniques are too similar. But he suddenly realized, Wait a minute. There's still one more move. Immediately, he shouted, Jingzi, the space here is big enough. Jingzi also realized, It's finally time to use that move. Zaheo suddenly shouted, An opening. Crush them. Immediately, the scale fish released a massive burst of power. But the power it released was repelled by Jingzi's outer layer. It didn't cause any damage at all. The scale fish saw a large shadow cast over it and asked in a daze, What? This is... Right after that, Jingzi, with a body 100 times larger than the scale fish, slowly said, Now, They'll show you which one is the big fish and which one is the small fish. Zaheo gritted his teeth and asked, "Is this its original form?" Zening, however, shouted happily, "Oh, a fish! The fish is so big." Jingzi opened its massive mouth and swallowed the scale fish whole. It screamed in fear. "That's cheating." Jingzi immediately held the scale fish in its mouth. Coldly, it retorted, "What cheating? I was always this big." Seeing this, Zaheo's jaw dropped in fear. It's been swallowed. The scale fish, inside Jingzi's stomach, roared in fear. "Let me out. It's too dark in here." Zian reminded him in a cold voice. The big fish eats the small fish. It's basic knowledge and also the law. He asked Zaheo back, "If I really had it swallowed, what difference would there be between you and me?" Immediately, Jingzi spat the scale fish out of its mouth, sending it tumbling in the air as it cried out, "I'm dying of thirst." The scale fish flew out and crashed right towards where Zaheo was standing. Zian and Jingzi looked down on him from above. He shouted loudly, "Is it clear now? The values of your upper world are wrong." Zaheo covered his head with his hands. He spoke, unwilling to accept it. "Did I lose? Am I the weak one? Impossible! Impossible!" He screamed in disbelief. "I am not weak." The thing he was talking about were the blue crystals. The performance unit of this crystal is extremely high, and the total amount and quality of spiritual energy is 50 times that of any spirit stone. At the same time, it can also strengthen the spiritual power of a spirit beast to enhance the level of spiritual energy connection. If it's used to control spirit beasts, it will definitely save a lot of time. Su Hao listened while deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Very good, very good." Su Hao thought to himself, "Zian, you just wait." Meanwhile, with Zian's group, Tianyu asked Patian, "Fatty Yuan, if, just hypothetically, if nothing had happened to White Scale City, would Zian become the city lord in the future?" Patian replied uncertainly, "I don't know, but as a good friend, I would naturally support him." Then he asked her back, "Little Phoenix, what about you? Would you object?" Up ahead, Zian was talking to some villagers. "It's nothing. It's nothing. Anyway, we're currently trapped in your world. We don't know how to get back." "Really? That's great." Tianyu pondered, then answered, "I don't know." She looked at Zian, who was laughing and talking happily. "I used to always see him as a rival. I only looked for his weaknesses and wanted to defeat him. But after everything that's happened recently, I've discovered some potential in him. The potential to be a good leader." As soon as she finished, she became flustered and quickly tried to cover it up. "Praising him doesn't mean I acknowledge him, okay? But I'm not saying I hate him either." Her voice trailed off. "Maybe a little." Hearing her, Patian showed a look of understanding, gave a thumbs up, and replied, "I get it. I get it. It's that. It's that, right?" A moment later, Zian finished talking with the villagers. He walked towards the two of them and said, "Right now, there's two pieces of news. One good, one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" Seeing this, a dazed Tianyu asked. "So?" Zian saw her face, was flushed and asked with concern, "Little Phoenix, are you okay? Your face is all red. Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Hearing him ask, her face turned even redder. She replied shyly, "I'm fine. Tell us the good news first." Right after that, Zian immediately announced, "The good news is, before the fall of their civilization, the Re had space-traversing technology. We just need to get to the ancient city of Re to find that teleportation device." The three of them stood in a triangle formation. Zian slowly continued. As for the bad news, he began to explain. The place we're standing now is actually underground in this world, also known as a deep-sea trench. And the ancient city of Re is currently on the surface. Therefore, we have to find the ancient lifting device. And that place is now a den of the soulless. Zian continued to raise the issue. Although it's said that with a red pilot there, the soulless are nothing. As you can see, Xiaolan is the last red pilot of this land. So he must stay here to protect this land. Finally, he turned around and said, "So we can only rely on ourselves." Afterwards, Zian's group went to a gloomy place together. He turned back and said, "This is probably the place." Tianyu, walking behind, looked at the corpse on the ground. From the looks of it, it's probably a lost mercenary. Zian was not afraid. He forcefully opened the door and stepped in. It's also possible they've already been here. In any case, we should still be careful. Suddenly, he was startled. Wait, that is... Xian's group stopped and looked at the scene before them. Qi Xiaohe held a weapon in her hand, her foot stepping on a pile of monsters. A proud smile on her face. Is that all you've got? How boring. Seeing her, Xian was on guard, while Qi Xiaohe opened her mouth to greet them. Isn't this little brother Xian? Suddenly, guards holding guns advanced, pointing them straight at the group and giving an order. Don't move. Hands up. The two guards urged the three of them. Behave yourselves. The three of them, led by Xian, walked slowly. He quickly spoke up. Hey. This isn't the time to be playing cops and robbers. Seeing this, Qi Xiaohe became angry. Looking down from above, she shouted. You two, stop it now. She scolded loudly. We are currently trapped in this world. Didn't the master of your Bai family teach you to properly assess the situation? Seeing the two gunmen back down, Xian spoke. It seems you're a pretty reasonable person. I thought all people from the upper world were brainless warmongers. She approached Xian. She pointed a finger at him and said coolly, First, I don't care what you think about us people from the upper world. Like I said before, I have my own mission. I don't want to get involved in the Bai family's troubles. She looked down from above. Xian's face was serious. She looked him straight in the eye. Second, she suddenly put him in a headlock and said cheerfully, You're the first beast tamer to defeat me. So, I'm quite interested in you. Stuck in the headlock, Xian cried out in discomfort. Interested or not? What the hell are you doing? Let me go first. Seeing the situation, Tianyu called out angrily, Xian. Of the two soldiers, one didn't dare to look. The other scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Patian stood by, not daring to stop her. Suddenly, both of them froze. Xian asked loudly, What is this situation? A strange creature appeared before the group. Qi Xiaohe immediately let go of Xian. She pushed him back and said, Stand back. Let me handle this one. In front of them was an enormous and terrifying monster. Xian's eyes widened as he looked up at the thing before him. He shouted in shock. What is this thing? I have God. What the hell is this? The what the hell he was referring to was a giant, blackish-green carnivorous plant with 4 limbs that looked like drills. After using the Eye of God, its information immediately appeared before his eyes. Star Beast. Race. Kin of the Stars. Rank. Diamond. Elementary level. Skills. Void Scream. Mental Fortitude. State. Infection. A strange beast hatched from the alien fungus underfoot. Its special ability is a mental type skill. Yin had intended to sneak attack it from above, but unfortunately, it detected her and counterattacked. She crossed her arms in front of her, summoning a shield to block the star beast's attack. Yin was sent flying, sliding across the ground. But she managed to use her weapon to stop her body. She didn't forget to exclaim, quite formidable. Suddenly, a mysterious person spoke up. How interesting. The soldier standing next to him saw this and asked curiously, What are you doing? He took off his mask and threw it to the ground. He spoke as he slowly walked forward. I originally just wanted to investigate whether you outsiders were allied with the Moon faction. I never expected this. It turned out he was Diego, the third priest of the demon spider cult. Seeing him, Yin asked doubtfully, Hey, wait, who are you? Diego paid no attention to her words. He arrogantly strode toward the strange beast. He continued excitedly. To think there's such a rare strange beast here. With that, he threw his sword towards it. Then, you shall serve me. The sword, carrying a dazzling golden light, shot out like a bolt of lightning. It plunged directly into the star beast's body. The powerful sword pierced a hole through its body, causing a strange, golden liquid to gush out like a fountain. The strange beast's entire body immediately turned from blackish green to black and gold. Its information was also changed because of this. Bee venom. Mating. Forcibly control a spirit beast. Even a spirit beast with powerful mental strength cannot resist. Seeing this scene, Xian shouted in alarm, Parasitic bee. Why is the demon spider cult here? Hearing his words, Patian was terrified. He shrieked in G. Could it be that you've been fighting the demon spider cult for the past half year? The moment Yin heard it was the demon cult, her anger flared. She charged forward madly while roaring, Demon spider cult. Go to hell. Yin faced the strange beast head-on. She swung her weapon hard towards it, creating a powerful slash. But Diego remained unfazed. He stood on the star beast's shoulder and asked calmly, "This lady here, we don't seem to know each other. Why do you look like you have a personal vendetta against me?" Hearing this, Yin Yin became extremely angry. She reiterated, "What are you pretending for? Do I need to use my spear to help you remember?" After hearing this, Diego seemed to remember. He asked in astonishment, "This is Flame Demon. Could it be that you are his?" Before Diego could get an answer, a pillar of energy shot straight at him. But this attack was completely useless against his shield. It was shattered the moment it made contact. Diego frowned and lowered his gaze. He said in an annoyed tone, "I almost forgot. There's still another gullible fool, down below." Bai Ziyan had already run to stand beside Yin Wei at some point. He pointed at him and shouted, "Parasitic bee, I don't care how you came back to life, but we still have a score to settle." Then he turned to glance at Yin Wei, thinking to himself, "It seems this young lady and the parasitic bee also have a grudge." As if sensing his gaze, Yin Wei also looked over. She also thought at the same time, "Little brother Bai Ziyan, you also?" Diego stood on the back of the star beast. Waiting for it to gather enough power, he shouted smugly, "I'll use you all to test the strength of this strange beast." Yin Wei took a defensive stance before the strange beast and suggested, "If we both have a grudge against him." Bai Ziyan continued, "Why don't we team up?" He glanced at her and smiled slyly. "Miss Yin, that's called." Yin Wei also smirked, responding in perfect sync. Great minds think alike. By the time the two finished chatting, the star beast had finished gathering its power. A huge beam of energy shot out from its mouth. It was surrounded by a dazzling golden electrical light. Seeing it attack, Diego couldn't help but exclaim in satisfaction, "How powerful!" The ground in front of him now had a large crater that stretched into the distance like a dried-up river. The surroundings were filled with thick dust and smoke, obscuring everything. This power made Diego say with delight, "This might is at least at the diamond rank. It seems I found a real treasure this time." But his joy was short-lived as, from within the smoke, a stream of pinkish-purple energy shot straight at him. Diego frowned slightly. He calmly tilted his head to the side to dodge, perfectly letting the attack just graze past his face. The one who threw the spear at him was none other than Yin Wei. She gradually appeared from the smoke, clicking her tongue. "TCH." Diego rolled his eyes. He wasn't too surprised by what had just happened. He wondered to himself, "Why am I not surprised at all to see you two completely unharmed?" He looked towards a person still hidden behind the smoke, using a shield to defend. He asked coldly, "You tell me, why is that?" Yin Wei also looked in that direction, asking doubtfully, "Bai Zi?" But after the smoke cleared, the person holding the shield was not who she expected, causing Yin Wei to shout warily, "Who are you?" The man trembled as he was questioned and replied, "I'm just an ordinary mercenary." Bai Ziyan, who was standing behind him, finally appeared. He placed a hand on the man's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, "You see, I wasn't wrong, was I? The power of this spirit energy-reflecting shield is absolutely not a problem." The soldier also replied dazedly, "Ah, yes." Bai Ziyan looked at the enemy before him. "TCH. Using this method to force us to use our shields, making us consume our spirit energy first. This guy is smart. I need to see his trump card." Before Bai Ziyan's eyes, all of Diego's information appeared clearly under the power of the Eye of the Gods. Parasitic bee, Diego Barrow. Native of the Myriad Spider Star Secret Realm. Diamond. Peak. Beast Tamer level. Talent. Spirit Armor Beast Taming. After reading his information, he couldn't help but be amazed. 2 talents. And the second one can't be displayed. Immediately, a plan formed in Bai Ziyan's mind. He held out his hand. Summoning 2 golden chains, he said, "Then I'll just try copying it to find out." Chains of Heavenly Tao. The 2 chains immediately flew towards and surrounded Diego. Along with that came a system notification. Talent. Spirit Armor Beast Taming. Copy. Success. Talent. Copy failed. Hearing this, Bai Ziyan was filled with doubt. Copy failed. This talent can't be copied. Why? After his question, the system immediately gave an answer. Diagnosing cause. Cannot copy hidden talents. Bai Ziyan quickly regained his composure. His eyes hardened as he thought. It's fine if I can't copy it. At least I can use one. Following that, a system notification rang out. Heavenly Tao manipulation. It's full. Please change an existing talent. Xian then thought to himself. This copy talent can only hold 3 abilities at a time. The system then listed the talents again. A rank, Phantoms. A rank, Separation Fire Body. A rank, Soul Possession. He carefully considered which talent to select. There are 2 Separation Fire talents, the last time. Soul Possession with the medicine, the Separation Fire attribute, isn't very compatible with my nature. After making his decision, the system's voice rang out. Changing. Spirit Harmonizing Body. The fire type symbol in the circle changed to another image along with the system's voice. Spirit Harmonizing Body. Replaced with Star Armor Beast Taming. Over here, Diego felt that something was wrong. He thought to himself, what was that strange feeling just now? It felt like something had entered my body. Thinking that, he immediately shouted rudely. What did you do? I am an otherworldly being. Ignorant. You're dying. Xian was very surprised to hear this. He was puzzled. He can feel the chains of heavenly Tao. The Beast of Stars, under Diego's control, activated its power. It emitted green and yellow energy that looked like electrical waves. This energy awakened the plants underground, causing them to rise to the surface and surround the group. Seeing this, Yin Yin shouted worriedly. The fungus underground has come to life. The plants grew longer, and their roots wrapped around the leg of one person in the group. They carried with them green and yellow electrical sparks. The mercenary was quickly restrained. His entire body was ensnared by roots. Immediately, those roots mercilessly tore his limbs apart. Seeing that scene, Xian exclaimed, using physical attacks to kill all the mercenaries with anti-spirit energy shields first. Truly cunning. Just a second of carelessness. The roots immediately targeted Xian, attempting a sneak attack from behind. By the time he realized and turned to look, it was already too late. He could only shout in his mind, damn it. But before the roots could reach Xian, they were torn apart in a single blow. This made him wonder, what? The one who came to save him was none other than Tianyu and her golden-clawed eagle. She laughed and said arrogantly, Xian, I bet you never thought there would be a day you'd need me to save you, right? Xian didn't pay much attention to her taunt. He just gave a thumbs up and said, thanks a lot. Tianyu was angered by his action. She said in annoyance, aren't you going to argue back? I feel like you're insulting me. Meanwhile, Pa Tian was cowering at the feet of his armored gorilla, letting his spirit beast protect him from the roots. He held his head, trembling and shouting, Armored gorilla, help me. Xian saw the current situation and began to formulate a plan, taking out the shields first. That proves his strategy is still to attack with spirit energy. But our side is pinned down. We can only wait for the moment he attacks to counterattack. How to deal with it? Thinking about it, this strange thing was born from the slime fungus. So, the true fungus must be most afraid of high temperatures. For fire, I must use separation fire. After figuring out a countermeasure, Xian shouted loudly, Little Phoenix, I figured out a way. I need your help. Hearing his words, Tianyu was a little skeptical. You're actually asking me for help? Xian didn't rush to answer her and continued. And I Yuan too. You as well. Pa Tian, still cowering with his head in his hands, asked blankly. How can I help? He didn't answer that question either and continued to shout. And Miss Boss too. Hearing this, Yin Yin smiled and replied to him. Oh, what do you want me to help you with? Standing above, Diego watched with a displeased frown. He declared arrogantly, without those shields, today is the day you die? While watching the Beast of Stars gather its power, Diego said smugly, Don't worry. I will use your corpses as spare bodies. This attack was even stronger than the last one. Its area of effect was much larger. Seeing that the Beast of Stars had made its move, Xian shouted urgently, Now. Following his command, Pa Tian immediately used his armored gorilla to block the attack. He roared, Thunder Rumble. Potential energy absorption. Armored gorilla, stop it. A shield immediately appeared around the armored gorilla, helping it absorb the incoming power. Seeing this, Diego shouted in utter shock. That ape is absorbing energy again, after absorbing the entire stream of power from the Beast of Stars. When the armor-piercing beast went wild, it raised its hands as if to counterattack. It slammed its hands hard onto the ground, returning all the absorbed energy, surrounding lightning, unleashing stored energy. This attack of its caused the ground to shake violently. Soil and rocks flew everywhere. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Xian immediately shouted, "Little Phoenix, it's our turn now." Tianyu heard this and immediately responded. An excited smile appeared on her face. "You don't need to remind me. You bastard, Xian." With that said, both of them attacked at the same time. Blazing sun, flowing fire. One person used a red crow. The other used a golden-clawed eagle, frantically shooting fire towards the star beast. And the star beast was originally a plant-type mutated beast. Being attacked by fire, it was severely injured. At this moment, Yanwei began to chant a summoning spell. She raised one hand to the sky. The other hand gripped her weapon tightly. The gods know that, even with the words of true prophecy, the wicked will not listen. The enlightened warrior resisting that which is form. 3,000 impurities. Ignorance and chaos manifest in this world. 3,000 living beings. If they have not seen the myriad cycles of reincarnation, then I shall surely become a demon. Then suddenly, her eyes flew open. Yanwei shouted loudly, "This is the Azura's ultimate path. I am a demon. Invoke my name." Following the sound of her voice, a spirit beast wreathed in flames, and purple eyes gradually appeared from the depths of the night. "Take this Azura demon fire, and sever all things." The chant finished. A bird-shaped spirit beast with grayish-white feathers appeared before them. Yanwei looked at it and said proudly, "It's time to hunt. Night Patrol Demon Fire Crow." Following her words, the spirit beast's information was also announced by the system. Night Patrol Demon Fire Crow. Species, Crow. Subspecies of Demon Fire Crow. Rank, Initial Diamond. Skill, Demon Fire Stance. Karma Fire Stance. Azura Stance. The fighting method of this spirit beast possesses 3 types of stance skills, similar to fighting techniques. Its flexibility and diversity make it an extremely rare subspecies of the crow type. Xian was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. His jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "It's another rare spirit beast like this? Its skills are completely different from before." Stance skills, Xian thought to himself, while observing the demon fire crow's movements. Could it be that the stance skills are similar to human combat stances, using different stances to produce different skills? The demon fire crow leaped into the air, preparing to strike down at Diego's position. Demon fire stance. When Diego saw it, he shouted in shock, "Demon fire crow? Isn't that a species that has already gone extinct?" He couldn't believe his eyes. He could only stand there motionlessly with his eyes wide open. The demon fire crow used its talons to slash fiercely at the star beast, severely injuring it. Then it leaped backward again, maintaining its distance from the mutated beast. The demon fire crow folded its wings. Streams of pinkish-purple energy quickly gathered at its wings. The star beast saw a chance to counterattack. It also began to gather energy in its mouth. Then, the demon fire crow unleashed its skill. Karma Fire Stance. 2 columns of golden-purple energy collided with each other, creating a violent tremor. Xian, watching the battle from the side, cried out in shock, "Karma Rakshasa." The battle between the 2 spirit beasts was coming to an end, and the winner was the demon fire crow, as its energy column had completely overwhelmed the star beast. The demon fire crow landed on the ground. Immediately, purple energy flared up from under its feet. The silent Yanwei now continued to chant. "So this is the power of a rare subspecies? The path ahead is filled with danger." As a mirror reflecting the world, the demon fire crow stood proudly amidst a sea of pinkish purple, its sharp gaze fixed upon the enemy. Diego limped out from the smoke caused by the powerful attack just now, muttering incessantly, "Purify the 6 roots of sensation. Purify the 6 roots of sensation." Even an otherworldly creature cannot defeat an extremely rare spirit beast. He looked up ahead, still muttering, "If you could serve me." But before he could finish his sentence, a spear was pointed straight at his face. Yan, with the flame harmony crow covering her from behind, pointed at Diego's face and said harshly, "Scum like you from the demon spider cult will never gain the flame harmony crow's acknowledgement. Just die." Diego seemed to understand. He continued to shout, "So that's how it is. You are the successor to the legendary flame demon. I never expected to be defeated by the flame demon. Immediately, Yin Yin swung her arm, creating a wave of pinkish-purple energy that spread outwards. She shouted, "Shut up, you puppet." Bai Ziyan broke into a cold sweat seeing this scene. He thought to himself, is this the power of the upper world? Rare spirit beasts combined with immense personal strength. Looking at Yin Yan's extremely majestic and sharp demeanor, he continued to speculate. Her strength might even surpass my grandfather's. Bai Ziyan clenched his fists, his expression solemn. He told himself, after this incident, the myriad spider lair mystic realm will surely displease the upper world. Before that day comes, I must become stronger. Observing Yin Yin standing before him, endless speculations arose in his mind. But the grade limit of the myriad spider lair mystic realm has already been set. To become stronger, the only way is to go to the upper world, the origin planet. But that's a matter for after all of this is over. Yin Yin lifted her spear from the ground. She shouldered her spear and approached the group. She spoke up. It seems you are all descendants of great clans. Looking at the pensive Fong Tianyu, she observed. Nirvana's remnant, Fong clan. Seeing the flame plume behind you, you must be the current awakened phoenix user, right? Bai Ziyan heard this and thought to himself, how does she know everything? Then it was his turn. She said, Dragon of the Starry Sea, by clan. Bai Ziyan, grandson of the exile. When your grandfather was young, he was a real storm in the upper world. It was Potion's turn. She concluded. Ice Mountain Roaring Thunder. The Yuan clan's ancestors were all martial talents who pioneered the Starry Sea. One could always see the figure of the Yuan clan's martial generals. Yin Yin held her spear with one hand. The other hand she placed on her chest. She smirked smugly at Bai Ziyan. Let me formally introduce myself. Hell Courtyard's Heavenly Fire, Qi clan's current wielder of the Flame Demon. Qi Yin, the Flame Demon. As a martial artist, I may have been rude. She continued speaking. Just as I said before, I have no interest in your clan's grudges. Exploring this new world was originally to complete a mission from my superiors. To use the creatures, the powerful creatures of this world, to test the might of this spear. Speaking of which, Yin Yan's face. But as you can see, after we were sucked into that portal, the power directing us to the original coordinates. My mission could no longer proceed smoothly. Bai Ziyan's face darkened as he asked, meaning? You're also trapped in here, miss? Yin Yin scratched her head in embarrassment. She gave a strained smile and replied, although I don't want to admit it. It's true. Hearing this, Bai Ziyan clapped his hands in delight. He said innocently, then come with us. Fong Tianyu shouted from behind, trying to stop him. Hey, don't just decide on your own. She looked at Bai Ziyan angrily and couldn't help but yell, Bai Ziyan, are you serious? She's from the upper world. Then she growled. This whole incident with White Scale City. My family, it's all their fault. As she finished, Bai Ziyan patted her on the shoulder. He smiled and explained. Have you forgotten what my talent is? Super intuition. Trust my intuition. Seeing this, Fong Tianyu shyly pushed his hand away. She reluctantly agreed. Fine. Stop exaggerating your S-rank talent. Your S-rank talent. Bai Ziyan heard this and thought to himself. Actually, it's mythical grade. They left the cave one by one. Bai Ziyan couldn't help but ask Fong Tianyu again. So, you've agreed, right? She changed the subject, saying, let's hurry to the surface. At the surface, in Re City, Bai Ziyan looked up at the gloomy castle. Its surface was covered in a lot of moss. Yin Yin spoke first. The civilization of this world is quite close to our civilization, huh? His expression turned strange. His lips twitched as he said, why is it still so gloomy after reaching the surface? Looking at the old stone statues, he continued, but you can tell that the re-civilization was quite magnificent. They looked around. It was Ziyan who spoke up. It feels like it's not much different anywhere else. Where should we go to find that transmission device? Tianyu turned her head to look at him. She asked in a mocking tone, at a time like this, why don't you use that S-rank talent you're so proud of? Ziyan's eyes widened in surprise as if he had just realized something. That's right. The materials for the transmission device must use some kind of treasure. Using the treasure-seeking function of the Eye of God. Shouldn't I be able to find it? Ziyan closed his eyes. He raised his hand. Eye of God. Scan for treasures within effective range. The Eye of God obeyed. Scanning for treasures. The Eye of God provided the information. Treasure. Due to the materials of another world, it cannot be displayed normally. Only an approximate location can be shown. Seeing this, he thought to himself, a throne. Could it be the castle or the royal palace that was mentioned before? Xian narrowed his eyes suspiciously and continued to think. But what does a throne have to do with a transmission device? Let's go check it out first. He looked at the gloomy surroundings with some hesitation. However, it feels a bit like looking for a needle in a haystack. Scene change. In a dark place, there were many roots entwined. Several glowing blue crystals were embedded in the ground. Zaheo frowned, crossed his arms, and asked, "Are there any new developments?" The person next to him observing the crystal replied, "Young master." That person held the device and explained in detail. The crystals in this area, their readings are different from other places. Along the way, we discovered that the closer these crystals are to a certain place, the higher their energy. In the dark area, only that person's voice echoed. Perhaps, these crystals are connected to some powerful energy source. Moreover, I alone guess that this energy source is likely the core of this world, the very thing we are looking for. Because the amount we have collected so far is already equivalent to the level of an amethyst rank beast tamer. It didn't stop there. That person continued. But these crystals seem to need to adapt to a stronger origin source to be absorbed. And the young master currently needs time to recuperate. Therefore, regarding the use of these crystals, I suggest we still. Suddenly, Zaheo interrupted. We are trapped here now. We need to speed things up. We don't know if before we find a way back, we'll encounter someone even more troublesome than that Xian. Xining's eyes sparkled. She held the crystal and looked up, saying, "Long long. Long long. Big brother said this rock is very nutritious. Maybe it can make long long evolve faster." Zaheo looked at her, confused, and asked, "Xining, what are you doing?" Then Xining explained. "Ah," Long long said. Xining continued, her voice faltering slightly. "Long long hasn't leveled up in a long time." Long Long's eyes lit up as it looked at the crystal. It quietly licked its lips. "I think Long Long probably wants to level up too." After hearing this, Zaheo put on a strange expression. He replied, "But the energy levels of that soul crystal are very high. Eating it directly might cause immense damage to its origin source." "Not right now." Xining immediately felt panicked. Behind her, Long Long had already snatched the crystal. It popped it into its mouth and chewed greedily. Suddenly, Long Long's eyes lit up with many colors. Seeing this, Xining asked worriedly, "Long Long, are you okay?" Both Zaheo and the soldier were utterly shocked upon witnessing this. He spoke up, "Damn it, it ate it. The link is continuing to rise. It's about to reach the subdescent index." Long Long spread its wings wide. It emitted a strange, yet powerful pinkish-purple light. Its ears grew longer. Its neck also became thicker. In just a moment, it became enormous. A tiny Xining stood at its feet and shouted, "Big brother, look." Long Long got bigger. Zaheo held his head, saying helplessly, "Luckily, it's okay." "What's the current situation?" The soldier replied, "Its power has indeed increased significantly." Looking at the information panel, that person continued, "But for now, there's no breakthrough in its rank. But she's already at the peak gold rank. Fortunately, the young lattice beast is quite strong to be able to withstand such immense spiritual power." Zaheo thought seriously. Peak gold rank. Just one step away from the diamond rank. As expected, Xining's talent is higher than mine. Seeing Long Long licking Xining's hand, her expression was very joyful. He couldn't help but think, "To be honest, I'm a little envious." Recalling past memories, I also worked hard to become stronger. Defeated by an insect from the lower world. If that got out, it would be a real disgrace. Zaheo held the crystal and hesitated. But this method of getting stronger right now isn't exactly stable. Only when I'm powerful enough can I use it later. Looking at the brightly shining crystal. The strong will only get stronger. Then he frowned. This soul crystal is quite compatible with my attributes. Suddenly, Xining shouted for him. Zaheo was startled by the shout. "Big brother." Xining was standing on Long Long's head. She excitedly raised her hands above her head. "Long Long and I want to go for a walk. It's so boring here." Zaheo said angrily. We didn't come here on vacation, you know? Zening, fearless as ever. She exclaimed excitedly. Long long. Let's go? Zaheo was furious that his sister was ignoring him. Are you even listening to me? You damn brat. Scene change. The Dark Night. Before Zeon was a giant stone statue. He thought to himself, straight ahead must be Kazuna's sealed throne. He looked around, curious. Strange. Why are these people not turning into the soulless when they're contaminated by the corruption? Then he observed the golden sword. What is this? This thing seems to be preventing the corruption. Tianyu spoke first. Is there nowhere in this world that's even a little bit normal? Zeon thought to himself. But it seems these are the people who sacrificed themselves to seal Kazuna. He asked tensely. But what on earth is that thing? He continued to call out. Divine Eye, tell me. Information from the Divine Eye appeared. Otherworldly metal. Specific properties unknown. It is a high-grade alchemical product forged by the special techniques of the Re city. Can absorb souls. The current Re people use it to seal the corruption and corrupted creatures because it has absorbed a significant amount of souls. Therefore, it has gained the power to continuously release energy at the seal's location. But over a long period of release, its intensity will weaken. After grasping the information, he made a deduction. This also means these special Re people sacrificed their own souls to power this thing. No wonder they were contaminated by the corruption but didn't turn into the soulless. Because their souls are already gone. Just as Zeon was about to touch the sword, a loud shout echoed from somewhere. Don't touch it. Hearing another voice, Tianyu instinctively turned around, on guard. She asked, Who was that just now? Yanvim replied, I don't know. Must be somewhere nearby. Zeon, sweating profusely, thought to himself. Everyone heard it. It seems it wasn't a hallucination. The blue soul crystal gripped the sword tighter and asked, What are you, outsiders? Seeing it talk, Tianyu shouted. It's that thing. Yanvim also agreed. That's right, it's that thing. Patian had the same opinion. I heard it too. Zeon had to spread his arms to stop them. Don't get agitated. This is a divine artifact that seals the corruption. Suddenly, something wriggled out from the sword's blade. The soul crystal was shocked. Seal the corruption. Wait, could it be? It shouted. Why am I inside the spirit-powered sword scepter? And my body. Why is it like this? Where's the water? Where's the water? Looking at the dark surroundings, it exclaimed. The seal, it's weakened. Damn it. We still failed. Seeing this scene, Zeon's eyes lit up. He thought with extreme seriousness. Why can we hear its voice? The soul crystal shouted at them. Despicable outsiders. Give me a hand. The divine I provided information. The essence of the seal is a type of psionic sword force induction. As long as one is within the range of the sword force, one can hear its voice. Zeon continued to listen to the soul crystal. Hurry up and destroy this scepter sword. Existing like this can't accomplish anything. Then you shouted. The team has. You all have not failed. He recalled his past memories and explained it to it. Furthermore, your descendants continue to survive in this ocean trench. Although it is very arduous, they still have a chance. Hearing this, the crystal soul disagreed. But the seal can no longer stop the corruption behind the gate. It's only a matter of time before the corruption completely erodes this world. Zeon immediately replied, I refuse. Yin Yin behind him kept muttering. My power falls short of my will. My power falls short of my will. He continued. We came to find the transmission device. I don't have time to waste on a 500-year-old fossil. Looking back at the sword, the crystal soul cautiously asked them, Find the transmission device? You want to enter the Great Hall? Recalling that terrifying scene and the massive figure, it advised, Don't go in. Kazuna is sealed in there. If you enter the Great Hall, you will awaken Kazuna. That is the corrupted incarnation of Kazuna. Zeon immediately refuted. I don't care if she's some corrupted incarnation or whatever Kazuna. There's still a city waiting for me to save. If you dare to stop me, then I'll have to go through you. The crystal soul embraced the sword. It gathered more and more blue energy. It sneered. Damnable outsiders. That's right. After all, breaking the seal is just a matter of time. Outsider. Hurry up and take it. Zeon turned around. He listened with a suspicious expression. If you have finished your enlightenment, then you are worthy of. The corrupted sword split into three. From the cracks, the squirming blue crystal soul seeped out, elongating the sword. It emitted an extremely dazzling light. With this withered body, I become a flame. The blue parts of the sword became razor-sharp. Using my soul as fuel, the light blazed brightly, using my spirit to ignite the fire. The pommel of the sword resembled an eye. This is the final mission of this body. Xian was astonished. It can actually change its form. The sword was plunged deep into the ground. The crystal soul continued. Come, outsider. Pick up the sword. He stepped forward to grab the sword, not forgetting to add, you're the one who said it. Don't you dare regret it. Hearing that, it lost patience. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. The moment he lifted the sword, the turquoise energy gathered in the sword began to disperse into the air. All things are born from the void. All matters come to an end. All things have a spirit. All matters have a cause. The way of beast taming. The way of heaven. The way of mastering all. The highest way. The sword was pulled from the ground, creating a large crack. Xian raised the sword. The jade-colored energy beams grew increasingly powerful. They seeped through the corruption. Here, I make a pact with you. I will complete what you could not finish, until your soul returns to the void. After completing it, Xian smiled with satisfaction. Pact complete. The crystal soul, now utterly surprised, asked, Wait, what kind of ritual is this? Hearing this, he replied, Making a pact. Didn't you want me to take you with me? Suddenly, a blue stream of air swirled around the four of them like a tornado. Xian shouted, An earthquake. Is it the soulless ones? The crystal soul refuted. No, it's not the soulless ones. This aura is very similar to the outsiders. Suddenly, a pillar of pinkish-purple light erupted from the ground as if to tear space apart. He looked up. Upon seeing it, he was utterly shocked. Isn't that a dragon? The Eye of God displayed information about it. Jade mussel dragon. Race, scaled fish. Subspecies, four-legged flying dragon, jade mussel dragon type. Stage, peak gold rank. Talent, swift wind wings. Vengeful judgment. Skill, reverse moon white sun. Pure jade sword slash. Elegant snow wild dance. Duize. A subspecies variant of the four-legged flying dragon species of the scaled fish. It also belongs to a conserved dragon subspecies. And it also has some of the habits and adorable appearance of a cat. It possesses a combat power that belies its cute and lovely appearance. For this reason, it is favored by many female beast tamers. It once became a pet idol. Xining was delighted. Finally, we've reached a spacious place. Sitting on Long Long's head, she looked down to observe. What caught her eye were the four people below. Xining squinted. Wait a minute. Is that Xian over there? Xining exclaimed in surprise. The woman in green. Yanwei looked at her with annoyance. That foolish girl from the Bai family. Unwilling to accept it, Xining shouted at her. You're clearly from the upper world, so why are you working with that foolish Bai Xian from the lower world? Yanwei replied, annoyed. Didn't I already say it? The higher-ups only told me to enter the portal with you all. They never said I had to work with you. Xining crossed her arms in annoyance and shouted. My older brother once said, that Xian's grandfather is a bastard. He did many evil things. Therefore, Xian is also an evil bastard. Anyone who helps Xian is also a bastard. Standing on the jade core dragon's head, Xining yelled at them. The quiet scene was shattered by her. Anyone who helps Xian is also a bastard. So you, green-clothed woman, are also a bastard. Today, on behalf of my older brother, I will punish you bastards. After hearing this, Xian felt it was bizarre. What kind of logic is that? Yanwei replied, don't mind her. Your cousin is just an idiot. Xian broke out in a sweat. He gave a forced, awkward laugh. But it seems I've implicated you. Miss Chi, I'm sorry. She didn't seem to mind. She replied calmly, it's fine. I cut ties with that Bai family long ago. I mean the Bai family from the upper world. With that said, Yanwei raised her hand and ordered her flame, roar tiger. It crossed its arms arrogantly. Its large body and the blazing energy behind it made it look incredibly powerful. Flame roar. Time to burn something. Xian looked at the sword and said, sorry about this. We'll have to stay here a little longer. The crystal soul inside was surprised. Don't tell me you're planning to use me to fight that girl? I'm a soul that needs to conserve its energy. Don't waste it on unimportant matters. The flame roar tiger smirked. It bowed its head to reassure him. Little brother, it's okay. We can handle this. Hearing it say that, Zian couldn't help but let out a sound. He looked at Yanwei and called out to her. But no matter how you look at it, this fight started because of me. She waved her hand and replied confidently, say no more. Don't you have more important things to do? Yanwei created a purple sword. She continued breezily. Go take care of your business first. After I defeat this girl, they'll come find you. Zining ordered Long. Attack her. After receiving the order, its bright eyes were no longer innocent like before, becoming incredibly sinister. It lifted its foot as if to stomp on Yanwei. A strike from Long made the ground seem to explode. Broken pieces of tile flew everywhere into the sky. However, a hand appeared and blocked it. Witnessing this scene, Zining shrieked in shock. It was blocked. It was Flame Roar. It had appeared at just the right moment, successfully protecting Yanwei. It replied scornfully, is that all you've got? With that said, it curled its hand into a fist. The energy gathering in its hand began to glow brightly. Its face gradually turned serious. Take this. At this moment, the Flame Roar Tiger was using the Tiger Roar Fist technique. It accurately struck the Jade Core Dragon's foot directly, without even looking. Yanwei turned her head to remind Zian. Aren't you leaving yet? He gradually agreed. But he didn't forget to say, then you must be careful. That dragon is not easy to deal with. Then he shouted to the other two. Little Phoenix, are you on? Let's go? The crystal soul couldn't help but remind him. Outlander, I don't have much soul energy left. You only have 2 chances. Otherwise, Zian replied confidently. 2 times? I can handle it in 1. He raised the sword and smirked. I have never failed before. He swung the sword down hard on the ground, creating a sharp, cleaving line. The beam of light severed each of the tangled corruptions. Zian held the sword and said arrogantly, just as I said, right? It hesitated. This. It continued, it truly is. Unbeatable. Suddenly, it seemed to discover something. Wait. Look. It's still. The corruption is flowing out from within. He was astonished to see this scene. How can there still be more? The corruption covered the path ahead, completely sealing it off. From the sword, powerful rays of energy emanated. Suddenly, a voice spoke out. It's all right. There's still one more chance. A final blow should be able to prevent it from regenerating. The sword emphasized, Outlander. This is my last time. Hearing this, Zian gave a mischievous smile and teased. You just wait a bit. Why the sudden deathbed speech? He raised the sword. His eyes showed determination as he said, don't you want to witness the fate of your gods with your own eyes? Hearing that, the sword hesitated and said, but this is the only way. Only my soul can. Zian believed that there must be another way. Then he quietly gave an order. God's Eye, analyze this object. Information immediately appeared. Metal life form. Relic of the Re. Forged from Re metal and the soul of its user. It can change shape according to the user, possesses self-awareness, and can convert soul into energy to supply mental power. It has the effect of releasing mental power, used by the Re to fight against corruption. The soul will significantly enhance its effect. Phantom World. The Re do not possess spiritual energy, only the special energy of mental power. It can act as a catalyst to convert the soul. In theory, spiritual energy can be used to replace mental power. However, the energy of mental power is much higher than spiritual energy. Therefore, to use its functions, a higher output type of spiritual energy is required. For example, the evil karma from a beast core. At this point, Zian immediately unleashed all his power and said with soaring spirit, then let's link my origin and its origin together and activate the evil karma again. Seeing this, the sword immediately cried out in panic, hey, Outlander, what are you doing? At the same time, a notification also appeared. Origin linked. Energy supply type has been replaced from soul to evil karma. Feeling Zan's power gradually flowing into it. The sword couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, this feeling. What is this power? With the power surging in his body, Zian looked at the surrounding terrain and made a calculation. If it stuck at the door, then he charged forward with overwhelming momentum and shouted, shatter. Along with the door, a massive wave of power shot forward. Decisive and powerful slashes were continuously created by Zian. His power quickly destroyed the obstructing vines before him. He also destroyed the wall behind them. Scene change. At the same time, a confrontation between two immense powers was taking place. Red energy beams and brilliant blue ones clashed, evenly matched, creating a massive tremor. The white beast, imbued with blue energy, was full of fighting spirit. It continuously released a great source of power to counter the energy it was facing. The energy beams clashed against each other, creating a giant vortex of power. On the other side, the dragon with pink energy was no less formidable. Both spirit beasts were bracing themselves to fight with all their might. Xining then pointed directly at Yen Veem and criticized her. "You're clearly the strongest genius of the Upper Worlds Academy. Why are you helping the descendant of a criminal?" Hearing this, Yen Veem simply replied coldly, "Those things are nothing more than empty titles." With a sharp, cold gaze, she said, "I have cultivated for many years, and have come to understand a principle." Yen Veem believed that spiritual power is the foundation of the way of beast taming. At the same time, it is also an externalization of one's character. What kind of person the opponent is, I will know after just 2 exchanges with them. Yen Veem added with determination. "So you ask me why I stand on his side? Because the criminal's descendant you speak of has not committed cruel acts like slaughtering civilians. With your foolish head, you probably wouldn't understand." Hearing this, Xining was immediately provoked. She frowned and couldn't help but let out a scoff. Xining thought, "Who could possibly understand when you speak in such a complicated way?" Then she ordered her dragon to attack continuously. Seeing this, Yuan smiled sarcastically. "This little girl seems unable to understand overly complex issues." Yenwei replied, "Is the Bai family's way of education just about independent thinking? Enough nonsense. Throw me over there." "Understood," Yin Xiao said. "All right." With Yin Xiao's throw, Yenwei shot forward. She said, "Today, I'll help the Bai family teach you a lesson." Against the thousands of attacks raining down from Long, Yenwei still glided past and dodged them with ease. Bai Xining's face immediately turned pale as she thought, "She's charging through here again." With a sharp and terrifying gaze, Yenwei held her weapon and charged straight at Bai Xining, causing her to think in panic. What a brutish woman. So scary. With immense power, Yenwei shot an arrow straight into the ground where Bai Xining and Long stood. It created a huge shockwave. Long was immediately stunned and fell flat on the ground beside the rubble. Seeing this, Yenwei thought smugly, "You clearly said you would punish me. Now, who's the one lying on the ground?" Looking back, Yenwei thought for a moment, "Maybe I was a bit too harsh." After all, looking at Bai Xining lying flat with her eyes spinning, Yenwei thought to herself, "She's just a child." Scene change. On Bai Xian's side, the large wall before them had now turned into a large, empty space. Seeing this, Bai Xian thought, "It seems I used a bit too much power." Yuan Patian commented, "Brotherin, your destructive power is really only platinum rank?" But then Fong Tianyu, with a look of astonishment, called out, "You too, look over there." Before their eyes, a giant monster sat motionless on a throne. Seeing this, the crystal soul introduced Kazuna. So she was the enlightened ruler who resisted the corruption, but she was still devoured by the corruption. She became an incarnation of corruption. It believed, as a deity and a queen, she shouldn't have ended up like this. Suddenly, the monster opened its eyes. At the same time, Long, whose eyes seemed to become one with the monster's, also awakened. It slowly rose behind Yenwei. Yenwei suddenly realized. She couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "What?" Facing the enraged spirit beast with its mouth wide open and the mark on its forehead, Yenwei wondered, how can it still stand up? She turned to check on Bai Xining, who was still out cold, and thought, "It seems she's lost control." Seeing this, Yenwei sighed in frustration. She thought to herself again, "Just a child, huh?" Then, Long went berserk, spewing large green flames everywhere. Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Yin Xiao was attacked by a jade-green force, sending it flying towards Bai Xian's group, much to his surprise. Bai Xian immediately created a barrier to protect everyone from the large falling debris, warning, "Be careful." Following closely behind Yin Xiao was Long. It was now approaching with unusual, deep blue eyes. seeing Yin Wei and Bai Zining being protected in Yin Xiao's arms. Bai Zian wondered to himself, Miss Yin, what is this situation? But then the crystal soul realized. Look at that dragon's eyes. It pointed out the similarity between Long Long and Kazuna, who was sitting on the throne before them. The crystal soul concluded, that's Kazuna controlling it. It must have absorbed the crystal souls of my people. Suddenly, Kazuna also strained to reach out. Instead, Long Long just kept moving closer to it. The crystal soul saw this and cried out in panic. What is it trying to do? This is bad. The crystal soul warned. It wants to pull Kazuna from the throne. Long Long kept trying to remove the vines binding Kazuna. The crystal soul shouted. We can't let it do that. In this situation, Bai Zian shouted. Miss Yin, quick, wake that girl up. Tell her to recall her jade mech dragon into her beast space. Otherwise, ITLL release the person on the throne, and we'll have a hard time dealing with them. Hearing this, Yinwei hurriedly tried to wake Bai Zining up. Hey, you stupid little girl. Wake up. Seeing that the girl was still unconscious, Yinwei slapped Bai Zining, dazedly opening her eyes. Bai Zining saw Yinwei's face. She couldn't help but think in a daze. The brutish woman. As soon as she regained her senses, the little girl became irritable. She pushed herself up and ordered, Get away, you brutish woman. Yin Yin couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, What time is it now? Look at your beast. Causing Zi Ning to watch the situation with a dazed expression. Long Long is being held by Kazuna. Zi Ning shouted in alarm. Long Long. Beside her, Yin Yin advised, Quickly recall it into your beast space. Seeing this, Zi Ning anxiously gave the order. Long Long, come back now. Long Long also began to disappear from Kazuna's hand, taking a part of her arm with it. Provoked, Kazuna let out a groan. It immediately unleashed its formidable power. Streams of energy surged through her body. Looking at the wriggling tentacles, Zian realized and thought to himself, those tentacles are the ones that appeared when the teleportation gate was activated. Beside him, Yin Yin said, Excellent. The host creature of this world. In her hand, the staff emitted purple energy beams. Full of vigor, Yin Yin stepped forward and said, Have a taste of the prototype weapon crafted from the demon flame crystal. But the crystal soul quickly stopped her. Wait. Don't attack. Let me. Before it could finish, Yin Yin had already closed in on Kazuna, whose giant figure loomed before her. Seeing this, the crystal soul screamed, You have to listen to me. In its hand, its sword grew larger in both form and power. It immediately raised the sword, wanting to finish off Yin Yin. Seeing this, she just thought with a cold expression, It can even use a sword. Yin Yin quickly ordered Yin Xiao to face the battle, thinking, But my side is no pushover either. While Yin Xiao was holding back Kazuna's sword and its attack, Yin Yin seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air. Then she confidently dived down to finish Kazuna with one swift blow. But unfortunately, Kazuna suddenly realized. From its arm, it produced strands. In the blink of an eye, those strands formed a spear. Kazuna raised the spear high. Seeing this, Yin Xiao suddenly realized. It can redirect the demon flame? Yin Xiao immediately backed away, taking a defensive stance. The monster Kazuna, seeing this, took the momentum and advanced with its new spear. In an instant, it thrust straight through Yin Xiao's body. Only then did Yin Xiao suddenly realize. I can't believe it was a feint. Outside, Yin Yin was also affected by the blow. She collapsed. Seeing this, Zian rushed over to check on her. Miss Yin, are you all right? Yin Yin, watching the battle, could only think to herself. I was careless. I couldn't dodge in time. Yin Yin tried to cast some spell while thinking. Go back and rest first. With that, Yin Xiao was quickly recalled. Seeing this scene, Zian couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a creature called a god, the crystal soul spoke up. After all, Kazuna is a great being capable of creating life. The divine eye also provided information. Altered incarnation Kazuna, a peak-level former host infected by an older entity. Originally a divine-level being. After being infected, it was demoted and highly fused with the ultimate alteration. As long as its soul is immortal, it can be resurrected infinitely. The crystal soul stated, if you want to kill her, you can only consume all of her soul. And the only way to kill a soul is with another soul. The crystal soul added. But the spiritual power of you outsiders can only destroy its physical existence. It cannot damage the soul, Xian replied, which means we can't inflict any real damage on Kazuna. But suddenly, Yin Yin just smiled and said, "It's all right. It's nothing." She forced herself up, saying, "Let me try again." Seeing this, Xian tried to stop her. "But your beast was just injured. That also proves her strength," Yin Yin said with a determined look. "That also proves she is worthy of being my opponent. Just like you." Even though she was injured, she still stood up, full of fighting spirit. Yin Yin stated, "As long as this spear can hit her, then I can prove to the higher-ups watching that I am the one who is right." After hearing this, Xian was too tired to say anything. He thought wearily, what a true brute. Does she not know what fear is at all? But just then, he suddenly realized, wait a minute. Speaking of fear, Xian recalled every detail of what had just happened and analyzed it. It would regenerate from any attack. He remembered. But when faced with the attack from that spear, it blocked it. Xian thought to himself, could it be that she's afraid? The reason is because of that spear. The heavenly insight I quickly provided information. Demon Fire Crystal. A special spirit stone crystal formed by the unique Demon Fire spiritual power, refined in an ultra-high pressure environment, possessing all the properties of Demon Fire. It can be used to craft Demon Fire weapons, a special form of spiritual power that can affect both the physical plane and existences beyond the physical plane. Legend says it is a power that can kill non-physical, ethereal souls. At this point, Xian said confidently, as I thought, so that spear can harm the soul. The crystal soul also spoke. What? Which means, it said, that spear is now the only weapon that can kill Kazuna. Xian approached Yin Wei and said, Mississippi, we. Before he could finish explaining, Yin Wei interrupted. I heard your analysis. Xian suggested. Then I will be in charge of restricting her. Yin Wei smiled and continued. He'll be in charge of giving her one blissful strike. Yin Wei thought, to be honest, if it weren't for the rotten rules of my planet, I think we would get along quite well. Hearing that, Xian replied, I think so too. By the way, to be able to fight alongside Miss Qi is my honor. And so, the two of them fought side by side to destroy this monster. Xian spoke up. Then I won't hold back anymore. Hearing that, the sword soul wondered, outsider, what are you planning to do? Then, in an instant, he was gradually enveloped by a set of magical armor. Now, Xian had become a warrior fully equipped from head to toe in modern armor. Information appeared. Origin Beast Tamer Spirit Armor, an armor formed through the materialization of Origin Power, which enhances the user's abilities. Its features will change depending on the user's different type of Origin Power. Xian wondered, is this the talent of the parasitic bee? Beside him, the sword's soul exclaimed, outsider, what new trick is this? And then, Xian also realized, even the sword's appearance has changed. The sword immediately urged him on. Don't just stand there. She's charging this way. In a flash, Kazuna loomed right in front of Xian, along with her raised sword, about to strike Xian. But then, just as Kazuna struck, a huge explosion occurred, creating a beam of light that shot up into the sky. Seeing this, the monster was slightly stunned. Xian spoke. So sorry. The crystal soul added. We're not so easily defeated. It turned out, it was Xian who had used the crystal soul to block in time. The crystal soul spoke up. But, outsider, while struggling to block Kazuna's giant sword, it suggested, don't use me to block. Hearing that, Xian just said, it was just a reflex. Besides, is this really the time to be saying that? Seizing the opportunity, Xian shouted, Miss Qi, now. Without giving the monster time to react, Yin Wei flew straight down from above with her spear. She was brimming with power, charging fiercely down towards Kazuna. But then below, Kazuna quickly brought out her tentacles. They slowly wrapped tightly around Yin Wei. At this point, she thought, it's over. In an instant, Kazuna had restrained Yin Wei. She silently cursed. Damn tentacles. Xian immediately realized, Miss Qi is in danger. Seeing the monster preparing to attack Yin Wei, Xian thought, I have to help her. Then, he quickly escaped from Kazuna's sword blade. He instantly created a magical rhinoceros with his sword. Then he controlled it to approach Yanwei. Seeing this, the sword's soul exclaimed excitedly, "Outsider, you guys have a lot of cool tricks." But Bai Zian just replied in confusion, "I don't know how I did that just now either." Bai Zian thought to himself, "That was clearly materialization. But I haven't reached the gold rank yet, have I?" The heavenly insight I provided information. Metal life forms themselves have a strong connection with spiritual power, and they can amplify the user's spiritual power many times over. The essence of manifestation is to achieve the effect of virtualization by amplifying the spiritual power from the synchronization between the beast and its master. Reaching the gold rank, along with the master's own spiritual power intensity and the power released by the beast tamer spirit armor, are all part of the combined conditions. When the metal life form and the beast tamer spirit armor are used simultaneously, the conditions for manifestation will be met. But Yanwei had already been rescued by the mysterious rhino. Zian wondered, the thing behind that little brother, is it the demon spider cult's technology? Do they have some kind of relationship? Although Kazuna was injured, she still looked to be in a normal, healthy state. The crystal soul reminded him. It seems the Outlander's tricks still can't deal with her. He simply replied, "I'm not blind." Looking at the monster with formidable power before him, he thought to himself, if that's the case, I might as well let loose. Then, Zian immediately used the whale against the crystal soul's advice. Don't be so reckless, he calculated. Now that I have manifestation, Zian told himself, I should make good use of it. Then he immediately had the whale attack Kazuna. He thought, but it's about time for the main body to take the stage. Then he called out confidently, "Whale?" Suddenly, from behind Kazuna, a spatial portal opened. Seeing this, she immediately raised her guard. But it was too late. From behind, the whale opened its mouth and fiercely aimed straight for Kazuna. It immediately chomped down on the monster's head. Seizing this moment, Zian charged forward with his sword, taking advantage of the moment Kazuna was still struggling in the whale's mouth. He stabbed straight into the monster's side. Zian didn't forget to add a taunt. He asked, "What do whales like to eat most?" He slashed a few basic strikes, making Kazuna suffer several blows, then said loudly, "The answer is giant squid." At the same time, Zian also gave a signal. "Miss Yen, now's the time." Yanwei saw that the time was ripe. She said confidently, "Finally." She took her spear, aimed it straight at Kazuna, and said, "They'll let you have a taste." Finding a suitable spot, Yanwei forcefully threw the spear forward and shouted with glee of the power of the demonic flame. But suddenly, Yanwei's spear was blocked by a magic shield. Seeing this, both of them realized in shock. A shield. Yanwei couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn it. It was just a little bit off. Stabbing the sword straight into Kazuna's severed tissue. Zian spoke up. "I'm so sorry." Hearing this, the sword spirit cried out. "Why did you suddenly say that?" It asked in a panic. "Wait a minute. What are you planning to do? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling?" Zian leaped onto the sword. He said politely, "Let me borrow you for a bit." Just as he gathered momentum for some plan, the sword spirit cried out continuously, "It's going to break. It's going to break." Then, Zian immediately left the sword and shot off like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, the sword behind him was fuming and cursing. "You reckless outlander." Zian flew high up, shifting his attention to Yan Wei's spear stuck in the shield. Without hesitation, he got into position to strike. With just one kick, he drove it through the shield. It plunged straight into the monster's tissue that hadn't healed yet. This stab created a massive shockwave throughout Kazuna's body. Brilliant purple lights began to radiate out. Yanwei spoke up and asked, "This time, it's probably over, right?" Just then, Zian landed on the ground, leaving behind only a monster being burned to cinders. Looking at the fragments of Kazuna's body, he realized, so this is the end result of being a god? Zian exclaimed. Unexpectedly, it's quite beautiful. After he took off the armor, Yanwei approached and offered her thanks. "Thank you, Zian." She thought, this time, those old fossils definitely won't question me anymore. They will no longer doubt the power of the demonic flame. Zian posed a question. "I've always been curious. What is it that you want to prove, miss?" Hearing this, Yanwei replied that, "When you have the chance to go to the origin planet, you will naturally understand." Suddenly, the crystal soul cut in. It might be a bit rude to ruin the mood, but I want to remind you. Look over there quickly. Suddenly, in the space here, a spatial portal appeared and began to grow larger. Xian thought to himself, this is a teleportation gate. Before this gate, everything is being sucked in. Bai Xian's group had to brace themselves to hold on. While resisting, Bai Xian asked, why did it have to appear at this moment? The crystal soul wondered, don't you want to go back? Nearby? Fong Tianwu said, but not right now. We still haven't found the culprit. Seeing that something was wrong, Xia exclaimed, what's happening? The subordinate hurriedly reported, young master, this reaction. He continued in surprise while looking at the monitor screen. It's the portal. With a hum, a terrifying power appeared, like a hungry beast wanting to swallow everything whole. That giant vortex was like a bottomless stomach, continuously sucking in surrounding objects. Zihao was confused. He wondered, even the buildings are being sucked in. Hearing this, the subordinate explained, this is a fusion portal. He replied, does this mean this world and the 10,000 spider nest mystic realm are fusing through this portal? The crystal soul then shouted, outsider. It angrily asked him, where do you plan on taking me? Bai Xian was cheerful at this moment. He replied with a smile, to my home, of course. By the way, my home is quite spacious. The portal was still relentlessly sucking everything in. This was like a spatial jump. When they came to, they were in a different place. Zihao asked unfamiliarity, this is your home? The previous jump had caused Zihao to pass out. He then felt someone looking at him. He slowly opened his eyes. What greeted his eyes was a scene of rolling hills and mountains. Fong Tianwu crossed her arms and asked Bai Xian, how long do you plan on lying there? Bai Xian blushed involuntarily. Damn it. What the hell are you looking at? Bai Xian immediately sat up. Fong Tianwu then explained the situation. But it seems, this portal didn't return us to our original location. Perhaps it's because the flow of time between the two worlds is different. She looked around and then continued. This place is the desert surrounding White Scale City. But it seems to be closer to Black Sand City. Bai Xian was like a drunk person. His face was still flushed. He stammered in reply. That's right. This desert is really huge. Suddenly, Petion pointed in one direction and shouted, everyone look. There's a city over there. Let's go over there and check it out first.